As a well-known gangster family in Eagle Sauce, the Cavendy family is unfortunate. 10 years ago, the patriarch of the Cavendy family died mysteriously in a car accident. It was a very strange car accident. There were no witnesses, and even the wreckage of the vehicle was not found. It's as if all traces have been artificially erased. Also killed was his wife. As one of the rare large families with a single lineage, only the youngest son Elvin Cavendy is left in the family. With the help of some elders who were loyal to the Cavendy family, Erwin officially took over many of the family's businesses when he was 6 years old. Of course it didn't start well, but they were all calmed down by Erwin with a cruelty that was incompatible with his age. Erwin was also disliked by everyone from the beginning, and foreign enemies were watching him eagerly. He just relied on iron and blood to protect Cavendy's family legacy. Moreover, now there is only one family left in the Renton Dark world, and that is Cavendy. Of course, Erwin was able to do this because he was not just a child, but a time traveler. He has the memory of an adult, although he did not experience these things in his previous life. But he has watched a lot of movies and TV series. Speaking of which, I have made it this far. His luck accounts for the majority, and of course his powers that work sometimes and sometimes don't work. Let's call it a superpower. Anyway, when Erwin feels in danger, he will burst out with a strong energy. This energy protected Erwin, and no one thought that he could be so ruthless at such a young age. Therefore, he stabilized the family and took all the business into his hands. In the old Cavendy house, Erwin sat on the sofa, flipping through the newspaper in his hand. Wearing a decent suit made his figure look very tall and straight. The silver hair comb is cut very reasonably. While flipping through the newspaper, he picked up the coffee cup on the side and took a sip. He looks like the most orthodox British aristocrat. Who would have thought that this 11-year-old noble boy's hands would already be stained with a lot of blood? Put down your coffee cup, Erwin said. Tom, do you have any idea about my parents' matter? The old butler on the side said. Sorry, Master Erwin, although I really don't want to tell you, I still have no clue. Erwin frowned. You still don't have a clue? It's been 5 years. I've been checking since I took over the family. Until now, you told me that you haven't found anything at all. There's no clue at all. Could it be that God took away my parents? The old housekeeper didn't dare to speak. Just then, a figure hurriedly ran into the hall. Master Erwin! Master Erwin! Erwin's face instantly darkened. Rivers, I remember saying that. If you yell in the house again, I'll cut your tongue out. Rivers trembled instantly. Say quickly. No, Master Erwin. Something is wrong. I really have something wrong this time. Erwin sighed. Then, tell me. If what you want to say is not urgent, then today you can say goodbye to your tongue. Rivers said quickly. That's it. Master Erwin, there is a person outside. An old man, he wants to see you. Erwin said coldly. Meet me? This kind of thing is also called an urgent matter? I will meet whoever wants to see me? What, is the other party the royal family? Rivers shook his head. No, but that old man is very strange. I can't tell you. Master, can you go and see for yourself? Several of us tried to pull him, but we couldn't. After hearing this, Erwin became somewhat interested. Because Erwin lives in such an environment, he attaches great importance to personal safety issues. Now all those left in the old house are good players. If these people are just talking about their physical fitness, there is no problem if one of them beats 10. As a result, what does Rivers say now? Several of them could not move an old man. This made Erwin have to wonder, could it be that the hermit masters in the novel came to visit? Do you want to accept him as a disciple and see that he has the appearance of a celestial being? Thinking about it this way, why am I still a little excited? Erwin said, bring him in directly. Rivers nodded. Oh, then I'll go now. Erwin said, let everyone come in. Take the guys with you. Be on guard. Rivers nodded. Okay, young master. Then, Rivers ran away in a hurry. Erwin sat back on the sofa. He took out a pistol from his waist and checked it to make sure that the bullets were loaded and the safety was on. I feel relieved. No matter what the other party's purpose is, it is always right to be on guard. This is also the way Erwin has always behaved. If it weren't for his strict code of conduct, Erwin might not be alive today. Not long after, Rivers walked in with an old man. Dear Mr. Erwin Cavendy, hello. It's really difficult to meet you. Erwin glanced casually in the direction of the visitor. Then, Erwin's pupils quickly contracted. But it quickly hid itself. He recognized the person's identity. Albus Dumbledore. Known as the greatest and most powerful white wizard of the century. He has a record of defeating 2 Dark Lords. Erwin was a little confused. No, he traveled to the world of Hogwarts? This is so many years, he just realized that this is the world of Hogwarts. Dumbledore came to him? He definitely didn't come to chat. So, he also has a talent for magic? So, he doesn't have to be a muggle anymore? Thinking of this, Erwin was a little happy. But the question is, where is his Hogwarts notice? After Dumbledore saw Erwin, a light flashed on his eye mirror. He asked with interest, "You look like you know me." Erwin's heart tightened. He knew that it was his reaction just now that made Dumbledore suspicious. Dumbledore is a very experienced person. He will react to the slightest clue. Moreover, the most important thing is that Alvin is very afraid of Dumbledore. After all, this is an old man who has trained his legilimency to a passive state. He is not good at being cunning. Who knows if he will directly use legilimency to look at him? Alvin is not afraid of anything else, but he is afraid that his identity as a time traveler will be exposed. After all, no matter which world he is placed in, the label of a time traveler is always an alien. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses. His face showed more interest. Ding, someone is detected snooping on the host's memory. The system protection mode is automatically turned on. The host's memory of the traverser will be directly hidden, and the memories presented are all the memories of the host after coming to this world. This protection mode is a trial version. Duration, 3 days. Ding, protection mode has been turned on. Erwin didn't care about the ecstasy in his heart. Instead, he looked at Dumbledore in front of him with caution. Sure enough, this old silver coin still used legilimency on him. Erwin was really convinced. This old guy really treated legilimency as a passive? Never closed his eyes, closed and opened his eyes, and legilimency was directly activated? It's really outrageous. After Dumbledore's legilimency, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that Erwin's life was so colorful. Dumbledore can only be described as colorful. However, after using legilimency, Dumbledore didn't find anything unusual. He could only think that it was because Alvin was a little surprised to see him. As for why he was surprised, it might be because his beard was white. Alvin had never seen such a white one. Apart from this, he had no other explanation. Dumbledore said, "Child, you should have received the admission letter from Hogwarts, right? I'm here to pick you up for school." Alvin pretended to be puzzled and said, "Hogwarts? What? What letter?" Hearing Alvin say this, Dumbledore was a little stunned. "Didn't you receive the letter? It's just an envelope, a light yellow envelope. There is an address written in green ink on it. No stamp. Only your name and address. At the back, there is a school emblem shape composed of a lion, a snake, a honey badger, and an eagle. Didn't you receive it?" Alvin shook his head. He really didn't receive it. Otherwise, wouldn't he have been ecstatic a long time ago? Dumbledore frowned. "It shouldn't be. The owl should deliver the letter to you." At this moment, Rivers raised his hand. This is what Erwin taught him. Raise your hand before interrupting others. Of course, Rivers disdains this, but he still does his own thing. But in front of Erwin, he is very disciplined, because Erwin will really beat him up. Erwin saw that Rivers wanted to speak. There was a sense of unease in his heart for no reason. Irving waved his hand. "Speak." Rivers coughed twice. "That. Master, I may know where the notice the old man said is." Irving said, "Then why don't you take it out quickly?" Rivers scratched his head. "That. Master, I can't take it out." Irving frowned. "What do you mean?" Rivers explained stammeringly. "It's like this. The owl came in the morning and kept calling, and then, I was afraid that it would disturb your sleep. So I caught it." Irving said, "Then where is the notice?" Rivers took 2 steps back calmly, then explained, "I can't read either, Master, you know. I don't know what it is, and it happened that I had a stomach ache and was too lazy to find paper, so. Rivers didn't dare to say anything more, because he saw that his master's face had turned black visibly. Irving said coldly, "Rivers, come here, I'll show you a treasure." Rivers' face instantly turned bitter. "Can you not look at it, Master?" "Don't look at it? It's not up to you." Just when Erwin was about to clean up this pitfall, subordinate Dumbledore on the side stopped him. "It's okay, Mr. Erwin, it's just a notice. It's not a big problem, but the owl is the property of Hogwarts. Here, you need to let him go." Erwin said coldly, "Didn't you hear what the principal said? Why are you still standing?" Rivers said bitterly, "Master, the owl can't be returned. Do you remember your lunch?" Erwin was stunned for a moment. He said that the chicken soup at noon today was particularly delicious. It was completely different from the usual chicken, and the meat was particularly firm. "I was planning to ask the kitchen to make another meal in the evening. Unexpectedly, it was an owl." Erwin coughed twice. "Well, dear principal, you heard it too. Otherwise, how much money do you want, and I will pay it." Dumbledore was also a little speechless. He has been the headmaster for so many years. No, he has been in Hogwarts for so many years. From a student, to a professor, and now the headmaster. He has never encountered such a thing. A freshman, a muggle freshman, was caught and eaten by an owl. Dumbledore sighed. What can he do? He has already eaten it. He can't let Erwin spit it out. Most importantly, even if he spits it out, this owl is not the same owl. Dumbledore waved his hand. "Forget it. things have already happened. Erwin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although the family is quite rich, Erwin has always been based on the principle of saving as much as possible. It is naturally great to not spend money. Erwin said, "Thank you very much, Principal. However, these owls should be replaced. There is no privacy at all for being caught so easily." The corners of Dumbledore's mouth twitched slightly. "Good guy, if you listen to this, you still blame their owl for being too stupid? Is it polite?" Dumbledore had an idea for no reason. It seems that recruiting Erwin was a wrong decision for Hogwarts. Fortunately, Dumbledore was not the kind of person who believed in feelings, otherwise Erwin might have become the first wizard to be expelled from Hogwarts before school started. Dumbledore said, "I will consider your suggestion, Mr. Erwin. You have not received the admission letter, so you don't know something about it. New students at Hogwarts need to buy some things. It's similar to stationery in the Muggle world. Oh, by the way, Muggles are ordinary people who don't know magic. So if you have time now, you can buy it with me." Erwin nodded, "Okay. I'll be fine right now. Tom will go get some money and we'll go shopping." Dumbledore said, "By the way, I forgot to remind you that the currency in the wizarding world is not interchangeable with the Muggle world. Pounds can only be exchanged for gold galleons in a small amount." Of course Erwin knew this common sense, but it was difficult for him to show it in front of Dumbledore. Therefore, he deliberately guided Dumbledore to speak out on his own initiative. Dumbledore said, "Although I know you are very rich. However, Gringotts also has restrictions on the exchange of gold nuggets for gold galleons." Erwin said, "Be prepared. Although money is not everything, but without money, it will make it difficult for people to move forward." Dumbledore praised, "What an interesting statement. Very simple words, but very reasonable." Erwin smiled and said, "Whether it is the wizarding world or the world of us ordinary people, oh yes, you call these ordinary people Muggles. No matter what world it is, its fundamental rules will not change. The only difference is, the wizarding world is just more magical." Dumbledore said, "It seems that experience really makes a person wiser. Mr. Erwin, you are excellent. I believe you will be a very good wizard." Erwin bowed slightly, "I'll lend you Principal Gian." Not long after, Old Tom came over carrying 2 black boxes. "Master, get ready." Erwin nodded, then "Professor, shall we set off now? Do you want me to bring someone with me? After all, I don't know how much I need to buy. And I'm young, so I need someone to help me carry my things." Dumbledore said, "Of course I don't mind. Let's go." Rivers on the side had some longing in his eyes. He was curious about the world of wizards. So, he wanted to get involved. However, it was as if Erwin didn't see the desire in his eyes. "Rivers, take care of your family. I hope you can take out your rusty head and give it a try. Don't always do stupid things, okay?" Rivers said, "Oh, I dare not speak anymore." Dumbledore led Erwin out of the old house, followed closely by Tom carrying 2 boxes. The door of the old house. Tom said, "Master, should I let someone drive the car?" Dumbledore shook his head, "No need to go to such trouble. I will take you directly there and grab my wrist." Erwin didn't hesitate and put his hand directly on Dumbledore's wrist. He smoothly took a box from Old Tom's hand. Let Old Tom free his hands. Dumbledore was not seen making any moves. He didn't even recite the incantation. Then, Erwin felt as if he was being forced into the toilet. The world was spinning for a while. This feeling was really uncomfortable. Rivers, on the other hand, was stunned. He saw with his own eyes the appearance of a vortex, and the bodies of the 3 people were swallowed by the vortex. Disappear in place. Rivers looked at the people patrolling aside. Asked, "Did you just see it?" The man was stunned for a moment. "What did you see?" Rivers shook his head. He was sure that only he saw it. Is this what wizards do? So scary. The 3 of Erwin appeared again, already arriving at the door of a dilapidated bar. Of course, only Erwin and Dumbledore could see it. In the eyes of Old Tom on the side, this is just a street corner. Pedestrians passing by didn't seem to realize that 3 people had just appeared here. Old Tom was pale and very old. "After such an experience, I was vomiting all over." Erwin's expression on the side didn't look good either, but I don't know if it's because of his youth or his extraordinary talent. Erwin is not as exaggerated as Old Tom. Dumbledore was a little surprised. What an amazing adaptability. You must know that many young wizards will feel strong discomfort when they use apparition for the first time. It seems that when you learn apparition in 7th grade, when it comes to apparating, you'll be in great control. Erwin took 2 deep breaths. "Adjust the status." Said, "I also hope it is as you said." At this time, Old Tom on the side also relaxed. Dumbledore said, "Okay, let's go in, Mr. Erwin, and welcome to the Leaky Cauldron. Welcome to the wizarding world." After Dumbledore finished speaking, he pushed the door open. Old Tom finally saw the whole bar. He couldn't understand at all. Why did a bar appear strangely in this place? At the same time, there was some fear in the heart towards the existence of wizards. But fortunately, his young master, the most outstanding and youngest head of the Cavendish family, is about to become a member of this incredible existence. A flash of light flashed in Erwin's eyes, as well as uncontrollable excitement. Starting today, he will no longer be a muggle. Finally, he stepped into the supernatural world. Dumbledore walked into the bar. The wizards who were drinking and chatting fell silent instantly. "Say hello to Dumbledore." Dumbledore smiled back. Another old Tom, the bar owner, came up to him. "Professor Dumbledore, we haven't seen you for a long time. Who is this gentleman?" Dumbledore said, "The new student at Hogwarts, Mr. Irwin, is an outstanding young man." Old Tom said, "That's it. Hello Mr. Irwin, I am the bar owner. They all call me Old Tom, although this Old Tom has the same name as his butler. But there is nothing unusual about Irwin. The rate of duplicate names for Eagle Sauce is really high." Irwin nodded slightly. "Hello, sir. Nice to meet you." Gentle and polite. Old Tom exclaimed, "Look at you. Are you from a pure-blood family, Mr. Irwin?" Dumbledore thought Irwin probably didn't know the definition of pure blood, so he took the initiative to explain, "Mr. Irwin is not from a pure-blood family, but he is still a noble. Well, I still have to take Mr. Irwin to go shopping. It's getting late, let's talk again when we have time." Old Tom nodded. "Okay. You go ahead, Mr. Dumbledore. Mr. Irwin, the Leaky Cauldron welcomes you." Irwin smiled and thanked him. Then, Dumbledore took Irwin and the other two to the back alley. After the three left, Irwin could still hear the discussion in the bar. Is he a noble from the Muggle world? Well-mannered, with long silver hair, a bit like the Malfoy family. How is that possible? The Malfoy family has platinum hair color, and the one just now has pure silver hair. Could he be a pure-blood family from another country? I don't know. Has Hogwarts started to recruit students from other countries? Don't worry about that. I heard that Harry Potter will also be enrolled in Hogwarts this year. Have you heard the news? The corners of Irwin's mouth rose. Pure-blood family? He is not interested. Looking at the wand shape, which looked like knuckles, Irwin couldn't help but take a second look. This was the Elder Wand. Dumbledore said, "Mr. Irwin, you have to remember what I will do next. Next time you have to come in by yourself. First find the third brick above the trash can, and then count the second brick horizontally." As he spoke, the Elder Wand touched 2 bricks. The next moment, as if a mechanism was activated, the walls began to overlap layer by layer, revealing the streets inside. It was the first time that Irwin saw a scene from a movie or novel appearing in front of him. Irwin was also excited and curious. In fact, Irwin was a little curious about this principle. Can this thing be moved home? Irwin thought there was a way to do it, such as putting a wall in the bedroom. When you order the second piece, you go to the restaurant, and when you order the third piece, you go to the bathroom. Click the 5th piece and go to the garden, etc. Irwin has already thought of many wonderful uses. This is much more convenient than the elevator. Dumbledore put away his wand and asked, "How is it? Do you remember it?" Irwin nodded, "Remember. But what if this trash can is no longer here?" Dumbledore smiled, "What an interesting idea. Before you, 2 of your seniors also had this idea. They even put it into action. They moved the trash can. But unfortunately, this trash can was the restoration spell is applied. When it leaves its location, it will automatically return. So, the problem you are worried about does not exist." Irwin said, "What a magic." Dumbledore smiled and said, "Okay. You will learn more about magic in the future. This is a brand new world. I believe that with your intelligence, you will shine brilliantly in this new world. Now, let's go to Gringotts to change some money. Otherwise, you won't be able to spend money in Diagon Alley today." Irwin nodded. Then he followed Dumbledore and walked deeper into Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley is not long, it is just a street, and the end of the street is where Gringotts is. The gate of Gringotts is divided into 2 levels. The first level is 2 huge bronze doors. On both sides of the door, there were 2 goblins in crappy dresses doing reception work. The second door is 2 silver doors dotted with golden lines. There are warnings carved on the door. "Come in, stranger, but beware, what will happen if you take too much. Getting something for nothing will be severely punished, so if you want to take from our underground vault, a wealth that never belonged to you. Thief, you have been warned, beware not of treasure but of evil retribution." Irwin was dismissive in his heart. In the original book, the so-called safest Gringotts seems to have been attacked once or twice. The most important thing is that Irwin really doesn't understand why these wizards would trust all their wealth to the care of these so-called goblins. Goblins, greedy, they have started wars because of greed. The most important thing is that these goblins are from a different race, and their hearts must be different if they are not from our race. Don't these wizards understand this? In other words, these wizards are so confident that they can control goblins. Go through the second door and enter the spacious marble hall. Irwin glanced around at the approximately 100 or so goblins sitting behind the long counter, scribbling entries in the large ledger. Some use scales to weigh coins, while others use eyepieces to detect gems. The entire marble hall can be said to be magnificent. Gemstones, gold coins sparkle. Dumbledore took Erwin directly to the front desk. A bespectacled goblin adjusted the glasses on his nose. After seeing the person clearly, he quickly jumped down from the taller long-legged stool. "Hello, Professor Dumbledore. Welcome to Gringotts. How can I help you?" Dumbledore nodded. "Mr. Erwin wants to exchange some gold galleons. As for me, I need to take something away." The goblin nodded. "I understand. Shall I take you there now?" Dumbledore looked at Erwin. "Can you do it yourself?" Erwin nodded. "Of course. Professor, go and do your work. I can handle it myself." Dumbledore bent down to Erwin's ear and said in a low voice, "Goblins are very greedy. If you think the price is not right, you can try to use my name. Although I am very old, but it works." Erwin nodded. "Thank you, Professor." Dumbledore smiled and followed the goblin away. Erwin looked in the direction Dumbledore left. His brows furrowed slightly. He felt that Dumbledore was being a little too nice to him. Erwin didn't think much about it after Dumbledore left. Soon another goblin came to receive him. With Dumbledore's name on display here, the process of exchanging gold galleons was unexpectedly smooth. Erwin exchanged 2 boxes of gold bars for 5,000 gold galleons. Weighing the gold coins in hand, Erwin thought it was reasonable. While Dumbledore hasn't come back yet, Erwin began working on his own system. He has never bothered to study his golden finger, but now he has to study it carefully. After all, this will be the foundation for him to gain a foothold in the magic world. Erwin muttered in his mind, "System, are you there?" Ding! The strongest reputation card drawing system is dedicated to serving you. "Hello, host." When Erwin heard this voice, his heart moved. This name, inexplicably, has a sense of déjà vu of some cheating games in the previous life. "System, introduce your role." Ding! This system allows the host to draw cards with reputation, and the rewards include but are not limited to spells, talents, etc. This system uniformly uses the currency of the magic world reputation value. In order to facilitate the host's use, the system has digitized all the host's existing information. Do you want to check it? Of course, Erwin did not hesitate and directly read it silently. The next moment, a virtual light curtain opened in front of Erwin. Erwin looked around. Whether it was Old Tom or the goblin, they looked normal. Obviously, only Erwin could see this light curtain. Name: Erwin Cavendish. Age: 11 years old. Identity: the current patriarch of the Cavendish family, a freshman who has not yet enrolled in Hogwarts. Talents: Transfiguration talent, 3/10. Ordinary spell talent, 4/10. But, who can explain it? Why is his black magic talent 9? Almost full? He always called himself a good person. Of course, there is no good person who can personally kill a rival gang leader who wants to seize territory with a gun when he is 7 years old. Of course, his arm suffered a little because of the recoil, but this cannot cover up that he is a kind person in his heart. Erwin inexplicably felt that this system was somewhat unreliable. Moreover, what is that ancient magic? Erwin asked the system, but the system let Erwin explore it himself. Erwin was disdainful in his heart. It was really lame, letting him explore everything by himself. After Erwin closed the system panel, he communicated with the system again to open the lottery page. The next moment, rays of light emerged. Then, cards of various colors flew out in the air. Then they were piled into 3 piles in front of Erwin. The special effects were gorgeous, but for some reason, there were always 4 words in Erwin's mind. Ape God, start. Erwin shook his head quickly. Damn, this thing is too similar. It's all screwed up. Erwin looked at the 3 decks quickly. Basic lottery cost 100 reputation points per time, 10% off for 10 consecutive draws, 10 consecutive guaranteed blue rewards, 100 consecutive guaranteed purple rewards. Advanced lottery cost 1000 reputation points per time, 10% off for 10 consecutive draws, 10 consecutive guaranteed purple rewards, 100 consecutive guaranteed gold rewards. Special lottery, special unlocking conditions required. Erwin looked at the prize pool and had a plan in mind. The basic lottery was prepared for poor people like him. Is it a novice benefit? As for the special lottery, Erwin was a little interested in this. System, what does this special lottery mean? Explain it. Ding. Special lottery, need to be opened in a special way. Good quality and low price. Currently, special lottery can be opened. Novice card pool lottery, whether to start special lottery. Elvin's eyes lit up. Hey, there are special gains. Open it for me immediately. Ding. Special lottery has been replaced by novice lottery. Lottery limit, 10 consecutive draws. Lottery cost is free. Elvin was immediately excited. Got it, he knew this routine too well. This is a novice gift package. Novels are like this. It is the key to the rise of the protagonist. The voice of the system fell. I saw that the pile of special lottery cards changed color, slowly floating in front of Elvin. Elvin raised his hand and tapped the back of the card. Then, the sound of shuffling came. Then, one card after another flew up. Blue, blue, blue. Still blue. 7 blue cards flew up in succession. Then, a purple light flashed. Erwin's eyes widened. Purple, purple is coming. Then, the card began to tremble slightly. 2 swish sounds of breaking through the air were heard. Then, a dazzling golden light lit up. Erwin almost sat up in excitement. Golden legend, or double yolk egg. Sure enough, he is the European Emperor, the real European Emperor. The story of the single draw of the dragon blind is reproduced in the magic world. He is indeed the son of destiny. Ding! The lottery is completed. Get rewards. White reward, big knife meat x3. Green reward, a toy doll from the childhood of the first generation Dark Lord Grindelwald. Magic potion, shoddy version, x2. Blue reward, talent point x2. Erwin's face changed. Damn it. Big knife meat? Spicy strips? Is this reasonable? This thing should appear in the plug-in of a time traveler? Let's talk about the green rewards. Grindelwald's toy doll? What, did you cast a spell? Did you curse it? You gave me this thing? The key is that this thing is actually on the same level as the magic potion. Erwin has too many complaints to make, but he doesn't know where to start. However, the magic potion is not bad. Legend has it that this thing is very scary. The reason why ancient wizards were so powerful was because they drank this. However, when Erwin saw it clearly, his face became even darker. A shoddy version? Is this thing really drinkable? It won't kill people? What the hell is this weird thing? Is this prize pool serious? Take 2 deep breaths. At least, there are 2 talent points, right? This thing is actually blue? According to the settings of General Krypton Gold Games, the value of this thing may not be so simple. It may not have other functions in the future, such as an upgraded version or something like that? Ding! The host is very smart. The system is very pleased. That's right. The current upper limit of the host's talent is 10 points. Ordinary talent points can upgrade the host's talent to 10 points. If the host wants to continue to increase it, advanced talent points are needed. Advanced talent points require 100 ordinary talent points to synthesize. Elvin's mouth twitched slightly. Okay, let's play it this way, right? Sure enough, Krypton Gold Games can never get rid of this layer of skin. Elvin asked, how about this? You give me a reference. Let me know what the upper limit of this talent is. At least I have an idea. Take the host's highest black magic talent as an example. Grindelwald, black magic talent 14 points, legendary level. Elvin understood. So, he thought he was a genius, but he was actually a waste. Elvin had nothing to say. Continue to check his gains. Tired, destroy it, not satisfied at all. Purple reward, 100 changes free clothes. This clothing will never wear out, and the shape and color can be changed at will. It has 30% resistance to various spells. Elvin looked at this reward and had long forgotten the losers in the lottery just now. Good stuff, this is a good stuff. This hat is like a person, even Dumbledore will be weakened by 30% in front of him. This is simply a magic weapon. Elvin's eyes sparkled. Purple rewards are so precious. What if this is a gold reward? Erwin couldn't wait to continue looking at his golden reward. Golden reward, unknown egg, contains unknown mysterious life. The host will hatch it by hand and it will become the host's pet. Hatching method, feed with the blood of various magical animals. The current hatching progress is 0/100. Erwin touched his chin. This seems to be a gambling dog thing. However, the system can be attributed to gold, so it must be something extraordinary. Erwin continued to look at the next reward. Golden reward, special passive skill, talent type. As for the 2 talent points, Erwin thought about it and added both points to the ordinary spell talent. After all, he needs to accumulate strength as soon as possible. The speed and proficiency of mastering spells determine his strength. Then, Erwin called the system in his heart and opened the system panel. Name, Erwin Cavendish. Age, 11 years old. Identity, current patriarch of the Cavendish family, a freshman who has not yet enrolled in Hogwarts. Talents, transfiguration talent, 3/10. Ordinary spell talent, 6/10. Dark magic talent, 9/10. Potions talent, 6/10. Ancient magic talent */10. Not unlocked, needs special ways to unlock. Pet, none. Special skill card, mana reserve, gold. Spell mastery card, none. Items, big knife meat x3. Magic potion, cut corners version, x2. Grindelwald's puppet x1. Transformable suit x1. Mysterious egg x1. Current reputation value, 50. Erwin nodded with satisfaction. Generally speaking, this system is not bad. Those messy props can also be placed in the system's reward backpack. As long as you don't claim it, you won't take it out. It's a pity that things other than system rewards cannot be collected, otherwise Erwin would have a portable space. Wouldn't it be wonderful? Erwin closed the lottery interface. This novice lottery is quite cool. It's a pity that you can only draw 10 times in a row. This novice gift package is not generous at all. It's stingy. However, forget it, understand it. After all, it is a petty system. You can't ask too much of it. After drinking the black tea on the table, Dumbledore also came back. Mr. Irwin, I've been waiting for a long time. Irwin stood up quickly. Professor, you're back. You're so polite. Dumbledore smiled and asked, how is it? Have you exchanged it? Irwin nodded. Of course, the title of professor is still very useful. Dumbledore said, in that case, let's leave. Irwin nodded and followed Dumbledore out of Gringotts. Standing at the door of Gringotts, Dumbledore said, for a little wizard, the most important thing is his wand. This may be something that will follow a wizard for a lifetime. Now, let's go and help you buy a wand. Irwin was excited. The wand, the weapon of a wizard, is as important as the gun in his hand who came from a mafia family. Dumbledore took Irwin straight to the most famous shop in Diagon Alley. It is also the starting point for every wizard. Ollivander's Wand Shop. Professional retard for many years. Wait, he seems to have used the wrong word. Of course, this is not important. Standing in front of Ollivander's Wand Shop, looking at this famous check-in spot in Diagon Alley, it would be a lie to say that I am not excited. Dumbledore also sighed. I still remember the first time I came here. At that time, I was the same age as you. Here, I got my first wand, and so many years have passed in a blink of an eye. The past events still seem to have happened yesterday, and they appear in my mind from time to time. Dumbledore even wiped his eyes while speaking. Irwin was speechless. He forgot this very important thing, that is, the older you get, the more you like to miss the past. Dumbledore paused for a while and said, sorry, Mr. Irwin, you know, when you get older, you like to reminisce about the past. Although Irwin was speechless in his heart, but he said, it's okay, Professor. Time is a sharp blade. While it brings trauma to people, it also leaves indelible marks on people. Memory is sometimes the most precious thing. Dumbledore nodded, his eyes full of approval. Mr. Irwin, your insights and your unique metaphors really amaze me. Irwin smiled and said, Professor, you are too kind. Then shall we go in now? Dumbledore said, of course. You will choose the most suitable wand for you here. After that, Dumbledore pushed the door and entered the store directly. A few bells rang. Then the friction sound of the sliding stairs and the ground came. Ollivander poked his head out from the huge cabinets. After seeing Dumbledore, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. Professor Dumbledore? Long time no see. Dumbledore nodded, yes. It's been a long time. Do you mind coming down first and helping our little wizard choose a wand? Ollivander came down from the ladder and came to the counter. His eyes fell on Irwin. Irwin nodded slightly. Hello, sir. Ollivander was surprised. What a standard aristocratic etiquette. This young gentleman, which family are you from? Irwin said, Cavendish. Ollivander was puzzled. Cavendish? A family that I have never heard of. Is it a foreign pure-blood family? Irwin shook his head. No, but I think you will hear about the name of the Cavendish family soon. Because, I came to the magic world. Dumbledore heard Irwin's words, and a gleam flashed in his eyes, but he quickly hid it. Ollivander was also stunned. Then he smiled and said, interesting new student. I look forward to that day. So, can you tell me your name? Elvin Cavendish. Ollivander nodded. Then Mr. Elvin, tell me, which hand do you use most? Elvin raised his right hand. The next moment, the tape measure next to him floated up automatically, measuring Elvin's height and arm length. Even, the tape measure also measured Elvin's chest circumference and waist circumference. Elvin didn't understand, but he was shocked. Excuse me, what does the use of the wand have to do with chest circumference and waist circumference? Height and arm length are understandable to him. Is the chest circumference and waist circumference really necessary? Then, the tape measure retracted. It fell on the table. Ollivander said, what a perfect and well-proportioned figure. Mr. Elvin. Elvin's mouth twitched slightly. So, choosing a wand is actually a beauty pageant? Ollivander wrote and drew on the paper for a while. Then he took out a box from the counter and opened it with his hand. He took out a wand from inside. Try this one, with an ash body and a Tyrannosaurus Rex heartstring. Only stubborn, determined and brave people can use it well. He handed the wand in his hand to Irwin. Irwin took it in his hand and waved it casually. Then, a beam of energy flew out directly from the wand. It landed on the floor beside. Ollivander said, Mr. Irwin, you have to remember one thing, it is the wand that chooses the owner, not you who chooses the wand. But you are right, this wand is really not suitable for you. Then Ollivander took out another box from the counter, took out a wand from it. Try this one. Cedar wood with leopard hair. In fact, I don't like to use leopard hair, because this thing is very unstable. There are many restrictions, but it is particularly matched with cedar wood. People with strong personalities and keen observation are most suitable to use such a wand. Erwin took the wand and still followed the familiar process. Swinging the wand, a ball of fire suddenly emerged from the wand. Straight to the roof. Dumbledore on the side snapped his fingers lightly. The flame on the wand went out directly. And Erwin once again felt that sense of resistance. Ollivander grabbed the wand, put it back in the box. No, not this one. Next, Erwin tried a few more wands, but there was still that sense of resistance. Ollivander frowned. What a picky guest. In that case, I think you only have one choice left. Then before Erwin could react, Ollivander ran to the back. Erwin was a little confused. Is this old man always so impetuous? After waiting for a few minutes, Ollivander ran back. There was some dust on his shoulders and hair. He held a wooden box in his hand, which was covered with a layer of dust. Ollivander blew a breath. The dust scattered. Erwin frowned and took 2 steps back without making a sound. Ollivander opened the box and took out a strangely shaped wand from it. This wand looked thinner than a normal wand, and was silver all over. It was very similar to the color of Erwin's hair. In addition, the handle of the wand. It was wrapped with 2 golden substances. It looked very beautiful. Ollivander said, "This wand is made of acacia wood. I don't know what the core is, because it was made by my grandfather. Acacia wood is a very special material. It will only recognize one master in its lifetime. No one except its master can use it to cast a spell, and acacia wood will only choose people with real talents. Therefore, as long as it can be recognized by it, it will burst out with terrifying power. This wand itself was made casually. My grandfather did not carve it at all. When the core and the body were fused, the shape was already formed. Try this." When Elvin saw this wand, his eyes were directly attracted to it. This wand looks so beautiful. In addition, Elvin also felt a wave of throbbing in his heart, as if this wand was calling him. Elvin subconsciously raised his hand. The next moment, the wand actually flew into Elvin's hand automatically. Ollivander was surprised. The moment the wand was in his hand, Erwin felt as if his arm and the wand were one, and he could use it as if it were his arm. He waved it subconsciously. Rays of silver light flew out from the wand. The silver light scattered at the point of Ollivander's wand. It swept across every shelf. In Ollivander's horrified eyes, all the wands on the wooden shelves rushed out of the boxes, floating in the air. In Ollivander's wand shop, wands were flying all over the sky, and these wands trembled slightly at the wand in Erwin's hand. It seemed to be worshipping, and it seemed to be congratulating. Ollivander was stunned. "This is amazing. It's amazing." In Diagon Alley, pedestrians also noticed the movement in Ollivander's wand shop. They gathered around to watch this rare spectacle. Dumbledore was also surprised, because at this time his old wand was also trembling slightly. Relying on his tyrannical strength, he forcibly suppressed the elder wand. His eyes fell on the wand in Erwin's hand. Of course he knew about acacia wood, but acacia wood alone would never cause such a big commotion. It seems that the only change is the unknown core in this wand. Looking at the increasing number of people outside the store, Dumbledore said, "Mr. Erwin, put away your wand. Otherwise, we may not be able to get out." Erwin turned his head and looked. He was shocked. "I saw a large number of wizards surrounding the door and the window. No wonder the system prompted that the reputation value was credited just now." Erwin quickly retracted his arm. As Erwin retracted his arm, the silver light on the wand began to dissipate. Those wands also flew back to the box one by one automatically. It was as if everything that happened just now was a fantasy. Dumbledore said, "Congratulations, Mr. Erwin, you have chosen an amazing wand." Erwin nodded. Looking at the wand in his hand, his face was filled with uncontrollable joy. This wand really surprised him. He could feel that he and this wand were very compatible. The most important thing was that this wand had a password. No one could use it except him, and it was better than fingerprint unlocking. Ollivander said, "It's amazing. I've lived for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen such a magical sight. I didn't expect that this wand would find its owner today." Elvin said, "Thank you, Mr. Ollivander, I'm sorry for the trouble. How much is the wand?" Ollivander said, "It's not a problem. It's worth it to see such a magical sight. As for the wand, just give me 10 gold galleons." Elvin nodded. Old Tom behind him paid immediately. Ollivander said, "Mr. Elvin, please use this wand properly. I can feel its power. I hope to see the day when you make your Cavendish family famous." Elvin smiled and said, "I will." Ollivander took out a larger box from the counter. "This is my gift to you. a tool for maintaining the wand, and a small tool for using the wand. You can hang it on your arm. When you need to use the wand, you can move this position and the wand will slide down directly. Elvin took it. Thank you so much. I have to say that this thing really solved my urgent need. Ollivander smiled and said, You're welcome. It's my honor to help an outstanding little wizard like you. Dumbledore on the side said, Okay, it's almost time. We have other things to buy. Otherwise, there will be not enough time. Elvin nodded. Said hello to Ollivander. Not the only choice. There is no second bookstore in Diagon Alley. Otherwise, the shop in Diagon Alley is making money. This is all a monopoly business. Unlike buying a magic wand, later buying books, cauldrons and other items in a bookstore is a hassle-free process. After paying the money and leaving, Erwin also got his first pet, an owl. It's worth mentioning that I don't know if Hogwarts has any traditions. When shopping with a newborn, you must give a pet as a gift. Erwin's owl was also a gift from Dumbledore. After ignoring Dumbledore's suggestion to name the owl Cockroach Pile, Erwin has a new owl named Poppy in his home. At the last stop, Erwin and Dumbledore came to Madame Malkin's robe store. Although Erwin already has a variety of clothes, he can't tell Dumbledore about this. So you still have to buy the clothes you need to buy. After buying the robe, it means that Erwin's trip to Diagon Alley is officially over. After Dumbledore sent Erwin and Tom back to the old house, Dumbledore said, Okay, today's trip is over. I have to leave too. Mr. Erwin, see you at Hogwarts. Erwin nodded. Professor, won't you stay for dinner? Dumbledore shook his head. No, I have other things to deal with. Erwin nodded. Then there will be no more professors. Thank you very much for your hard work today. Dumbledore smiled. It's okay. Goodbye. Afterwards, Dumbledore disapparated and left directly. Erwin looked in the direction Dumbledore left. A glint flashed in his eyes. Are you going to deal with the magic stone? The magic stone and so on are a bit far away from who he is now. Moreover, Erwin actually didn't have much interest in the magic stone. It's just false immortality. After Erwin had a bite of food, he went directly back to the room. As for old Tom, he was taken away by Rivers to inquire about things in the magical world. Ask Irvine, Rivers wouldn't dare. Erwin didn't mind either. Now that we know this world is a magical world, after that, his focus will gradually shift to the magic world. However, the time is not right yet. He needs to lay out slowly. His men are all ordinary people, and of course, firearms are still deadly to most wizards. Even Dumbledore could have been killed by a sniper rifle if he hadn't been careful. The wizard's health is very poor. Relying on magic, it may not even be as good as ordinary people. Therefore, it is not impossible for Erwin to enter the wizarding world. But before that, he had to have some foundation in the wizarding world. Slytherin is undoubtedly a good choice. The students who can enter Slytherin are basically the so-called purebloods. This power cannot be given up casually. The only question is, can he be sorted into Slytherin? He is an authentic Muggle family. But it seems that the original book said that the sorting hat will consider the students' own wishes. Let's talk about it then. There's still some time before school starts. This kind of thing that is beyond his control is what Erwin least likes to think about. Erwin took out the ever-changing suit from the system reward backpack. It started out as a robe. Erwin put it on. In front of the mirror, I thought. The ever-changing wardrobe can be transformed directly into a black suit. Erwin nodded with satisfaction. In addition to being immune to 30% of magic damage, what pleased Erwin the most was the clothes, which were dust-proof. In other words, the clothes will not get dirty. This is simply good news for Erwin, who has a severe mysophobia. Erwin straightened his clothes and then had a thought in his mind. The clothes on my body turned directly into pajamas. Erwin sat on the edge of the bed, planning to look through the Hogwarts books. At this moment, suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through Erwin's mind. Erwin stood up quickly. Run to the desk. Open the drawer and take out a file bag from inside. Then he took out the black and white photos inside and placed them on the table. This is the file about what happened to his parents. A question suddenly occurred to him. When he used to investigate the cause of his parents' death, he always looked at it from an ordinary person's perspective. But, this is a magical world. The reason for his parents' death was very strange. No trace could be found at the scene. There is something weird everywhere. This has become an obsession in Erwin's heart. He was born through the womb and was an orphan in his previous life. Since his birth in this life, his parents' love and care for him can be called doting. So in his heart, Erwin recognized the two of them very much. When I learned about the death of the two people, Erwin felt a little broken and had enjoyed the care of his family for a year. As a result, his parents died. Over the years, Erwin has been looking for clues to the death of his parents. However, there was no gain at all. But now, after knowing that this world is a magical world, there seems to be an explanation for the unreasonable circumstances surrounding the death of my parents. There are so many doubtful points that are unreasonable, and of course ordinary people cannot do it. But what if the other party is a wizard? If the other party is a wizard, it seems that everything makes sense. Only wizards have such power. Can do this. However, Erwin couldn't figure it out. Why would a wizard attack his parents who are ordinary people? If he dares to attack ordinary people, the other party must be a dark wizard, not afraid of the Ministry of Magic's investigation. However, according to the time, Voldemort should have fallen in the year he was born, because he is the same age as Harry Potter. This afternoon, when he was in the leaky cauldron in Diagon Alley, he heard those wizards talking about Harry Potter entering school this year. So, it has nothing to do with Voldemort, it is a wild dark wizard? Then what is the purpose of the other party attacking his parents? Was it brought by the enemy family? If the enemy family had this ability, he would not have the opportunity to let the Cavendish family reach this point today. They would have died long ago. The local families in Renton are now either destroyed by him or driven out of Renton. I don't see anyone with this network. The most important thing is that Erwin has already investigated these families over the years. The situation was turbulent at that time, so there were few major frictions between the families, not to mention assassinating the head of the other family. Erwin rubbed his temples with his fingers. He found that he still had a lot to do, whether it's about your parents or for a better life for yourself in the future. After all, I am used to having one hand cover the sky. The magic world is like playing a game and opening up a new map. It needs to be mapped slowly. Therefore, no matter what the purpose is, Erwin must now increase his influence in the magical world. This point coincides with my own golden finger. Although Erwin is confident that he will stand at the top of the magical world, it will take a long time. Erwin couldn't wait. Leaning back in his chair, Erwin closed his eyes. I roughly sorted out what happened next. After having a plan in mind, Erwin finally remembered the purpose of today. He wants to study magic spells. Pick up the basic encyclopedia of magic spells from the side. Erwin opened it casually. At this moment, the system prompt sounds. Bite. The host's first contact with the curse has been detected. The special magic card pool draw is activated. Do you want to replace this card pool with the special draw card pool? Erwin was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect such an unexpected gain. Replace. Bite. Replacement successful. The special spell card pool has been activated. This card pool will only draw items related to spells. This giveaway is for 50 draws in a row. Do you want to draw the lottery now? Erwin was ecstatic. He had caught it. He really had caught it. 50 draws in a row, isn't this so satisfying? Erwin didn't hesitate either. Direct communication system starts the draw. The familiar deck appears again. Erwin directly clicked 10 draws in a row. Above the deck, the number of remaining draws is reduced by 10, 40/50ths. Then, the card pile flew into the air. Swish, swish, swish. Subsequently, cards flew out one by one. Erwin's eyes widened. Mouth silently, gold, gold, gold. Ding, the lottery is over. Give out rewards. Reward, magic proficiency x 700. Get rewards, curse, flying curse. x2. Magic spell, levitating spell. Bite. Enchantment level unlocked. View now. Erwin didn't have time to complain about his harvest. His attention was attracted by the system's beep, the level of the spell. Erwin clicked the view button. Magic level 1 initial mastery, there is a chance that the release will fail. Magic level 2 requires 100 proficiency levels to upgrade, basic mastery, and can be released perfectly. Magic level 3, it requires 1000 proficiency points to upgrade. With perfect mastery, you will become more comfortable in releasing magic spells. You can use the least amount of magic power to create stronger effects. Magic level 4, 10,000 proficiency levels are required to upgrade. You can cast spells without spells. Magic level 5 requires 100,000 proficiency upgrades. You can cast spells without a wand. Same spell cards, each one can be exchanged for 100 proficiency points. Erwin didn't expect that this system was quite user-friendly. The level of this curse is quite clear. Don't say it, this thing is pretty good. Erwin also understood why he could draw the same spell card. It's a bit like developing a game. After understanding the settings of this system, Erwin continued to draw cards. It feels good to draw cards for a while, and it feels good to keep drawing cards. After a while, a full 40 passed. Erwin's face became darker and darker. In the entire 40 strokes, Erwin had not seen even one gold. I tallied up my current gains. Flying Curse x13, Floating Charm x10, Occlumency x6, Expelliarmus x4, Magic Proficiency x700. I can't say it's very profitable, I can only say it's not a loss. However, although my luck is indeed a bit worse. But these spells are quite practical. At least for Erwin now, it is quite useful. Among them, occlumency is the most important. The system is protected for only 3 days. Therefore, this also means that after 3 days, Erwin's mind will enter an undefended state. When the time comes, an individual will be able to use legilimency on him. Erwin asked the system. Dumbledore's legilimency, without the use of a wand, would only require level 3 occlumency to master it if the passive was turned on. Similarly, level 3 occlumency can already protect against more than 90% of legilimency. If you think about it, Dumbledore cultivated the upper limit of others to passiveness, which is simply outrageous. But if Dumbledore used legilimency with all his strength, the kind with the charms and wands at the same time would be full of firepower. You need level 5 legilimency. Dumbledore had already used legilimency on him. Therefore, within a short period of time, he should not be tempted to take action against him again. What really makes Erwin wary is other people, and many people in the wizarding world like to use this thing. Seeing that there are only 10 draws left, Erwin sighed. He had given up hope. Love as much as you like. It's ruined. He understood this lottery clearly. This is definitely from Goose Factory. This probability is really outrageous and touching. My only conscience is that there is no option to thank you for your patronage. Otherwise, Erwin felt that he might have to draw 30 times. Thank you for the review. It was outrageous. He had never thought that he was so bad before. Erwin casually clicked on the draw button. The next moment, the deck of cards was shuffled. Then, a golden light suddenly appeared. Erwin jumped up from the stool. He got the money. He finally got the money. Oh, heaven and earth. He has to suffer this day. However, after the golden light, another purple light flew out. Erwin's eyes lit up. Good guy, it turns out that they are all waiting behind. Although the previous draw was not smooth, there is still a rainbow after the storm. Erwin began to check the rewards. Ding! The draw is over and the rewards are distributed. Spell, expect your weapons x3. Spell, ironclad spell x2. Spell, call the gods to guard x1. Spell proficiency x200. Special prize pool 50 consecutive draws purple guaranteed reward unforgivable curse gift pack, including the killing curse, cruciatus curse, and imperious curse. 3-in-1 gift pack, you deserve it. Golden reward, fantastic animal affinity, all magical animals will be close to you involuntarily. From now on, you will be the only druid. Elvin looked at the goods drawn in the last 10 consecutive draws and was particularly satisfied. Although this golden reward seems to have no improvement in combat power. But it is not the case. Name, Erwin Cavendish. Age, 11 years old. Identity, current head of the Cavendish family, a freshman who has not yet enrolled at Hogwarts. Talents, transfiguration talent, 3/10. Ordinary spell talent, 6/10. Dark magic talent, 9/10. Potions talent, 6/10. Ancient magic talent */10. Not unlocked, needs special ways to unlock. Pet, none. Special skill card, mana reserve, gold. Fantastic animal affinity, gold. Magic mastery, flying spell, level 1, levitation spell, level 1, armor spell, level 1, expecting weapons, level 1, occlumency, level 1, exorcism, level 1, death spell, level 1, imperious spell, level 1, cruciatus spell, level 1. Magic proficiency, 5100. Items, big knife of meat x3. Magic enhancing potion, shoddy version, x2. Grindelwald's puppet x1. Transformable bodysuit x1. Mysterious egg x1. Acacia wand. Current reputation value, 600. Looking at his panel, Erwin nodded with satisfaction. This wave of draws has given him a foothold in the magic world. Erwin asked in his heart. System, can I get this magic proficiency through practice? Ding. Yes, the host can get skill proficiency through his own practice. The system is just a cheat. It can't replace the host. Erwin nodded. If that's the case, he doesn't need to rush to use the system proficiency. He can practice on his own first. Erwin threw the book in his hand aside. Ridiculous, do you still need to read a book to cheat? What's wrong with looking down on cheats? Erwin flipped his wrist, and the wand slipped into Erwin's hand. Erwin held the wand and cleared his throat. It was my first time casting a spell. I was quite excited. Erwin recalled the method of using the floating spell in his mind. He waved and shook Wingardium Leviosa. It was calm and nothing happened. Erwin's face turned black. Damn, he failed in his first spell? He is the protagonist. Erwin, who didn't believe in evil, planned to try again. This time, he planned to be more formal. He thought it might be because of his improper attitude just now. So it led to this result. Erwin coughed twice. Then, he cast it again. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Erwin's face was as black as charcoal. There was a faint breath around him, which was called resentment. God knows what Erwin went through in this half hour. He cast more than 50 times in total, and all the magic power in his body was used up. The success rate was less than half. Erwin had to admit a fact: it seemed that his qualifications were really not strong. Just when Erwin was upset, outside the window, a bird kept calling. Erwin was even more upset. Erwin was already in a bad mood, and he heard the noisy bird calls. He subconsciously swung his wand. Avada, eat the big melon. Then, Erwin was stunned. A green light flew out of Erwin's wand. The bird was hit by the green light and fell asleep. He slept and never woke up. Erwin seemed to understand something. The system's talent rating was so accurate that it seemed a little scary. He seemed to have a natural talent for black magic. But soon, Erwin realized a problem. System, is there a trace thread monitoring my wand? Ding! At first, there was, but as the host of the system has the responsibility to help the host eliminate all possible risks, so the trace thread has been removed by the system. This is quite humane, so he can experiment with confidence. Erwin shouted, "Tom!" The door was knocked. The old housekeeper Tom pushed the door open. "What's wrong, young master?" When Erwin was awake, old Tom would guard the door, in case Erwin needed anything. For example, now. Erwin said, "Where are the two people who came to our territory to step on the plate last time?" Although Tom didn't know why his young master suddenly asked this question, but he hurriedly said, "Rivers has locked them up. You said last time that maybe you can use them someday, don't kill them first." Erwin nodded. "Let Rivers bring them here, now is the time to use them." Old Tom nodded. "Okay, young master. I'll go now." Then old Tom turned around and left. Erwin planned to try it out. Is his talent for black magic really that good? Is it luck or something else? Half an hour later, in the forest not far from the old house, two people were kneeling on the ground. Their faces were full of fear. Rivers put the two in a row like chickens. Erwin and old Tom walked into the woods. Rivers ran over. "Master!" Rivers nodded. When the two saw Erwin, they shouted, "Master Erwin, don't kill us. Please, don't kill us." Erwin ignored them. Instead, he asked everyone except Rivers and old Tom to wait outside the forest. Then, Erwin took out his wand. Rivers and old Tom looked at Erwin curiously. Rivers' face was full of excitement. From old Tom's mouth, he already knew the magic of the magic world. Lowering his voice, Rivers asked, "Master, are you going to cast a spell?" Old Tom put his finger on his lips. "Be quiet, Rivers. If you don't want the master's magic to fall on you." Hearing this, Rivers instantly quieted down. Erwin pointed his wand at one of them. Heartbreaking. A black-green light shot directly at a person kneeling on the ground from the wand. The next moment, screams came. Erwin put away his wand. The man was already lying on the ground, his face full of fear and pale. Sweat beads all over his forehead. Erwin frowned. There is a strange thing, according to the original book. When releasing the unforgivable curse, you must have strong negative emotions to succeed. For example, when you release the big melon, you must have a strong desire to kill the other party. The same is true for the heartbreaking bone cutting. You must have a strong desire to torture the other party. He found that the Cruciatus curse and the death curse had only been released once, and they had been directly upgraded to level 2. And the flying curse had only been used so many times, but it had just been upgraded to level 2. This made Erwin a little confused. System. Explain. What's going on? Ding. The number of degrees gained by using the spell is related to the host's talent. The higher the host's talent, the more proficiency you get in a single time. Erwin's mouth twitched slightly. Okay, no need to say more. He already understood. This is forcing him to go the way of a dark wizard, who still remembers that he is really a decent person. Sigh. Erwin swung the wand in his hand and two Cruciatus curses flew towards the two people. The next moment, the wailing sound in the forest sounded again. Such a good sandbag, of course, must be used well. Half an hour later, under Erwin's unremitting efforts, his Cruciatus curse and the Imperious curse have both been upgraded to level 3. Undoubtedly, this is a huge improvement. If you upgrade to the next level, you can cast spells silently. However, Irving did not continue to practice. As for the reason, those two guys have gone crazy. Rivers and old Tom on the side were scared. They witnessed with their own eyes how terrible the two had been tortured. Rivers quietly asked old Tom on the side, "Tom, does the young master have a new hobby now?" "What a terrible hobby." Old Tom glared at Rivers. Really, he sometimes felt too tired. "Why do I always have such a pig teammate around me?" Such a question can also be asked directly. Even if you want to ask it in private. Sure enough, the next moment, Irving's death gaze was cast on the two. Old Tom quickly stood up and turned a deaf ear to what was happening outside the window. Rivers did not get a response from old Tom. Puzzled, he pulled old Tom's sleeve. "I'm asking you a question. Old Tom, how dare old Tom pay attention to Rivers? At this moment, Irwin's voice came. Rivers, exercise well during this period. I'm thinking that since you are so strong, can you bear more cruciatus curses than the two of them? Don't let me down. Rivers' body tensed up immediately. He turned his head to look at Irwin in horror. Irwin's wrist trembled. Avada bites the big melon. 2 consecutive spells, 2 green lights flew towards the 2 people who had been tortured crazy. Then, the faces of the 2 people quickly turned gray. In the blink of an eye, there was no life. Rivers was terrified. Master, I was wrong. Irwin snorted coldly. Let's go. Go back. Of course, he was trying to scare Rivers. Rivers was extremely loyal to Irwin and was called the first hyena under Irwin's seat. The only shortcoming was that he was not smart and had a bad mouth. Irwin didn't care about the bodies in the forest. Some of his men would naturally deal with it, and there was no trace at all. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed in a flash. The time came to August 30th. He had not been idle for a single day in the past half-month. He practiced various magics every day. So, his current magic level is rising straight up. Irwin opened his system panel and checked the column of spells. Magic Mastery, Flying Spell, Level 3, Levitation Spell, Level 3, Armor Spell, Level 3, Expectant, Level 3, Occlumency, Level 1, Call of the Gods, Level 1, Killing Spell, Level 3, Imperious, Level 4, Cruciatus, Level 4. Magic Proficiency, 5,100. Yes, this is the result of Irwin's unremitting efforts for half a month. Among them, Call of the Gods and Occlumency, Irwin really couldn't find a way to practice these two. He practiced the rest of the spells to Level 3. As for Imperious and Cruciatus, Irwin really had to thank Eagle Sauce for such a chaotic world for being able to improve so quickly. All kinds of bad guys are really endless. These people were caught by Rivers and became Irwin's experience babies. If Irwin is given another month, he is confident that he can upgrade all spells to Level 4, which is the level of all spellless casting. Unfortunately, there is no time. Although Hogwarts is said to start school on September 1st. But the little wizards actually arrived at Hogwarts on the 31st. Classes officially start on September 1st. Today, Irwin plans to give himself a day off and rest. After all, practicing spells every day is tiring for him, and it will take him several months to go to school, and the family affairs need to be handed over. At least it must be ensured that there will be no problems in the family when Irwin is not in the family. Looking at his remaining 5,100 spell proficiency, Irwin thought for a moment. It cost 2,200 to upgrade both the Brain Block and the Call of the Gods to Level 3. Irwin had to admit that adding points was much more comfortable than practicing by himself. He looked through the rest of the spells, and there was no one that could be upgraded. He was about to close the system panel. Irwin suddenly saw that his reputation value had risen to 2,700 without him noticing. This was a pleasant surprise. After asking the system said that it was because of the big commotion he made when he bought the magic wand, which has now spread among wizards in a small range. So, he collected so many reputation points. 2,007 reputation points are just enough for Elvin's basic lottery 30 consecutive draws. Elvin started the lottery without hesitation. Swish, swish, swish. Ding. 10 consecutive draws are over. Get rewards. Wallong Spicy Strips X4. Coca-Cola X3. Smelly Socks Worn by an Unknown Existence X2. Blue Guaranteed Reward, Talent Point X1. Elvin's face darkened instantly. Sure enough, he shouldn't have any expectations for this basic lottery. The lottery can be down to earth, but you can't be down to earth. Excuse me, what are stinky socks? Elvin took out the messy things in the system backpack and threw them into the trash can. Oh, no, the big knife meat and Wallong Spicy Strips, Elvin stayed. I haven't eaten this thing for a while, so I'm quite greedy. Irwin started to draw 10 times in a row again. Suddenly a purple light came into Irwin's eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for his luck in winning the purple reward. Shorthand Feather Pen X3. Bawang Anti-Hair Loss Shampoo X2. Curry Flavor Bath Lotion X3. Blue Guaranteed Reward, Talent Point X1. Purple Reward Space Ring, castrated version, with a capacity of 12 cubic meters. Irwin's mouth twitched slightly. He could understand the rest, but what is Curry Flavor Bath Lotion? Irwin was too lazy to think about it. At least there was a purple reward, wasn't it great? And it was a space ring. Although this world has the thing called the Traceless Extension Spell, but Irwin doesn't know how to do it. Irwin immediately extracted the space ring. Then, a ring appeared out of thin air. Irwin looked at the ring in his hand. On the ring is a purple lotus-like symbol. It happens to be the same as the emblem of the Cavendish family. Irwin liked it immediately. Putting the ring on his finger, the ring automatically shrank, trapping Irwin's finger and making a perfect fit. Irwin looked at the ring on his index finger. This thing is really a good thing. Erwin then initiated the final 10 draws. However, to Erwin's surprise, another purple light flashed past. Erwin was stunned. Good guy, are you so cool today? He had forgotten the first time he smoked 10 times in a row, and how furious he looked afterward. There are only 2 words in my heart now, excited. Bite. The draw is over and rewards are distributed. Blue guaranteed reward, talent points x1. Purple reward, apparition set x1, including x1 apparition spell card. Customized apparition opportunity x1. Exclusive mark x1. Erwin looked at the last purple reward, confused. What the hell is this? Erwin directly chose to extract. Then a wave of memories rushed into Erwin's mind. Erwin understood. I won't talk about the spell cards. The so-called customized apparition is just like Death Eaters turning into black mist and flying away, and members of the Order of the Phoenix turning into white light and flying away. It can be regarded as an improved version of apparition specially created by the owner of the organization. You can teleport and fly. Secondly, the exclusive mark is the mark belonging to Erwin, the dark mark of Voldemort and the Phoenix blessing of the Order of the Phoenix. They are all the same effect, which is used to use a special version of apparition. Erwin scratched his head. Why did he seem to be more and more like the Dark Lord? It seems that I am lacking some supporters now. Well guys, the matching ritual tokens are all ready. Erwin directly used his magic proficiency to pull his apparition to level 3. Later, Erwin pointed his finger at the opportunity for apparition customization. Bite. Customizing, please wait. Bite. Customization successful. Do you want to watch the effect video? Erwin nodded. Good guy, this thing can still be previewed. Okay. Then, a light curtain popped up in front of Erwin. The next moment, Erwin's figure appeared on the screen. Erwin's figure flashed on the screen. The next moment, a purple light flashed. Erwin's body disappeared from the spot, and where Erwin was standing just now, a purple lotus was slowly blooming. Erwin was shocked. Handsome, so handsome. He really liked it. Erwin clicked OK without hesitation. Then, a memory came into Erwin's mind. It's a new way to use apparition. Compared with the original version of apparition, it uses less magic power, and it can fly and teleport. Isn't this much easier to use than a flying broomstick? Later, Erwin prepares to test his marking abilities. He called Tom into the room. Tom, hold out your arms. Tom raised his arm without any hesitation. Erwin then touched his wand on Tom's arm. There was no panic on Tom's face, just curiosity. A purple lotus symbol slowly appeared on Tom's arm. Erwin then took back his wand. Tom, this is a mark that belongs to me. When you feel the mark on your arm getting hot, it means I am calling you. When you need to contact me, you can also call my name at the mark. I will feel it. Tom nodded. Erwin's mark is different from the dark mark and the Phoenix mark, and is produced by the system. One more function than them is that Tom can call Erwin through the mark, and Erwin can detect it immediately. Erwin drew back his wand. Okay. Contact the other responsible persons and ask them to come to the old house for a meeting. I have something to explain. Tom nodded, then turned and left. After Tom left, Erwin tried to activate his mark. Miraculously, he could even feel where old Tom was. I have to say, this thing is really useful. It's a pity that old Tom has no magic power. Erwin plans to do some research after entering the magic world to see if there is any way for people without magic to obtain magic. Or can something magical be extracted from the system? In that case, these people under him can completely become a big family in the wizarding world. Rather than redeveloping his subordinates, Erwin still prefers his original Cavendish family members. After all, these people are 100% loyal to Erwin. The process of the meeting was very simple. Erwin explained the general details. In his absence, Old Tom is responsible for the management. If Old Tom can't handle it, Old Tom will contact him. For convenience, Erwin also went to Diagon Alley 2 days ago. I bought an owl specifically for Old Tom to contact him. The next day, August 31st. Today is the day Erwin leaves for Hogwarts. Early in the morning, Old Tom helped Erwin pack his things. Wait at the door. Erwin yawned and walked out of the room. Morning, Master. Erwin nodded, yes. Are you ready with all the things I asked you to prepare? Old Tom nodded, everything is ready, Master. In the basement. But, do you really need to bring these things? Erwin said, be prepared. Come on, let's go over and take a look. Old Tom nodded. Then the two came to the basement. Basement door. Rivers is already waiting here. After seeing Erwin, he quickly ran over. Master, you're awake. Erwin nodded, yeah, let's go in. Rivers quickly opened the basement door. As the door to the basement opened, the things piled in the basement came into view. On the ground, there are guns, pistols, axe, and even grenades and RPGs. Yellow bullets were placed in a pile aside. Rivers said, Master, are you going to expand your business in a new place? You need so many equal tools. So many guys are enough to support a medium-sized attack. Erwin rolled his eyes. Don't be a fool. Tom said, Master. I don't think you need to bring so much. Besides, you can't bring these. Erwin raised his hand and waved. Guns and bullets flew directly into the air. Focusing on the ring in Erwin's hand, Old Tom and River's eyes widened. On the way to the station, Erwin allocated his remaining 3 talent points to his black magic talent and transfiguration. The black magic talent reaches 10 points directly. Upgrading further will require 100 talent points. Erwin doesn't have that strength yet. The reason for adding some transformation talent is because Erwin's transformation talent is too poor. There were only 3 points, but now after adding points, it became 5 points. Erwin probably should be able to cope with ordinary courses. After I get to Hogwarts, I will have the opportunity to add more points, so I'll tell you when the time comes. After all, there are so many little wizards in Hogwarts, and they are all made of fine wool. At the entrance of the train station, a large car stopped slowly. Pedestrians passing by looked this way. There was an envious look in his eyes. The station entrance. A young man looked at his girlfriend next to him with envious eyes. I couldn't help but say, I will buy this car in the future too. No need to look at other people's. The woman rolled her eyes. Just you? You can pull me down. The young man was about to retort. But suddenly I felt like I was covered in shadow behind me. Turn around and look. He was so scared that he collapsed on the ground. I saw a giant standing behind him. The giant was accompanied by a child. This strange pair is Hagrid and Harry Potter, the destined protagonist of this world. Hagrid saw that he had scared someone and asked quickly, Are you okay? However, the young man retreated hastily. You, don't come here. Hagrid curled his lips. Although as a hybrid giant, he had experienced this kind of look many times, but he will also feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. Harry Potter looked at the big car with envy in his eyes, but it was quickly covered up. He is going to enter the wizarding world, and he is no longer the same as before. No matter how rich muggles are, they have no influence on him. He doesn't need to envy anyone. Having seen all the weird things in the magical world, his horizons have also grown a lot. At this time, Hagrid slapped his forehead. It's broken. I forgot something. Harry, you have to take the Hogwarts Express by yourself. I have something to do. Harry Potter nodded. Okay, Hagrid. Hagrid said, then we will see you at Hogwarts. Harry had a smile and longing on his face. Nodding vigorously, yes. See you at Hogwarts. Then, Hagrid turned around and left in a hurry. In the car, Erwin also noticed this strange pair. A knowing smile appeared on his face. Harry Potter and Hagrid. Interesting. Tom, the butler in the front row, quickly turned his head. What's wrong, Master? Erwin said, let your men pay attention to that big man. If that big man encounters trouble in the Muggle world, remember to help him. Don't be too deliberate, just let him know who is helping him. Erwin didn't forget that he also had a pet egg. This Tamagotchi requires the blood of a magical creature to hatch. If you have the help of Hagrid, the guard of the Forbidden Forest, collecting the blood of magical animals will become very simple. Tom nodded. Then he got out of the car and opened the door for Erwin. Erwin got out of the car, and many people stood there waiting to see who would get out of the car. Harry Potter is among them. After seeing Erwin, everyone was amazed, and Harry looked at Erwin's decent suit. He looked down at his clothes again. I couldn't help but feel a little inferior, lowered my head and turned around to walk towards the station. Erwin straightened his clothes. Said, okay, you go back. I can go in by myself. Old Tom bowed. Okay, young master. Then, young master, you take care of yourself. If you need anything, please contact me in time. Erwin waved his hand, then walked towards the station. On the platform, Harry Potter looked at the ticket in his hand. My head is full of questions. He has asked several people where platform 9 3/4 is, but the station staff thought he was mentally ill. This made Harry Potter very helpless. I was already feeling a little anxious. Could it be that he was stuck on the train even after entering school? That's so sad. Just when Harry Potter was in trouble, a voice came from behind Harry Potter. You seem to be looking for platform 9 3/4. Harry Potter turned to look. A flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he recognized that the person who came was getting out of that luxury car. Erwin looked at Harry Potter in front of him. In fact, he didn't mean to get close to Harry Potter. It's just platform 9 3/4. Erwin found it. However, he always felt that banging his head against the wall was a bit outrageous. Although this is recorded in movies and novels, but Erwin felt that seeing was believing, and he needed a test subject. At this time, the protagonist Harry Potter appeared, a very suitable guinea pig. Harry Potter asked, Are you also a student of Hogwarts? Erwin nodded, Yeah, that's right. I'm a freshman too. You look like a freshman too. I happen to know how to get to platform 9 3/4. do you need me to take you there? Harry Potter said happily, thank you very much. My name is Harry Potter. Erwin nodded, my name is Erwin Cavendish. Harry Potter was stunned, Cavendish. Erwin smiled. Sure enough, the Cavendish family is really famous in Renton. Even Mr. Harry Potter, who lives in the cupboard, knows it. Erwin said, yes. It's the Cavendish you are thinking of. Harry Potter swallowed his saliva. There was a little more fear in his eyes. After all, the reputation of the Cavendish family is really too big. Erwin didn't mind. Walked forward. If you don't want to miss the train, I suggest you catch up. Harry Potter heard this. Hurry up and trot to catch up with Erwin. Soon, Erwin found the pillar in the original book according to his memory. Erwin pointed to the pillar in front of him, just push your cart and bump into it, and you'll get there. Harry Potter was stunned. Bump? Bump into it. Erwin nodded, yes. Bump into it. You have no choice now, you can only trust me. I don't have any hobbies of lying. So, do you want to try it? Mr. Potter. Harry Potter gritted his teeth. He felt that Erwin was right. Then Harry Potter thanked him. He pushed the cart and rushed forward without hesitation. People who didn't know thought he was going to die heroically. Erwin was also a little surprised to see Harry Potter directly sink into the wall. Good guy, this thing is really unscientific. Erwin felt a magical power covering him. Erwin understood why wizards would not be discovered by passing muggles when they hit the wall. It seems that the pillar was cast a spell. Wizards who entered the center of the two pillars would be hidden in front of muggles. Understand the principle. Erwin walked towards the stone pillar. Not hurried or slow, his body was swallowed by the wall directly. The next moment, Erwin felt that the scene in front of him changed instantly. A steam train stopped on the track, humming and emitting steam. There were wizards who were sending their children to school. Erwin turned his head and glanced at the wall. A spell separates two worlds. Sure enough, the magic world is very unscientific. Erwin walked directly towards the steam train. There was no ticket checking process. There was no ripples when getting on the train. Erwin found an empty compartment and sat down, leaning back on the seat. Not long after, the train started moving slowly. Not long after the train started moving, the door of the compartment was opened. A head poked in. The other compartments are full. Can I? Erwin was resting with his eyes closed, and opened his eyes after hearing the voice. Red hair, damn, poor bastard. No, get out. Ron didn't expect Erwin to say that. One foot had already stepped into the compartment. It was a little awkward for a moment. Erwin frowned, closed the door. Ron was angry, but he didn't dare to get angry. It can be seen from Erwin's clothes that Erwin is not someone he can afford to offend. He is a cowardly and brainless person. The reason why the original book dared to confront Malfoy was because he had Harry Potter by his side. Now facing Erwin alone, he is really a coward. How dare he stab him? He can only leave in disgrace. Erwin doesn't like Ron as a person. When he read the original book, he was very annoyed. Forget about face. If conditions did not allow it, Erwin would have shot him. There is no reason, he just wants to, that's all. He is a time traveler, so what's wrong with being willful? It's not like he doesn't have the strength to be willful. Erwin closed his eyes. He planned to close his eyes and rest. At this moment, the door of the box was opened again. Erwin was really a little angry this time. Damn, what's the end? Erwin's fingers slid across the ring. He forced himself to resist the idea of taking out the AK. He opened his eyes. Hello. Excuse me, have you seen a toad? Erwin looked at the furry head at the door of the box. He suppressed his anger. Because you are Hermione Granger. Among the three, Erwin's favorite is Hermione. As for the reason, it's the actor's problem. Hermione looks too beautiful. Although she became ugly later. Erwin looked at Hermione, very good, the same as in the movie. Erwin said, I haven't seen it, but I can find it. Do you need my help? Hermione was surprised and said, you can find it? That's great. I've already looked for half of the train. The little fat man behind Hermione was also looking forward to it. Erwin turned his wrist, and the ring on his finger flashed a barely perceptible light. He had already put the wand in the space ring. Isn't this thing more convenient than others? As for the tool for quickly extracting the wand given by Ollivander, Erwin could only let it eat dust. Erwin looked at Hermione, what's the name of the toad? Hermione looked at the little fat man behind her, Neville, what's the name of your toad? Mr. Neville Longbottom is still hiding his courage. So facing Erwin's question, he didn't dare to speak at all. After Hermione asked, Neville said timidly, Rifle, its name is Rifle. Erwin rolled his eyes. Too cowardly, what is he afraid of? Erwin waved his wand gently, Flying Toad. The third level Flying Toad spell will not fail. So, Erwin must show it. However, Erwin forgot one thing, or he was misled by the novel. After all, every protagonist of a novel will encounter such a situation, and then he will cast a flying toad spell. Erwin naturally has to respect the novel. After all, he is also the protagonist. But he overlooked a problem. The flying toad spell makes things fly directly, so it has a trajectory along the way. This leads to a result. When the flying toad came to Erwin, there were several people coming at the same time. The leader had platinum-colored hair. It looked a bit like Erwin's silver-white hair. Just looking at the hair color, Erwin knew who he was. Draco Malfoy, Harry Potter's official match. Platinum-colored glory, a master of competing with his father. However, at this time, Malfoy's face was full of anger, and on his right cheek, there was a red mark. A toad leg seemed to be vaguely visible. Erwin probably whipped it hard. After all, the rifle toad was limping after being thrown to the ground by Erwin. It was quite pitiful. Malfoy glanced around. His eyes fell on Erwin. To be precise, it fell on the wand in Erwin's hand. Malfoy looked at Erwin. He thought for a moment. He said, "Who are you?" Erwin was a little surprised. My goodness, Malfoy actually knows how to test the enemy? Shouldn't he just start talking? Oh no, Malfoy has grown a brain. Erwin said, a freshman at Hogwarts. Malfoy tried hard to think about Erwin's identity in his mind. From Erwin's dress and manners, he felt that Erwin might be from a pure-blood family. Malfoy turned his head and looked at his two followers, Goyle and Crabbe. The two shook their heads, indicated that they didn't know Erwin either. Erwin saw the performance of the three. It was a little funny. Okay, don't think about it, kid. I'm not from your pure-blood family in the wizarding world. Malfoy heard this. He didn't react for a while. His brain capacity, which was not much to begin with, was overloaded by Erwin's words. Erwin was helpless. No, shouldn't he come out and say a few words at this time, and then take action to show off and gain reputation? Why is he silent? Erwin felt that he was deeply influenced by the novel. He simply planned to skip the process. The wand in Erwin's hand flashed. Expelliarmus. Then, Malfoy flew into the air, flying backwards, falling heavily to the ground. There were many students watching the excitement in the carriage. Harry Potter and Ron were among them. To be precise, the two were the first to come. The whole carriage fell silent. Malfoy also looked at Erwin with a confused face. His eyes were full of confusion, and his walnut-sized brain really didn't understand what Erwin meant. Yes, when he heard that Erwin was not from a pure-blood family, he did plan to attack. But for God's sake, he really didn't want to curse directly. After all, he has been educated since childhood and will say different things to different people. For example, when facing Weasley, he could scold him casually, because in Malfoy's eyes, he was nobler than Weasley. But the Erwin in front of him made Malfoy unable to feel this way, because Erwin's temperament is really outstanding. It felt more noble than the people from pure-blood families he knew. As a result, his words were knocked away before he even left his mouth. Ron and Harry Potter, who were peeking on the sidelines, were also a little surprised by what Erwin said. Ron was scolded by Erwin and humiliated by Malfoy. So in his opinion, these two people are not good people. At this time, Harry Potter was completely opposite to his thoughts. Maybe it's a preconceived notion. Erwin had helped him, and he didn't like Malfoy as a person. Erwin taught Malfoy a lesson, which subconsciously made him fond of him. Erwin didn't know this at this time, otherwise, Erwin would definitely call him bad luck. A savior or something, isn't that just a disaster? Goyle and Crabbe, two followers, quickly ran to Malfoy's side, helped Malfoy up. Malfoy looked at Erwin with anger and fear in his eyes. After all, the child has never been beaten since he was a child. Naturally, I have never met someone like Erwin who takes action without any reason. Yes, from Malfoy's point of view, Erwin is the kind of person who is unreasonable and takes action without any reason. Looking at Malfoy's angry eyes, Erwin raised his eyebrows slightly. Huh? You seem to still want to scold me. While talking, Erwin gently shook the wand in his hand. Seeing this, Malfoy was immediately frightened. No, I didn't mean it. Malfoy was truly horrified. Disarming curse: if the opponent does not have a weapon in his hand, he will be knocked away directly. For details, please refer to the section in the original book where a certain unlucky Death Eater was directly blasted away by Hermione. Although it is not fatal, it is really painful if it falls to the ground. Erwin snorted, "Then you still won't leave?" Malfoy was stunned for a moment. Then he turned around and ran away with his two followers. The speed is called fast, as if there is a dog chasing behind you. After the three people left, some students who were watching the excitement also left one after another. Erwin yawned. Calculating the time, it should take another 2 or 3 hours to get to Hogwarts. Just when I was planning to go back to rest, an Asian girl walked towards Erwin. Beautiful flying spell and disarming spell. Are you really not from a pure-blood family? You are too skilled in magic. Erwin shook his head. No, I just practiced before school started. The Asian girl stretched out her hand. What an amazing talent. My name is John Chu, of course, according to the Western name. They all call me Chu John. Erwin raised the corners of his mouth. It was indeed her, the only Asian character to appear in the original series. And it's not the movie version. Judging from his appearance, he should be the novel version of John Chu. Erwin estimates that this world is a fusion of novels and movies. As for the reason, it may be some special settings that are force majeure. Erwin gently shook John Chu's hand. Hello, my name is Erwin, nice to meet you. John Chu. Erwin said this sentence in Chinese. John Chu was stunned for a moment. Surprised, you can actually speak Daxia dialect. Erwin nodded. Daxia is a very mysterious and ancient country. In my opinion, it is the most beautiful country in the world. It is also the greatest country. There is no one. John Chu nodded. I have the same idea as you. I really hope you can be assigned to Ravenclaw. We will definitely get along very happily. Erwin smiled. Maybe. At this moment, one of John Chu's classmates called her. John Chu said, if you have a chance, you are welcome to go to Daxia. I'll leave first. Erwin nodded. Okay. Thank you for your invitation, I will go. Then, you will have to work hard to be my tour guide. John Chu smiled and said, your Daxia language skills don't require a tour guide. After saying that, John Chu trotted away. Erwin looked at John Chu's leaving figure. I couldn't help but sigh. Being young is so full of vitality. Is what you just said in Daxia dialect. Erwin turned around and saw that Hermione was still standing nearby. Also standing there was the submissive Mr. Neville Longbottom. Erwin nodded. Yes, Daxia. Okay, now that the toad has been found, I'm going back to rest. Hermione said, I see there's only one person in your box, and I'm too lazy to run back. Do you mind joining us? Erwin said, if you can keep quiet, yes. After saying that, Erwin walked directly into the box. Hermione didn't mind either. Looking at Neville aside. Neville, do you want to come with us or go back to the box? Neville said, I'd better go back. I'm a little afraid of that gentleman. Hermione ignored him, nodding, okay. Then you have to take good care of your toad. If you lose it again, there will be no second Mr. Erwin to help you find the toad with the spell. Neville nodded hurriedly. Hermione didn't know that her mouth was like a blessing. The road to the loss of Toadlefu has just begun. Where are the toads running through Hogwarts? At this moment, the filming officially started. After Neville left, Hermione went straight into the box. Erwin was resting. Hermione said, did you use the spell just now? I saw it in the book. But isn't that a spell that can only be learned in the 3rd grade? And the disarming charm, isn't that a spell that can only be learned in the 2nd grade? Why can you release it, and it's so skillful? Erwin only felt his head buzzing, and he regretted letting Hermione share a box with him. He forgot that Miss Granger is not only a know-it-all, but also a curious baby. 100,000 whys. A representative of getting to the bottom of things. Are you talking before entering the box? Why doesn't she remember? Of course she didn't care. Hermione continued, did you grow up in the wizarding world? Are your parents also wizards? Erwin was helpless. Sighing, forget it, he didn't want to sleep now anyway. He couldn't sleep even if someone was chattering next to him, and it seems to be coming soon. Erwin said, I'm not, my name is Erwin Cavendish. If you live in Renton, you should know my name. Hermione recalled it for a moment, and then her expression suddenly changed. Cavendish? Is it that Cavendish? Erwin's eyes lit up. Hey, it seemed like he had an unexpected surprise. If he could scare Hermione away, then he could rest for a while. Erwin nodded, yes. It's the Cavendish you know. However, what happened next was something Erwin never expected. Hermione said, I heard my father say that your family ended the era of the dark forces in Renton and created a new dark order. After you appeared, the security in Renton has improved a lot. Erwin was stunned for a moment. So, is Cavendish's reputation so good now? Erwin grew up in a peaceful era, so he would not touch some businesses at all. Since he took over Cavendish, some businesses have been banned by him. In some grey industries, the methods are also more mild, more humane. Therefore, workers in many grey industry chains are grateful to the Cavendish family. Hermione received no response from Erwin and was not discouraged. He continued, my dad said that you are the youngest godfather in the history of the world. You are also a legend that cannot be copied. How on earth did you do it? You can do these things at such a young age. Erwin asked in confusion, your father said that? Why do you hear this? Your father often tells you about me. Hermione nodded, yes. My father respects you very much. Because before the Cavendish family appeared, Renton was in chaos. My father is a dentist. He is often harassed by those people and collects protection money. Sometimes there are even 4 or 5 people coming in a day. But after the Cavendish family started to gain momentum, they set a management fee that each family would pay only once a month, and we would not be harassed. My dad was very grateful. Erwin suddenly realized that this was what happened. If that's the case, can he run for mayor? He seems to be quite popular with the people. Sure enough, he is really a good person. Hermione was still talking to herself. By the way, do you have a favorite house? I read the book and there are 4 houses in Hogwarts. Why don't you say anything? Is it because you are not familiar with the 4 houses? I can tell you. The first is. Hermione hadn't finished speaking yet. Erwin raised his hand to stop him. What a warm-hearted Miss Granger. Erwin said, I know the 4 major colleges. No need to introduce them to me. Hermione looked a little disappointed, as if she felt unhappy that she had lost an opportunity to show off. Hermione asked, then which house do you want to go to? I really want to go to Gryffindor. The book says that those powerful magicians, including the current principal of Hogwarts, are all from Gryffindor. Oh, and Professor McGonagall came to take me shopping. She is the head of Gryffindor. I really admire her for being such a cultured and generous woman, and I want to be like that. Erwin gave a thumbs up. Good Miss Granger, you really have an idea. Becoming an older cat lady is not something that most people can handle. However, in the original book, Hermione later became the Minister of Magic, which should have fulfilled her dream. Erwin said, don't believe too much in books. Does Gryffindor have to be the strongest? Are there no powerful wizards in other houses? The 4 houses of Hogwarts have their own characteristics and are suitable for their own talents. The most important thing, in my opinion, you are actually best suited for Ravenclaw. It's a world of academic masters. Gryffindors are little lions, but they are not very good at studying. You should know that learning requires an atmosphere. Hermione frowned, and it could be seen that she was indeed considering Erwin's words seriously. Erwin also wanted to try to see if the iron triangle could be separated. The main thing is to have fun. As for the so-called Gryffindor producing more powerful wizards, Erwin does not deny this. But there are no powerful wizards from other colleges? Take Voldemort, Slytherin. It's just that he can't be written down in a book. And it is actually very simple to produce talents in Gryffindor. Hogwarts is sorted according to the sorting hat. Although Erwin doesn't know how the sorting hat works, but that thing itself belongs to Gryffindor. Erwin feels that if the 4 founders were injecting ideas into the sorting hat, it would not be impossible for Gryffindor to be selfish. Therefore, young wizards with good qualifications are all pushed into Gryffindor, which leads to the phenomenon of Gryffindor's talent shortage. Of course, this is Erwin's idea. Erwin doesn't know the specific situation. Hermione said, you are right. But I still don't know what the Hogwarts sorting needs to do. It's not written in the book. I don't know if I can go to Ravenclaw. Thinking about it this way, I feel worried again. Elvin looked at Hermione's tangled little face and felt funny in his heart. Maybe only a top student like Hermione would think about these things every day. At such a young age, he added so many troubles to himself. Erwin said, Hogwarts sorting is very simple, it's just a hat. Put it on your head, and the hat will tell you which college you should go to. Hermione was surprised. A hat? Can this be accurate? This is related to a lifetime matter, isn't it too hasty? Erwin said, try it, just in case it works. Try it and you won't lose anything. Hermione nodded, you're right. But according to what you said, Ravenclaws are all top academics. Will I be unable to keep up if I go there? I'm a little worried. Erwin rolled his eyes. Darling, Miss Know-It-all is actually afraid that she can't keep up with others' progress. A person who spends all his time studying with a time-turner is afraid that he will not be able to keep up with the progress. What a cold joke. Erwin said, you don't have to worry. Wizard schools are actually no different from ordinary people's schools. It's just that the courses they learn are different. In fact, many young wizards may not be as easy to learn as Muggle children. No, those who love learning will be the same no matter where they are. They will not change from being a scumbag to a top student just because they are waving a magic wand in their hand. Hermione said, but I come from a Muggle family. Shouldn't children from wizarding families receive a good magic education from an early age? I'm afraid of falling behind others. Erwin felt that Hermione must have been from Daxia in her previous life. A place like Yingjiang would not have such an extreme academic master. Erwin said, believe me, after enrolling in school, you will find that those little wizards from wizarding families may not even know the simplest spells. Not everyone is as good as me. Hermione smiled and said, you are praising yourself. Erwin said, what I said is the truth. My surname is Cavendy. Cavendy is equally outstanding no matter which world he is in. Hermione looked at Erwin at this time. If someone else said this, Hermione would sneer and think that this person was ignorant and arrogant. However, these words came out of Erwin's mouth. She actually felt strangely normal. Erwin looked at the time and said, okay, the train is about to arrive. Miss Granger, you need to change into your robe. Do you need me to avoid it? Hermione said, Mr. Erwin, I don't think I need to answer this question. Erwin spread his hands. It's not even a sure thing, so what's there to see? Is there no trust between people? Besides, it's just a robe. It's not like changing into a swimsuit. However, Erwin turned around and walked out of the box. Standing at the door of the box with his back to the box, he waited quietly. Hermione glanced at Erwin. The corners of his mouth turned up. Then the changing of robes begins. After a while, Hermione opened the box door. Okay. I've changed. You go and change too. I'll wait for you at the door. Erwin shook his head. No need. Hermione asked doubtfully, aren't you going to change into your robes? Erwin snapped his fingers. The next moment, the suit on his body transformed directly into a wizard robe. There are also lotus symbols outlined in purple silk thread on the two cuffs of the robe. Hermione's eyes widened. Is this also a spell? What is the spell? It's so convenient, can I learn it? Erwin shook his head. It's a pity. This is not magic. You can understand this as a magic item. That's all. Hermione felt a little regretful. All right. At this time, Hermione noticed the purple lotus mark on Erwin's sleeves. What is this? It's so beautiful. Erwin said, the emblem of the Cavendish family. Hermione said, it's so beautiful. Is this a lotus? A purple lotus. Erwin nodded, yes. It's lotus. In fact, Erwin didn't understand why the Cavendish family's emblem was a purple lotus. If it was just a lotus, Erwin would understand. But in Yingjiang's culture, purple has no special meaning, and the same goes for lotus flowers. Therefore, when Erwin saw this clan emblem for the first time, he thought he had traveled back to Daxia. But this wasn't a big problem, and Erwin didn't explore it. Soon, the Hogwarts Express was getting slower and slower, until it finally stopped. Erwin looked through the window and saw the looming castle in the distance. A smile appeared on his lips. Hogwarts is finally here. Erwin and Hermione stepped off the train. On the platform, Hagrid was waiting there. The huge body looks very oppressive. Hermione looked at Hagrid with surprise in her eyes. Oh my god, he's so tall. Erwin said, in the wizarding world, you will see many different things. This is just the beginning. Miss Granger, put away your surprise. Get ready for your upcoming sorting. Hermione nodded. Malfoy got off the other carriage. I happened to see Erwin. There was an uncontrollable flash of fear in his eyes, mixed with some anger. In the car, he was stunned. After returning to the box, he slowly recovered. Who is he? Draco Malfoy. His father, the governor of Hogwarts, actually got beaten. Malfoy had decided to write a letter to his father, who was the school director, when he got back in the evening. He must make Erwin pay. Erwin seemed to notice Malfoy's gaze. Turn around and look over. Malfoy was startled and quickly lowered his head. Erwin raised the corners of his mouth. It seems that Mr. Malfoy has not really realized his mistake. Elvin felt that it was necessary to take time to knock him again. After all, the Malfoy family is one of Elvin's targets. It is much more difficult to attack the old Malfoy than the young Malfoy. Elvin will not let go of this clear and stupid second-generation ancestor. Hagrid clapped his hands. Okay. First-year freshmen, 4 people in a team, follow me. I will take you to the castle by boat. Everything on the boat was harmonious. Soon, Hagrid brought a group of young wizards to the door of the auditorium. After handing over to Professor McGonagall, Hagrid turned and left. Before the sequel of Neville Looking for Leffa began, Elvin once thought that the sorting would be so harmonious. Until Neville picked up his toad on the ground, and Professor McGonagall's face was as black as carbon. All kinds of facts told Elvin that the plot was going on with a very scary inertia. The only change is that Malfoy didn't provoke the poor Weasley and our savior Mr. Harry Potter. I don't know if it was because of the beating by Erwin on the train that left some shadows in his heart. A group of young wizards, led by Professor McGonagall, walked into the Great Hall. In the Great Hall, the senior students were already sitting on both sides of the long table, looking at the freshmen with expectation. Erwin could easily guess what they were expecting. Anyone reading this? It's a bit standalone. Can you leave a review to urge for more updates? 2 free reviews are also available. 5-star reviews would be even better. New book period, urgently need data encouragement. On the steps, behind the long tables, the professors have already taken their seats. Just by looking at the appearance of these professors, Erwin can already recognize them roughly. The eerie, half-blood Prince Snape with greasy black hair, and Professor Quirrell, who has a scarf wrapped around his head to hide the Dark Lord of the previous generation who can't see the light on his head. All the little wizards are curiously looking at everything in the hall. This place is so strange to them. Even the little wizards from pure-blood families are the same. Hogwarts is full of legends, and countless legends have come out of it. And they are about to enter here to study, and in the future, they will also come out of Hogwarts. Maybe they will become a legend, or they may be indistinguishable from the crowd. But each of them is full of hope. Even our know-it-all Miss Granger is the same. Erwin set his eyes on the ghosts floating in the air, applauding and welcoming the little wizard. When he read the original book, he was curious. Are these ghosts considered a kind of alternative immortality? The most important thing is, how are ghosts formed? If ghosts can be formed when wizards die, there should be many more ghosts in the original book. However, in fact, there is only one ghost of similar age described in the original book, and that is Myrtle. Just when Erwin was thinking about the feasibility of catching a ghost to study, suddenly he realized that there seemed to be a gaze looking at him. Erwin turned his head curiously, looked at the professor's seat, found that gaze. The source of the gaze surprised Erwin. It was Snape. Erwin was shocked. What's the situation? According to the original book, shouldn't Snape be staring at Harry Potter? Why did he come to stare at himself? Did he recognize the wrong person? However, before Erwin could figure it out, Professor McGonagall came to the chairs in front of the auditorium, holding a parchment roll in her hand. On the chair, there was a tattered wizard hat. Hermione whispered, "Is that the hat you mentioned with consciousness?" Erwin nodded. "Yes, that's it." Hermione said, "It doesn't look any different." However, Hermione's words had just fallen. Suddenly, a mouth opened on the hat. "You may think I'm not pretty enough, but please don't judge people by appearance. If you can find another hat that's smarter than me, I can eat myself." A hoarse singing voice sounded. A group of freshmen looked at the hat that was making noise in surprise. Their eyes were full of wonder. Erwin frowned. Looking at the hat on the stool, he felt a little disgusted. He had mysophobia, a serious mysophobia, and this hat really made him a little unacceptable. Shiny and shiny, the most important thing is that some little wizards are very sloppy. There may be a lot of grease on their heads, accumulated over so many years. It's broken, and Elvin feels like he's going to vomit. After the Sorting Hat finished singing, Professor McGonagall shook the parchment in her hand. The parchment spread out. Professor McGonagall said, "Next is the sorting ceremony. Those whose names I read come up and put on the sorting hat. The sorting hat will tell us which house you are most suitable for." Hannah Abbott. Elvin almost applauded directly. Good, it's really a time traveler, but Hannah is iron. The Iron Throne is undoubtedly. And the direction of the plot is exactly what Elvin thought. The sorting hat was just put on Hannah Abbott's head. He couldn't wait to shout, "Hufflepuff." The sound of the sorting hat also represents the birth of another little badger. There was warm applause at the Hufflepuff table. As a little badger who doesn't fight with the world, other colleges also gave some applause. Even the proud Slytherin. Professor McGonagall continued to read the names. Draco Malfoy. Malfoy walked forward and subconsciously stepped away from Erwin when he passed by Erwin. Erwin laughed dumbly. As soon as the sorting hat touched Malfoy's head, he couldn't wait to shout, "Slytherin." Malfoy smiled. The Malfoy family is destined to be Slytherin, and there will be no accidents. It should be said that almost all pureblood families are destined to be Slytherin, except for a certain alien who can turn into a dog, just like the poor red-haired guy after Malfoy is destined to be Gryffindor. Harry Potter. When Professor McGonagall shouted these 4 words, the hall suddenly became quiet. The professors sat up slightly. Erwin saw that Dumbledore, who was originally leaning on the chair, also sat up straight. The students were talking about it. Harry Potter, these 4 words are really famous in the wizarding world. The sorting hat took a little longer this time. It is weighing where to put Harry Potter. However, Alvin thinks the sorting hat may be struggling whether to put Harry Potter in Gryffindor. Dumbledore must have told the sorting hat in advance. However, the sorting hat is still struggling now. Alvin has a less reliable guess. If according to his original idea, the sorting hat has the will of Gryffindor and will abuse its power for personal gain, put students with good qualifications in Gryffindor. Does that mean that Harry's qualifications are too poor and the sorting hat is a little reluctant to put him in Gryffindor? Alvin speculated maliciously in his heart. After all, in the original book, Harry Potter is actually quite stupid. If it weren't for old Dumbledore paving the way step by step, this guy would have died 100 times. He has no brains and no strength. He finally escaped from the suffering of his aunt's house, not to mention working hard to study and change his future. He is still messing around every day. If this kind of person is not the protagonist, he really has no future. The sorting hat is still there. Erwin clearly saw that Dumbledore's fist was hard. Erwin estimated that after returning, the sorting hat might be severely punished by Dumbledore. In the end, the result was of course the same as the original book. Harry Potter was sorted into Gryffindor. The students in Gryffindor were like crazy. They shouted excitedly, "Great! We have Potter! We have Potter!" Soon a few supporting players, A, B and C, passed by. Then Professor McGonagall shouted, "Hermione Granger." Erwin clearly felt the body of the know-it-all lady beside him stiffen suddenly. If he hadn't been in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, Erwin would have thought it was some kind of special ceremony. This know-it-all lady is incredibly nervous. Hermione turned to look at Erwin. Erwin said, "It's okay. It's very simple. Haven't you seen it before? Don't be nervous. Erwin's words seemed to have a very comforting effect. Miss Hermione certainly looked less nervous. Lift your feet and walk onto the stage. Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat on Hermione's head. Good knowledge. With a thirst for knowledge, what a suitable Ravenclaw. But with extraordinary courage, Gryffindor seems to be more suitable for you. Hermione Granger heard the sound of a hat on her head. I always feel a little uncomfortable. His eyes were wandering around. He asked tentatively, can you let me go to Ravenclaw? The sorting hat wondered, Ravenclaw? Don't you want to go to Gryffindor? Gryffindor is perfect for you. You will find like-minded friends there. Hermione didn't expect that what Erwin said was true. This hat is really negotiable. Hermione glanced at the Gryffindor table. Those students don't look very smart. On the other hand, Ravenclaw is different. Everyone feels very cultured just by looking at it. Students in the Muggle world are more aware of the importance of a learning atmosphere. No, I insist. I want to go to Ravenclaw. The sorting hat was silent for 2 seconds. Okay. In that case, as you wish. The sorting hat shouted Ravenclaw. A burst of thunderous applause sounded above the Ravenclaw table. After Hermione took off the sorting hat, the face is also full of smiles. He glanced at Erwin. Erwin nodded slightly. Hermione skipped over to the Ravenclaw table. What greeted her was a warm welcome from the senior students. A glint flashed in Erwin's eyes. After his experiment was completed, he came to a conclusion. That is, although the plot has inertia, it is not unchangeable. This discovery made Erwin very excited. What time travelers fear most is that they clearly know the plot and are trying hard to change, but in the end they find that all the plots have been written, and the inertia of the plot will make all the plots return to the right track, and in the end they have done nothing. No matter how many strategies and calculations were made, they all came to nothing in the end. Erwin was actually worried about this too. So in Hermione's case, he did an experiment. The inertia of the plot exists, such as where did Lefou go? But it can also change, like when Hermione went from Gryffindor to Ravenclaw. While Erwin was thinking, several more students were called up, one by one. Soon only Erwin was left. So, are the protagonists the last ones to appear? Professor McGonagall glanced at Erwin. Elvin Cavendish. As Erwin's name was pronounced by Professor McGonagall, there was some commotion at the long tables of the 4 major colleges. Some students in the wizarding world don't know who Erwin is, but those little wizards from the Muggle world are all too familiar with this name. Cavendish? Is it that Cavendish? There will be no one else but him. Some people even dare to pretend to be Elizabeth and Renton, but absolutely no one dares to pretend to be Cavendish. Oh my god, I actually saw Cavendish alive. He will also become our classmate. Cavendish? Is he famous? Of course he is famous. Renton has a saying, when night falls, Renton's surname is Cavendish. Then what does he do? He is a legend. A legend in the Muggle world. The young wizards in the Muggle world all started talking at this time, and kept popularizing the deeds of the Cavendish family with the students next to them. These little wizards were stunned for a while. After all, Erwin's story is really too legendary. Professor McGonagall frowned. Quiet. A professor came forward. The little wizards finally calmed down. On top of the Slytherin table, Malfoy also heard the discussions from students in other houses. He also understood bits and pieces. Erwin is very powerful in the Muggle world. It can even be said to be terrifying, but Malfoy didn't take it seriously. After all, this was the Muggle world. Wizards inherently look down on Muggles, because they are powerful enough. However, it is precisely because they look down on it that they do not understand that with the development of science and technology today, how scary Muggles are. Sitting in a well and looking at the sky, the outcome of working behind closed doors has long been doomed. Erwin walked up the steps. Look at the sorting hat sitting there. Couldn't help but frown. The sorting hat said, "Hey, little wizard, what are you waiting for? Sit down and let me see what's in your little head. I will help you choose the most suitable college." Professor McGonagall also looked at Erwin, who stopped in confusion. "What's wrong, Mr. Cavendish? Sitting here, you should have seen what you just saw. There is no danger. This is not difficult for you." Erwin shook his head. "No, Professor, this is too difficult for me. This hat is too dirty." As soon as Erwin said this, there was sudden silence. The sorting hat was also stunned. Then, the mouth opened wide. "What are you talking about? You are so rude. You actually called me dirty. I, the greatest magic item in centuries. You actually called me dirty." Erwin ignored the sorting hat. Instead, he took out the wand directly. This action startled Professor McGonagall. "Mr. Cavendish, what do you want to do?" Erwin said, "I just think it should be given a bath." The words fell. Erwin waved his wand. A stream of water suddenly appeared, rolled directly onto the sorting hat. Dumbledore sat up slightly. The sorting hat screamed as it was washed away by the water. Professor McGonagall's eyes lit up. Wonderful silent casting. Cleansing spell. Mr. Cavendish, you impress me. Erwin bowed slightly. Thank you, Professor, for the compliment. Erwin certainly doesn't have the luxury of a clean spring. He was able to release it mainly because he had nothing to do on the train. He drew a prize and got a clean spring experience card. Professor McGonagall flipped her wrist and the wand appeared in her hand. A gentle breeze blew through. The sorting hat dried in seconds. Erwin fell in love with this charm. It was very convenient, much more convenient than drying a bucket. Professor McGonagall said, "Now, Mr. Cavendish, can we continue with the sorting?" Erwin bowed slightly. "Of course, as you wish, Professor. I'm sorry for wasting your time. I sincerely apologize to you." Professor McGonagall nodded slightly. "Then, please sit here." Erwin nodded. "Sit in a chair." Then Professor McGonagall raised the sorting hat, covered towards Erwin. The sorting hat was chattering. "How rude! How rude! You are the most rude little wizard I have ever seen. I want to take a good look at what is in your head." The moment the sorting hat covered Erwin's head, the sorting hat fell silent. Erwin was also curious in his heart. In fact, he has always wanted to know what the principle of the sorting hat is. Some people say it is a brilliant legilimency. However, if it were legilimency alone, how could it determine the bloodline of pure blood? Relying on memory? What about people who don't know their identity in their memory? Like Voldemort? It was only later that Voldemort learned that he was one of the 28 pure blood tribes, but he was sorted directly into Slytherin. This shows that the sorting hat can really determine Voldemort's bloodline. So, how exactly does the sorting hat work? Just then, the sorting hat lowered his voice and said, "Boy, how can you have such a brilliant occlumency technique? Even I can only detect fragments of words. It is impossible to view them completely." Erwin said, "So, are you relying on this to sort into colleges? It seems like you can't help me choose a suitable college." The sorting hat said, "You little wizard, you are the funniest thing I have seen in years, but don't underestimate me." The next moment, Erwin suddenly felt a trace of magic coming from the sorting hat. "Get inside, Erwin." Erwin's heart moved. I was trying to mobilize the magic power in my body to drive it out, but he didn't expect that when his own magic power encountered this magic power, it would merge together strangely. Erwin was about to ask. The sorting hat suddenly said, "That's it. No wonder. I'm just saying, that's it. Slytherin." The sorting hat finished speaking. Erwin was shocked. "It's actually Slytherin. Is he a pure blood? Could his parents be wizards?" In other words, there were wizards in the Cavendish family. However, before Erwin could ask in detail what the sorting hat meant, Professor McGonagall has taken away the sorting hat. "Okay, Mr. Cavendish, go back to your Slytherin table. The dinner is about to begin." Erwin could only suppress the doubts in his heart. Walking towards the Slytherin table, all the Slytherin students gave Erwin a round of applause. After Erwin sat down, the sorting ceremony is completely over. Erwin sat down at the Slytherin table. Many people cast curious glances at him. The same goes for everyone in Slytherin. A blonde girl moved closer to Erwin. "They say you are from a big Muggle family, but why are you a pure blood?" Erwin shook his head. "Maybe the sorting hat made the wrong sorting." The blonde girl covered her mouth and smiled. "You are the first person in so many years to say that the sorting hat is wrong." "The sorting hat can never be wrong," Erwin said. "Really? Why? Everyone makes mistakes, let alone a magic item." The blonde was stunned for a moment. She suddenly felt that what Erwin said seemed right. In fact, Erwin didn't know what was going on. It is true that the house he is most satisfied with is Slytherin, but he never thought that he could enter Slytherin. Slytherin recruits pure blood. This is the first requirement. What is pure blood? Of course, it's not just those 28 pure-blooded families, that's just a few people. In the current concept of pure blood in the wizarding world, if both parents are wizards, they are called pure blood. Of course, Erwin scoffed at this statement. "This is a joke. Let's give an example. A is a pure blood. His parents fell in love at Hogwarts and gave birth to him. However, A's parents are of mixed blood, so it can be said that there is no Muggle blood in A's body? Same thing. Hermione, half-blood. But after she gets together with Ron, the children she will give birth to in the future will be called pure blood." What a general and ridiculous pure blood division rule. Erwin couldn't understand it anyway. The dinner at Hogwarts is still very sumptuous. It was also the only good thing Erwin found in house elves. They cook really well, and he works hard without complaining. I just don't know how this kind of creature lost the battle. Just look at the performance of the house elf in the original book. Silently and silently, you can cast various spells and capture them at your fingertips. All done with a snap of your fingers. Isn't this more outrageous than a wizard? Unlike the other 3 colleges, the little wizards chattered during meals. They also got dirty. Although there were some voices at the Slytherin table, but overall, there were more polite people. Elwyn was very satisfied with this. This was also the reason why Elwyn liked Slytherin. Although there were many things that the self-proclaimed aristocratic pure-blood family had to be criticized for, but in order to maintain the image of being superior in front of others, they would pay great attention to etiquette. Compared with other little wizards, it was like the difference between the big and small classes in kindergarten. Although they were both kindergartens, it could save Elwyn a lot of trouble. After the sumptuous dinner, the prefects of each college began to take the little wizards back to the lounge. The Slytherin Lounge was at the bottom of Hogwarts. According to the original book, this place was originally used by Hogwarts to imprison dark wizards and those dark humanoid creatures. Later it was changed into a lounge. The main two styles are gloomy and dark. Outside the glass is the Black Lake. You can see the scenery of the Black Lake by looking up. Of course, it is pitch black and you can't see anything, but a black shadow floating by from time to time is enough to make people terrified. Walking into the lounge, a group of young wizards gathered in the hall. Slytherin's prefect Grocia clapped her hands. Okay. Freshmen, next, we need to conduct the Slytherin's hidden prefect selection ceremony. I believe that many people have already understood the customs of Slytherin, which is also a rule unique to Slytherin, the hidden prefect. Looking at Snape, sit down first. Don't worry, I know what you want to say, but you should know that the enrollment of Hogwarts is not beyond our control. He is Hogwarts itself and will detect suitable little wizard, send out the notice. All we have to do is sign it. Snape said, don't say that. You and I both know that if you don't sign, he will have no chance of coming to Hogwarts. He will not receive the notification. Dumbledore said, yes, it is true, but, do you think he can hide it forever? There is magic in him. If it is not channeled, it will form an obscurus. You know very well what the obscurus means. It's never something we can control. Snape frowned, but, we promised them that we would keep this child away from the magical world. Dumbledore shook his head, this is not something we can control. His bloodline has already determined his outcome. His fate is destined, just like his parents. His parents chose to leave the magical world. Choose escape from your own destiny, but we all know the outcome. Do you really think he can escape? If he doesn't come to Hogwarts, he will be found sooner or later. He is too dazzling. When those people find him, he will be helpless, so why not let him come to Hogwarts, so that if those people really find him one day, at least he will be able to fight back. He may even be able to accomplish something that has never been accomplished before. A trace of sorrow flashed in Snape's eyes, but, he is their only child. It is their only hope left. They just want this child to live safely. For this, they gave their lives. And they don't even have the ability to protect their children and fulfill their last wishes. Dumbledore sighed, Snape. This is not your fault, is it? This is what he must go through. It's fate, with that bloodline. He is destined to go down such a path. The help they gave us back then, I will always remember it. I promise that as long as I live, I will not let this child be harmed. Snape looked at Dumbledore, even them. Dumbledore looked determined, yes. Even them, no one can do anything to the students of Hogwarts. And no one can do anything to Erwin. This is my promise. I am the same as you about this child. Full of apologies, Snape exhaled a breath. I hope you can remember what you said today. Nothing can happen to that child. If such a day comes, I will die in front of this child. This is what I owe him. Dumbledore said, I believe this day will not happen. You will all be alive, everyone. Well, it's time for you to go to the Slytherin Lounge. The selection of hidden prefects should have begun. Without you here, there may be trouble. The child, like his parents, has never been a peaceful person. Snape didn't answer. He swung his robe behind him and left in a hurry. After Snape left, Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. The portraits on the wall were also a little quiet at this time. After a while, a portrait spoke. Is it him? Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded. Yeah, Cavendish. The portrait sighed. Dumbledore. You are taking a risk. You don't know what Cavendish means. In other words, you don't understand that Cavendish entered the magical world. If those people know about it, what will happen? You are bringing trouble to Hogwarts. Compared with those people, the so-called Dark Lord is just a joke. Dumbledore said nothing. There was a flash of confusion in the eye lenses. He knows, of course he knows everything. But he had no choice, he had his own plan. He felt at the moment he met Erwin. Erwin will succeed, and Cavendish will meet their fate in this generation. This is the only way he can save Erwin's life. Dumbledore looked towards the corner of the office. There was a portrait there, now covered with a grey cloth. Dumbledore came to the portrait. Raise your hand. He hesitated. He put his hand down again. Sighed. Dumbledore turned and left. In the Slytherin Lounge, Grocia said, let me introduce the rules of hidden prefects. Slytherin is different from other colleges. Those who can enter Slytherin are pure-blood descendants. We value strength and interests. Similarly, we are also arrogant, so even I can't say that I can manage Slytherin 100% well. This requires the help of the hidden prefect. There will be a hidden prefect in each grade. The hidden prefect will be the strongest person in the current grade. Every year, there will be an opportunity to challenge the hidden prefect. Enjoy the same benefits as a prefect. Now, let me introduce you to Slytherin's hidden prefect. Hidden prefect of 2nd year, Marjorie Helen. The hidden prefect of the 3rd grade, Barton Drew. 4th grade, Charlotte Teresa. Erwin took a second look. This was a female prefect. 5th year, Marcus Flint. Likewise, he is also our Slytherin Quidditch captain. 6th grade, George Greengrass. And the last one is me, Grotia Selwyn, a 7th year student. At the same time, I am also the 7th year hidden prefect and the prefect of Slytherin. Elvin looked at Grotia. This prefect is quite interesting. Elvin could feel that this person had more magic power than other wizards of the same age. Selwyn, one of the 28 pureblood families? He is a talent. Grotia said, okay. Remember to choose your 1st year hidden prefect. Hidden prefects are determined by strength, so we have to duel. One-on-one, the one who finally stands on the stage is the 1st year hidden prefect, so freshman. Who will come first? Although Grotia asked this, her eyes fell on Elvin. Elvin's deeds on the train have spread. While bringing him reputation points, it also let many students know that there is a fierce man among the freshmen, and the disarming spell flew around on the train. Hidden prefect, Elvin will certainly not miss it. This is such a good time to harvest reputation. Erwin walked out of the crowd, came to the center. With a flick of his wrist, the magic wand appeared in his hand. Erwin placed the magic wand in front of his chest and tapped it lightly. All the freshmen looked at each other. I want to come up, but I don't dare. After all, they are all young wizards who have just entered school, even if they know a little bit of magic. But compared to the disarming curse, it was far inferior. Several prefects on the side looked at this scene with surprise. After all, they've been there. In fact, the selection of hidden prefects in the 1st grade is the most peaceful one, because the little wizard doesn't know any magic spells at all. Therefore, there is usually one particularly outstanding appearance. He will become the hidden prefect of the 1st grade. This is already a Slytherin custom. After waiting for 2 or 3 minutes, no one came on stage. Although Draco wants to compete for the hidden prefect, but his butt still hurts. He is stupid, but he is not stupid. If you still come together even after being beaten, isn't that simply a sign of illness? Seeing that no one stood up, Grotia then said, since no one challenges, Erwin Cavendish will become the hidden prefect of the 1st grade. When school starts next year, will you challenge the hidden prefect again? If the challenge is successful, you will become the new hidden prefect. Now, let's start the challenge of the hidden prefect of other grades. Erwin stepped aside. Watch quietly. There is always some blood among the senior students. So, there were several battles. In the end, it was the hidden prefects who defended their positions. It didn't cause any disturbance. Erwin actually enjoyed watching it. The battle between the curses is quite enjoyable to watch. After the battle, Grotia said, is there anyone left to challenge? Grotia's eyes scanned the surroundings. Okay, the hidden prefect challenge is over. The 1st year hidden prefect, Erwin Cavendish. Others can go back to the dormitory. Brother Erwin, please stay for a while. I will take you to your prefect dormitory. Let me tell you something about the prefect. Erwin nodded. A group of Slytherin snakes left one after another. Grotia said, let's go. I'll take you there. The prefect's dormitory is an independent dormitory, which is a small privilege of the hidden prefect. Erwin nodded, thank you. Grotia shook his head, you're welcome. I have never seen a new student like you, not even among the 28 pureblood tribes. Just after entering school, you have a proficient disarming spell, and there is silence. The magic was so clear. Oh my god, you don't know how surprised I was. Erwin smiled and said, thank you. Senior Grotia is also a hidden prefect and a prefect. From now on, in Slytherin, you will have to rely on the seniors to take care of you. Grotia smiled and said, then you have found the wrong person. Although I am the hidden prefect of 7th grade and the prefect of Slytherin, however, I can only be regarded as a pseudo-prefect. Erwin was stunned for a moment. Pseudo-prefect? What do you mean? Grotia said, that's what it means. As I said, Slytherin's strength comes first, so Slytherin's prefects only look at strength. Erwin said, but aren't you the strongest? Grotia said, but I am already in 7th grade. My age is here, so although I am the strongest, it is because of my age. So, although I am the strongest, I can only you can be called a pseudo-prefect. Erwin was confused. I don't understand. According to what you said, there will be no prefects in Slytherin. Grotia smiled and said, Slytherin is very special, so prefect is just a name. However, since we are talking about it, let me tell you something interesting about Slytherin, that is the prefect challenge. It is also Slytherin's challenge. A true method of selecting prefects recognized by all students in Lightland. Erwin became interested. Oh? What is it? Grodia said, this should be regarded as a legend in Slytherin. Has anyone done it? I don't know, the so-called prefect challenge. It can only be opened by the hidden prefect of the first grade, and you need to fight it one by one. In other words, the hidden prefect of the first grade needs to be promoted to the second grade to defeat all the prefects before class. Then you will be recognized as the real prefect of Slytherin. Theoretically speaking, the first prefect does not exist. Erwin said, I like this rule very much. Can this prefect challenge start at any time? Grodia was stunned for a moment. Are you really planning to try? Erwin smiled. This is a first-year privilege, isn't it? Why not give it a try? Grodia said, what a great fellow. You are the second person besides that person who plans to try. That person, Grodia said, he who shall not be named. Erwin knew who it was. Voldemort. It is said that Voldemort cast a spell on his name so that whoever reads his name will be noticed by him. Voldemort will follow the network cable. Bah. Follow the spell and find that person. Erwin sneered at this. Magic was magical, but not magical enough. To put it bluntly, it was news that Voldemort deliberately spread in order to make others afraid. Otherwise, Voldemort would be busy every day? Erwin asked, did he succeed? Grodia shook his head, no. Erwin smiled and said, then I should give it a try. Grodia brought Erwin to the door of a dormitory. He pushed the door open and said, okay, I will announce this news tomorrow. In 1 year, you can challenge the hidden prefects of each grade at any time. I actually want to witness the birth of a legend. I look forward to you coming to me. Erwin nodded, this day will not be long. So good night, senior. Grodia looked at Erwin. He always had a feeling that the real prefect of Slytherin was about to appear. Shaking his head, Grodia felt that he was thinking too much. How could anyone really do such a thing? The first grade beat the best among the seniors of other grades. This matter was unreasonable from the beginning. After returning to the dormitory, Erwin looked at the environment of the dormitory. The furnishings were simple, with a desk and a bed. The space was still quite large, and it was also quite clean. After a simple tidying up and changing the sheets and bedding, Erwin lay on the bed. The real prefect of Slytherin? He was really interested. Looking at the Slytherin emblem on the wall of the room. When it comes to competition among students, you can't just take the cake. Then Erwin would have to be imprisoned in Azkaban the next day. And if black magic is not used, Erwin's current magic reserves are a bit weak. Erwin had just observed the hidden prefects and had a rough estimate of their strength. Erwin estimated that the most he could do now was fight against the fifth-year hidden prefect. Of course, this does not count as black magic. If the unforgivable curse were included, Erwin would be able to blow the minds of these unsophisticated students. Erwin thought for a moment. He was actually not weak in terms of magic. If you have more control over the magic spell, it will indeed increase your combat power. But similarly, it is not uncommon for one trick to be used all over the world. Didn't you see that our savior used the disarming spell to confront Voldemort in the last Deathly Hallows? Therefore, although the only spells Erwin uses in battle now are the Iron Armor Curse and the Disarming Curse, one defense and one attack. But if you practice these two well, it's enough. But the magic reserve is a problem. Compared to the hidden seniors in the upper grades, his magic power is still a bit inferior. Just then, Erwin remembered something he had ignored. Erwin calling system. Open the system backpack. Take out 2 dark black bottles from inside. It's the magic-enhancing potion that Erwin drew in the last lottery, a jerry-rigged version. Erwin keeps forgetting to use this thing. Look at the dark bottle. Erwin didn't know why there was always a scene lingering in his mind. It was an old witch with a wrinkled face. In front of a bubbling, black soup pot, a large ladle as tall as himself was stirring. From time to time, he also showed a ferocious smile. Erwin shuddered. Damn it, is this thing really drinkable? It feels so unhealthy. System. Are you sure that drinking this thing won't kill you? Host, don't worry. Produced by the system, it must be reliable. Nothing wrong. Just drink and that's it. Drink it all in one gulp and the effect will be particularly good. Erwin uncorked the bottle. He sniffed it tentatively. To Erwin's surprise, the pungent smell he imagined did not appear. On the contrary, there is a faint fragrance. Erwin's eyes lit up. I thought for a moment. Suddenly he realized, I understand. Message is added here. Erwin was speechless. Is this really a serious potion? This is a bottle of chicken soup. Pangolin, did you survive it? Erwin took 2 deep breaths. I did some ideological work for myself for half a day. Then he raised his neck and drank a bottle of jerry-rigged magic-enhancing potion. Erwin chirped. Needless to say, it tastes pretty good. This message is definitely made in Daxia. Too pure. After drinking, Erwin felt for a moment. Nothing seems to have changed. Erwin scratched his head. Could it be that he drank too little? This potion cuts too many corners. Then, Erwin no longer hesitated. Just pick up another bottle. Just remove the cork and take a sip. As the second bottle of magic-enhancing potion was drunk by Erwin, the next moment, Erwin only felt that the magic power inside his body began to surge rapidly. It's like a pot of water suddenly boiling. Magic began to flow through Erwin's body. Erwin's face gradually turned red. Erwin was shocked. Boy, this thing actually has staying power. Bite. The magic power increases, and the magic power level reaches the minimum value of the system's magic power. Now turn on the magic level. Current magic level, level 2. Continuing to grow. The current highest magic level in the world, level 9. Erwin suppressed the riot of magic power in his body and asked, the highest level of magic power? Is it Dumbledore? Bite. Dumbledore's magic level is 7. Erwin was stunned for a moment. Stronger than Dumbledore? However, before Erwin could ask the doubts in his heart, because he was absent-minded for a moment, the magic power in his body went wild. Magic power burst out of Erwin's body, sweeping everything around. The entire Slytherin lounge was swept directly by magic. The little wizards who had just fallen asleep had not had time to react. He was directly blasted out by the magic power. In an instant, the entire Slytherin lounge was wailing. The next moment, several figures quickly came to the door of Slytherin's lounge. It was the professors at Hogwarts. A slight ripple in the air. Later, Dumbledore also appeared at the door of Slytherin's lounge. Snape looked grim. Be the first to rush into the lounge. A group of little wizards are already in chaos. He ran outside in a hurry. They don't know what's going on, but everyone has the instinct to avoid danger. They feel safe leaving the lounge. See this scene. Snape put his wand on his throat. Quiet. Where is the prefect? Take the students out of the lounge. After Snape gave the order, the hidden heads of each grade began to command the young wizards to leave in an orderly manner, except for the first-year students. Snape frowned. Where is Erwin? Rhodia glanced around. Frowning, Professor Snape. Erwin, this wave of magic seems to come from Erwin's room. Snape's face changed slightly. Take the first-year students away. Rhodia nodded. Then a group of professors came upstairs. At the door of Erwin's room, Dumbledore frowned. Magic riot. How could there be a magic riot suddenly? And this magic is not weaker than the wizards who are about to graduate. Magic riot is a stage that every wizard must go through. The so-called magic riot is when the young wizard cannot control his magic, the magic wanders on its own, so it causes damage. But each wizard will only have one magic riot, because the magic power of wizards usually grows naturally, and the first magic riot usually occurs at the age of 5 or 6. At this time, after the magic riot in the body, the magic power is channeled. After that, in a few years, these little wizards will be sent to magic schools. After school, they will control their own magic power through learning and so on. The magic power will grow slowly and will not be out of the control of the little wizards. In the room, another wave of magic swept out. Dumbledore didn't even react. The magic had already swept through. In an instant, it swept the entire Hogwarts castle. Dumbledore's face changed drastically. Aura-level magic. Deans of each college, return to your respective colleges immediately, take all students out of the castle, and maintain order. Professor McGonagall and others nodded, turned around and left in a hurry. Dumbledore frowned and looked at Erwin's room. How could a young wizard who had just entered school suddenly have aura-level magic? Snape also frowned. What's going on? Dumbledore thought for a moment. Is it the power of blood? Snape said, his parents, this didn't happen. Dumbledore was also a little puzzled. At this time in the room, beside Erwin's ears, the system prompt sound rang again. Ding! The magic level has reached level 3. As the system prompt sounded, the magic power in Erwin's body gradually calmed down. Erwin was soaked. He was breathing heavily. Oh my god, is this the magic potion? It's a version that is missing some weight. How terrifying would it be if it was a complete magic potion? Erwin opened his eyes. He was stunned instantly. The room was in a mess. It was like being swept by a tornado. Erwin communicated with the system. He opened the system panel. Sure enough, under his personal information, there was an extra line. Magic level, level 3. Erwin asked, System, how is this magic level divided? Ding! The magic level is set by the system for digital convenience of the host. For reference only, the first level of magic level is uniformly divided into underage wizards. The second level of magic level is for adult wizards, and a few outstanding 7th grade students can reach it. The third level of magic level is the magic of ordinary aurors. Level 4 magic is the magic of elite auror level. Level 5 magic is the magic of professor level, such as the professors of Hogwarts. Level 6 magic is the magic of legendary level. Representative figures are Voldemort, etc. Level 7 magic is the magic of epic level. Representative figures are Dumbledore, Grindelwald, etc. Level 8 magic is the magic of mythical level. Representative figures are the founders of the 4 major colleges. Level 9 magic is the magic of true god level. Representative figures are the god of death. Erwin understood, so that's what happened. Erwin was going to ask in detail. However, at this time, the door was pushed open directly. Dumbledore and Snape walked in directly. Erwin was stunned for a moment. He stood up quickly. Professor Dumbledore? Professor Snape? Why are you here? Snape didn't speak, just like a black bat. He took a few steps quickly and came to Erwin's side. Then he put a hand on Erwin's shoulder. Erwin's heart tightened. Snape said, "Don't move. I want to see the magic in your body." Erwin calmed down after hearing this. Although he didn't know why, Snape seemed to be really good to him. After a while, Snape put down his hand. Dumbledore turned his head and looked. Snape shook his head. Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief. Then he smiled. "Mr. Erwin, you are the first person to make such a big noise in Hogwarts." Erwin wondered, "I don't know what the professor means." Dumbledore smiled and said, "Because of you, all the freshmen of Hogwarts should be waiting outside the castle now." Erwin was shocked. He quickly looked at the system panel. Sure enough, Erwin's reputation value was rising wildly at this moment, and the rate of increase was extremely fast. It has only been a short while, and the reputation value has exceeded 1,000. Now the reputation value is already 1,100. Although the speed of the rise slowed down, it was still jumping up little by little. This was a pleasant surprise. Erwin said, "Sorry, headmaster. I didn't know." Dumbledore smiled and said, "It's okay, kid. It's not your fault. But do you need me to help you clean up the dormitory?" Erwin said, "Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you?" Dumbledore waved his hand. "Magic is amazing. Far more amazing than you can imagine. For example, restoration to its original state." The next moment, all the furnishings in the room began to change. Back to the beginning. Erwin had to sigh that the spell was really convenient. Erwin bowed slightly. "Thank you very much, Professor. I sincerely apologize for the trouble I caused today." Dumbledore said, "It's okay, kid. Then you should rest early. Your first class tomorrow is Transfiguration. You know, Professor McGonagall is very strict. If you are late, Professor McGonagall will not let you off because of your excellence. Thank you for your reminder." After Dumbledore and Snape left, Erwin frowned. Something is wrong. 99% of it is wrong. Dumbledore and Snape's attitude towards him is too special. Moreover, Dumbledore didn't even want to explore the reason why his magic power increased. This is very unusual for Dumbledore. Erwin couldn't help thinking, could it be that he has a hidden identity? From the attitude of the Sorting Hat, and the attitudes of Dumbledore, Snape, and others, Erwin always felt that his life experience seemed to be a little different from what he thought. Could it be that he was the orphan of a pure-blood family? That's not right. There is no Cavendish in the 28 pure-blood families. Erwin suddenly felt that he needed to study the history of the Cavendish family. He thought there might be some unexpected gains. After a day of train riding, Erwin also felt tired. After a simple wash, Erwin lay on the bed and fell asleep happily. Little did they know that because of him, other students at Hogwarts had experienced a wave. At this time, they were all busy cleaning the dormitory. Senior students were fine, they could use spells, but junior students had a hard time. This also led to Erwin's first day of school, making a group of young wizards full of resentment towards him. After all, although the professor did not say it explicitly, there were still some bits and pieces from Slytherin. Everyone can basically restore the truth of the matter. This wave that swept across Hogwarts Castle was caused by Erwin, and our client did not know this. He had already fallen into a sweet dream at this time. The next day, Erwin got up early. Erwin was a little surprised. Are these little wizards so diligent? It really surprised him. However, when Erwin walked into the auditorium, he realized that he seemed to have misunderstood. All you little wizards, no matter what grade you are in, there are deep dark circles in the eye sockets. It looks like the smoky eye has made its way to Hogwarts. After everything happened yesterday, Erwin was the only one who could sleep soundly. Erwin appears. All the little wizards looked at Erwin with resentment. The resentment soared into the sky. Erwin was shocked. This resentment is worse than that of a ghost. Even Miss Granger, who had always admired Erwin, now had a look of resentment on her face. It makes sense, Erwin has come here after so many years. I've seen a lot of different looks. I have experienced a lot of various things. But being looked at by so many resentful eyes was a scene Erwin had never experienced before. Erwin walked towards the Slytherin table. Grodia saw Erwin coming. He smiled and said, "Junior, you have caused quite a big thing. Look at everyone's eyes. You have offended the public. Erwin spread his hands. Actually, I didn't want to cause such a big thing, but you also know that some things are beyond your control. Grotius said, okay, now that the protagonist has arrived, then, let me announce something. Grotius stood up as he spoke, knocked on the table. Everyone, I announce as the prefect of Slytherin, the first-year hidden prefect Elvin Cavendy, will start the prefect challenge. Starting today, he can challenge the hidden prefects of other grades on any occasion. Other hidden superiors, please prepare for the battle. As soon as these words came out, on the Slytherin table, a group of young wizards were shocked. Prefect challenge? Someone really does this. Good guy, I didn't expect that our Slytherin class would be so lively. I'm already looking forward to it. Of course, there are also doubts among first-year students who don't know about the prefect's challenge. Among them were Slytherin students, as well as students from other houses. For example, Mr. Our Savior. Harry Potter asked Ron in a low voice. Ron, what is the prefect challenge? Ron shook his head. I don't know. Weasley really deserves to be a pureblood. If the other children of the Weasley family were not good enough, just Ron, the Weasley family would be finished. There was a senior explaining to Harry Potter. After all, it's not before the official start of classes. Harry Potter's Troublemaker hasn't been released yet, but it's still very popular. After listening to the senior's popular science, Harry Potter was surprised. Fight them one by one? How is this possible? The senior smiled and said, so, although Slytherin's prefect challenge has always existed, but there are only a handful of people who have started the prefect challenge, and no one has succeeded. If anyone can really do it, then he will be the true uncrowned king of Slytherin. Gloria looked at Erwin aside. Erwin, say a few words. Erwin nodded at seniors. Please ask for more advice from now on. Gloria looked at the time. Okay, it's almost time. It's time to go to class. Prefects of each grade, take the students of their grade to the classroom. Erwin, your first class is Transfiguration. Transfiguration classroom. You should be able to find it. Watch out for those changing stairs. They often cause trouble. Erwin nodded. Several hidden prefects stood up. From this point of view, Slytherin is more orderly than other houses. Under the leadership of hidden superiors, lateness is rarely a problem. This is what Erwin is most satisfied with about Slytherin, the rules. Other grades left one after another. Several hidden prefects also came to say hello to Erwin. Charlotte, the hidden prefect of the 4th grade and the only female prefect, came to Erwin. Junior, I'm optimistic about you. I'm waiting for you to challenge me. Erwin nodded. Don't worry, senior. This day will come soon. Charlotte smiled. Leave with the 4th graders. Erwin was also preparing to leave with the 1st grade students. However, at this moment, he was blocked by a figure. Erwin frowned. The person blocking him was the 5th-year hidden prefect, Marcus Flint. Marcus grinned, and with braces on his face, he looked a bit ferocious. What an arrogant freshman. Prefect challenge. I hope you can come in front of me. I will tell you that arrogance is worthless in the face of strength. Erwin was never a good-tempered person. Really? Unfortunately, your strength doesn't seem to be enough. Get away. I'm going to class. Marcus had a scowl on his face. Boy, hold on to me. I really want to deal with you myself. Erwin didn't bother to pay attention to him at all. If he wasn't afraid of going to Azkaban on the first day of school, Erwin would have invited him to eat a big melon. Erwin led a group of first-year students towards the Transfiguration classroom. It didn't take long to reach where those stairs were. Look at the stairs that are constantly changing positions like a disco. Erwin frowned. Isn't it said that there are rules for the changes of these stairs? What's the matter with these stairs? The other little wizards were also a little confused. What's wrong with these stairs? Who can find the way to the classroom? I've never heard of these stairs being so noisy. What should we do now? The little wizards looked at Erwin. Erwin thought for a moment. These stairs suddenly went crazy. Could it be? Erwin had a guess in his mind. Then, Erwin drew out his wand. The other little wizards looked at Erwin curiously. Erwin said, I'll only say it once. Now, give me a way to the Transfiguration classroom. Otherwise, I really want to see if the stairs in Hogwarts are indestructible. The other little wizards were confused. I don't know what Erwin is doing. Malfoy sneered. In his opinion, Erwin was just grandstanding. However, the next moment, in the surprised eyes of all the little wizards, the stairs began to rearrange, and soon a path leading directly to the Transfiguration classroom was formed. Erwin's heart moved. As expected, Hogwarts is a castle with wisdom. Slytherin took Transfiguration class with Gryffindor. The Gryffindors hadn't arrived yet. When Erwin walked into the classroom, the first thing he saw was the gray-haired and black-striped tabby cat lying on the podium. There are also lines like these square glasses around the tabby cat's eyes. Erwin suppressed his desire to play with the cat. Erwin wouldn't admit that he didn't dare. Erwin walked to the front of the podium. He bowed lightly to Professor McGonagall on the table. Then, he turned around and returned to his seat. Time passed gradually. Gryffindor students also came to the classroom one after another. The correction power of the plot is really strong, just like now. Erwin really couldn't understand. In the morning, he had already seen Harry Potter and Ron appear in the auditorium. Why are two people still late? Erwin looked at the two men who were glad that Professor McGonagall had not arrived and planned to sneak to their seats. I couldn't help but shake my head. Sure enough, Professor McGonagall would always succeed in pretending. The next moment, in the surprised eyes of all the little wizards, Professor McGonagall jumped down from the podium. The moment he jumped down, he transformed into a human form. Ron couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so wonderful." Professor McGonagall said coldly, "Thank you, Mr. Weasley. I think I should turn you two into clocks, so that you two can have some sense of time." Harry Potter quickly explained, "We are lost." Those stairs. Harry Potter hadn't finished speaking yet. Professor McGonagall said, "Then I should turn one of you into a map or a compass, so that you can find your way." Professor McGonagall doesn't care who the other party is. Even if it was Harry Potter, she wouldn't give him face. If she makes a mistake, she will say that this person is really evil. Anyway, when it comes to Hogwarts, the professor that Erwin finds most terrifying is Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall really has no personal feelings whatsoever. Harry Potter and Ron didn't dare to talk nonsense. He quickly returned to his seat and sat down. Then, Professor McGonagall looked at Erwin. "So Mr. Cavendish, how did you recognize me just now?" Erwin stood up and said, "As a professor of Hogwarts and the head of Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall has a great reputation. Therefore, your registered animagus is also among your information. As your student, I have naturally seen it. Moreover, the stripes next to your animagus eyes are the same as your wise glasses." Professor McGonagall smiled and said, "Very good. 5 points for Slytherin, for your erudition and for your praise." Erwin bowed slightly. "Thank you, Professor." Erwin just sat down, and the next moment, the system beep sounded suddenly in my mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for winning 5 points for Slytherin, which has now been converted into a balance of 50 reputation points in proportion. Erwin was stunned. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. He seemed to have discovered Hua Dian. Can the extra points from Hogwarts be used as reputation points? And it's still 1 to 10? If that's the case. Erwin raised the corners of his mouth. "Wizards of Hogwarts, come and meet the Scroll King under Chinese education." Professor McGonagall turned and walked onto the stage. While walking, he said, "Before starting today's class, I have a few words to say. Transfiguration is the most dangerous and complex subject that you will come into contact with at Hogwarts. The mystery of transfiguration, some people end up dying. I will never be able to understand it in my life. So, if anyone dares to be naughty in my class, I think you know the consequences." While talking, Professor McGonagall came to the front of the podium. The wand in hand is pointed at the podium. The next moment, the podium turned into a pig that kept flapping its big ears. This move shocked all the little wizards. Erwin's eyes also lit up. He looked at the pig sniffing back and forth on the ground with great interest. Erwin had actually always been curious. What exactly is the principle of transfiguration? He can turn dead things into living things, and living things can also have the habits of living things. The last time Erwin saw someone who could do this, that person was named Sun Gaku. Professor McGonagall looked at the shocked eyes of the young wizards. Very satisfied. After all, isn't it just for this moment to appear holy in front of people? Professor McGonagall tapped her wand again, restore to the original state. The next moment, the pig transformed back into the table. Professor McGonagall said, "Okay, I have demonstrated it to you. Then, remember the spell of transfiguration." Transfiguration. The spell for transfiguration was not found. This thing seems to have no spell. Just use the English word for transfiguration. As for the counterspell, you don't need to know about it yet. Now, look at the match in front of you. The goal of this lesson is only one, to turn it into a silver needle. If there are no problems, then you can start. A group of little wizards are gearing up and preparing for experiments. However, Erwin raised his hand. Professor McGonagall turned to look. "What's wrong, Mr. Cavendish? What's the problem?" Erwin said, "That's it, Professor McGonagall. I have a question that has been bothering me when I was reading before school started. Can you help me solve it?" Professor McGonagall nodded. "Tell me about it." The young wizards also stopped what they were doing, looking at Erwin curiously. Erwin sorted out his words and said, "It's like this, Professor McGonagall. I have always been curious about a question. For example, you just turned a table into a pig. It's amazing and wonderful. But, if, on this pig, transfiguration is performed again, turning it into a table, then it is now subjected to double transfiguration. Or has it been counter-cursed?" Erwin's question was finished. looking at Professor McGonagall expectantly. He really wanted to know this seemingly nesting doll-like question. Professor McGonagall was also a little confused. She didn't expect Erwin to ask such an outrageous question. This seems to be a logical question, but in fact, it is indeed a transfiguration question. Professor McGonagall thought for a moment and said, according to the rules of transfiguration, transfiguration cannot be performed twice on the same object. Erwin shook his head. That's not right, Professor, if that's the case. While speaking, Erwin took out his wand. To the match in front of him. Transfiguration. The next moment, the match changed its shape, and the wood became metal. Erwin felt as if he had been exposed to a very interesting problem. He liked this kind of Matryoshka-like problem very much, and he didn't know why. Anyway, Erwin was particularly interested in this kind of problem that seemed like an endless loop. Erwin then asked, so, according to this statement, I cast the transformation spell 5 times on a match, and then it turned into what I wanted. As he spoke, Erwin waved his wand again, and the appearance of the match gradually changed. Eventually it turned into an embroidery needle that shone with silver light and had beautiful patterns on it. Erwin said, so, have I used the transformation technique several times to superimpose the ability of the transformation technique? Or should I say that I have gradually become more proficient in the transformation technique? From the beginning of half transformation, to the last time I used it, I can already perfect it. Have you changed the style of this match? Professor McGonagall thought for a moment. Mr. Cavendish, I really haven't thought about this question. However, I think it is a very interesting idea. As he spoke, Professor McGonagall flicked her wand. A transformation spell was applied to the silver needle. The next moment, the silver needle was transformed into the shape of a match. Erwin said, yes, that's what you mean, Professor McGonagall. I cast the transformation spell on a match 5 times. Then, you cast the transformation spell again. That's 6 times. However, there is nothing wrong with it. Looks like, description. Transfiguration can be applied multiple times. Likewise, yours. The transformation spell turned it back into the shape of a match. So now, has it returned to its original form, or is it just a product of the transformation spell? If it has returned to its original form, does that mean that it has been transformed into a match? What about magic that has its own spells and counterspells? Erwin's eyes had lit up. He finally discovered the joy of magic. This is simply a paradox. This is so much fun too. Professor McGonagall also became interested. To be honest, Erwin's strange brain circuit has never appeared at Hogwarts. In other words, it has never been seen in the entire magical world. Therefore, no one has ever considered this issue. Today, Erwin asked this question. Professor McGonagall crossed her arms over her chest. She had forgotten that class was taking place at this time. She was really thinking about Erwin's question now. And all the little wizards were shocked. This is 1st grade? You call this 1st grade? I feel like I'm in the wrong place. Why can he discuss issues with the professor there in the 1st grade? And the issue seems to be very profound. So, do you understand what Erwin said? Words? What words? Did Erwin speak? I don't understand at all. I now admit that he is really a perfect Slytherin. What kind of Muggle family background? I can't believe a word of it. How can he come from a Muggle family at this level? Yes, I suspect that he is the kind of heir secretly cultivated by a big family. That's an interesting statement. Haven't you read the novel? What's that? The little wizards were successfully led off the rhythm. Harry Potter was also stunned at this time. Looking at Erwin, he muttered to himself, is this a real wizard? I can't understand a word he said. Then Harry Potter looked at Ron, who was standing aside. I plan to ask my good friend if he understands. After all, Ron is a child of a wizard family. However, looking back, Ron looked like a demented child. Mouth open, eyes staring. Obviously didn't understand a word. Harry Potter shook his head helplessly. He was already thinking about whether his friend had really found the wrong person. Erwin said, Professor McGonagall, can you try a restoration spell? Professor McGonagall woke up from a dream. Yes, you are right. Then Professor McGonagall clicked her wand lightly. However, the match did not change at all. Professor McGonagall frowned. Erwin also seemed to have discovered a new world. Professor McGonagall is a master of transfiguration, so he is naturally good at using counterspells. There is no possibility of release failure. Now the match has not changed at all. It can only explain one truth. What Erwin said might be true. Transfiguration is indeed a spell that combines a curse and a countercurse. Professor McGonagall exclaimed, Mr. Cavendish, I think you have discovered something amazing. If your verification can come true, believe me, you will get benefits you can't imagine. Erwin said, Professor, you are wrong. Professor McGonagall looked at Erwin in confusion. Erwin said, I discovered this under your guidance. Professor McGonagall had a smile on her face. At this moment, The bell rang for the end of get out of class. Only then did Professor McGonagall react. She is still in class. Look at the other little wizards starting to chat one by one. Professor McGonagall sighed helplessly. The gap, this is the gap. There is no harm without contrast. Compared with Erwin, these little wizards are really inferior. Professor McGonagall said, okay, get out of class is over. If you want to practice, remember to bring your senior students with you and let them help you. Private practice is prohibited. The young wizards nodded quickly. Practice in private? Impossible. They are full of complaints when they are forced to practice, let alone practice in private. Professor McGonagall looked at these young wizards and knew that they would not practice in private. This is good, at least there is no danger. What a good student to lead, it's really easy. The young wizards dispersed one after another. Professor McGonagall looked at Erwin, then Erwin, I'm going to Professor Dumbledore now. We feel that you are very interested in transfiguration, and you have talent. If you are willing, you can come to my office after your class today. Then we can discuss the question you just raised again. Erwin's eyes lit up. This is a good opportunity. The professor is giving me a lesson. This is not an experience that ordinary people can have. Erwin said quickly, of course I am willing. If it won't bother you, I will definitely go. Professor McGonagall smiled and said, don't worry, kid, I won't bother you. I am looking forward to your coming. Erwin nodded quickly. For the first time since he was born, Erwin lost his composure. He said something to Professor McGonagall. Erwin turned and ran out of the classroom. The potions classroom was on the first floor, and the transfiguration classroom was on the 7th floor. Erwin was very anxious. He looked at the long staircase. He looked at the time again. Erwin felt that he had to be a naughty kid for once. Erwin took out his wand and pointed at the stairs. Give me a way to the potions classroom, hurry up. The next moment, the stairs began to change. A straight passage appeared. Erwin jumped directly and sat on the handrail. With a swish, he slid down directly. The speed was extremely fast. The portraits on the wall were stunned. Oh my god, what are you doing? Merlin's beard. This little wizard is so brave. But I always think it's so fun. Can you find an artist to draw a staircase for me? I want to try it too. Erwin rolled his eyes. Try your uncle. As the speed gets faster and faster, the ground is already close. Some timid portraits have covered their eyes and dare not look. Erwin knows that if it is at this angle, he will definitely hit the ground with his face first. Of course, Erwin will not let this happen. I saw Erwin snap his fingers. The next moment, Erwin's body flew directly into the air. A purple lotus was left on the spot, and Erwin turned into a purple smoke and fell to the ground. A smile appeared on Erwin's face. Although Hogwarts does not allow the use of apparition. In other words, only those who have been registered by Hogwarts can use apparition. For example, Dumbledore. But the flight extended by apparition can be used. Sirius said that Hogwarts cannot use apparition, but they can fly. In the Deathly Hallows, the Death Eaters attacked Hogwarts as a black mass flying over. After Elvin landed, he ran to the potions classroom without stopping. He didn't notice. In a classroom on the 2nd floor, several Ravenclaw seniors just walked out of the classroom. Among them was John Chu. John Chu looked at the purple lotus that was slowly dissipating. His eyes were full of surprise. The classmates around him exclaimed, "What is that? Is it magic? So beautiful. Is that Elvin? What kind of magic is this? Why haven't we learned it?" John Chu didn't speak. The purple lotus was remembered by her. On the other side, Elvin hurried to the potions classroom. However, he was still late. Push opened the door. A group of young wizards turned their heads to look. Snape frowned. "Look at the door." Erwin said quickly, "Sorry, Professor. I'm late." Erwin was worried. The old bat was so scary. However, what puzzled Erwin was, Snape's frown soon relaxed. "Come in. Pay attention next time." Erwin was a little confused. Did he pass the test so easily? Erwin had begun to wonder if his last name was Snape instead of Calvin. Erwin Snape? It sounds pretty good. The other little wizards were also confused. Even though Erwin was late for a while, they had already seen Snape's horror. That gloomy face was like eternal ice. It made people feel cold all over. In the corner, Ron was a little indignant. Why is Snape so partial to Erwin? Harry Potter was writing and drawing on paper, and casually said, maybe it's because Snape is the dean of their Slytherin, and Erwin is the hidden prefect of Slytherin. Ron said, but Professor McGonagall is also very good to him. Harry Potter put down the quill in his hand. He blew the ink that had not yet dried on the paper in front of him. Maybe it's because Erwin is too good. Just when Ron was about to speak, a roar came, and the next moment a black shadow floated in front of the two. That's right, it was floating. Erwin was stunned. He also lowered his head to see if Snape stepped on the balance car that had not been invented in this era. How did he do this floating? Snape looked down at the two people. Ron Weasley, and our savior Harry Potter. What are you talking about? The cold voice made the two tremble all over. The two stood up quickly. Ron stammered, we didn't talk about anything? Snape sneered, oh, do you mean I heard it wrong? Tell me, is it true? Ron was almost scared to tears. He didn't dare to say a word. He began to tremble all over. Harry Potter on the side said with all his courage, Professor, we are talking about Erwin. Erwin, who was eating melon, didn't expect that the melon would fall on him. Talk about him? You cunning people, do you want to harm me? Snape turned his head sharply and stared at Harry Potter. When he met Harry's green eyes, Snape's eyes became much softer, and a touch of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. However, as his sight stretched, Harry Potter's face fell into Snape's eyes. Snape's face suddenly showed an unconcealable disgust. Oh, it seems that you have already mastered the knowledge you need to master. So, you have time to talk about other things. Then our celebrity, Harry Potter. Tell me, what will happen if I add Narcissus bulb powder to wormwood stem liquid? Harry Potter was confused. What is powder? What is liquid? What is that? Why add powder to liquid? Harry Potter had no choice but to shake his head. Snape showed a mocking smile on his face. Oh, don't know? Then let me ask you something else. Mr. Potter, if I need a bezoar, where should I find it? Harry Potter still shook his head. The mockery on Snape's face became stronger. Then, the last question, what is the difference between aconite and burdock? Harry Potter still shook his head. I don't know, Professor. Snape said coldly, it seems that reputation doesn't represent everything, especially the reputation that doesn't match yourself. So, what gives you the courage to not listen to my class seriously? Malfoy's face was almost twitching with laughter. Erwin shook his head. The life of love and hate has just begun. Snape glanced sideways at Harry Potter. Some people are so complacent because of their reputation that they don't need to attend classes. What a ridiculous behavior. Erwin marveled at Snape's fighting prowess. What a sinner James Potter was. What is owed always needs to be repaid. Just like now. Harry Potter's face turned dark, but he didn't dare to refute, especially when he noticed the joking looks from the people around him. Harry Potter, who already had low self-esteem, lowered his head even more. Fortunately, there may be no response from Harry Potter. Snape didn't find it funny anymore. Finally let him go. Floated back to the podium. Get ready to start teaching. Erwin also took out a book about potions. Erwin was very interested. Potions are equated with wealth in the wizarding world. From Erwin's point of view, there are two wealthy people in Hogwarts. The first one, Snape. The potions master, not to mention the potions he sells, said that every year many people pay a lot of money to ask Snape to help brew potions, which is a huge fortune. Secondly, the second one is Hagrid. Hagrid is the warden of the Forbidden Forest. No one can tell how many magical creatures there are in the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts. Hagrid walked around and picked up some things every day, which were hard to find items outside. Unlike Transfiguration, the first lesson in potions is all theoretical knowledge. After all, if you want to successfully brew a potion, you don't just need to simply throw the ingredients in and then simmer it until it takes shape. It requires a lot of theoretical knowledge support. The heat, etc., all need to be considered. It can be said that every potion master is a true academic master, and Snape was the best among them. Of course, Snape did not miss this good opportunity. After one class, the attribute of poisonous tongue was brought into full play. Harry Potter became the child who was loved by the teacher in class and would be called out by Snape to ask questions from time to time. Otherwise, Harry Potter himself is not up to par. He can't even do what he said in the past. He didn't listen at all, so it's no wonder that Snape found the opportunity. The exact opposite is Erwin. Harry Potter couldn't answer, so Snape asked Erwin. During one class, the little wizards almost formed a loop in their minds. 5 points deducted from Gryffindor and 5 points added to Slytherin. This actually made Erwin happy. In just one class, the old bat scored an outrageous 30 points. This use of power for personal gain should not be too obvious. Of course, this has nothing to do with Erwin. Erwin is very satisfied with this rhythm. Anyway, he made money. Finally, with the Gryffindor little wizards miserable and the Slytherin little wizards overjoyed, the potions class was finally over. Snape had just finished class. Gryffindor's little wizards were like dogs chasing after them. He ran out of the classroom as if running away. The little Slytherin wizard couldn't be happier. They also left one after another. After there is no one in the classroom, Erwin came to the podium. Snape was packing his things. I saw Erwin coming over. Asked Erwin, do you have anything else to do? Erwin said, that's right. I think it's necessary to explain to you why I'm late. Snape said, Professor McGonagall has told me. You are very talented in transfiguration and have discovered amazing things. Erwin was shocked. Did Professor McGonagall tell him? When? Hey guys, you actually have a private chat? Joining the crowd? Erwin said, "Thank you for your compliment, Professor." Snape waved his hand. "If you have nothing to do, go to the auditorium. You have classes in the afternoon." Erwin hesitated, thinking about Snape's attitude towards him. Erwin said tentatively, "Professor, I am very interested in potions. If there is anything I don't understand, can I disturb you?" Snape's movements on his hands paused. Erwin felt a little uneasy. Potions is related to Erwin's future plans. If he could get Snape's guidance, it would be a great opportunity for Erwin. Regardless of Snape as a person, Snape can be called a true master when it comes to potions. Just then, Snape put away his things. Said, "Dragon blood." Erwin was stunned for a moment. "What?" "Sorry, Professor, I didn't understand." Snape said, "My office password, dragon's blood. Come here after dinner. You can help me with some simple potions." After saying that, Snape turned and left. Erwin looked happy. "Tutors, here you go." Erwin also packed his things and whistled to go have lunch. In just one morning, Erwin gained 2 tutors. This is simply great news. After arriving in the Great Hall, Erwin sat down at the Slytherin table and started to show off his food. Erwin misses home a little. Because he was not used to British food, Erwin hired 2 Chinese cooks. Erwin felt that he should take some time to communicate with those elves. See if they can learn Chinese food. Erwin really wanted to eat moxuong. After eating and drinking, Erwin rubbed his stomach. After eating and drinking, of course he had to find some activities to keep himself active. Why not start the prefect challenge today? Erwin turned his head and looked at the second-year camp on the long table. The second-year hidden prefect Barton Duru was chatting with the students around him. Suddenly I felt a chill on my back. Turning my head, I met Erwin's eyes. Barton's heart jumped. This guy is not going to challenge directly now. Erwin stood up, came to Barton. "Hello, senior. The first-year hidden prefect, Erwin Cavendish. I challenge you to be a prefect." Barton smiled bitterly. Sure enough, Erwin's news spread quickly, whether it was the pure disarming spell on the train, or the silent cleansing spell cast on the Sorting Hat yesterday, or last night, Erwin's weird magic riot. All of them add color to Erwin's legend. Barton is only a second-year student. Facing Erwin, he is really a little unsure. But this is the rule, and he can't back down. Stand up. Salute. I accept your challenge. The movement on the Slytherin long table also attracted the attention of students from other colleges. For young wizards, this kind of thing is simply a big excitement. After all, they don't usually have any special entertainment activities. On the high platform, the eyes of some professors were also attracted. After all, this is a challenge in the arena, and the attacks between young wizards are not serious, so Snape, as the dean, needs to keep an eye on him. By the Black Lake, a lot of little wizards have gathered here. Snape and several professors stood aside and watched. Grodia turned around and glanced at his dean. Snape nodded. Grodia came to the center. Slytherin, Prefect Challenge, Challenger Erwin Cavendish. Erwin walked out of the crowd and stood on Grodia's left side. Grodia nodded. Then he continued, "The person being challenged is the second-year hidden prefect, Barton Duru." Patton came to Grodia's right side. Shouted a group of second-year students. "Come on, Barton. Yes. Don't let Cavendish kill you easily. Ha 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 ha." Barton's originally dark face became even darker. The fight hasn't even started yet, but these people have already decided that he lost? Barton felt extremely bad. He felt he needed to prove himself. You have to survive at least 2 moves. That's right, in fact he didn't think he had any hope of winning. Grodia waved to the 2 of them. The 2 came to the central position. The wand has been taken out. Grodia took 2 steps back. Erwin and Barton raised their wands on their chests and saluted each other. Then, the 2 turned around and retreated to a safe distance. Erwin turned around and walked back. There is always an image lingering in my mind. Inside Tom and Jerry. Tom and Jerry duel according to the rules of the Western Cowboys. However, when walking back, Tom was not a martial artist. Followed Jerry with a gun. That scene was very hilarious. Erwin didn't know why, but he just thought of this. After the 2 of them arrived at the right location, turn around and face the other person. The next moment, Patton shouted, "Armor." However, before Barton could finish his words, a faster voice sounded, "Expelliarmus." A magic spell flew directly towards Barton. The next moment, no one reacted. The wand in Barton's hand flew out, inserted upside down into the soft soil next to the Black Lake. It all happened so fast. These little wizards didn't even react. Only 5th-year students and professors could clearly see Erwin's move. Dumbledore exclaimed, "What a proficient disarming spell! Whether it is the casting speed or the accuracy of the spell, it is impeccable." Irwin's ordinary spells have reached level 3. Under the silent and wandless spell, it can be said that Irwin has stretched it to the limit. Naturally impeccable. Snape also had a flash of surprise in his eyes. Grodia looked at Irwin. He could also use the disarming spell just now. Moreover, compared with what Irwin used, it is definitely not bad. But here's the problem. Not bad, but not strong enough. Yesterday, Grodia felt that Irwin just wanted to experience it. He had not thought about the possibility of actually hitting him. It would be too difficult. However, at this moment, he really felt that it was possible for Irwin to achieve that unprecedented feat. Barton looked at his empty hands. There was no reaction for a moment. Did he lose just like that? This is a bit too fast. It's really just one move and it's done in seconds. Barton shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I lost." Irwin smiled and said, "I agree, Senior." Barton shook his head. "I didn't give in to you. I really can't beat you." Irwin did not explain. After leaving Daxia, no one could understand the humility engraved in the bones of Daxia people. This is a kind of self-cultivation. Obviously, Westerners can't understand it. The little wizards around him were also losing interest at this time, and they all thought they could see an evenly matched battle. As a result, it was over in one move. At the same time, they also have a deep understanding of Irwin's tyranny. This doesn't look like a first-year wizard. Glodia came to Irwin, asked, "How is it? Do you want to continue?" Irwin thought for a moment and shook his head. "Forget it. It's just a break at noon, and I want to take a break too." Glodia nodded. "Well, this is your freedom, you can start at any time. I'm waiting for you." Irwin smiled. The surrounding students dispersed one after another. What puzzled Irwin was, but Button didn't leave. Irwin asked, "What's wrong? Is there anything else?" Barton hesitated for a moment and said, "Can I study with you?" Irwin looked at Barton. A flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. He actually saw ambition in Barton's eyes? Irwin became interested. "You seem to want to become stronger? You are only in second grade, why are you so anxious?" Barton hesitated. Irwin smiled and said, "It seems. You are a person with stories. If you want to learn from me, you have to pay something. And now, you don't even want to tell me the truth." Barton said quickly, "That's not the case. Well, actually, my name should be Barton Yaxley." Elvin was stunned for a moment. Yaxley? Yaxley of the pure-blooded 28 clans? The one who specializes in potions and magical animal materials? Barton nodded, "Yes." Elvin asked, "But why do you have the last name Duru?" Barton smiled bitterly, "I am a bastard. My last name is from my mother." Elvin understood. Wow, the grudges of the rich. It's fun. Elvin asked, "Oh? Then why are you getting stronger now? Fighting for power? Or fighting for the position of family heir?" Barton was a little surprised. "How do you know?" Elvin rolled his eyes. "Isn't it written like this in novels, movies, and TV series? What an old routine." Barton said, "I don't want anything from the Yaxley family, but I want to be recognized. I don't want to bear the name of a bastard. So, I have to be strong enough. So strong that my brothers must pay attention to me." Elvin understood. An ambitious bastard, not for power or profit, but just for a name, a recognition. This novel is quite niche. I don't have such big ambitions. Elvin's mouth corners rose. He looked like a little devil with horns on his head. "You don't have such big ambitions, or you don't dare to think." Barton felt that everything about himself seemed to have been seen through. Hesitated for a moment and said, "I don't dare to think. I just want them to recognize me." Elvin smiled and said, "Ambition is a good thing. Since you have ambitions, why don't you dare to expand your ambitions? Believe me, you will get everything you want. Because, I said this." Barton looked at Elvin. "Yaxley is a pureblood family with a long history. You can't do it." Elvin said, "Why, don't you dare to try to gamble? If you don't even have the courage to gamble, then your upper limit is this." Elvin's eyes deeply hurt Barton's fragile heart. He clenched his fists. "No, I don't, I never lack courage." Elvin's mouth corners rose. "Did you see it? A little wizard of this age, full of passion, how touching." Irwin said, "The Cavendish family never boasts. Stand in the same camp with me, I will let you get everything you want. This is never an empty talk, when the dust settles, you will get everything you want." Barton looked at Irwin. He clenched his fist and then unclenched it. Finally, he clenched it again. Irwin did not rush him. Little wizards of this age are indeed passionate, but at the same time, they will also be timid. Especially illegitimate children like Barton. The family has accumulated power in his heart for a long time. After a long time, Barton knelt on one knee on the ground, grabbed the edge of Irwin's robe. "I am willing to offer my loyalty to you." Irwin smiled. He was very happy. Surprise, to be honest, Barton is really a surprise. Not because of his strength, but because of his identity. There is a person from a pure-blood family, even if it is an illegitimate child. Erwin can also find a reasonable reason to attack the pure-blood family. Erwin put his hand on Barton's head. Very good. I accept your allegiance. Now, stretch out your arm. Barton was confused, but he didn't hesitate at all. Put his arm in front of Elvin. Elvin's wand directly touched Barton's arm. The next moment, a lotus mark began to open. Barton was surprised. Elvin told Barton the function of the mark. Barton was a little surprised. This thing reminded him of something. The dark mark. Barton felt like he was on a pirate ship, but the cabin was already booked. He couldn't get off. Elvin raised his hand gently. Barton stood up from the ground. Elvin said, "Okay, you go first. Later, I will find you." Barton nodded, turned and left. Elvin stood by the Black Lake. Slytherin is indeed the most suitable college for him. Yaxley, a family that mainly deals in potions, must have accumulated a lot of wealth. However, Erwin still had to think about how to deal with this family. After all, this is a pure-blood family. You can't just touch it casually. You have to work it out. Erwin put away his wand and walked towards Hogwarts Castle. Just after entering the corridor, Erwin heard a lot of noise. Erwin frowned. Malfoy. This voice is too iconic. Erwin walked forward. Turning the corner, he saw Malfoy and a few others gathered there, pointing at a figure. The tone was full of ridicule, and the figure being ridiculed was Hagrid. Hagrid was planting vegetation on the disc. He ignored Malfoy's ridicule. He was used to it. Is your tutor here to let you laugh at others? Malfoy's face darkened, and he turned around to see who dared to meddle in their business. However, after seeing Erwin's face clearly, Malfoy suddenly felt panic in his heart. What happened on the train was still vivid in his mind, especially the fight between Erwin and Barton just now. Barton had no power to fight back. Malfoy didn't even dare to say a harsh word. He left in a hurry with his friends. Erwin came to Hagrid. "Sorry. I apologize to you for the rudeness of those little wizards in our school." Hagrid quickly put down the scissors in his hand. He looked a little embarrassed. He had never seen such a scene. Because of his size, he was ridiculed more than once. So, he had long been used to it. Hogwarts students, two fun things. Hagrid and the Squib Filch. Hagrid waved his hand quickly. "No, it's okay." Erwin smiled and said, "They are still young. I hope you won't blame them. By the way, my name is Erwin Cavendish. Nice to meet you." Hagrid was stunned for a moment. "Cavendish?" Erwin nodded. "Yeah. What's wrong? You seem surprised." Hagrid said, "When I was in Renton, a Muggle family helped me. If it weren't for them, I would have a lot of trouble to do things. They said they were from Cavendish. Their young master is studying at Hogwarts. Is that you?" Elvin smiled and said, "It seems that we are quite predestined. There is only one Cavendish in Renton. That's my Cavendish." Hagrid said, "Then I should thank you very much." Elvin waved his hand. "Forget it. It's good enough that you don't bother with my classmates." Hagrid said, "This is not the same thing. You should be thanked. Would you like to visit my hut? I can treat you with stone cakes. Believe me, you will love its taste." Hagrid was a little nervous when he said this. After all, he could see that Elvin had a high status, and he was also a Slytherin. Erwin said, "I'd love to go to Hagrid, but I have to go to class now. However, I'll bother you when I have time." "Stone cakes, I'm looking forward to it." Hagrid smiled. Yes, it's time for you to go to class. I'm looking forward to your arrival. My cabin is just outside the Forbidden Forest. You can see it when you walk towards the Forbidden Forest." Erwin nodded. "Okay. Then I'll go first." Hagrid nodded. Erwin's mouth curled up. Hagrid has already been connected. The supplier is here. As for stone cakes, Erwin is really not interested. After all, that thing is really hard for ordinary people to bite. Erwin feels that his experience at Hogwarts is excellent. Every step is exactly the same as Erwin's plan. It's so smooth. Erwin walked towards the flying class venue. Flying lessons were the last thing that interested Erwin. Even Erwin thought the divination was better than this thing. Erwin really couldn't understand the joy of having a broom sitting under his butt. Come to the open space outside the greenhouse. The course hasn't started yet, but there were already many students from Slytherin and Gryffindor houses. Every little wizard had excitement on his face. Flying is indeed a lifelong dream of mankind. When it comes to God, it seems that no matter how big or small, everyone will be very happy. Saw Erwin coming. The little wizards who were actively discussing fell into a strange silence. Erwin ignored that. Instead, he came to Malfoy. He frowned at Malfoy. Malfoy swallowed. There was some fear in my heart. "You, what are you doing?" "My dad is the school director." Don't mess around. Erwin smiled. What the hell, will this kid not be able to speak without his father? Erwin said, Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. I think I need to tell you something. I don't care what you are like at home, and I don't care if your father is the school director or whatever. You are in Slytherin, then everything you say and do is also the face of Slytherin. I hope you think about your identity as a pure-blood family. It is never inherited by blood. It is passed down from generation to generation. Your current status is not due to your platinum hair, but because of your family's ancestors. Your family. Pay attention to your manners. It's not just what you say, it's what you say. Malfoy lowered his head and dared not speak. He wanted to refute, but he felt that Erwin was quite right. Of course, the most important thing was that he didn't dare to talk back. Erwin looked at the other Slytherin students around him. What I'm talking about today is not just Malfoy. It also includes you. Don't let Slytherin be embarrassed, and don't let your family be shamed. Don't be like the reckless lion every day. Remember, you are Slater's Forest. A group of Slytherin students may not listen to other words, but as long as they are compared with Gryffindor, then they will be very active and obedient. The little wizards bowed slightly. Yes, prefect. Erwin nodded with satisfaction. Turning around, he saw a group of little lions glaring at each other. Erwin looked at Ron. Look at you. Ron was confused. What about the elegance you promised? What about the promised manner? Why do you curse? Ron wanted to talk back, but found that Erwin had a wand in his hand. Ron could only lower his head in frustration. I felt a little angry. Everyone is looking at each other angrily. Why are you scolding me? Erwin rolled his eyes at Ron. He didn't know why, but he just felt unhappy when he saw Ron. All made him say dirty words. A sin, a real sin. It affected his Cavendish's demeanor. This Ron really deserves to die. Erwin saw in the distance that Mrs. Hokey was already walking towards this side. There were tattered brooms floating around. Erwin clapped his hands. Okay, it's time for class. Everyone find your place and stand. Everyone in Slytherin quickly took action. Not long after, the queue was completed. On the contrary are those little lions. Everyone was like herding sheep, it was so chaotic. Mrs. Huo-Chi also saw this scene. I have to lament that when it comes to discipline, it depends on Slytherin. Mrs. Huo-Chi flicked the wand in her hand. A handful of brooms were scattered and lying at the feet of each little wizard. Mrs. Hooch said, Okay, children, let's get ready for your first flying lesson at Hogwarts. After hearing this, the faces of both Slytherin and Gryffindor wizards were filled with excitement. Mrs. Huo-Chi raised the corners of her mouth. This was not the first time she had seen such a scene. Every little wizard taking flying lessons for the first time is like this. Mrs. Huo-Chi said, Before that, I want to see how talented you are in flying. Have you seen the brooms at your feet? Hang your right hands on the brooms and shout up. Mrs. Huo-Chi finished. There are little wizards who can't stand it anymore. Up. The first call. Erwin noticed that only the broom at Harry Potter's feet flew directly into the air. Mrs. Hooch looked at Harry Potter with a flash of surprise in her eyes. The broom next to Malfoy's feet flew up into the air for a distance and then landed fluttering on the ground. As for the other little wizards, including Erwin, the broom at my feet looked dead. No response. Malfoy watched Harry Potter succeed for once. His eyes were full of dissatisfaction. Up, shouted again. This time the broom flew directly into Malfoy's hand. Malfoy glanced at Harry Potter proudly. Harry Potter responded with an eye roll. Most of the other little wizards basically got up after trying it 3 or 4 times. Only Erwin. The broom at his feet didn't move at all. Erwin's face turned dark. So, if there are no talents displayed on the system panel, it means there are no talents at all? Erwin looked at the broom on the ground. I'll give you another chance. Otherwise, I'll make you one of the fuels for the fireplace today. Mrs. Hooch said quickly, Mr. Erwin, you shouldn't be like this. You should be gentle and have some feelings. However, before Mrs. Hooch finished her words, I saw the broom on the ground was directly into Erwin's hands. Mrs. Hooch was a little confused. Erwin said, It seems these magical products sometimes require some special means. Mrs. Hooch's mouth twitched slightly. She had nothing to say. She had never seen this scene before. After Erwin succeeded, only one person was left who failed. Ron Weasley. Seeing everyone's eyes focused on him, Ron felt his face was hot. He wanted to attract attention, but he didn't want to attract attention like this. Thinking of the method Erwin used just now, Ron felt that he could use it too. So, he imitated it exactly. However, things were beyond Ron's expectations. His broom was obviously a hard bone. After being threatened, the broom was directly hit by the broom handle. A stick hit Ron's face directly. Instantly, Ron's nose was hit with a red mark. Ron covered his nose and wailed in pain. The little wizards around laughed happily. sitting astride the broom. Erwin, on the other hand, calmly took out his wand. If nothing else, according to the normal plot, our lovely Mr. Neville Longbottom will make another mess. Neville never let anyone down, not like now. Neville had just sat astride the broom, and the next moment, he was swaying into the air. Mrs. Huo-Chi just took out the whistle and hasn't blown it yet. Neville was shocked. Mr. Longbottom, what are you doing? Come down quickly. The other little wizards were also full of complaints. After all, we are about to experience flying. As a result, Neville did this and wasted time again. Mrs. Huo-Chi's urging and the complaints of these little wizards. Neville panicked instantly. Not only did it not come down, it actually jumped into the air due to an operational error. Erwin sighed. Sure enough, Neville never lets anyone down. Erwin sometimes didn't know if Neville was really stupider than the average kid. Erwin waved his wand. Here comes Neville. The best way Erwin can think of now is to cast a flying spell. Following the spell, Neville seemed to be lifted up by an invisible hand and rushed towards Erwin. Said it before. The flying spell does not affect the space and directly pull it over. A flight path is required. So, strictly speaking, flying spell can even be used as an attack spell. For example, now, Neville rushed towards Erwin like a cannonball. Slytherin students are so smart. As early as when Erwin took action, after seeing Malfoy being slapped in the face by a toad, they subconsciously separated on both sides. So did some of the bright Gryffindor students. However, there are always idiots in this world. For example, Ron is obsessed with watching the excitement of his college classmates. Harry Potter didn't even have time to warn Ron. The next moment, Neville's bulging body collided directly with Ron. Ron exclaimed, was kicked away directly. Erwin also quickly cut off the spell. Then, he quickly took 2 steps back. There was a bang. Neville landed heavily where Erwin had been standing. It stirred up a lot of dust. Erwin waved his hand. Sweep away the dust in front of you. A group of young wizards focused their attention on the central location. Neville looked around with a confused expression. It seems that he still hasn't realized what's going on. Mrs. Hooch breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Erwin, because of you, Mr. Longbottom avoided a disaster. 10 points for Slytherin. Erwin bowed slightly. Thank you for your generosity. But, Mrs. Hooch, Neville is fine, but the one under his butt may be dying. Mrs. Huo-Chi was shocked. That's when I discovered it. There is another person under that butt. Harry Potter exclaimed. Ron. By now our poor man Mr. Ron Weasley was rolling his eyes. Neville's weight was no joke. Plus flying down from the sky. Under the acceleration of gravity, Erwin feels that Ron is alive now because he is too poor, so poverty can give a person a strong body. For example, how poor Serizawa is. It seems that being too rich is not a good thing. Neville also realized that the bottom of his butt was soft. No wonder it doesn't hurt at all when it falls. Neville also tweaked his butt to feel it. Ron rolled his eyes so hard that he could hardly see his eyeballs anymore. Erwin was shocked. Do these two have any grudge? In other words, Neville is not as honest as he seems. Is this guy a villain, taking the opportunity to retaliate? Erwin said, Neville, if you don't come down, the pad under your butt will die. Only then did Neville react and exclaimed, stand up quickly. With Neville gone, Ron could get some fresh air. Chest rises and falls violently. Mrs. Huo-Chi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, still alive. Ron now has 2 broken bones. The whole person was lying in the pit. He can't take flying lessons. Of course this has nothing to do with Erwin. He had no interest in flying lessons. Mrs. Hooch took Ron to the infirmary. With Erwin's participation, the plot has undergone many changes. For example, Neville, who was originally sent to the infirmary, became Ron. After Mrs. Huo-Chi left, all the little wizards were eager to try. I want to sneak up to the sky and fly around. After all, some little wizards have already boasted about riding a flying broomstick, so they also want to show off in front of others. Among them was Malfoy. However, seeing Erwin's dangerous look, Malfoy gave up the idea. Unlike Slytherin, Gryffindor has never been short of reckless little lions. Erwin can't control Gryffindor. Plus there's no Hermione here to counsel. These little lions finally couldn't resist the temptation in their hearts. As the first lion cub takes off, it was as if a fuse had been lit among the little lions of Gryffindor. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 little lions began to fly in the air. Erwin ignored these little lions, because he knew that someone would teach them a lesson. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, Professor McGonagall appeared in the open space angrily. How dare you? Professor McGonagall waved her wand several times in a row. The little lions were like cats held by the back of their necks, floating beside Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall said coldly, each of you will deduct 20 points for Gryffindor. There were a total of 6 people, and Gryffindor's score was directly deducted by 120. This led to the fact that on the first day of school for these little lions, the hourglass accumulated by their college cup was directly deducted. This was because many of the seniors in Gryffindor helped the college add a lot of points on the first day. Otherwise, they would have to be deducted directly into negative numbers. And the little snakes, which were completely different from Gryffindor, directly formed a sharp contrast. Professor McGonagall felt tired. The whole class seemed to be a stage for Hermione and Erwin. The two of them helped 2 colleges gain 50 points for just one lesson on the history of magic. The ghost Professor Cuthbert Binns had a smile on his face. After all, everyone likes top students. After class, on the way to the auditorium, Hermione went with Erwin. Hermione was in high spirits. "Erwin, I'm so grateful to you. Ravenclaw is perfect for me. Those seniors and seniors, they make me feel the joy of learning. I like this atmosphere so much." Erwin smiled and said, "So, the one that suits you is the best. Congratulations, Hermione, for finding the college that truly suits you." Hermione nodded. "That's right. I borrowed a book from a senior sister. It records a lot of things in the magical world. Do you want to read it? The book is too heavy and I can't lift it. So in the lounge, if you need it. When I finish reading it, go to my place and take a look." Erwin thought of the books Hermione usually read that were thicker than dictionaries. He waved his hand quickly. "No need. Just see for yourself." Hermione snorted, a little disappointed. "After all, it's really a pity that I can't share my knowledge with others." The corners of Erwin's mouth twitched slightly. Sure enough, the top students are the top students wherever they are. Always so outrageous. The most outrageous thing is that when a top student wants to assimilate you, it will be very scary. After having a bite to eat in the auditorium, Erwin did not follow the Slytherin students back to the common room. Instead, he came to Professor McGonagall's office. "Professor McGonagall, are you there?" "I'm Erwin." The office door slowly opens. Professor McGonagall was sitting at her desk, wearing round glasses. He is writing something at his desk. Wave to Erwin. "Erwin, please sit down first. I will prepare the content for tomorrow's class. Let's talk about it later." Erwin nodded. Looking at the furnishings in Professor McGonagall's office, there are orange lights and a circle of bookshelves in the office. The bookshelf is full of books, and the level of wear and tear on the books can be seen vaguely. Professor McGonagall should read it often. Sure enough, it is clear that the person Hermione admires most is Professor McGonagall. These two are so similar. They all have the same hard work and the same meticulousness in doing things. There are also a large number of books placed on Professor McGonagall's desk. From Erwin's perspective, Professor McGonagall was nowhere to be seen. About half an hour later, Professor McGonagall straightened up. He rubbed his shoulders. "You're really old," Erwin said. "Professor McGonagall, do you want me to give you a massage?" Massage in the Muggle world. It is very good for relieving fatigue. Professor McGonagall was surprised. "Is there anything else like this?" Erwin smiled, came behind Professor McGonagall, pressed gently on Professor McGonagall's shoulder. Professor McGonagall narrowed her eyes comfortably. "It's amazing. I'm really not that tired anymore." Erwin said, "You often work at your desk. Therefore, your shoulder and neck are damaged. This cannot be repaired by magic." Professor McGonagall nodded. "It's amazing." Erwin said, "The Muggle world is developing very fast now. There is no magic, but they have used their own wisdom to create many things that replace magic." Professor McGonagall said, "It seems it's time for me to learn about things in the Muggle world." "Well, I feel a lot better. Sit there first, and let's talk about your findings." Erwin sat back down. Professor McGonagall said, "I have already researched the matter of transfiguration with its own spells and counterspells. Your guess should be true, but to confirm this, I need to do more experiments for the sake of rigor. However, it should be correct. You can prepare a manuscript in advance. Then I can help you publish it in some publications in your name. Later, if it is confirmed by the Transfiguration Association, then trust me, your gains will be great." Erwin said, "Okay, Professor. I will arrange it." Professor McGonagall nodded. "Yes. If you don't understand something, you can ask me. I will help you improve it." Erwin smiled and said, "That's too much, Professor Shemeg. In fact, I don't have much control over the transformation technique. It's just a temporary idea. If you really let me complete it independently, I would really perturbed." Professor McGonagall said, "You have a good talent. I can see it. If you are really interested in transfiguration, I can teach you. I mean, if you are willing." Erwin stood up. "Of course I do." Professor McGonagall opened the drawer. "Pull out a notebook from inside. These are the notes I took when I was in school. So many years have passed. As my studies deepened, I also added some more. You can take it and read it. It covers some of my understanding of transfiguration." Irwin took it with both hands, as if he had found a treasure. These are Professor McGonagall's notes. In the original work, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall are the two well-deserved masters of transfiguration. At least, Irwin had never seen anyone else who could turn a table into a pig. Professor McGonagall said, "You are the most talented little wizard I have ever seen. You are very good. So, if you are really interested in transfiguration, I think you can achieve something in transfiguration." Elvin bowed slightly. "Thank you, Professor. I won't let you down." Professor McGonagall nodded. "Okay. Then you can go back early. If you don't understand anything, come and ask me. But remember, don't try anything beyond your ability. If you really want to experiment, come to me." Elvin nodded. "Okay, Professor. You can rest early." After leaving Professor McGonagall's office, Elvin flipped through the notebook in his hand. The joy in his eyes became stronger and stronger. This can be called a transfiguration book. It records Professor McGonagall's understanding of transfiguration, from shallow to deep. In other words, this notebook is simply a ladder to the master of transfiguration. Treasurely put the notebook away. Elvin went straight to Snape's room. Standing at the door of Snape's office, Elvin took 2 deep breaths. He was still very nervous about facing Snape. That was Snape, the Black Bat of Hogwarts. Who else could remain calm? Not Irwin. Dragon blood. When will Snape be able to get rid of this kind of horror of bad taste? It's too outrageous. No wonder everyone thinks Snape is not a good person. On the one hand, it's because Snape is a venomous snake, and on the other hand, it's because Snape is really too yin. In fact, Irwin doesn't understand why our Professor Snape can't live like a human being. He has to lock himself up every day. While Irwin was thinking, a voice came from inside. "Why don't you come in?" Irwin hurriedly shouted, "I'm coming," after entering the office. Snape's office is simply 2 extremes from Professor McGonagall's. If Professor McGonagall's office is like a warm bedroom, then Snape's is like a Frankenstein's laboratory. Various materials are placed on the shelves on both sides. There are also some transparent glass jars with potion materials soaked in them. The air is still filled with the smell of potions. It can't be said to smell bad, but it's definitely not good. Snape is in front of a crucible. Bubbles are bubbling in the crucible. Irwin stood aside obediently. He didn't dare to disturb Snape. Soon, the bubbles in the crucible gradually subsided. Then, Snape picked up a glass bottle from the side, opened the small hole on the side of the crucible. A drop of pink liquid dripped into the bottle. Snape breathed a sigh of relief. Put the stopper on the bottle. Put the bottle aside carefully. This aroused Irwin's interest. Looking at Snape like this, it seems that this potion is quite precious. Snape said, "Why are you still standing there? Come here and help me deal with the potion." Irwin nodded quickly, came to Snape's side, started to work. Snape watched for a while. A look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly hidden. Irwin carefully handled the herbs in his hand. He was afraid that Snape would find a reason to criticize him. Fortunately, Snape should have wanted to test him, so the potion he gave was not difficult. Irwin also learned how to handle these potions from books. Snape saw that Irwin had good skills, so he stopped staring at Irwin. He was busy on the side. Irwin hesitated. "That, Professor." Snape stopped what he was doing. "What?" Irwin asked. "I want to know, is there any potion that can make a person without magic power gain magic power?" Snape frowned. "No. If there is, this potion will also become a forbidden one." "Why ask this?" Irwin shook his head. "Nothing. I'm just curious." Snape said, "It can make a person without magic power have magic power. It's not something that potions can solve. However, according to legend, in the time of Merlin, wizards used completely different magic. They mostly prayed or exchanged with gods. Someone once gained the ability to gain magic power by exchanging with gods." Irwin said, "Merlin period? It seems that this should be a legend." Snape said, "Maybe. However, there is news that when Grindelwald was here, he once made a childhood companion, a muggle, gain magic power. But I don't know if the news is true or false." Irwin's pupils shrank slightly. "Grindelwald?" Of course, Irwin asked this question for the people of the Cavendish family. The people of the Cavendish family have already cultivated loyalty. If Irwin wants to plot against the wizarding world, it is better to start looking for subordinates again. The people of the Cavendish family are naturally the best choice. Snape said, "Don't think about exploring these things. These things are not something you can touch. Even if he has them, they are absolutely forbidden. If you don't want to go to Azkaban, put your thoughts away." Irwin nodded quickly. Concentrate on processing the potion materials in front of him. Snape glanced at Irwin. A flash of recollection flashed in his eyes. Once upon a time, the last patriarch of the Cavendish family was also like this. The two of them brewed potions together on a workbench. Those days were rare happy times for Snape. However, unfortunately, everything has changed. Snape can't afford to offend the enemies of the Cavendish family. Even if Dumbledore took action, he only stopped the other party from taking action against Irwin. The most important thing is that no one can control these things. This is the fate of the Cavendish family. Even Dumbledore, even Snape, can't control this matter. Every time he thought of this, Snape would feel a pain in his heart. However, now, their children have entered the magic world again. Once again, the fate of the Cavendish family has begun. Snape can't change it either. Snape clenched his fist. This time, no matter what happens, Irving must not get into trouble, even if it costs his life. He must save Irving, even if he can't change the fate of the Cavendish family. Even if, in the end, it's just a moth flying into the fire. But he still did not look back. For a promise. Also for his rare friendship. Irwin, who was handling the potion, felt a wave of gazes, turned his head to look. What's wrong, Professor Snape? Is there something wrong with my handling? Snape turned his head. No, you handled it well. You should go back. It's getting late. Irwin nodded. Take off the gloves on his hands. Then Professor Snape, can I come tomorrow? Snape nodded. Well, but your method is too ordinary. Take this away, go back and take a look. I hope to see some progress in you tomorrow. I don't want my potion to be wasted by you. Irwin took it quickly, said hello to Snape and left quickly. Walked out of the office. Irwin flipped through it. Sure enough, it was the diary of the Half-Blood Prince. Good. In one night, he got the background of 2 tutors. If he doesn't take off, who will take off? After returning to the lounge, the little wizards have all gone to rest. Irwin returned to his room. He sat at the desk and began to study. Irwin was reluctant to sleep for the hard work of the 2 professors. He loves learning in his heart. Time passed by bit. Just then, there were crisp sounds on the glass. Irwin turned his head and looked. An owl was knocking on his glass. Although Old Tom has no magic power, ordinary Muggle expulsion spells are no longer effective against him. If you really want to talk about it, maybe Old Tom is similar to a squib now? Therefore, Old Tom can go to Diagon Alley to help Irwin with his work. Close the letter. Irwin thought for a moment. He actually had no idea what to do with this store. It may be caused by the genes of Daxia people. Everywhere he went, Irwin thought about having an industry. This way he can feel at ease. Irwin stood by the window. Think for a moment. He was now at Hogwarts. If there was anything that Hogwarts didn't lack, it was something that could be easily profited from. That must be the material of magical animals, or the magic potions in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid must have quite a few on hand. Irwin stood by the window, and could vaguely see Hagrid's hut in the darkness. Irwin thought for a moment. He can't sleep now either. Why not go to Hagrid's place? Talk to Hagrid. See if we can do a business. Thinking of this, Irwin's figure flashed and turned into a streak of purple smoke, flying towards the Forbidden Forest. What Irwin didn't know was, at this time, on the top floor of Hogwarts, next to a window, Dumbledore watched the purple smoke fly away. A smile appeared on his face. Is he really a little wizard full of secrets, or are all members of the Cavendish family like this? Apparition is not something you should master at your age. I just don't know if Snape will let him produce it. The thought of meeting that old friend. He must be very surprised to see you. Dumbledore was lost in thought as he thought about it. After all, that was his lost love. Irwin lands in front of Hagrid's hut. Outside the dark Forbidden Forest, Hagrid's hut was the only source of light, so Irwin certainly wouldn't have gone the wrong way. Come to the door of the hut. Irwin raised his hand and knocked on the wooden door. There was a clanking sound coming from inside. Who is it? The voice sounded panicked. Irwin scratched his head. Hagrid is not doing any manual work. So panicked. It's me, Hagrid, Irwin Cavendish. The wooden door opened quickly. Hagrid's figure appeared. Both of them were surprised and couldn't hide their excitement. Oh, Irwin, why are you here at this time? Irwin smiled and said, I couldn't sleep, so I came to see you. Didn't you invite me to be your guest? Is it inconvenient? How about I come next time? Hagrid shook his head. No, I'm just a little surprised, you know. I don't get people here easily, let alone people coming so late. Irwin smiled and said, then can you invite me in and sit down? Hagrid said quickly, of course. Please come in. Irwin walked into the cabin. Don't look at Hagrid being so sloppy. But although the room was very messy, it was not dirty and there was no peculiar smell. Irwin found a place to sit down. Hagrid poured Irwin a drink. Looking at the dark green juice, Irwin really didn't have anything on his mind. Hagrid said, Irwin, you shouldn't be here at this time. You should be sleeping at this time. Irwin smiled and said, Hogwarts never lacks students who go out at night, right? Hagrid scratched his head. It seems so. Erwin said, I came to you for some business. I need some magical animal materials, or potions. Do you have any here? Hagrid said, yes. I have a lot of these things. Every time I patrol the Forbidden Forest, I will pick up some. If you need it, I will give it to you. What do you want? Erwin said, you misunderstood Hagrid. I didn't mean for you to give it to me. I need a lot. I have a shop in Diagon Alley, and I plan to sell these materials. So, I plan to buy them from you. Hagrid said, that's right. But I don't know if you want enough. Come with me. After saying that, Hagrid took Erwin out of the cabin. We came to a smaller wooden house on the side. Hagrid opened the door. It's all in there, see if it's enough. Erwin took the oil lamp from Hagrid. I took a look inside. Erwin was stunned for a moment. Be a good boy. This is full of them. Some of the potions had dried and were bundled into a pile. Throw it there casually. Erwin even saw a bundle of white fur. Although I don't know how much time has passed, it still exudes bursts of holy aura and weak fluorescence. This is fucking unicorn hair. There is actually a bundle of this stuff? Hagrid said, I don't know if you need enough. If you don't, I'll go for a walk in the Forbidden Forest twice more. Erwin said, enough. Absolutely enough. However, many of your things have lost their medicinal properties and are not properly kept. Why didn't you sell them? Hagrid said, most of those shops are owned by pureblood families, and they lower my prices. So, you understand what I mean. Erwin nodded. Sure enough, capitalists exist in any world. Elvin said, I want all of these. I can buy them at the market price. Do you think it's okay, Hagrid? Hagrid waved his hand quickly, no need. The market price is too high. You can't make money. Elvin smiled and said, don't worry. Since I buy them, I will definitely make money. I will also collect all your materials in the future. I come here once a week, and you can save more at that time. Hagrid nodded, that's no problem. I can pick up a lot of things when I go to the Forbidden Forest. Elvin smiled. Sure enough, Hagrid is really rich, but his money has not been cashed. Now it's good, it's cheap for him. So many materials are worth a lot of money. Elvin said, then if I need some materials in the Forbidden Forest, can you help me find them? Hagrid said, most of them are okay. What do you want? Elvin said, not yet, I just ask first. Elvin and Hagrid returned to the hut and calculated the price of these things. Then, Elvin gave the money directly to Hagrid. But so many things, how to send them out, is a trouble. Hagrid saw Erwin's dilemma. He asked, what's wrong, Erwin? Erwin gave up the idea of visiting the Forbidden Forest at night. Makes sense, if not unnecessary. Erwin really didn't want to go into the Forbidden Forest in the middle of the night. Do you really think this place is that easy to visit? That was the Forbidden Forest, one of the most dangerous places in Hogwarts. Especially now that there's a faceless man wandering around Hogwarts. Although according to the original plot, the faceless man at this time has no idea of entering the Forbidden Forest to find unicorns. But who knows if there will be any surprises. After all, Erwin had already tried it. The plot can be changed. Erwin walked towards Hogwarts Castle, passed by the Black Lake and passed by the square. Hogwarts has a different scenery at night. If Hogwarts during the day is a vibrant wizarding school, then Hogwarts at night is like a beast that chooses people to eat. In the darkness, it opened its blood-red mouth, waiting for a poor lost lamb to offer to feed, especially when Erwin knew that Hogwarts itself was a huge magical object. Come to the corridor. Look at the statues lined on both sides. Erwin couldn't help but become a little curious about it. This thing can be said to be the core defensive force of Hogwarts. In the original book, under Professor McGonagall's wand, these things can come alive and be used to fight enemies. The combat effectiveness is quite strong. While Erwin was observing these statues, suddenly, Erwin's heart skipped a beat. With a flick of his wrist, the wand appeared in his hand. Armor protection. A looming purple armor shrouded Erwin's body, which didn't look so solid, but the appearance of the armor can already be vaguely seen. The next moment of armor protection and blessing. A colored light unique to the curse hit Erwin's body. Then it was offset by the armor protection. Erwin reacted very quickly, pointing the wand in his right hand into the darkness, and there was already an extra grenade in his left hand. Who? In the dark. There were bursts of footsteps. Mr. Cavendish, you should be sleeping at this time, right? Why are you wandering in the corridor? Erwin frowned. As the opponent's figure appears, an elegant bat came to a location not far from Erwin. Professor Snape? Erwin was a little confused. What the hell is this Snape? He showed up in the middle of the night and took action directly. Is this reasonable? But I felt the wear and tear of the armor on my body. Snape didn't seem to be using much force. When this kind of curse hits a person, it will only cause pain at most, but will not cause any consequences. Snape said, "Put that thing away in your hand. You should know that it can't hurt me." Erwin was non-committal. Put away the grenades. However, the wand was still in Erwin's hand. Not only did he not relax, but he tightened his grip. Snape naturally noticed Erwin's actions. A flash of appreciation flashed in his eyes. But he said, when facing an enemy you cannot match. While staying vigilant, you must also clearly show weakness to the enemy. Erwin bowed slightly. I understand the professor's teachings. Snape glanced in the direction Erwin had come from. You went to the Forbidden Forest? Erwin shook his head. No. I just went to find Hagrid. A mocking smile appeared on Snape's lips. It was obvious that this had become a habit for Snape. It's the same no matter who you're facing. I don't think you are the kind of person who wants to make friends with others, especially a hybrid giant. Erwin smiled and said, what the professor said is a bit biased against me. In fact, I really like making friends with people. According to Daxia, one more friend means one more path. Snape snorted coldly. I didn't realize that Mr. Cavendish, who caused a sensation in Hogwarts when he first started school, actually likes to study the culture of Daxia. Erwin said, Professor, you suddenly attacked me and stopped me. It must have been more than just to mock me. It was indeed my fault for traveling at night. I am willing to admit my mistake. Snape said, night walks? What's wrong with night walks? Students at Hogwarts never lack night walks. However, as a Slytherin, if your purpose of night walks is just for fun like those stupid lions in Fearless Adventure, you, the hidden prefect, will disappoint me. So, tell me the truth. Mr. Cavendish, what is the purpose of your night trip? Erwin said, of course, Professor, I am Slytherin. Everything is for the greater good. I bought a shop in Diagon Alley. So, I need to sell some magical animal materials or potions. And Hagrid, as the guardian of the Forbidden Forest, will have many such things. Erwin didn't feel like he had anything to hide. This is not a shameful thing. The main thing is, Erwin wanted to see if he could pull Snape onto a boat. If you can, that's really a lot of money. Of course this is not something to rush. Snape breathed a subtle sigh of relief. Very good. It's good that you know you are a Slytherin. You can go out at night, but as you are so arrogant, I advise you not to go out at night. Otherwise, if you are caught, Slytherin will deduct points for you. I think you know your fate. Erwin nodded. I understand, Professor. Snape waved his hand. Now, go back to sleep. Erwin nodded. Turning around and about to leave, Snape said, don't go to the Forbidden Forest for a short time. Erwin paused. Without asking any more questions, he nodded and turned to leave. Snape looked in the direction Erwin left, sighed, somewhat disappointed, but also some appreciative. Disappointed because he felt a little hurt when he saw Erwin guarding him. Even though Erwin turned around and left, he didn't put away his wand. Appreciation, also because of this. Snape stood in the corridor, watching Erwin's leaving figure. You have a great kid. He's going to be better than any of us. Arrive at the door of the Slytherin common room. Erwin finally felt relieved, putting the wand away. Although Snape's attitude towards him has always been very good, Erwin did not rush back to his room. Instead, he sat on the sofa in front of the fireplace and reviewed what Snape said. Since coming to Hogwarts, many things have been too weird. Snape's attitude, Dumbledore's attitude. If it was just Dumbledore's words, Erwin could still guess some based on his understanding of Dumbledore. Dumbledore might want him to be Harry Potter's nanny. But, with Snape's words, Erwin was a little confused. Erwin could only think of one possibility. That is, his parents are not simple. Or, his parents may have been wizards before. Otherwise, it is hard to explain why he was assigned to Slytherin. It is also hard to explain why Snape is so good to him. But if his parents are wizards, why would they leave the wizarding world? According to Erwin's understanding, the wizarding world now is actually very interesting. Not all wizards who graduate from Hogwarts will stay in the wizarding world. After graduating from Hogwarts, wizards will face the problem of employment. Some of them with excellent grades can enter the Ministry of Magic, become an Auror, or sit in an office. These people stay in the wizarding world, but there are only so many job opportunities in the wizarding world. Many wizards can't find a job. This has led to a large number of poor wizards. Some poor wizards, reluctant to part with their wands, will be active in places like Nocturne Alley. They work hard every day to survive. Others will choose to break their wands, register with the Ministry of Magic, never use spells again in their lives, and then be sent to the Muggle world to become a social animal. So, don't underestimate anyone around you. Maybe a small clerk who looks inconspicuous may have been a wizard before. My parents should be in this situation and left the wizarding world. Of course, it's not because they can't survive in the wizarding world. According to the background of the Cavendish family, even if my parents don't work, they can live well by exchanging gold for gold galleons. No one would think that Elvin has achieved his current status from scratch. That is all because of the foundation of the Cavendish family. Otherwise, Elvin would not have been able to develop the Cavendish family to this level in a few years. However, there is a doubt. Elvin is basically certain that the death of his parents was caused by people in the magic world. According to the hidden rules of the wizarding world, wizards who break their wands will not seek revenge no matter what the grudge is, because wizards look down on muggles. This is a contempt at the level of life. Naturally, no wizard would seek revenge on muggles. In this case, why would a wizard attack his own parents? Elvin couldn't figure it out. The key is that he has no one to ask now. Dumbledore and Snape definitely know. But Elvin doesn't think they will tell him. If they can, they would have said it long ago. The truth is also one of the reasons why Elvin opened a shop in Diagon Alley. He needs to know everything. Leaning on the sofa, Elvin felt a headache. I have clearly traveled to a children's magic story. Why do I feel like it is developing towards the legend of Zhen Huan now? This is really annoying. I hate things that are beyond my control the most. Hey, Erwin, what are you doing here? Erwin looked in the direction of the voice. It was Grodia. Erwin smiled and said, "Isn't the class leader still awake so late?" Grodia sat on the sofa on the other side. Said, "You haven't slept either." "I just went to inspect the dormitory. I plan to go back to sleep. I didn't notice that you were not in the dormitory." Erwin said, "I can't sleep, come out and sit." Grodia nodded, "I see. Do you want to talk? I think I can be a good listener." Erwin shook his head, "That's not necessary. After all, I just can't sleep, not like other little wizards, trapped in love. There are countless troubles." Grodia smiled and said, "That's right. I have seen too many of these things." Erwin said, "Oh, right. I haven't asked the prefect yet, are you from the Selwyn family?" Grodia nodded, "Yeah. You actually know the Selwyn family?" Elvin smiled and said, "I still know the name of the pure-blooded 28 families." Grodia waved his hand, "Come on. The pure-blooded 28 families are now just a name. There are not many active ones. Take our Selwyn for example, this generation. I am the only one left in the Selwyn family. There are only 2 shops left to barely maintain." Grodia showed a mocking look on his face. Elvin was a little surprised. It seems that the only heir of the Selwyn family seems to be a little disdainful of the pureblood family. This is quite interesting. But think about it. The pure-blooded 28 families are now dead in name only. Except for a few who still have industries, many others seem to be about to be annihilated. For example, Abbott, the heir of Abbott in this generation, is Hannah Abbott, who sits on the Iron Throne, already a half-blood wizard. The Black family, after Sirius died, had no descendants and no inheritance. The only ones that can still be used are the Malfoy family, the Yaxley family and a few other families. There are 28 pure-blood families, but now there are only 8 that can maintain their original glory. The only pure-blood family that occupies a seat on the board of directors of Hogwarts is the Malfoy family. Yet, these pure-blood families are still very proud. I don't know what they are proud of. Grodia said, "Okay, let's not talk about me. I'm more curious than me. What's your last name, Junior?" Elvin said, "Cavendish. My last name is Cavendish." Grodia said, "There is no Cavendish in the wizarding world. I even checked it out. Before you, there was no Cavendish at all, including all the graduates of Hogwarts." Elvin smiled and said, "Maybe the Sorting Hat made a mistake. Who knows?" Grodia said, "This is not the first time you've said that. The Sorting Hat will not make mistakes. Since Junior doesn't want to say it, forget it. It's getting late. I'm going to rest. You should rest early too. If I remember correctly, you should have a defense against the dark arts class tomorrow. I think it will be an unforgettable experience for you." Erwin first wrote back to Old Tom. "I told Old Tom about Hagrid. Then let the owl send it out." Then, Erwin took out the unknown pet egg from his backpack. Then he took out a few more porcelain bottles. This is what Erwin asked Hagrid for. The blood of magical animals. There's even a vial of unicorn blood inside. Of course, this doesn't come from killing unicorns. Instead, Hagrid once encountered an injured unicorn and collected a bit. When Erwin brought up the need for the blood of magical animals, Hagrid gave it to him. Hagrid didn't even think about whether Erwin would do anything bad with the unicorn's blood. His favorable impression of Erwin is extremely high now. He shook the porcelain bottle in his hand. Silver blood swayed in the bottle. There's even a bit of wall hanging. If this is red wine, it is definitely a good wine, Erwin suddenly thought. According to the original book, the unicorn is a holy messenger and an elf between heaven and earth. Therefore, its blood is cursed. Anyone who attempts to harm the unicorn will be cursed by the unicorn. Therefore, although the blood of unicorns has many wonderful uses, except for warriors like Voldemort, most people dare not take advantage of him. But oh, what if? Erwin said, what if? If someone isn't paying attention, he can secretly feed him a drop of unicorn blood. Will he also be cursed by the unicorn? Then this thing can be used as a weapon? Erwin suddenly felt that this was a very researchable topic. If it was really possible, couldn't this thing be used as poison? Shaking his head, Erwin shook these messy thoughts out of his mind. Don't think too much, I feel like he has more and more potential as a villain. Erwin uncorked the bottle. The starlight in the starry sky seems to be drawn by the unicorn's blood, lingering next to the porcelain bottle. It looks really good. Erwin dropped the unicorn's blood on the egg in front of him. The silver blood was absorbed directly as soon as it came into contact with this mysterious egg. Erwin quickly checked the egg's information. Mysterious egg, it needs the blood of magical animals to hatch. Current hatching progress, 2/100. So, can a drop of unicorn blood be worth 2 points of progress? Erwin looked at the porcelain bottle in his hand. The unicorn's blood itself was hard-won. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to obtain it. The blood in the porcelain bottle in my hand can only make up 7 or 8 drops. Erwin continued to drip the unicorn's blood from the porcelain bottle. And as the progress increases, after 5 drops, the 6th drop of blood came. Instead of being absorbed by the egg, it began to slide along the outer wall of the egg. Erwin has quick eyes and quick hands. Put it in a porcelain vase. What's going on? Are you still making trouble? Erwin looked at the egg, which was stuck at 10% progress. Think about it for a moment, this thing. Is it possible that the blood of each magical animal has an upper limit? Erwin continued his experiments. The blood of 2 more magical animals was replaced. Finally, Erwin came to a conclusion. Unicorn blood can increase the progress by 2% at a time. At most it can reach 10%. As for other magical animals, they can achieve 1% progress at a time. The most you can give is 5%. In other words, the different strengths and weaknesses of magical animals bring different progress. The upper limit of saturation is 5 drops. The progress of this egg has now reached 20%. In other words, if it were an ordinary magical animal, Erwin would need 16 more, but if it were the same as a unicorn, he would only need 8. It doesn't seem to be difficult. Erwin put the egg away. He was so curious as to what was inside this egg. The products produced by the system must be excellent. Erwin is full of expectations. Lying on the bed, Erwin still couldn't sleep. The more things were on his mind, the harder it was for him to sleep. Reluctantly, Erwin opened the system panel. Name, Elvin Cavendy. Age, 11 years old. Magic level, level 3. Identity, current patriarch of the Cavendy family, first-year freshman at Hogwarts. The hidden prefect of Slytherin's first year. Talent, transfiguration talent, 5/10. Common charm talent, 6/10. Dark magic talent, 10/10. Potions talent, 6/10. Ancient magic talent */10. Not unlocked, requires special means to unlock. Pets, none. Special skill card, Mana Reserve, gold. Fantastic Beasts Affinity, gold. Magic Mastery, Flying Curse, level 3, Floating Curse, level 3, Iron Armor Curse, level 3, Expelliarmus, level 3, Occlumency, level 3, Summon the Gods and Guards, level 3, Apparition Purple Lotus Customized Version, level 3, Death Curse, level 3, Soul Seizing Curse, level 4, Cruciatus Curse, level 4. Magic Proficiency, 1800. Props, Grindelwald's Puppet X1. Variety of Portable Clothing X1. Mysterious Egg X1, 20/100. Acacia Wood Wand. Space Ring, Castrated Version, X1. Current Reputation Value, 2700. Elvin looked at his reputation value, his eyes lit up. Hey, I have saved so much. He can draw again. These are all the draw opportunities that Elvin has saved since he came to Hogwarts. Sure enough, Hogwarts is really a treasure land. These little wizards are also good leaks. Elvin is very satisfied with this. Hogwarts is indeed a blessed land. Elvin opened the draw interface. Now that he has reputation value, of course he has to draw. He still has too few means now. Elvin directly started 10 consecutive draws. Ding! 10 consecutive draws are over, get rewards. Blue guaranteed reward, talent point X1. Elvin's mouth twitched slightly. Sure enough, the draw will never let you down. This is fucking all the losers. There is only one guaranteed reward. Isn't it too outrageous? However, Elvin has drawn many times after all. So Erwin has gotten used to the lottery system. It's better than nothing, at least there are 2 bags of Wolong spicy strips. It can also be a treat. Erwin opened the package and took a bite. Fiercely. It was like chewing the bones of the system. Soon a bag of spicy strips was swallowed. Erwin threw the package away. Without hesitation, he opened the lottery again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Cards flew up one by one. The next moment, Erwin's eyes lit up. Purple, or 2. Erwin was excited. Sure enough, there are no gamblers who lose every day, and there are no children who cry every day. The lottery is indeed the best way to change your fate. Ding! 10 consecutive draws are over, get rewards. Blue guaranteed reward, talent point X1. Purple reward, magic spell god without shadow. Purple guaranteed reward for 100 consecutive draws, fully automatic magic potion production line X1. Erwin understood, that's what happened. I thought my luck had exploded. It turned out to be a guaranteed result. But it's okay. At least 2 purple ones. But what's the situation with this fully automatic potion production line? Erwin opened the detailed introduction of the item. Fully automatic potion production line. This production line is a magical product that can record 5 potion formulas and refining methods. Someone needs to brew potions on its production line, and the production line will automatically record the refining methods. After that, you only need to add potions to automatically produce potions. Free your hands. Mass production of potions, start from now. Current production efficiency, 1 bottle in 3 hours. Erwin's eyes lit up. Good stuff, this is a good stuff. No wonder it's called a production line. With this thing, you can build an automatic potion production factory. But, does it need someone to brew it once? A person popped out of Erwin's mind, Snape. If Snape was asked to brew a Felicity potion on it, then as long as you have potions, you can get a bottle of Felixir in 3 hours. This thing is sold at a sky-high price. Erwin felt as if countless gold galleons were smashing towards him. Erwin quickly put the potion production line into the space ring. This thing must be kept well, and then find a way to ask Snape to operate it. But how to ask Snape for help, this requires careful thinking. As for the other purple reward, the God of Sharpness, it can also be regarded as a pleasant surprise. This spell was recorded in the diary that Snape gave Erwin. This is a spell created by Snape himself, and it can also be said to be Snape's iconic spell, and it is also the offensive spell that Erwin needs most now. In the case of not being able to use the unforgivable curse, Erwin's means of attack are too simple. Sure enough, as a cheater, only with Krypton gold can we reach the pinnacle of life. Take a look at this luxurious panel now. Not to mention that he was in 5th grade, even compared to some ordinary Aurors, he was not weak at all. Don't look at how little he masters magic spells now. But there are many people in the magic world who are specialized in one spell. For example, Harry Potter spent his whole life fighting with Expelliarmus. And Voldemort, who has been fighting for the rest of his life. Wait, no. Why should Harry Potter compare to Voldemort? Guilty sin. What an insult to our lovely Mr. Dark Lord. After closing your personal panel, Erwin began to think about the feasibility of going directly to Snape to make a Felixir. After thinking for a long time, Erwin felt that this was simply impossible to achieve. First of all, he couldn't explain why Snape was asked to use his own thing that looked completely different from a cauldron to brew the potion. To put it more vividly, this potion automation industry chain seems a bit like a casserole. According to Snape's temper, if anyone dares to hold a strange-shaped object and ask him to brew a potion, Snape will teach you what cruelty is. It's scary to think about. Therefore, this first step stumped Erwin. After scratching his silver-white hair, Erwin only felt a little headache. Snape, what a difficult thing to handle. As for cooking it myself, although my talent seems to be quite good now, but compared to Snape, I am not even a little bit worse at designation. You know, magic potions brewed by different people using different techniques have very different effects. Why is Snape called the Potions Master? It's because Snape's potion has been recognized by the market as effective and of excellent quality. And, most importantly, Erwin had no ingredients. The Forbidden Forest is not everything. It also has a lot of things that it doesn't have. Even some of them are not sold in the market. Only potion masters have inventory in their hands, and some adventurers find these potion masters to sell on their own. The price is fair and the reputation is excellent. Obviously, Erwin really doesn't have this credibility now. The most important thing is that Erwin himself is not sure if there really is an adventurer who has no relatives and wanders between life and death every day. Even if he dies, no one will know about it. If he finds him and sells a precious material, Erwin will give him money? After all, Erwin is technically black. An elixir made from the eggs of the ash snake, the bulbs of sea onions, the tentacles of the motley rat, tincture of thyme, powdered rue and eggshells of birds and snakes. This thing is a hot commodity, and the price is extremely high. If you can let Snape refine it once, then you don't have to worry about sales at all. You only need to find the materials and produce it fully automatically. The more Erwin thought about it, the more he felt that countless gold galleons were waving at him. No store sells this thing. Even if there is one, it would be considered a treasure of the store. On the one hand, it is extremely difficult to refine, and on the other hand, it is because the materials for this thing are extremely rare. Therefore, if Cavendish's family can sell elixir products, it will definitely open up a new avenue in Diagon Alley. The most powerful part of the potion production line is actually far more than that. The most terrifying thing about the potion production line is its production efficiency. 1 bottle every 3 hours. Regardless of the medicine, it only takes 3 hours. Take Polyjuice Potion, for example. It takes a month to refine it. When it comes to the potion production line, it only takes 3 hours to produce a bottle. What a concept! Mass production of Felixir is not a dream at all. Although this thing is just a purple reward, in Erwin's opinion, this thing is really not weaker than a golden reward. While thinking wildly, Erwin fell into a deep sleep. In his sleep, Erwin seemed to have arrived in a dungeon. 2 rows of torches were lit on both sides of the dungeon corridor, extending towards the depths. Erwin couldn't control his body at this time, as if he was being pulled. Walked towards the deepest part of the dungeon. Soon, we came to the depths of the dungeon. Hiding in the shadows, looking outside. There are several cages here. Most of the cages are empty. There were only 3 cells right next to each other, in which people were held. The men huddled in the shadows of the cell. Can't see face clearly, but it can be seen from the blood stains on his body. These people have suffered a lot. Cell door. There were several people wrapped in black robes standing there. One of them said, "Hasn't it been extracted yet?" The other person shook his head, "No. This is just an idea in itself. No one can say whether it will succeed or not. It's too late. That child has already gone to Hogwarts. I received news that he is very outstanding. Better than his parents, better than them. At least at the same age, even they are better than not to him. So, they feel the crisis. As long as it succeeds, we will attack the child. I know. These people can't hold on for much longer. I need more test subjects. Go and arrest them." "Okay. You don't have to worry about this. I will solve it. You just need to let me see the result. I want to see you succeed." Erwin hid in the shadows. I was confused. These people seemed to be performing some kind of conspiracy ritual. That child? Erwin was startled. "You can't really talk about this yourself, can you? Wizards are a very superstitious group. However, they really should be superstitious. Because although divination is bullshit, it really has some credibility. Moreover, for some wizards, their dreams will not give up anything. It is a prophecy or warning for the future. And now Erwin dreams about this. It was difficult for him not to think in this direction. So, someone is already targeting him? What is there about him that is worth keeping an eye on? Is there anything different about him? Does it have anything to do with the death of his parents? What do these people want to do?" Erwin was lost in thought. The steps moved slightly. A small voice came. "Who?" Erwin's expression changed drastically. He turned around and ran away. I took a moment to look back. Erwin was shocked. I saw a long staff appearing in the hands of the 2 men in black robes. There is a crystal ball on the long staff. At this time, there were electric lights flashing above the crystal ball. The next moment, jumping out of bed, breathing heavily, his face turned pale. The hair has become sticky with sweat. He looked around. He found himself still in the Slytherin prefect's common room. Erwin felt slightly calm. Just now, what was that? Magic? Control thunder and lightning? Yang Yang Ji? Phew, I went astray. Erwin sat on the bed, not even realizing that the blanket he was wearing fell to the floor. Was that just a dream? It was so real that Erwin could even recall the faint tingling sensation on his skin when lightning struck. Washed my face. Erwin finally recovered. At that moment, Erwin really felt as if he was going to die. It's terrible. Erwin walked out of the prefect's lounge. It's too early, the little wizards are still in their sweet dreams. Erwin plans to go for a walk. Slow down. After all, he had just faced death, and he needed an adaptation process. Come to the corridor. Erwin breathed in the fresh morning air. It had just rained and the weather was a bit cold, but the air is also very fresh. Feeling the cold air flow into your lungs, Erwin felt his mood ease a lot. Just then, a voice came. "Erwin, you should be sleeping at this time. Why are you here?" Erwin didn't even need to turn his head to know who it was. This sinister voice was definitely Snape's. Erwin was a little confused. Was Snape targeting him? Why do they always appear suddenly? Erwin turned around. "Professor. Good morning." Snape said, "You should not be old enough to sleep." Erwin smiled and said, "When you wake up, you'll come out." Snape looked Erwin over. He frowned slightly. "I can feel that your mood seems a bit unstable. What happened?" Erwin said, "Professor. If a wizard dreams a complete dream, and this dream is extremely real, what does this mean?" Snape frowned and said, "A dream? Generally, some wizards with prophecy talents will have a premonition of reality through some dreams. However, their dreams are usually very hazy. If it is a real dream, it can only be achieved by using some special means, or being controlled and influenced. I saw something happening. However, your occlumency is good, so this should not be the case." Erwin nodded. "Is that so? Are there any people with the gift of prophecy who have real dreams?" Snape was about to deny it, but something suddenly occurred to me. His complexion changed slightly. "What did you dream about?" Erwin told Snape about his dream. Snape's face turned ugly. Are you sure that the man you saw used a wand that looked like a scepter with a crystal ball on it? Erwin nodded. Yes. I remember it very clearly. What's wrong, Professor? Is there anything special about this wand? Snape said, stop thinking about these things. Calm down and study at Hogwarts. Work hard to improve yourself. Erwin looked at Snape. Professor, do you know anything? For example, my parents. Are they wizards? Snape hesitated for a moment. Yes, they are very good wizards. Erwin said, then why did they return to the Muggle world? And why did someone attack them? Who killed them? Snape sighed and looked at Erwin's face. And that silver white hair. Snape really wanted to tell Erwin everything. At this moment, a voice came. Are you angry so early? Erwin frowned and turned to look. It was Dumbledore. Hearing Dumbledore's voice, Snape seemed to wake up. Dumbledore came to the two. Snape, it's almost time, you should get ready. The bell will ring soon to wake up the little wizards. Snape nodded. He looked at Erwin deeply, then turned and left. Erwin's face didn't look good. Professor Dumbledore, you seem to be deliberately preventing Professor Snape from telling me the truth. Dumbledore smiled and said, really? I don't know. I just came here and I don't know what you are talking about. For the first time, Erwin didn't smile in return. His face was still cold. Professor Dumbledore, I respect you, but you should also know that this matter is very important to me. I need to know the truth about my parents. The smile on Dumbledore's face disappeared. What can I do if I know? With your current strength, it is difficult to even save your life, let alone take revenge. The more you know, the more dangerous it will be for you. Your parents are both my students. I will not harm you. They, just like me, won't harm you. Erwin said, danger? I'm in Hogwarts, can't you protect my safety? Dumbledore shook his head, no. The safe place is not Hogwarts, but the Hogwarts with me. But when I faced them, I still didn't look good enough. Elvin was shocked. You can't do it either. Dumbledore smiled and said, this world is more complicated than you think. You know, your parents don't want you to enter the magic world. So, they even used a special method to seal your magic. This is why you haven't had a magic riot. Of course, this closure is harmless, but I don't know what went wrong. Your closure has been opened. Hogwarts sent you a notice. This may be destined. What you can do now is to become stronger. Try your best to become stronger. In this way, you can know all the truth. Or, you can continue to live. After Dumbledore finished speaking, yawn. I'm old. I'm sleepy again. I'm going to go back and make up for my sleep. Elvin, if you can't sleep, then go to the hall. Believe me, as the first person to arrive at the hall, the elves will give you a surprise. After speaking, Dumbledore turned and left. Elvin looked at Dumbledore's back as he left. His brows furrowed. He didn't know whether he should believe Dumbledore. It's really that Elvin was deeply influenced by those short video bloggers and novelists in later generations. Dumbledore cannot be denied that he is really great, but at the same time, you can't ignore a problem. Dumbledore's mind is really too deep. Take Lily's case, Elvin doesn't believe that Lily can get this spell in other ways. Maybe someone would say that Lily might have found the spell from the restricted area, but if it is said that the person who has done the most research on the restricted area in the history of Hogwarts, it should be Voldemort, right? After all, he can find the cultivation method of Horcruxes from the corners. It is conceivable that Voldemort has read many books in the restricted area. If there really is such a spell, Voldemort would not say in the Goblet of Fire chapter that Lily didn't know what spell she used to make Harry Potter the lucky one who survived by chance. So, even if Lily found the spell in the restricted section, it was definitely Dumbledore who was causing trouble. The most outrageous thing is here, and it is something that Elvin has never understood. If Dumbledore only talks about his strength on paper, he can definitely beat Voldemort. Otherwise, when Voldemort was at his peak, he would not dare to step into Hogwarts. So, in other words, Dumbledore can kill Voldemort. But Dumbledore didn't do it. There is only one possibility. Dumbledore knows that even if he kills Voldemort, he will not completely eliminate Voldemort. In other words, Dumbledore knows about the Horcruxes. Then Lily and Harry Potter have an explanation. Dumbledore may have been planning since then, including making Harry Potter one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. It's all Dumbledore's calculations. Family members, just thinking about it is already chilling. How can Elvin trust such a person? Looking at the two lives combined, Erwin has not lived for more than 40 years. Not to mention, he lived in the safest country for 30 years in his previous life, where there were not so many intrigues. The most vicious conspiracy I have ever seen is the office struggle. He is not on the same level as Dumbledore, okay? Can you ask a little sheep to trust a wolf? Anyway, Erwin can't do it. In comparison, Snape is gloomy every day. But Erwin is very familiar with Snape's character. Erwin, who has read the original book, knows Snape's nature too well. Although Erwin did not know the truth he wanted from Snape today, but through a few words, Erwin can already guess. The relationship between his parents and Snape may not be that simple. So, Erwin feels that, in comparison, Snape is more trustworthy. Walking on the way to the hall, Erwin is still thinking about what Dumbledore and Snape said. It is known that his parents were once wizards. Later, for some reason, they returned to the Muggle world. Afterwards, his parents died at the hands of an unknown wizard. And the wizard who killed his parents was very strong, or the power behind him was very terrifying. Even Dumbledore, who was known as the first white magician, needed to be wary. This was something that had never appeared in the original book. This kind of question beyond the scope was the most difficult to solve. For their own safety, their parents sealed their magic. They used certain methods to prevent themselves from becoming an obscurus and their magic from rioting. They were destined to be ordinary people, but for some reason, the seal was broken. They were detected by Hogwarts. They were admitted to Hogwarts. It seemed to be clear, but none of the key doubts were answered. For example, who was the enemy? For example, how did the seal on him break? After arriving at the auditorium, Alvin still couldn't figure it out, or rather, the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Alvin came a little early, and the auditorium was empty. Erwin sat down at the long table. Since the truth was there, it would eventually come out. Dumbledore was right. Since the enemy was so strong and so terrifying, even if Erwin knew now, he couldn't change anything. In this case, there was really no need to add to the trouble. It would be better to have a nice breakfast. However, Erwin waited for a while. The table was still empty. The scene where food appeared strangely just after sitting down was not repeated. Erwin was confused. So, the surprise that Dumbledore said was that he came early and had no food to eat? Just when Erwin was thinking about it, suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. Erwin was startled. The wand in his hand appeared in his hand instantly. What the hell? As the starlight faded, a smaller figure appeared. His face was full of horror. I'm sorry, dear wizard. Maggie didn't mean to scare you. Maggie is a bad elf. I want to punish myself. As he said that, the domesticated elf directly hit the table with the big head. Erwin was stunned. In fact, he had read the original work in the novel, so he naturally knew the servility of these house elves, but he did not expect it to be so serious. The most important thing is, what kind of physical fitness does this house elf have? You didn't faint after such a collision? Erwin shouted, okay. Stop it. McGee ignored it and continued to bang on the table, still saying apologies. Erwin frowned. As the first-year hidden prefect of Slytherin and a student of Hogwarts, I order you to stop. When McGee heard this, it was as if the pause button had been pressed. Stopped quickly. Standing there, shivering. He didn't dare to look up at Erwin at all. Erwin sighed, okay. Calm down, it's not your fault. I overreacted. You have punished yourself. I saw it. That's it, then, tell me, why did you suddenly appear? McGee said, that's it, distinguished prefect. I am the house elf of Hogwarts, responsible for breakfast. However, you came too early. The unified breakfast has not been prepared yet. We still need some time. Let me ask you what you want to eat, and I can make a special portion for you first. Erwin understood. McGee is useless. McGee is really the most useless elf. The noble wizard, you are not even willing to tell McGee what he needs. McGee should punish himself. As he said that, he was about to hit the table again. Erwin was shocked. Darling, how on earth did this wizard do it, to instill the servility of the elf to this extent? Isn't this better than the so-called Pua? Could it be that there are some wizards who are proficient in psychology? Erwin suddenly became interested in this period of history. Seeing McGee who was about to hit the table, Erwin shouted, that's enough. McGee, I didn't ask you to punish yourself. You shouldn't do it on your own. Erwin knew that these elves were servile at heart, so he couldn't talk to them pleasantly. Just like a certain island race that is despicable, disgusting, and wants to destroy its race and destroy its roots. They are slaves and bastards at heart, and their bloodline is inferior. Only under high pressure can they feel happy physically and mentally. What is written in his bones is meanness. After hearing this, McGee quickly stopped. He bowed his head even lower. I'm sorry, my distinguished prefect. McGee was wrong. Erwin waved his hand, okay. Since you want to know, I want to eat fried dough sticks and soy milk. Can you do it? Maggie was stunned for a moment. Then he looked up. This is also the first time McGee has faced Erwin directly since he appeared. My lord, McGee can do it. This surprised Erwin. Can you make it? Then go make one and let me try it. McGee nodded. Then he snapped his fingers and disappeared. Without making Erwin wait too long, McGee placed 2 fried dough sticks and a bowl of soy milk in front of Erwin. Erwin looked at the golden fried dough sticks with a fluffy texture. Alum, it actually has alum added. Erwin was confused. Who could tell him why foreign house elves can make fried dough sticks, and the most important thing is to add soul alum? Next to the dinner plate, there was actually a pair of chopsticks. Erwin picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. Yes, this is the flavor. McGee looked at Erwin expectantly. Erwin asked, "You actually know how to make fried dough sticks? Do all elves do it?" McGee shook his head, "No." McGee once served a wizard family from Daxia, and it was McGee who learned it at that time. They are really McGee's best masters. They are polite and teach McGee a lot stuff. They're gentle, but after saying that, Maggie's expression suddenly changed. McGee is a bad elf, and McGee is actually talking about the master. Seeing that Maggie was getting sick again, Erwin quickly stopped him. "Stop. I don't want anyone to help me score music while I'm eating. Just let me ask you the questions." McGee nodded. Erwin asked, "Since you served the wizard family in Daxia, why didn't you leave with them?" Maggie said, "No. The master has returned to Daxia. Daxia does not allow servants like house elves. They all use snail girls and flower fairies in their homes. They are all free. According to the master's words, Daxia will not restrict any intelligent creatures, so it is illegal to bring McGee with you." This is the first time Erwin has heard about Daxia, so the snail girl actually exists? Won't any intelligent beings be restricted? It's Daxia's style. Humane, noble Daxia. Soon Erwin devoured 2 fried dough sticks and a bowl of soy milk. Erwin wiped his mouth with satisfaction. "Maggie, do you want any other Chinese vegetables?" McGee said. "McGee can do it. Aren't you full? McGee can also make buns. Do you want to eat?" Erwin shook his head. "I'm full. However, I hope to eat Chinese vegetables for my next meal. If you have time, can you help me prepare it?" McGee quickly said, "As long as you need it, I can do it." Erwin smiled and said, "Okay, go and do your work. From now on, you will be responsible for my meals." Maggie bowed and saluted, then put away the plate and disappeared. Erwin raised the corners of his mouth. An unexpected bonus, really an unexpected bonus. Unexpectedly, I found a chef. This is so beautiful. After eating and drinking, Erwin was not in a hurry to leave the auditorium. He had to wait until class later to take the Slytherin wizard to the classroom. With nothing to do, Erwin simply took out Professor McGonagall's notebook. "Start reading carefully." But he still has a problem to deal with now. "After that, I have to write a paper and give it to Professor McGonagall. When the time comes, let Professor McGonagall help him send it out." Erwin will not give up this kind of fame in vain. One after another, there were more and more little wizards in the auditorium. Slytherin students would keep their steps gentle when passing by Erwin, for fear of disturbing Erwin. Erwin defeated the hidden prefect of the 2nd grade yesterday, so strictly speaking, Erwin is now also the hidden prefect of the 1st and 2nd years of Slytherin. But Barton, the original 2nd-year hidden prefect, was more like Erwin's deputy. The little wizards naturally kept quiet out of awe in their hearts. As for some senior students, they would not provoke Elvin for no reason. This led to a very strange problem. The Slytherin table was extremely quiet. When the young wizards from other colleges came in, they would be involuntarily affected by this quiet atmosphere. When they didn't know what was going on, they would remain quiet. People are blindly obedient. When a group of professors came to the auditorium, they were all confused. "Oh my God, what happened to Hogwarts today? The auditorium was even quieter than the classroom? Is it so outrageous?" And Elvin, who was immersed in Professor McGonagall's notes, he didn't realize the movement outside at all. He was now fully focused on Professor McGonagall's notes. I have to say that Professor McGonagall really deserves to be the master of transfiguration. Just looking at these notes, Elvin felt that he benefited a lot. The professors on the podium were also quite quiet at this time. After all, it was not easy to have a peaceful meal. Erwin turned the Hogwarts Great Hall into a study room by himself. Professor McGonagall noticed Erwin reading a book. She also recognized that Erwin was reading her notes. She couldn't hide the admiration in her eyes. This kind of student is smart, talented, and hardworking. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure out how he had offended this old cat girl. However, Snape didn't plan to ask. On the one hand, Snape didn't care about these things. On the other hand, in fact, to be honest, Snape rarely dealt with old cat girls unless it was necessary. In fact, the old cat girl was too principled. She was so principled that most people didn't dare to provoke her. Not to mention a semi-autistic player like Snape. Time passed by bit. The little wizards from other colleges had almost left. Except for the first-year little wizards in Slytherin, all the other little wizards had left. The little wizards looked at each other. Seeing that it was almost time for class, they wanted to remind Elvin, but they didn't dare to speak. The group of professors also understood at this time. So the abnormality of these little wizards and the silence of the auditorium today turned out to be here. Snape looked at the time. Erwin was pulled out of the world of the book by Snape's voice. He turned his head and looked. "What's wrong?" Professor, Snape said, pay attention to the time. You should take your first-year classmates to the defense against the dark arts classroom. Only then did Erwin notice that there was no one in the hall. Erwin said, sorry, Professor. I was a little lost. I'll go over now. Erwin was a little surprised. Why didn't these little wizards remind him? It was so embarrassing. Erwin said, okay. Everyone, let's go to class. After that, Erwin stood up. A group of Slytherin little wizards also stood up quickly. Although Malfoy was indignant, he also stood up. He had already called him Dad, but old Malfoy had no intention of dealing with Erwin at all. He even ordered young Malfoy not to target Erwin for some unknown reason. So young Malfoy didn't dare to stab. The first-year students of Slytherin were divided into 2 rows, and Alvin walked through them and walked in front. These little wizards hurriedly followed. On the high platform, several professors saw this scene, somewhat surprised. Dumbledore's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance. Alvin, is his prestige in Slytherin so deep? Snape was also a little surprised, but then, he thought it was normal. The respect these little wizards of Slytherin have for Alvin is not just because Alvin is a hidden prefect, but Alvin earned it himself. Slytherin, interests are supreme, and strength is also supreme. Therefore, if you want to conquer these little snakes, you must have strong strength. This is also one of the reasons for the hidden prefect rule. Alvin led a group of little wizards towards the defense against the dark arts classroom. Those floating stairs, since Alvin threatened them once yesterday. I also found that Alvin is indeed not easy to bully. So today is particularly well behaved. What a magical Hogwarts. Erwin likes things that know how to avoid harm and seek good fortune. You know, Erwin has always been a civilized person, and he really doesn't want to do those threatening things easily. How presumptuous. Erwin took a group of young wizards to sit in the classroom. Half of the seats in the classroom have been occupied. Today's defense against the dark arts class is with Ravenclaw. The course arrangement of Hogwarts is very interesting. He will try to let the 4 colleges often break up and take classes together, in order to make the young wizards of different colleges familiar with each other. I have to say that in this regard, Hogwarts really arranges the teaching very well. Erwin waved his hand, and the young wizards of Slytherin found a place to sit. Arrange the young wizards of Slytherin. Erwin also planned to find a place to sit. After a glance, Erwin found that there was only one best seat left. It happened to be next to our Miss Know-It-All. Sitting near the middle, too far forward, it is easy to be suffocated by the garlic smell of Quirrell, the parasite of Voldemort. If it is too far back, it is not convenient to brush points. I have to say that Erwin is really too difficult. After sitting down, Hermione secretly asked, "What were you watching in the hall?" So absorbed. Erwin said, "Nothing. Just some knowledge of transfiguration." "Very interesting," Hermione said, "is that so? By the way, I heard from my senior that the defense against the dark arts class is the most interesting course in Hogwarts. When you are in the senior year, you can still have a chance to practice." Erwin said, "It is undeniable that the defense against the dark arts class is really interesting. However, I advise you not to have too high expectations. The professor of the defense against the dark arts class changes every year. Maybe the professor before us is really good, but Professor Quirrell, you will know in a while." Hermione said, "I think I heard from my senior." Erwin didn't say much. How to say it, the defense against the dark arts class in Hogwarts is really bumpy. Quirrell in the 1st grade, Lockhart in the 2nd grade, the fake Moody in the 4th grade, and Umbridge in the 5th grade. They are all professors who can't teach anything. I'm really worried about the students of Hogwarts. No wonder it is said that the years after Harry Potter entered school were the worst years for Hogwarts students in the defense against the dark arts course. With these professors, how can you expect good grades? Dong, 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 a few bells rang. It was also the signal for the start of Hogwarts classes. The bells fell from the small door on the side of the classroom. Our teacher for this class, Professor Quirrell, walked in. As Professor Quirrell walked into the classroom, a smell of garlic began to float in the classroom. Erwin couldn't help but frown. This is still considered cultured. Some young wizards have already started to discuss. Hermione pinched her nose, lowered her voice. "Although the professor is wrong, I really don't understand. Why does Professor Quirrell smell so much garlic?" Erwin spread his hands. "In fact, this smell may not be the smell of garlic. It's the smell coming from Voldemort. Voldemort doesn't know how he made himself so smelly, but it was precisely because of his ambition that harmed him. Before coming to Hogwarts, Professor Quirrell was already preparing to teach at Hogwarts. He wants to be a successful professor. So, he ventured into the dark forests of Albania. The dark forest is called the dark forest because there are a large number of dark creatures and dark wizards in it. In the dark forest, Professor Quirrell got into trouble and met several vampires and witches. I don't know what kind of torture I suffered or what. He was conquered by Voldemort and became Voldemort's puppet. After arriving at Hogwarts, he became afraid of everything and began to stutter. The original excellence was gone and he became a weak and helpless person. According to Hagrid's evaluation, Professor Quirrell is a smart man. He read very well when he was in school and got excellent grades, but he is also an unlucky guy, in trouble, in crisis, resulting in a drastic change in temperament. But overall, although Professor Quirrell has become as cowardly as he is now, but there's nothing wrong with teaching some little wizards, although, the little wizards will laugh at him. Professor Quirrell walked up to the professor. He stammered, "Hello, everyone. Please open the second page of the book." Quirrell's stuttering tone added a slight accent. Not surprisingly, all the little wizards present started laughing. Erwin frowned. "Look at the little wizard who belongs to Slytherin." Noticing Erwin's gaze, these little wizards fell silent for a moment. Not daring to laugh anymore, the little wizard from Ravenclaw gradually became quiet. Professor Quirrell cast a grateful look at Erwin. Although he was used to ridicule, this was the first time someone stood up for him. Of course he knew that the jeers that disappeared in the classroom now were because of Erwin. The first defense against the dark arts class went very smoothly. It was also Erwin who laid the foundation well. Quirrell has a great crush on Erwin. In one class, Erwin once again scored 30 points. After class, Quirrell left in a panic. Our know-it-all girl pouted. "I think it's unfair." Erwin put away his books and said with a smile, "Oh, Miss Granger, what do you think is unfair?" Hermione said, "Obviously I know many questions." I also raised my hand. "But Professor Quirrell just called your name. Even you didn't raise your hand." Erwin was happy. "Is that why?" Hermione said, "I always feel frustrated when I am with you. The professors all like you. You are so good." Erwin said, "Don't think so much, it's just occasional. Maybe Professor Quirrell is embarrassed to call you? You also know that he is very shy." Hermione sighed, "Maybe." Erwin said, "Okay. It's time for you to go to the History of Magic classroom. Our next class is Herbology. There is only a 20-minute break. Aren't you going to drink some water or solve a personal problem?" Hermione picked up the book on the table. "I almost forgot. Then I'm leaving." After saying that, Hermione left in a hurry. Erwin looked at Hermione hurriedly leaving and shook his head. A sensitive and fragile little wizard. Erwin leaned back on his stool, waiting for the little Slytherin wizards who need to go to the toilet. He also needs to take these little wizards to the greenhouse for herbal medicine classes. Responsibilities of prefects. Soon, Slytherin's little wizards came back one after another. Erwin said, "Let's go. Let's go to the greenhouse. Bring your books. Herbology requires hands-on practice. Some herbs are also dangerous, so I hope you can listen to the professor. Don't do it on your own." "I understand everything." All the Slytherin wizards nodded quickly. Erwin glanced at Malfoy. Yes, he was talking about Malfoy. After all, Malfoy's brain. "Forget it, just don't say it. Come to the shed. There are already some little wizards waiting outside the greenhouse." Messy. No need to look at the class schedule. Just look at the messy formation of these goods. Erwin knew his partner for this class. Gryffindor. Only Gryffindor is so unruly, always a mess. Extremely annoying. The teacher teaching the herbology class is Professor Pomona Sprout. Looks very kind and chubby. At the same time, the other party is also the headmaster of Hufflepuff. Don't look at others who look kind. But becoming a dean is not something you can do just by being kind. This professor, who looks like the grandmother next door, has ridiculous fighting prowess. Before the decisive battle in the original book, together with Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall, the deans of Ravenclaw drove away Snape. Of course, the possibility of Snape's betrayal cannot be ruled out, but this one's performance was equally terrifying. The magic spell was cast completely silently. During the decisive battle, he single-handedly protected all Hufflepuff students. That fighting power is the same as that of Lou Bulletin, who has unparalleled power. The wand swished and glowed, but compared to her fighting prowess, her attainments in herbal medicine were even more terrifying. In the entire magic world, this man is said to be the second best in herbal medicine, and absolutely no one dares to be the first. After all, she is the one who can take care of the Whomping Willow. Professor Sprout stood in front of the greenhouse. He clapped his hands. "Okay, little wizards. Before class, I have to explain something to you. What we are going to learn today is to transplant Slater's snake plant. Slater's snake plant is known as the most cunning plant. So, you need to watch my movements clearly and follow them strictly. Don't mess around, otherwise, if you are bitten by those cute little guys, don't blame me for not warning you." All the little wizards were shocked. Bite? Are they not here for the herbal medicine class? Could it be that he got into the magical beasts course? No, there is no magical beasts course in first grade. I ignored the little wizards who were talking about it. Professor Sprout led a group of young wizards directly into the greenhouse. The 3 long tables in the greenhouse are already filled with flower pots. Elvin said, snake grass is mostly used to prepare some antidotes. Although it cannot completely eradicate the toxicity, it can delay the onset of more than 70% of the toxicity. It can give people time to wait for rescue. Professor Sprout clapped his hands. Very good. Very well said, Mr. Elvin. Congratulations, your erudition has won 5 points for Slydrin. Elvin bowed slightly. Thank you for your generosity, Professor. Professor Sprout waved his hand. Okay. Mr. Elvin has just explained the use of snake grass to everyone. Many wizards who go out for adventures will carry snake grass potions. It is to deal with some unknown toxins. You know, there are many crises in the wild. Moreover, there are too many creatures in the magic world, and there are naturally many poisonous ones. Even the most cautious wizards cannot prepare all the antidotes. At this time, the existence of snake grass potions is needed. In the recorded documents, snake grass potions have helped many wizards get the opportunity to be rescued, saved many lives. Professor Sprout, after explaining the snake grass, he personally demonstrated the transplantation of snake grass again. As Professor Sprout pulled the snake grass out of the soil, the rhizome of the snake grass was also exposed in the air. The reason why snake grass is called snake grass is because of its rhizome, which is also the place where the snake grass is used. The rhizome of the snake grass has only one main root, just like a snakehead, and this thing will bite people. Although it is not fatal and dangerous, if the technique is not appropriate, a bite is very painful. Therefore, when taking out the snake grass, you need to control its rhizome at the first time. Otherwise, let it bite. No one can forget the sour feeling. Everything seems to be in order, just when Alvin thinks that this class will pass so easily. Someone will tell Alvin a truth. You can always believe in Gryffindor's ability to cause trouble. Or, you can always believe that there are really people with underdeveloped brains in this world. For example, Neville, who is clumsy, and Ron, who has no skills and is disobedient. As the first wailing sounded, it was Ron who made the sound. Maybe these snake plants have experience dealing with young wizards. So, they bypassed Ron's gloved hand and bit Ron's arm directly. Ron screamed in pain. Ron's voice startled Neville, who was cautiously standing by. Then, there was another scream. The attention of other young wizards was also attracted. In an instant, screams came one after another. Alvin frowned. He found that the attention of some Slytherin students was also attracted. Calm down. Don't let external things affect your attention. Deal with the snake plants in your hands. The Slytherin students reacted at this time. They quickly focused their attention on the snake plants in front of them. Professor Sprout looked at the messy Gryffindor students, and then looked at the Slytherin students. He felt tired. The gap is really too big. In the past, Slytherin students did not make the professors so worry-free. After all, they are all young wizards, and they are at the age of getting into trouble. But this year's Slytherin is completely different. Several professors would talk about these students in the staff lounge. They all knew the reason for the change in Slytherin students. Therefore, the professors were generous in praising Erwin. This also led to Snape, who had never set foot in the staff lounge. These days, whenever there is no class, he stays in the staff lounge during the break. He called it reading. However, she never knew that Snape also had the ability to read books backwards. Several deans expressed their envy of Snape getting a student like Erwin more than once. However, it was just envy. Although Hogwarts can transfer to other colleges, Snape will never let people go. Just kidding, Snape is not crazy. Pushing the best freshman in Slytherin's history, the successor of an old friend, to other colleges? Even if you have a giant monster brain, you can't do such a thing. Although the course is full of twists and turns. But in the end, this class was successfully completed. After class, the little wizards of Slytherin gathered in groups of 3 or 5. They laughed at Gryffindor's embarrassing appearance. Elvin did not stop them. After all, the conflict between Slytherin and Gryffindor can be traced back to the founders. The two colleges have been fighting for a long time, and neither of them is willing to give in. Elvin actually has no good feelings towards Gryffindor. So, naturally, he would not be a bad guy and stop the little wizards of Slytherin. In the hall at noon, the little wizards finished their morning study. Prepare to eat. It must be said that for the little wizards, eating in the hall every day is their favorite moment. As Dumbledore knocked the goblet on the table. On the long table, dishes appeared one by one. However, today, things are a little different. After seeing the sudden appearance of those foods, Elvin is indeed empty in front of him. The little wizards of Slytherin are a little stunned, turned to look at Elvin. Students from other colleges also noticed what was happening here. On the long table of Gryffindor, Ron said happily, "See, the evil Slytherin didn't even let us eat." Sure enough, Hogwarts is a place of justice. Harry Potter rolled his eyes. These days, he suddenly felt that what Malfoy said was not all wrong. This friend he chose. Maybe his brain is really not very good. James Potter and Lily have good qualifications. Although Harry Potter did not inherit their qualifications, he was barely average among the young wizards. But because of Ron, he has experienced too much in the past 2 days. It's too hard, going to school is really too hard. You have to guard against Snape's venomous tongue, and you have to guard against some of the tricks that Ron makes from time to time. If you are not careful, your life may be in danger. Now he can't tell whether Ron hates Slytherin or is simply jealous of Elvin. Yes, in Harry Potter's view, this is jealousy. Because he is actually jealous too. Jealous of Erwin's popularity, jealous of Erwin's excellence. The professors on the stage also noticed the movement here. Snape's face suddenly turned cold. The elves of Hogwarts dared to treat him differently? Snape's heart was already filled with murderous intent. However, Erwin did not react. Instead, he was somewhat expectant. Of course, he knew why there was no food in front of him. Because he was about to eat the summer vegetables he had been longing for. Sure enough, the next moment, the table changed again. Dishes appeared one after another. 4 dishes and 1 soup, very standard summer specifications. A bowl of rice, and a pair of chopsticks. The young wizards were stunned. Snape also widened his eyes. To be honest, he had been in Hogwarts for so many years, and he never knew that the house elves in Hogwarts had such a level. That's right, they were treated differently. But it turned out that they were the difference. Dumbledore looked at the food on Erwin's table. He smiled and said, "It seems our Mr. Erwin is also welcomed even by the house elves." The other professors also smiled. Hogwarts never refuses privileges. Only if you are good enough, you will have privileges. This is Hogwarts. If you have the ability, you will be able to get everything you want. Summer vegetables are exquisite in color, aroma, and taste. Although the little wizards around did not taste it. However, just from the appearance and the faint aroma, it has already made them hungry. On the long table of Gryffindor, Ron's eyes were red with jealousy. Evil Slytherin, their privileges have begun to affect the elves of Hogwarts. This is unfair. Harry Potter said, "It is indeed unfair. I also want such unfairness." Harry Potter was also very envious. Although after entering the magic world, many people called him the savior and many people admired him, he had also thought that he would make a great name in the magic world. Even when he was sorted, he felt that he was different. He should be excellent. However, reality gave him a hard slap in the face. After just 2 days at Hogwarts, he helped his college to clear the points of the College Cup. Compared with him, Erwin seems to be the savior. Harry Potter looked down at the food in front of him. To be honest, compared with the food in front of Erwin, he felt that the sumptuous meals he usually thought were really not worth mentioning at this moment. Erwin sniffed. "Very good, the taste is very good. This is it, the house elves can actually make pot dumplings?" Erwin picked up a piece and tasted it. "It's bad, the recipe of Daxia has leaked, this fucking pot dumpling is a bit authentic." The little wizards and Slytherin around were already greedy. Finally, a brave little wizard came up. "Senior Erwin, what is this?" Erwin smiled and said, "Daxia dish. Do you want to try it?" The Slytherin student's eyes lit up. "Really? Then I'm not polite." He took a fork and directly stabbed a piece of pot-wrapped meat. Erwin was shocked. "No, you asked if it was really okay, but you already did it. Then why are you asking me? Is this how you respect your class leaders?" The sour and sweet taste is something these poor foreigners have never tasted before. The right amount of starch, the sweet and sour sauce, and the sweetness of the meat itself outline a taste they have never tasted before. It makes people want to stop. The little wizard's eyes narrowed instantly. "It's so delicious." Erwin now really thinks that the little chef cartoon is not a lie. It turns out that some people will cry when they eat delicious food. Poor foreigners. The other Slytherin little wizards around also looked at the sweet and sour pork in front of Erwin with burning eyes. Their eyes were full of desire. Erwin sighed. "Okay." Erwin waved his hand, "Come and try it if you want to." As soon as the voice fell, a group of little wizards rushed over. Erwin frowned. "Manners. Pay attention to your manners. Do you think you are Gryffindors?" The faces of the Gryffindors turned black again. Erwin is obsessed with shooting arrows, especially when facing these little lions. On the podium, Professor McGonagall rolled her eyes. Although Erwin's words are indeed unpleasant, think about the students in her own college. Professor McGonagall found helplessly that it seemed that what Erwin said seemed to be right. No comparison, no harm. Of course, if someone else said this, Professor McGonagall would have to refute it to some extent. But if it was Erwin who said this, it would be fine. Erwin, that's her beloved disciple. "What? You call this double standard?" "Yes, it's double standard. What's wrong? If you don't agree, fight with the older catgirl. Take a look at the statue holding a 3-meter-long sword. The dog's head is tilted for you. There are so many students in Slytherin, and there are only a few pieces in a plate of sweet and sour pork. Soon, the sweet and sour pork in front of Erwin was swept away. Yes, these little Slytherin nobles paid attention to their manners. They didn't grab it, but they didn't give in either. Even Malfoy secretly came to get a piece. His two greedy followers. It was even more outrageous. One fork can actually pick up 2 pieces of Kuabeo pork. Is this fork for Ninja Turtles? And without the hot pot pork, these little wizards began to move towards other cuisines in front of Erwin. Before Erwin could react, all the dishes in front of me have been carved up. The soup was all finished for him. Erwin's face turned dark. There are still many little wizards who have not tasted it. They were lining up and looking at Erwin with hopeful faces. Erwin sighed. Forget it. Erwin took out his wand and tapped it twice on the long table. The next moment, a figure appeared. Hello, distinguished prefect. Your servant McGee is at your service at any time. Erwin said, McGee, go prepare some Chinese vegetables and put them on the table. You also saw that my lunch was taken away by them. I haven't eaten it yet. McGee nodded, of course. Dear wizards, please wait a moment. Afterwards, McGee disappeared directly from the spot. The other students at the long table watched Erwin's actions. My eyes lit up and I realized it could still be like this. Is this long table a summoner? Can we order food? On the Gryffindor table, Ron was the first to prepare for an experiment. He wants to eat chicken drumsticks, big chicken drumsticks. Then, Ron took out his wand and clicked it on the long table. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes. Nothing happened. Ron's face turned red. The wand struck harder. Come out. Why don't you come out? People from other colleges around were also watching the excitement. The rest of the Weasley family blushed too. Even the mischievous twins couldn't stand it. At this time, a voice came. Your wand is going to blind the eyes of those around you. You're not Erwin. She couldn't stand Ron. She had heard Ron say bad things about Erwin behind his back several times in private, so she couldn't stand Ron for a long time. That's why she started to criticize Ron. Hermione stood up directly. What did I say wrong? Grandstanding. I mean you. It's ridiculous. You want to compare with Erwin. You don't deserve it. Ron's face turned red. He was embarrassed. After being said by Hermione, he felt even more embarrassed. The little wizard didn't care about the severity of his words. The knife stabbed, and the knife went to the vital point. The truth is the sharp knife that hurts people. Ron couldn't compare with Erwin. He always fantasized that he would be the one who was in the spotlight. But he knew his level. That's why he clung to Harry Potter's thighs when he came to Hogwarts. I thought that by hanging out with Harry Potter, I could make a name for myself in the future. Unexpectedly, Erwin happened. Let alone him, Harry Potter is almost forgotten. So, he has long been dissatisfied with Erwin. But he really didn't dare to say anything to Erwin. He could only whisper a few words behind his back. Mice are like this. They only dare to whisper behind his back and dare not go out into the sun. Ron, he has no money, no ability, and no brains. In terms of bickering, 10 of him together would not be Hermione's opponent. In all schools, except before exams, academic masters are not so popular at other times. Especially our Miss Know-It-All. She is proud in her bones, so naturally, many people will dislike her. So when she was studying in a Muggle school, she was excluded. This mouth has been trained for a long time. Before Ron could speak, Hermione had already said a lot. Every word was directed at the key points. Ron's face became redder and redder. If this was a comic style, Ron's head would be smoking at this time. That's what we call smoking. That's how it happened. Especially when he heard the discussions and laughter of other young wizards around him. Ron's string of reason broke directly. Ron was furious and took out his wand directly. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Hermione was stunned for a moment. After all, she had no experience in fighting against others, so she really didn't react for a while. But Alvin reacted immediately. Expelliarmus. The next moment, Ron was blown away directly. He hit the wall of the hall heavily. Alvin's face turned cold. The other 3 Weasley family members, the prefect Percy Weasley, and the twins Fred and George hurriedly ran towards their younger brother. Percy said, "Are you okay, Ron?" Ron's face turned pale and he shook his head. Fred and George were full of jokes. "My dear brother, why did you take out your wand? What spells do you know now? And you took out your wand in the hall. How interesting." Ron ignored his 2 brothers who were watching the fun. On the podium, the sudden change also made the professors stand up. Professor Phileas Flitwick, as the Dean of Ravenclaw, showed a rare anger on his originally kind face. After all, he knew Hermione's excellence. She helped Ravenclaw earn a lot of points these days, although most of the points in the classroom were earned by Ravenclaw students. But there are really not many who can show such knowledge in the first year. So, Flitwick is very optimistic about Hermione. And now, there are Gryffindor students who dare to point their wands at their classmates. Flitwick said angrily, how dare he? How dare he point his wand at his classmates? Snape also said, this matter is serious. Pointing the wand at his classmates, and in the hall. Just because of a quarrel. Such a bad thing has never happened in Hogwarts since its establishment. Although, I don't think Ron Weasley can master any spells with his pig-like brain, but this matter is undoubtedly bad. Professor McGonagall's face was also very ugly. Ron Weasley, how dare you do this? You actually pointed the wand at your classmates. Gryffindor deducted 50 points. Hearing Professor McGonagall's voice, Ron's face turned pale instantly. 50 points. He hasn't earned a point so far, and he has already deducted a lot of points. Will the other Gryffindor students tear him apart alive? Ron looked around. Sure enough, the little wizards in Gryffindor all looked very ugly. Everyone looked at Ron angrily. Ron couldn't help but shudder. Even Percy looked unhappy. After Professor McGonagall dealt with Ron, she looked at Alvin. As for you, Mr. Alvin, because of your decisiveness, the school avoided a crisis. So, Slytherin rewards you with 30 points. Alvin bowed slightly to express his gratitude. This was a pleasant surprise. In fact, after Alvin took action, he also thought about what kind of spells Ron, a pig-brained man, could master at this time. He knows nothing. Other first-year wizards might learn some spells by themselves, even if it's just for fun. But Ron, he can't. Not because he has no interest, but because he is too stupid. He can't learn it. After thanking McGonagall, Alvin turned his head and looked in Ron's direction. He said coldly, Prefect Percy, I suggest you take care of your brother, otherwise, I will help you. But if I do, I can't guarantee that he will be intact next time. My patience is also limited. I am now speaking to you as the hidden prefect of Slytherin. Or, it is a warning. Percy's face was not very good. After all, no one would look too good if threatened. But he knew that his brother did something wrong today. Percy said, I will. Elvin looked at Ron with disdain. Waste. Then Elvin pressed his palm. Sit down. Continue eating. The Slytherins sat back in their seats without any hesitation. The movements were so uniform that people who didn't know would think they were students from Daxia. Soon, the elf McGee added Daxia cuisine to the Slytherin table. The Slytherin wizards began to taste it. As for Ron, Maggie appeared. Maggie bowed, Your Excellency. Maggie is at your service. Is there anything you want to tell me? Erwin said, your big summer vegetables. They all love it. Maybe you can teach other elves, and in the future, we can add some big summer vegetables to our tables. After all, good things need to be shared. Maggie was stunned for a moment, of course, but do you want to give it to other colleges? The other little wizards were stunned. No, now you are talking about this kind of differential treatment, have you already ignored the thoughts of the parties involved? Just say it so blatantly? They are not human? Their lives are not lives? Erwin smiled and said, of course. We are all classmates, of course we have to share delicious food together. Maggie said, okay, no problem. Happy to serve you. Erwin waved his hand, okay, go and get busy. Maggie nodded, snapped his fingers and disappeared. The little wizards from other colleges looked at Erwin gratefully. They all smelled the smell of big summer vegetables. They had been craving for it for a long time, and now, Alvin actually gave them a chance to taste it. They hadn't realized it yet. It seemed that these house elves belonged to Hogwarts. They were not raised by Alvin's family, but they had already begun to be grateful to Alvin, and no one felt that there was anything wrong. This was outrageous. After McGee returned, he also arranged Daxia dishes on the tables of other colleges. The little wizards ate so heartily. The delicacies from Daxia conquered everyone's taste buds. The professors couldn't help but ask the house elves to make Daxia dishes and tasted them. Alvin didn't expect that his temporary greed today would lead to a result, that is, Daxia cuisine would strangely appear on the menu of Hogwarts in the future. Alvin would never have thought that these Daxia dishes would surprise some special guests in the future. However, it also left a good story. Of course, this is all later. After eating and drinking, Alvin burped twice. I haven't eaten summer vegetables for a long time. I ate too much without realizing it. Summer vegetables are good in every way, the only bad thing is that they make you full easily. Since I'm full, then Erwin plans to have some after-meal entertainment. Erwin stood up. In an instant, everyone in the hall focused their attention on Erwin. Everyone had some expectations in their eyes. Erwin's mouth corners rose. He certainly knew what these people were expecting, and in the entire hall, only one person's mood was completely different from theirs. His mood was heavy. He was Marjorie Helen, the third-year hidden prefect of Slytherin. Erwin walked along the long table to the third-year section, in front of Marjorie Helen. Hello, Senior Helen, the first-year hidden prefect L. Cavendish challenges you to the prefect position. Marjorie Helen sighed in her heart. This day has finally come. He knew he was no match for Erwin. He couldn't block Erwin's disarming spell, but it would be a shame to lose without a fight. Marjorie stood up. I accept your challenge. The little wizards around began to cheer. After all, this kind of scene is what they like to watch the most. Grodia stood up and said with a smile, okay. Then the old rules. Let's meet by the Black Lake. The little wizards of Slytherin hurried to the Black Lake. The little wizards of other colleges were not to be outdone. On the stage, Snape frowned. I'll go over and take a look. After saying that, Snape stood up and left the hall like a big bat. Professor McGonagall looked at Dumbledore. Don't we need to go over? Dumbledore just stuffed the last piece of pot bun into his mouth again. He was missing that taste. This sour and sweet taste is much better than a pile of cockroaches. He felt a little addicted. I was considering whether to ask the house elf to send another plate. I heard Professor McGonagall's voice. Dumbledore said, no need. Snape is enough. Of course, if you are interested, you can go and have a look. After all, Alvin is the most likely person to become the real prefect of Slytherin. Dumbledore finished speaking. The professors left directly. They also like to watch this kind of excitement. Hogwarts is good in everything. It's just too plain. After the professors left, the whole hall was empty. Dumbledore's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Good opportunity. Dumbledore snapped his fingers directly. Called the house elf. Not long after, a plate of steaming pot-fried pork appeared on Dumbledore's table. Dumbledore began to taste it happily. Although he is an old man, he has a good appetite. Beside the Black Lake, a group of young wizards have surrounded the shore. Fortunately, the professors still had their dignity. The young wizards gave up their best viewing seats. In the middle of the crowd, Erwin and Marjorie stood separately. Marjorie held her wand, her palms began to sweat, and her face was a little nervous. Look at Erwin on the other hand. His face is full of satisfaction. The wand is between the middle finger and the ring finger. The same wand-holding posture as Voldemort. Very elegant and calm. Marjorie said, Erwin, I know my level. I may not be your opponent, but I just want to see how much worse I am than you. Erwin smiled and said, Senior, you are too modest. After all, you are from a pure-blood family. Please give me more advice. Marjorie asked in confusion, do you know my origin? Erwin said, of course I know, you are also very famous. To be precise, Marjorie is from the Bulstrode family of the 28 pure-blood families. However, his mother is from Bulstrode. However, the Bulstrode family has suffered even more losses, and the only heir is Marjorie's mother. There are not so many rules, such as not being able to marry outside the pure-blood family, because no one cares at all. It can also be regarded as a pure-blood family that has disappeared. Therefore, Marjorie's father was not considered a son-in-law, so naturally Marjorie did not take the surname of Bulstrode. Marjorie nodded, saluted to Erwin. Erwin also returned the salute. Then the two walked back to back. After standing, Grodia gave the order to start. Then, Erwin took the lead. Disarm you. Marjorie was not to be outdone. She also cast a disarming spell. Compared to Barton, Marjorie was certainly stronger. The speed and strength of the spell were better. The two spells exploded in mid-air, but it was obvious that Erwin's spell was better. The location of the doubtful explosion was more biased towards Marjorie. Erwin reacted very quickly, and the next attack was already sent again after the first attack missed. How should I put it? He has some skills, but not much. However, he is definitely much better than the average little wizard. After all, he is the hidden prefect of Slytherin. Erwin bowed slightly, thank you. I won. Marjorie refused the help of her friend. She stood up by herself. There was a little disappointment on her face, but not too much. After all, he had expected the result, so it was not surprising that she lost. Marjorie bowed, I lost. Congratulations, Prefect Erwin. Erwin said, Senior, you are too polite. In the future, there will be many places where I need your help. I just hope you don't hold a grudge and just shirk it in the future. The polite and modest Erwin easily made many people feel good about him. For example, those watching the game around him. Although Erwin had just arrived at Hogwarts, but in just 2 days, he had done a lot of things. Plus, Erwin is usually friendly to everyone, except Gryffindor. It's hard not to make other young wizards like Erwin. Grodia came to Erwin, congratulations. Junior, you won again. I think the day when you come to me is not far away. There is still some time, go and rest for a while. There are classes in the afternoon. Erwin said, thank you, Prefect Grodia, but I think it's still early today. I plan to challenge another hidden prefect. Erwin turned his head and looked at the crowd of Slytherin. His eyes fell on a female young wizard, Charlotte Teresa. the only female hidden prefect in Slytherin, and the only prefect who is not from the pure-blooded 28 clans. Charlotte smiled, walked out of the crowd. I thought I would wait until tomorrow. I didn't expect that today my junior is ready to challenge me. Erwin smiled and said, take advantage of today's full meal. If I'm not my opponent, I can resist the beating. Charlotte covered her mouth and laughed. Junior is too modest. Just like those modest people from Daxia. I don't have the ability to beat my junior. My junior is really skilled in the disarming spell. Erwin said, Senior, you're too polite. Charlotte's smile gradually faded. But, after all, I'm also a fourth-year hidden prefect. I can't lose without a fight. So, Charlotte Teresa, Slytherin's fourth-year hidden prefect, I accept your challenge. Erwin's face also showed a rare solemn look. 7 hidden prefects of Slytherin, except for Erwin himself. 6 hidden prefects. There are actually only 2 people who really make Erwin feel threatened. Grodia, let's not talk about this. 7th-year hidden prefect. His age is there, and he is the legitimate son of the Selwyn family, and has received a good education since childhood. The Selwyn family is a very special family. It is said that this family made its fortune by relying on some dark sides. If you really count it, it is like the killer family in the movie, although it was later whitewashed, but the family inheritance method remained. Grodia, who did not appear in the original book, as the only legitimate son of the Selwyn family, he has been trained since childhood. He is not comparable to these young boys in school. He is really capable of fighting. Of course, Erwin is now confident that he can fight him. After all, Erwin is cheating. The natives can never beat the cheaters. This is an eternal truth. In addition to Grodia, another person that Erwin can't see through is Charlotte Teresa. This female head is not from a pure-blood family. She is also easygoing in Slytherin. She is polite to everyone. However, it was this kind of person who, when Elvin first saw her, he actually had an indescribable sense of crisis in his heart. This was the instinct that Elvin had trained in blood and tears for so many years. Just like a beast, when it sees an enemy that can threaten itself, it will have this sense of crisis. And Charlotte gave Elvin this feeling. This made Elvin very curious about this female prefect, a wizard who was not from a pure-blood family. In theory, she could only learn the knowledge taught in the school. However, Charlotte was able to hold the position of prefect in Slytherin, where pure-blood families were rampant. This was unreasonable in itself. Born in a pure-blood family, even if they had not received education before entering school, but with the usual influence of their family members, plus the conscious guidance of their families, you have to admit that they are stronger than ordinary little wizards. How can hard work compare to the inheritance of so many generations? Therefore, for this only female hidden prefect, Elvin has always valued her. Today, I finally have the opportunity to feel the strength of this female prefect. The two saluted. Then they moved away. After standing still, Grodia waved his hand. Begin. Grodia's voice had just fallen. The next moment, Charlotte's voice rang out quickly. Imprison. Break into pieces. 2 consecutive urgent voices came. The next moment, 2 spells flew towards Erwin. Erwin's pupils shrank slightly. Such a fast casting speed. Erwin waved his wand. Armor protection. Erwin only had time to cast an armor spell. He felt his body was imprisoned, and the next moment, the spell directly hit Erwin's already somewhat solid purple armor phantom. A slight sound. Erwin staggered back 2 steps. Erwin did not dare to waste time. At the moment when the imprisonment disappeared, his figure dodged to the side. Expelliarmus. Sure enough, when Erwin just left the spot, a red light shot towards him. It fell directly to the ground. The students watching were stunned. Is this a real battle between wizards? This spell casting speed. Is this mouth rented, talking so fast? The professors watching were also a little surprised at this time. Snape frowned. His eyes fell on Charlotte. Was she hiding her incompetence, or had no one ever let her use her full strength? This strength was no weaker than that of an ordinary Auror. Grodia, who was standing by, also looked at her with a sidelong glance. Looking at Charlotte, his heart was full of surprise. He had never known that Charlotte actually had such strength. Erwin waved his wand. Expelliarmus. A flash of purple light flew towards Charlotte. Armor. Charlotte reacted very quickly. The iron armor charm was used directly. Although she had already seen from Erwin's actions that Erwin was not weak, but she didn't expect that Erwin's magic power would be so powerful, and the spells he issued would be so powerful. Even the iron armor curse she had practiced through actual combat could not completely eliminate the power of Erwin's disarming curse. Erwin didn't stop, his wand continued to twitch. Another disarming spell was shot. Charlotte ran quickly to the side. Erwin responded in the same way. There are many obstacles. In front of Erwin, 2 vines suddenly grew, just in the way of his movement. Erwin frowned. This is the disadvantage of not having enough magic spells to master. Now Erwin only has two choices. The first is to get rid of the vines. Another option is to turn around and change direction. However, Charlotte had no intention of giving Erwin a chance to choose. All petrified, the magic spell flew out of the wand in Charlotte's hand. The target was right behind Erwin. If Erwin turned around and changed the direction now, he would directly collide with the petrification spell. Erwin marvels at Charlotte's combat experience. Have no choice. Erwin couldn't care less about hiding his clumsiness. The divine edge is shadowless, aiming at the vines in front of him. The next moment, above the vines, seemingly transparent sharp blades suddenly appeared, cut the vines straight through. Erwin slipped through the vines. The little wizards around were stunned. What kind of spell is this, the shadowless blade? I seem to have read a book. This seems to be a spell invented by Professor Snape. I think I heard someone say it. But this spell is very dangerous. I didn't expect Erwin to have mastered it now. Slytherin's little wizards were also a little jealous at this time. The Shen Feng Wuying are all pure blood, so they have naturally heard of the name Shen Feng Wuying, Snape's signature curse. Charlotte was also a little surprised by Erwin's move. Even the attack rhythm stopped briefly. Several professors were also a little surprised and turned to look at Snape. Professor McGonagall said with a cold face, "Snape, although Erwin is excellent, but you should not teach him such a high-risk spell at this time." Snape said nothing. In fact, he was a little confused. Although, in his diary, he recorded Shen Feng Wuying's spell and the method of casting it. However, this is something from the back, and Erwin shouldn't see it so soon. Could it be possible that Erwin was jumping to watch it? Professor McGonagall said, "I think we should stop this battle. Shen Feng Wuying is too dangerous." Snape said, "No. This is Slytherin's rule. The fight cannot be stopped. Moreover, there is a countercurse in Shen Feng Wuying. It will be fine. Erwin himself knows it, and he will not use this spell to deal with Charlotte. Otherwise, he would have taken action just now." After hearing this, Professor McGonagall didn't insist. She cares about the students, but this is indeed Slytherin's rule. No one can interfere. Moreover, she believed in Erwin. After Erwin dodged Charlotte's attack, the movements of his hands did not stop. Another disarming spell was fired, but Charlotte had expected it. Get out of the way in advance. Just then, Erwin keenly sensed a crisis coming from behind. Erwin subconsciously used Shen Feng Wuying. The moment of turning around, a section of the originally broken vine was split into two in front of Erwin, flying towards the sides of Erwin's body. Erwin was startled. What's going on? Erwin looked at Charlotte. Charlotte looked disappointed. Erwin thought for a moment. Suddenly, levitation spell. This Charlotte has actually mastered the silent floating spell. Did he control the broken vine to hit him? What a terrifying combat experience. However, since Charlotte did not succeed, then it's Erwin's turn. Erwin flicked his wrist and prepared to attack. But at this moment, Charlotte actually put away her wand. Make a fist with your right hand and place it on your chest. I give up. Erwin's movements suddenly stopped. Charlotte smiled and said, "I lost. My junior shouldn't be stingy and attack me again. I'm very afraid of pain." Erwin frowned. "Why?" Charlotte said, "I don't have much magic left. All the attacks have been neutralized by my junior, and it's useless to continue fighting. I can't avoid my junior's disarming spell now. Moreover, you have mastered the divine blade shadowless. If you use it from the beginning, I won't be able to dodge that attack. So, I'll lose from the beginning. I don't want to perform a flying trapeze." Erwin looked at Charlotte. There were some doubts in my heart. Charlotte's expression remained unchanged. With a smile on his face, "Well, congratulations. From now on, you will also be our 4th grade prefect. Of course, this requires you to defeat several other people. I am optimistic about you as the future prefect." Erwin bowed slightly. "Thank you, senior." Charlotte smiled and returned directly to the Slytherin student lineup. But at this moment, the eyes of the surrounding little wizards looking at Charlotte had changed. Fear, envy. Charlotte successfully proved her strength. At least the connection of the spell, the speed of casting, and the silent floating spell are not something ordinary people can do. Erwin turned to look at Marcus Flint, who had an ugly expression on his side. "Senior, let's meet at noon tomorrow." Marcus paused. Then he snorted coldly, turned around and left. He just watched the battle and already discovered it. Neither Charlotte nor Erwin could be defeated by him. Therefore, he now has to think of any way to keep his position as hidden superior. Erwin raised the corners of his mouth. He has not forgotten how Marcus, the idiot, provoked him in the first place. Find the opportunity now. Only if Erwin can let him go is there a ghost. Glodia came to Erwin. "I didn't expect you to control Shen Feng Wuying. It surprises me." It seems that I am your opponent. Erwin said, Senior is joking. I can still feel some of the senior's strength. I just don't know when I stand in front of the senior. Will the senior take action with all his strength? I'm really curious about the senior's true nature. Strength. Looking through the comments, I saw some questions from you good brothers. Let me explain them one by one. First of all, the matter of eagle sauce. This is indeed my problem. The thing is like this. That day, I had a whim and wanted to write a book about Huo Gva's fan, and then, I want to name this country, but I can't think of it. What does Qi Ying mean? I vaguely thought of Yingzhong. Then I realized something was not right the next day. I was worried about missing something, so I didn't change it at all. The second is the Cavendish family. Some readers have guessed that it is modeled after a real family, of course, the top family in reality. But I changed it a bit. After all, giving a foreign name is really not an easy and pleasant thing. Oh, there are also typos, and other things. I have 2 books to write, so sometimes typos appear when I write quickly. Brothers, please point it out as soon as possible. There is also a question about female protagonists. Please open a vote. If you want more girls, single girls, or no girls, I wish you all the best. Knocked on the glass by an owl. Although he is old, a green light travels around the world. Erwin spread his hands. Yes, our dear Bat Professor is here. Although, Erwin had a premonition when he used Chu Shen Feng Wuying, but Snape really came looking for him. Erwin still felt frightened. Admittedly, Snape treated him well. But, please note, that's Snape. Erwin was brave, but he wasn't brave enough to ignore Snape. As we all know, there are only 2 people at Hogwarts that you absolutely cannot offend. The first one, our dear Poppy Pomfrey. Because your safety lies in her hands, let's just say that Hogwarts, a magical school, comes with its share of crises. What about playing Quidditch or practicing magic spells? All are dangerous. Not to mention, among these dangers, there are some people who like to forcibly add danger to you, like the Weasley troublemaker duo. And the other person is Snape. If you offend Snape, he will let you know what it means to blatantly wear small shoes. Erwin followed Snape directly to the office. Snape waved his sleeve. The office door is immediately closed. Erwin's eyes lit up. Oh, automatic sensor door. Nice one. Snape sat in a chair. Tell me, when did you practice Shen Feng Wuying? Erwin scratched his head. Last night. Snape said, last night, you just got my diary. Did you jump to read it? Erwin quickly shook his head. That's not the case. My memory is good. So, I wrote down a lot of content. Later, I will slowly digest the content. This is my way of reading. So, I tried to practice the spell you left. Snape said, how long have you been practicing? Erwin hesitated and said, 10 minutes? 20 minutes? Or an hour? It's all possible. Snape's face darkened. Every word in these words smelled like a lie. But Snape also understood one thing. That's because it really didn't take Erwin long to learn this spell. Snape snorted coldly, don't be complacent just because of some of your achievements. It's not a big deal to learn spells quickly. Erwin nodded quickly. The office door is now closed tightly. Of course it was what Snape said. Even if Snape said he was Merlin, Erwin would nod without hesitation. Yes, you are right, you are Merlin's father. Snape was very satisfied to see Erwin being so knowledgeable. Look, how good this student is. Much more pleasing to the eye than Potter. It's also Harry Potter who has those green eyes. Otherwise, Snape would really let this old friend know what true cruelty is. Of course, it was cruel now, at least that's how Erwin felt. But it seems that with Snape, he felt that he had not exerted enough force to become a terrifying man. Snape said, in the future, use Shen Feng Wuying less. After all, it is also black magic in nature. Although it does not need to fill your heart with negative emotions like other black magic, but it is too lethal. No suitable for you to use in battles with students. Erwin nodded, I understand, Professor. However, my mastery of magic spells is very small. There is no way to use it today, Shen Feng Wuying. Erwin felt that what he said was obvious. His attitude was also clearly expressed. Just 2 words, please give me advice. Having said that, the normal development of the plot should be that Snape gives Erwin a small start and then teaches him a bunch of magic spells. Just save the cost of Erwin's lottery. It's wonderful to think about it. Erwin was ready to be fed. Is he a student? He learns things from professors without being arrogant. However, Snape gave Erwin a meaningful look. Don't play tricks on me. I won't teach you any magic spells in private before you finish the prefect challenge. You discovered Shen Feng Wuying on your own, and my original intention was to teach you how to handle magic potions. Even better. That's all for helping me. This is the rule. You have to use your own strength to get to that position. Erwin scratched his head. Why does Slytherin have so many rules? How outrageous. Erwin asked, Professor. I'm curious, who set these rules? Snape said, Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin, one of the 4 giants of Hogwarts. You should know what the foundation of Slytherin House is. You should have heard of Salazar. Check out Slytherin's attitude towards young wizards. In his opinion, wizards need to improve themselves step by step, and only the strong can survive. Therefore, when Salazar Slytherin was around, Slytherin it's like a coliseum. Only the strong can dominate everything. Erwin was a little surprised. Good guy. This ancestor of the wizarding world is a bit outrageous. No wonder he was ostracized by the other big 3. Isn't this just pure cultivation of goo? Looking at everyone's thoughts, the heroine thing. Everyone's taste is really different. Let's see, during the Hogwarts period, the age is too young. I'm a bit bored and can't do anything. I'll temporarily put everyone. The female character you like should be positioned as a follower. Later, he became a helper of the Cavendish family. As for whether to push it or not, it depends on when he grows up. He must be in the 6th or 7th grade. Also, I saw some readers talking about licking Hermione. Where did you find out about it? Please answer any questions. Maybe there is something wrong with my writing. Understand. It's true that the protagonist is the leader of the dark world, but consider this. It's just because the protagonist has the ability to answer questions. This is a courtesy. Only those who are educated can understand. Ask my best brother. Can my brother and sister come to my house for dinner? This is a polite response. In addition, the typos pointed out by readers have been corrected. My eyes are dazzled. Yes, I am AI. Erwin nodded. Okay, Professor, I understand. Snape thought for a moment and asked, have you ever had a problem with Marcus Flint, who was in 5th grade? Erwin said, it's not like there's anything wrong with him. It's just that he's not polite. And he's too ugly. Snape spent several minutes without thinking about the reason for being ugly. He began to wonder if he was getting old and could no longer keep up with the thinking of the new generation of little wizards. Snape said, don't go too far. The fight between the hidden prefects is too harsh and will not be good for you. Erwin smiled and said, of course. Professor, don't worry, I am a very easygoing person. In fact, I don't like to use force with people, I prefer to influence them. Of course, if he can't listen to my reasons, I don't mind helping him. After all, isn't the purpose of strength to make others listen to you better? This was the first time Snape heard this statement. Taste it. Something feels wrong, but it makes sense somehow. Waved his hand. Okay. Go have a rest and don't be late for the afternoon class. If you deduct points from Slytherin for being late, you understand the consequences. Erwin spread his hands. Of course. The professor has said this before. Erwin turned to leave. At this moment, Snape said, Erwin, if you have the ability, take the position of prefect. Believe me, your gains will far exceed your imagination. Slytherin prefects, so many rules. So many. The complex challenge mechanism is more than just a status. Erwin paused at his feet. The corners of his mouth raised. Don't worry, Professor. If Slytherin needs a hidden prefect, his name must be Cavendish. Erwin opened the door and left the office. Snape looked at Erwin's leaving figure. There was a moment of hesitation. Like, so similar. 11 years ago, another Cavendish left his office in the same way, high-spirited and exuding confidence. Unfortunately, that person never came back. Erwin left Snape's office and walked towards the Slytherin common room. Keep it? It was impossible to hold back. Not only will he not hold back, Erwin will also teach Marcus a lesson that will never be forgotten. Erwin never thought of himself as a vengeful person. However, he is a fair man. If others have a good attitude towards him, Erwin will also have a good attitude in return. But if someone offends him, Erwin will use all means to teach the other person an unforgettable lesson. This should be considered fair. Well, maybe. And there is another important point. As a person with 9 years of compulsory education, he learned a very practical little trick. This little trick is called giving both grace and power. A blindly good temper will only make others think that this person is kind. Maybe someone will follow a person because he is kind. However, while being kind, you must also be dignified and make others fear you. Respect, fear, combined together, that word is called determination. Fortunately, he now has a good target for him to establish his authority. Poor little steel-toothed prince. Being caught typically results in a head-on blow. After returning to the lounge, there were many little wizards gathered in the lobby of the lounge. At this time, everyone was talking excitedly about Erwin's battle just now. After all, for these little wizards, this is the only thing they can talk about. How pitiful, not even having to talk about gossip. The lounge door opens. Erwin walked in. The lounge instantly became quiet. Several students were sitting on the sofa. Saw Erwin coming. Stand up quickly. Get out of the way. Erwin was not polite either. Sit on the couch. He pressed his hands and said, sit down, everyone. Don't be so nervous. I don't eat people. Are the books ready? Class starts in an hour. Haven't you all taken a break? Several young wizards were originally afraid of Erwin's strength. After hearing Erwin say this, he became bolder. Prefect, we are all ready. We will not embarrass Slytherin. We are not those stupid lions. Erwin smiled. Chatted with these little wizards for a while. That's called being close to the people. On the way to the History of Magic classroom, Erwin praised himself mentally. Sure enough, he is really excellent, not only powerful but also friendly to the people. Sure enough, there is no doubt that he is decent. However, at this moment, a system beep sounded suddenly. Erwin's figure suddenly froze on the spot. Bite. It is detected that the host's current reputation in Slytherin perfectly matches the setting of the Dark Lord. Now the reward title is the 4th Generation Dark Lord Reserve. Wearing this title will increase your majesty by 20% and increase the power of black magic by 20%. Dear Lord Dark Lord, please work hard to become a regular member. Hogwarts will be your subjects. Erwin's face turned dark instantly. Slander, he slandered me. What Dark Lord? You can tell it's the Dark Lord from somewhere. Isn't everything he did an honorable one? You can't just deny everything about him because he deliberately performed it for his own purpose, right? Is it possible that the easygoing nature of decent people is completely without purpose? Are there such stupid people in this world? Erwin doesn't believe that no matter what a person does, it is absolutely for the purpose in his heart. Erwin would never admit that he was the Dark Lord anyway. Wear the title. Erwin is just giving it a try, trying out the title. It does not mean that Erwin has recognized himself as the Dark Lord. Yes, that's it, there's nothing wrong with it. The first-year wizards around him were still curious about why Erwin stopped suddenly, but suddenly, it felt like Erwin had changed. Some of them even dared not look directly at Erwin. Erwin glanced around. Every little wizard who met Erwin's eyes lowered their heads uncontrollably. Even if we are as proud as our platinum gold glory, Draco, who is called Father Master, is the same. Erwin nodded with satisfaction. Don't say it, you really don't say it, even though this title doesn't quite fit with him. However, the effect of this title is still quite good. If this is the case, then it is not impossible to forgive the system. This magic value is borrowed from other books and games. As for the reason, it is to allow readers to better intuitively know the approximate strength level of the protagonist. Of course, magic isn't everything. Magic power is just a blue bar. Real strength still depends on actual combat ability, mastery of magic spells, etc. The second point is that in the setting of this book, magic power needs to increase with age. Unless he is taking drugs, even if the protagonist is cheating, but this must also be observed. So he has to drink medicine to increase his magic power. At this point, I am afraid that I will fail in writing and add some restrictions. For example, if I don't put some restrictions on myself, I'm really afraid that I will let myself go and let the protagonist take off when I write. The third point is the setting of magic level. This is easier to explain by referring to the second point. I saw some readers saying that the 4 giants are stronger than gods. I haven't seen them fight before, so I don't know what's going on. However, in the eyes of readers, it is impossible for the Big 4 to be stronger than the God of Death, because the abilities used are different. To give a simple example, what the Big 4 use cannot escape the scope of magic. Even if he raises his hand to call a meteorite from the sky, it's also a type of magic. But Death is different. That guy follows the rules. According to the settings of fantasy novels, the God of Death controls the laws. Secondly, according to the author's setting, the longer you live, the more magic you will have. You taste it carefully. Therefore, in the author's setting, the Big 4 are no stronger than the God of Death. Of course, the above are all the author's personal settings. Is it a novel? Aunt Rowling didn't write that clearly in the book. So fandom is just about deriving your own fantasies. Adding some weird settings is just to make it more intuitive for readers to watch, or to make it easier for the author to write. Finally, if you don't like watching it, please just quit. There is no need to leave a bad word before leaving, you have nothing to lose. If you don't like it, just quit. Why bother with bad words? Okay, enough nonsense. The text begins. He tried the power of his title, although Erwin had not tried the amplification magic yet, but the added function of majesty, let alone, is really useful. But suddenly, Erwin felt something was wrong. The 4th Dark Lord. Erwin looked carefully at the words 4th generation in front of his title. It's broken. Isn't this a fake? System, come out. Host, please speak. The 1st generation Dark Lord Grindelwald. The 2nd generation Dark Lord Voldemort. Then why does this title belong to the 4th generation? Why, you added another time traveler to the list. Bite. Please host, do your own research. The system is absolutely error-free. Moreover, Grindelwald is not the 1st generation Dark Lord. Erwin's pupils narrowed. Grindelwald is not the 1st Dark Lord? So who is the 1st Dark Lord? Slytherin? No, even though Slytherin was ruthless, he didn't leave the Dark Lord's name behind. As far as Erwin knows, there seems to be no such character in the history of magic. Erwin was confused. While thinking, he walked towards the classroom. Sitting in his seat, Erwin was still wondering who the first-generation Dark Lord was, until the ghost Professor Cuthbert Binns walked into the classroom. Erwin didn't even understand. And just then, looking at the professor on the podium who was explaining boring knowledge points, Erwin's eyes lit up. He really doesn't know, but someone does. Professor Cuthbert Binns. As the oldest teacher in Hogwarts, he has been teaching at Hogwarts since the day it was founded. It can be said that this professor is the only person in this era who has seen the Big Four. This kind of experience is not something ordinary people have. Although, the professor is now giving lectures, and the history of magic he teaches is very dry and boring, putting all the little wizards to sleep. But, in fact, this professor was not like this in the beginning. Many years ago, the first class taught to new students at Hogwarts was the history of magic. In Hogwarts, a history of the school. There was a description. When lunch was approaching, the students reluctantly left Professor Binns' classroom. Everyone seemed very excited. Professor Binns' History of Magic course allowed these children to truly hear the mystery of magic for the first time. Let them have infinite reveries about magic. The reason is that Professor Binns' lectures now become very lifeless and boring. In fact, the reason is very simple. Who can maintain enthusiasm after working for 1,000 years? But no matter what, Professor Binns is definitely the most knowledgeable person in the magic world about the history of magic. No one has ever witnessed it with their own eyes. Watching Professor Binns on the podium, he was explaining the knowledge in the book according to the script. Erwin raised his hand. "Hello, Professor." Erwin's voice made all the dazed little wizards raise their heads and look at Erwin. Professor Binns also glanced at Erwin in surprise. He has long been accustomed to the silence of his classroom. Each one is quieter than the other, and each one sleeps more soundly than the other. This was the first time someone raised their hand. Professor Binns looked at Erwin. Oh yes, your name is Erwin Cavendish. Other professors have talked about you. They all say you are excellent. So, Mr. Cavendish, what's the matter? Erwin said, "It's like this, Professor. I don't mean to interrupt your lecture. It's just that I have read an interesting book. The book records some things, and I am a little curious. And you, as the most knowledgeable person in Hogwarts, I want to ask you." The flowery sedan chair was carried by everyone, even if he was a ghost. After listening to Erwin's words, the old professor's somewhat illusory face became much kinder. "Oh? What's the problem, Mr. Erwin?" From the change in Professor Binns' address, it can be seen that he is in a good mood at this time. Erwin said, "It's like this. The book I read said that there was actually a Dark Lord before Grindelwald. I think it's a bit strange. After all, the knowledge I have mastered does not have this piece." After Erwin finished speaking, the other little wizards raised their heads. Looking at Professor Binns, "How can I care about sleeping? This is big news, I have to listen to it first, right?" Professor Binns nodded. "Okay, then I will tell you. In fact, this person is very ancient, or in other words, no one can prove that he really exists. Because his era is too long ago. Yes. He is a figure from the Merlin period. Make a change here. According to the original book, Merlin was a student of Slytherin, but if calculated according to the period of King Arthur, the period between Merlin and the Big Four should be hundreds of years different. This may be the original. It's a bug. Maybe Auntie didn't think about it at the time." Professor Binns continued, "In that era, Merlin met a person. This person's name can no longer be traced, but he was very strong. Even Merlin almost died in the hands of this person. Later, Merlin he used his talent as a dragon whisperer to defeat this man with the help of the last dragon. And this man was also known as the first Dark Lord. After his failure in the hands of Merlin, this man lost his whereabouts. Many people said he was dead. Of course, there is also a theory that he went to other places to study new magic and come back, but there is no doubt about his strength. However, these are all legends, because no one can confirm that this person really exists. Maybe the only one who knows the truth is Merlin. Unfortunately, Merlin is missing. No one knows where he is. Of course, no one knows the truth. Even I only know a few words from some ancient books." Erwin nodded. Others couldn't prove it, but Erwin knew that this person was real. Otherwise the system wouldn't have said he was the fourth Dark Lord. Just then, Erwin discovered Voix Dion. "Professor Binns, you just said that Merlin disappeared? Isn't he dead?" Professor Binns said, "I don't know. However, Merlin once came to Hogwarts when it was first established. At that time, the four giants also met Merlin. What happened later, I don't know. Merlin refused teaching at Hogwarts. No one has seen him since he left Hogwarts." Erwin was stunned. Merlin has met the Big Four? Doesn't that mean that Merlin was conservatively estimated to be several hundred years old at that time? If only I were alive to this day. Be good. 2,000 years younger? Isn't the accumulated magic power higher than the sky? The most important thing is, if Merlin is really not dead, then doesn't he have control over immortality? Erwin's eyes lit up. Of course he thought about immortality. Who doesn't want to live forever? If you don't want to live forever, that's a big deal. But Erwin just thought about it in his mind. He is an 11-year-old little scumbag who can't even defeat Voldemort. He just wants to live forever. What's the point of playing? Professor Binns looked at the young wizards with interested faces. I also seem to have found the long-lost passion for teaching. It seems like you all like hearing this story. All the little wizards nodded hurriedly. They all loved to hear stories. No matter what the story was, they were happy as long as they didn't have to take a boring history of magic class. Professor Binns said, in that case, then let me tell you more about the unknown existence. Although some courses are not known to young wizards of your age, but it doesn't matter if you talk about it. You know that you can't forgiveness spell? Erwin, tell me. Erwin stood up. The Cruciatus Curse, the Imperious Curse, and the Death Curse. These 3 spells are the ultimate form of black magic. As long as you use them, you will definitely not be able to escape the fate of Azkaban. Professor Binns nodded. Yes, you are very right, and very comprehensive. 5 points for Slytherin. As soon as this statement came out, all the little wizards were stunned. Whether it's the Slytherin side or the Hufflepuff wizards who are in class together today, at this time, they all looked at Professor Binns in disbelief. There's a saying at Hogwarts that in the hands of Professor Binns, you won't get a single reward, because Professor Binns never asked questions, he just gave lectures. So, even yesterday our know-it-all didn't get a single point in the history of magic class. And Elvin Cavendish actually got 5 points from Professor Binns. What a rare 5 points. The young wizards of Slytherin even thought that they could frame these 5 points and hang them on the wall to tell the young wizards of other houses. Do you see it? This is our Slytherin hidden prefect, the one who got the points from Professor Binns. Erwin was also a little surprised. In fact, he had given up on trying to earn points in the history of magic class. Professor Binns smiled and said, "What's wrong? I remember I have the right to add points." Erwin nodded, "Of course. This is your freedom, Professor. Thank you for your generosity." Professor Binns said, "This is the child you deserve." Professor Binns waved his hand and asked Erwin to sit down. Then he continued, "There are actually many opinions about the unforgivable curse. Some people say that they were created by the owners of the 3 holy artifacts of death, the 3 brothers who traded with the god of death. There are also many people who think that it was created by someone else. But these speculations were all rejected one by one. However, the 4 giants had speculated that this unforgivable curse was probably created by the first-generation Dark Lord whose name has been forgotten, and was created to deal with Merlin after he was defeated. Erwin raised his hand. Professor Binns nodded. "Mr. Erwin, if you have any questions, just ask them. In my class in the future, if you have any questions, just ask them. No need to raise your hand." Erwin said, "Professor Binns, I have heard that the spells used by ancient wizards are completely different from ours. It was not until the emergence of the Big Four that they developed the current spells from the ancient magic in order to better teach." Professor Binns said, "That's right. When Hogwarts was just established, the Big Four plus many teachers and some wizards jointly created the current way of casting spells from ancient magic. After all, although it is extremely powerful, it requires one to lose one thing, that is, it needs to be exchanged with something of the same value." Elvin said, "If that's the case, what's the point of creating the unforgivable curse? The power of ancient magic is far stronger than the unforgivable curse. The Dark Lord shouldn't do such a thing." Just then, the bell for the end of Get Out of Class rang. Professor Binns was stunned. Today's class was really fast. I haven't had this feeling for a long time. Erwin, if you have anything else you want to know, I welcome you to come to my office and talk to me. By the way, remember to knock on the door when you come. There is no password in my office, and I usually go through the wall. I don't think you want to have this ability for the time being. The corners of Erwin's mouth twitched slightly. It was so fierce that he actually joked when he saw the ghost professor. It was too outrageous. Erwin bowed slightly. "Okay, Professor. Thank you." Professor Binns waved his hand. Then he floated up and drilled through the wall of the classroom. Don't say it, being a ghost seems to be quite convenient." Erwin packed up his textbooks and left the classroom. The second class in the afternoon was the Charms class. It was also Erwin's first Charms class after coming to Hogwarts. Generally speaking, in the first spell class, Flitwick will not teach spells. Instead, he will teach some theoretical knowledge. After all, spells are still quite dangerous. For example, our Mr. Neville Longbottom, no matter what kind of spell it is, it will become an explosive spell in Neville's hands. It is simply outrageous and terrifying. However, from another perspective, this seems to be a kind of ability. It is a unique ability of Neville. From this point of view, Neville is actually a talent. However, for such talents, Alvin should keep a distance from them. Just go and harm others. There is no need to harm him. Fortunately, the first spell class was with Ravenclaw. At the bell for class, Alvin walked into the classroom with a group of young wizards from Slytherin. The left side of the classroom was already full of Ravenclaw students. And the reason why he was late. Actually, Alvin can't be blamed. It can only be blamed on the two stupid brothers around Draco. Oh my god, I really don't understand. It's been 2 days since the start of school. How can there still be students who get lost in the toilet? Alvin thinks they should be grateful for their bloodline. Otherwise, with the brains of these two idiots, let alone Slytherin, they are afraid that some magical animals will affect their brains if they enter the Forbidden Forest as food. A group of Slytherin wizards sat down. Coincidentally, the remaining seat is still next to Hermione. Alvin didn't think much about it. He sat down directly. Professor Flitwick walked up to the podium from the door in front of the classroom. It's not even as high as the podium. However, this is really not a problem for the spellmaster Flitwick. I saw Flitwick lightly tap his fingers. The next moment, Flitwick flew directly into the air, landed on the podium. Alvin's pupils shrank slightly. Damn, good work, reward. Silent and wandless floating spell. And it works on oneself. This spell attainment is really worthy of being a spellmaster. Sure enough, you can always trust Hogwarts's strict selection. Of course, except for Lockhart. All the little wizards opened their mouths wide. It's not their fault that they are ignorant. Even Alvin thought Flitwick's move was really cool. Flitwick stood on the podium, with his hands behind his back. Okay, little wizards, although this is not the first time we meet, but I still formally introduce myself. My name is Phileas Flitwick, and I am your spells teacher. At the same time, I am also the head of Ravenclaw. All the little wizards in Ravenclaw applauded. Hermione especially applauded the most. The little wizards in Slytherin turned their heads to look at Alvin. Alvin raised his hands to applaud, and all the little snakes quickly followed. Flitwick nodded with satisfaction. Thank you, little wizards. So, before the class starts, I want to ask, does any little wizard know what spell I just used? Alvin and Hermione raised their hands at the same time. Alvin certainly would not miss such a good opportunity to score points. Flitwick glanced at the two people who raised their hands. The finger with sharp nails pointed at Hermione. Then Miss Granger, you say it. Hermione said, levitation spell. And it is a silent and wandless levitation spell. Flitwick nodded, that's right. Then Miss Granger, you won 5 points for Ravenclaw. Hermione's face was full of excitement. In fact, she was not excited that she won 5 points. It was because he grabbed the opportunity to ask questions from the teacher for the first time in Alvin's hands. Alvin did not think much about it. Anyway, there were many opportunities to score points. Just 5 points. However, in the following time, Alvin really felt the unevenness of this world. He also successfully experienced Hermione's feelings. This damn Flitwick is actually biased openly? Snape, please get out of Flitwick's suit. Erwin even seemed to have hallucinations. This is simply another Snape. In half an hour, Flitwick asked 4 questions. Erwin and Hermione both raised their hands. But in the 4 questions, Flitwick called on Hermione 3 times, and only once, perhaps because he was embarrassed, he called on Erwin. Erwin also won 5 points, just 5 points. Where is the selfless professor? Please replace all professors except Snape with Professor McGonagall, thank you. As for why Snape is not replaced, just kidding, it is biased towards Alvin. The little snakes in Slytherin also saw it. They all had some unhappiness on their faces. Alvin was too lazy to raise his hand. Well, when he takes classes with Ravenclaw in the future, he probably won't be able to get high marks in the spells class. Alvin didn't take it seriously. It's not a big deal that the dean favors his own college, and he actually has another purpose for this class today. Soon, a class was coming to an end. When there was only half an hour left, Flitwick stopped lecturing. Okay, today's class is over. Now it's time for questions. If anyone has any questions, please speak up. Alvin raised his hand immediately. Flitwick waved his hand. Mr. Cavendish, what's wrong? Alvin said, Professor, I want to ask, is there any spell that can allow people to communicate no matter how far apart they are? This is Alvin's biggest purpose today. That is his purple lotus mark. Is there any way to install a phone card for him? Ugh, no. Is there any way to give him multiple calling functions? Flitwick asked in confusion. Communication? Alvin nodded, yes. I remembered. I seem to have seen it before. There was a spell called the sound transmission spell, but this spell has many restrictions, and it is not as convenient as the owl, so it was abandoned by the wizards. Erwin's eyes lit up. I didn't expect it to actually exist. Erwin said, Professor, can you tell me about this spell? Flitwick said, I also saw it in a book, but I can't remember the details. I'll check it out when I go back. I'll tell you during the next class. Erwin nodded. Then it's up to you, Professor. Erwin was looking forward to it. If he could add a phone card to his purple lotus mark, it would be really convenient for many things. As for the limitations mentioned by Flitwick, Erwin said that if you can overcome it, and if you can't overcome it, find a way to overcome it. He had learned this spell. As for not being as convenient as an owl, laughing to death, these wizards, what creativity they have, really made Erwin research understand if this thing can be popularized. Erwin backhandedly opened a Cavaney connection for you and monopolized the industry, so he asked you if you were afraid. After class, Erwin packed his things and prepared to go to the auditorium to enjoy his big dish. Just then, our platinum glory, Malfoy the daddy, actually came to the table. Erwin frowned. With a flip of his wrist, the wand appeared directly in his hand. Malfoy was startled, thinking of the bizarre reason for being beaten on the train. He said quickly, "Prefect, I don't mean any harm." Seeing Erwin's frown, Malfoy quickly added, "I didn't mean to scold you either." Erwin said, "Tell me something." Malfoy breathed a sigh of relief and said quickly that, "I need some help." Erwin was shocked. "I almost dropped my wand. Is he getting angry? Or is it just a dream now and he is actually still sleeping? A dream within a dream? Inception? What did he hear?" Malfoy, our father calling master, actually said he needed help. And he still found it on his own head and said he needed help? Erwin's first reaction was that this guy had a conspiracy. Stop making trouble. How could our platinum gold glory need help? How could it possibly find its way onto the enemy's head? This is the face of the Malfoy family. Malfoy noticed Erwin's look. His face started to turn red visibly. "You, forget it if you don't want to help. I'll find someone else." After saying that, Malfoy turned around and planned to leave. Erwin said, "Stand there. Come on, let's talk." Erwin was really curious, he was so curious. Let Malfoy find his head. This shows that Malfoy's desire to ask Erwin for help is far more important than Malfoy's hatred of him. Malfoy said, "This is the homework given by Professor McGonagall. Turn a match into a needle. I have tried for a long time, but it always doesn't work well. So, Erwin understands and is here to ask for advice." Malfoy, you actually want to study hard? Something is wrong. 12 out of 10 things are wrong. But suddenly, Erwin thought of something. There is a transfiguration lesson tomorrow, and it's with Gryffindor. So, Malfoy's purpose. Erwin looked at Malfoy and confirmed that this guy planned to defeat Harry Potter. Show off your skills. Sure enough, they are indeed in love and killing each other. It's so cute, really, this couple is so cute. Erwin felt that the two of them must be together, otherwise he would have to learn how to make love potion. Malfoy's eyes made Erwin feel uncomfortable. Just when he was about to turn around and leave, Erwin said, "Wait for me in the lounge hall tonight. Come back from Professor Snape, I will go over and teach you." Malfoy was stunned for a moment. "Are you really willing to teach me?" Erwin smiled and said, "Otherwise? Okay, let's go to the auditorium, it's time for dinner." Erwin didn't say a word. He loved watching this kind of excitement. Erwin could imagine that if Malfoy could defeat Harry Potter, how arrogant Malfoy must be. The daily life at Hogwarts was so boring that Erwin was willing to put in some effort to find some fun for himself. Without him, just happy. "I'm so scared, will anyone say this is licking Malfoy? It's really nerve-wracking." In the auditorium, Erwin was eating Chinese vegetables, feeling more satisfied than ever before. What is different from usual is that this time, there are more Chinese vegetables on the long tables of the 4 major colleges and the professors' dining tables. Erwin noticed the dishes in front of Dumbledore. Fish-flavored shredded pork? Sure enough, Lao Deng has made a small fuss for himself, absolutely. Tomorrow, he will also eat fish-flavored shredded pork. After eating, Erwin went to Snape's office as usual to help Snape with the potions. After reading Snape's diary, Erwin's approach was more standard. However, if you are proficient, you still need to practice more. Snape was very satisfied in his heart, but his expression remained calm. There is no way, the character cannot collapse. After finishing the day's work, Master AI returned to the Slytherin common room. As soon as I entered the door, I heard the sound of Malfoy casting a spell. Erwin looked around. Marvin sat on the couch. There was a silver needle on the table that was half metal and half wood. Well, let's call it a silver needle. Erwin couldn't help but be amazed. Look, this is the bond. The bond between Malfoy and Harry Potter. It was really touching. Erwin wiped the moisture from his eyes, and he was so moved that he cried. Of course, Erwin would not admit that he just yawned. When Malfoy saw Erwin coming back, he stood up quickly. Erwin waved his hand, "Sit down. Cast a spell for me." Malfoy nodded, and then chanted the spell. The wand in his hand touched the matchstick. The wooden part of the matchstick turned into metal a little bit. Erwin said, "There is nothing wrong with the spell and the casting action. The only problem is the magic power. You injected too little magic power. Malfoy said, then if I increase the magic power injection, will it succeed? Erwin said seriously, no. Malfoy's face turned black instantly. No, you are teasing him, right? Malfoy's life is not his life, right? Just tease him? Erwin continued, because you still lack the most important thing, which is proficiency. You inject less magic power because you know that once the magic power is injected too much, the match can't bear it. So, you need to increase the magic power injection little by little until you find that threshold. This requires a process of proficiency. Erwin has studied Professor McGonagall's notes, so it is easy to see the problem of Malfoy. To put it bluntly, it is too conservative. At least that's what he thinks, but at the same time, he is also a person who cherishes his life. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Obviously, in Erwin's view, Malfoy, who was about to cast a spell, belonged to that dangerous wall. Erwin specified that he was far away. Erwin was also afraid of being splashed with blood. No, that's not right. How could he talk about his toys like that? It was so rude. Thinking of this, Erwin felt that he was really guilty. He took 2 more steps back. Malfoy looked confused at Erwin's actions. After all, although our father-calling master has a good family background, but he didn't know that inputting too much magic power would cause an explosion. After all, it's a pretty unpopular symptom, except for Mr. Seamus. Malfoy held his wand, cleared his throat. His face was full of anticipation. It looked serious. He waved the wand lightly in his hand and chanted a spell. The next moment, there was a bang. As expected, the match exploded. Malfoy's face turned dark instantly. Her platinum blonde hair was also dyed with a layer of black ash. Erwin was lucky, he was so smart. He actually retreated to a safe distance. To grasp this kind of distance, no kidding, most people can't do it. I don't know if it's because of the explosion, or because the lovely Mr. Malfoy is not happy right now. That face was ridiculously dark. Malfoy was instantly angry. Cavendish, how dare you play tricks on me? As he spoke, he rushed towards Erwin. In his anger, he forgot about the strength gap between himself and Erwin. Erwin took out his wand with his backhand. Aim at Malfoy. Stand there. Don't move. If you let my clothes get even the slightest bit of black, believe me, I will stuff you into the toilet and let the water wash away your pig brain. Malfoy looked at the silver wand in Erwin's hand. Reason returned instantly. I have to say that it is really easy to speak when you have the truth in hand. Erwin said, are you kidding me? I'm not so free yet. When the magic power exceeds the output threshold, the magic power will be out of control, and then explode. Haven't you learned this? It's obvious that you input too much magic power. Could it be that you wouldn't just increase it a little bit at a time and try slowly again and again? Malfoy froze. Is that so? Should he have learned it? When did you learn it? Could it be that the professor was secretly giving extra classes to others while he was eating? Just left him behind? Erwin said, I've given you the solution. To be honest, I didn't expect you to be so stupid. You actually poured all your magic into it as soon as you started. Malfoy, you really let me down. A look of regret appeared on Erwin's face. It looks like the feeling of a strict mentor when he sees his apprentice failing to live up to expectations. Hate the feeling of powerlessness. Malfoy suddenly panicked. No, it's not like that. I'm sorry, Prefect, I didn't mean it. I might have been distracted. Sorry, give me another chance. I can do it. Erwin waved his hand. Try again. I hope you can learn it as soon as possible. After all, we are Slytherin, and I value you very much. Hearing this, Malfoy didn't know why, but infinite motivation suddenly rose in his heart. He doesn't know that this power is called chicken soup. Malfoy nodded vigorously. Yeah, I can definitely do it. After saying that, Malfoy turned around and took another match. Start practicing. Erwin raised the corners of his mouth. Look, what a simple little wizard. He really loved Hogwarts. You only need a little performance and a little experience to make a little wizard obey, even if he is a proud Malfoy. Of course, this set is not Erwin's original creation, but he learned it from short videos. Who says you can't learn anything by swiping your phone? Look how easy it is. There is no end to learning, and the ancients will not deceive me. Malfoy has good talent, plus Erwin's guidance. Don't tell me, your learning progress is so fast. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Malfoy once again used his remaining magic power to cast a transformation spell. Then, the match on the table transformed directly into a silver needle. There are also some beautiful carvings on it. It looks very exquisite. Malfoy said in surprise, I succeeded. Erwin nodded, well done. Malfoy, I was right. I believe you will be a hit in the Transfiguration class tomorrow. Malfoy looked at Erwin with gratitude in his eyes. At this moment, there is no grudge or beating. He has forgotten it. All he knows now is that he cannot succeed without Erwin's help. Malfoy crossed his hands across his chest and made a strange gesture. Prefect Erwin, Draco Malfoy. Thank you again. Erwin waved his hand, just learn it. I'm tired too. I'll go back and rest first. Go to the stairs. Erwin felt that he needed to put an end to his acting skills. Erwin stood on the stairs, turning to look down at Malfoy. Draco, I look forward to your performance in Transfiguration tomorrow. Slytherin, glory to you. After saying that, Erwin turned and left. From the corner of his eye, he saw Malfoy's face full of longing and excitement. Very good, the period is drawn, perfect, absolutely perfect. Please give the next golden statue to Erwin. He deserves it. After Erwin returned to his bedroom, as usual, he changed the bedsheet. Then he lay on the bed and prepared to go to sleep. He planned to have a good sleep today. He didn't plan to make trouble, nor did he plan to do anything else. He was still young and was in the period of growth. He needed to rest. In a daze, Erwin fell asleep quickly. On the other side, after Malfoy returned to his dormitory, his face was full of excitement. He learned it, he finally learned it. He was already looking forward to tomorrow when Professor McGonagall checked the homework. He succeeded directly. Then he should say something to Harry Potter. What tone and posture should he use? Malfoy began to imagine the complete scene in his mind. It must be said that Malfoy loves Harry Potter deeply. Harry Potter is also a well-deserved lucky man. Look, how many people are thinking about him. Although, these are all men. But does it matter? In this country, everything is possible. Erwin slept soundly. He did not dream of anything strange. The most important thing is that Erwin was not chased in his dream. Come to the hall and have breakfast today. Erwin suddenly realized that Hogwarts gave him more and more surprises. This house elf McGee, he can actually make noodles? And it's red oil noodles, he even sprinkled peanuts? Fine, so fine. Erwin was so satisfied with a bowl of noodles. This is what life is. House elves are so good, I wonder if I can talk to Hogwarts and take the house elves home. This thing's cooking skills are better than the chefs Erwin hired. Of course, it's also because of the broken place Erwin is in. A good summer vegetable chef is really hard to find. After eating and drinking, Erwin brought the first-year Slytherin wizard to the Transfiguration class. Malfoy couldn't wait. He was extremely excited all the way. No, it shouldn't be said all the way. Ever since Erwin saw this guy in the hall, he has been in a state of excitement. He couldn't hide the expectation on his face at all. Many people thought he was crazy. Sitting in the classroom, Erwin rarely found a seat in the middle and a little bit back. The best viewing position, taught by Cat's Eye. Erwin sat in this place and could see everyone in the classroom at a glance. He could also see Malfoy. Malfoy chose a seat in the first row. The other little wizards were confused. In Professor McGonagall's class, except for the top students like Erwin and Hermione, everyone else could move back. Why did Malfoy move forward today? After Malfoy sat down, as expected, his eyes looked directly at Harry Potter. His eyes were full of provocation. Harry Potter was also confused. He rolled his eyes and ignored Malfoy. He turned around and continued talking to Ron. Malfoy showed a hint of anger on his face. Erwin was shocked. Jealous, this is jealous, right? Sure enough, Malfoy's feelings for Harry Potter are not pure. The hidden emotional line was finally confirmed by Erwin. Erwin felt that he could start to support the CP now. It suits my taste, really suits my taste. Not long after, Professor McGonagall walked into the classroom. The classroom instantly became quiet. Professor McGonagall said, before class, let's check your homework first. Let me see how you practiced. Although I didn't force you to complete it, I still hope someone can surprise me. While speaking, Professor McGonagall looked at Erwin. After all, in Professor McGonagall's opinion, Erwin was the only one in the classroom who could perform a complete transfiguration. However, the next moment, something happened that surprised Professor McGonagall, no, to be precise, everyone. Malfoy raised his hand high. That expression was like a general returning from a triumphant victory. He was ready to reward according to merit. There was not only excitement in his eyes, but also expectation and urgency. Professor McGonagall looked at Malfoy in doubt. He got up? Erwin's soul was in Malfoy's body? What's going on? Professor McGonagall came to Malfoy's side. What's wrong? Malfoy, do you want to go to the bathroom? Erwin almost burst out laughing. The most outrageous thing about this sentence is that Professor McGonagall was not teasing anyone, but she really thought so in her heart. That's why she asked this question. This is Malfoy's reputation. Malfoy was also confused for a moment. Going to the bathroom? I'm not. Aren't you going to check the homework? I've finished it. Professor McGonagall was surprised. You finished it? Malfoy nodded. Professor McGonagall said, then you try it. Malfoy took out his wand, just about to make a move. Professor McGonagall thought about it, and took 2 steps back. Erwin couldn't hold it anymore. It's too funny, how did Professor McGonagall suddenly develop in the direction of a comedian? Malfoy didn't notice Professor McGonagall's actions. At this moment, he was concentrating on the matches on the table. He wanted to make a splash. He recalled what Erwin said yesterday, he was a Slytherin. He was Malfoy, and the Platinum Glory needed him to defend. In the Gryffindor camp on the side, Ron continued his disgusting habit of gossiping about others behind their backs. However, Professor McGonagall's prestige was there. Ron only dared to speak secretly. He leaned close to Harry Potter's ear. Ron said, "Watch it. The evil Slytherin has thought of a way to attract attention again." In fact, Ron's brain and knowledge reserve could not think of the word attracting attention at all, but Hermione had just scolded him yesterday, so Ron remembered it. It has to be said that there are places for people to grow everywhere in life. Although some growth is beyond your expectations, it comes abruptly and presumptuously. Harry Potter smiled. In fact, he didn't think Malfoy could succeed. He could accept Erwin's success. But Malfoy will never succeed. After all, our Mr. Potter is still proud, he is the savior. If he can't beat Erwin, can anyone else beat him? He didn't know that. In fact, among all the freshmen at Hogwarts, his starting point was considered to be the upper echelon, but his qualifications were only the middle echelon, and as for the degree of effort, it was even lower echelon, and there were many people who were better than him. Malfoy waved his wand and chanted the spell softly. Professor McGonagall nodded. Not to mention, Malfoy really surprised her. Whether it was the action of the shot or the spell, there was no fault to be found. On the table, the match changed, and then a silver needle appeared. Malfoy's face was full of excitement. Professor McGonagall walked up and picked up the silver needle. He looked at it carefully. There was also surprise in his eyes that could not be concealed. Malfoy actually succeeded. The little wizards around were also full of disbelief. The little wizards in Slytherin were the same. It's bad, Malfoy secretly worked hard behind their backs. How could the bad student backstab him? Especially Malfoy's 2 followers, they were even more confused. They felt betrayed. Ron and Harry Potter were also in disbelief. Malfoy actually succeeded? Malfoy was very proud. He turned to look at Ron and Harry Potter. His eyes were full of provocation. Harry Potter noticed Malfoy's look. He lowered his head. Malfoy's face was even more proud. He won. Malfoy was in a very good mood. I see that everyone is so controversial. As for the issue of whether there is a female protagonist or not, this is the situation. Multiple female protagonists, single female protagonist, or no female protagonist have to wait until adulthood. Secondly, let's put it this way. Hermione, even if the author refuses to accept John Furong, he won't give it to others. There can't be anything else that can be related to the female characters in the book. All pets must be female. Erwin's eyes widened. Can you still play like this? System, what does this mean? Does this rule apply to everyone, or is it just Malfoy? Bite. It is applicable to everyone. As long as the wizard gets Academy Cup points under the guidance of the host will be rewarded with achievement points. Not limited to individuals, not limited to colleges. Even, it's not limited to schools. Erwin's eyes lit up. Okay, it turns out there is still this way to play. If so, hey. Erwin felt that he had found the best way to increase his points. As for whether it will hurt these little wizards, Erwin said who cares? Erwin is doing a good deed. Letting the little wizard's progress can also become the nourishment for Erwin to become stronger. The merit is immeasurable. Erwin thought he was a great man. However, this matter needs to be thought through carefully on how to operate it in order to maximize the benefits. The most important thing is how to let this kind of thing be linked to yourself. Otherwise, if you work for a long time and can't harvest achievement points, wouldn't that be a huge loss? A class passes quickly. When get out of class is over, Professor McGonagall was just about to leave. Erwin took 3 steps at a time and came to the front of the podium. Professor McGonagall. Wait. Professor McGonagall put down the textbook in her hand. It's Erwin. What's wrong? I see that you were a little unfocused in class just now. Did you encounter any problem? Is there something wrong with the materials I asked you to sort out? Erwin shook his head. No way. I've almost finished organizing it. If nothing else happens, I will be able to hand over the paper to you by the weekend at the latest. Professor McGonagall nodded. What happened? Erwin said, that's it, Professor McGonagall. I've been here at Hogwarts for a few days, and I've discovered a problem. That is, we really have too much free time. This is not conducive to improving our academic performance. Professor McGonagall was stunned. What did she hear? What a strange language, but a little wizard actually cares about his grades. Professor McGonagall looked at Erwin. It's like looking at a treasure. Professor McGonagall said, then what do you think? Erwin said, it's like this. I think today's little wizards, after going back every night, waste a lot of time playing and chatting. Or, they go out for night walks when they can't sleep. This is very important to Hogwarts. There is no benefit to the order, and I think Professor McGonagall doesn't want to see this either. So, I think so. We can increase the rules for morning and evening self-study. Professor McGonagall's eyes lit up. Oh, morning and evening self-study, it sounds very interesting. Tell me in detail. Erwin said, I think we can start early self-study at 6 in the morning and let the little wizards recite the history of magic and other things that need to be memorized. You know, there are studies that show people's memory is strongest in the morning. Okay, Professor McGonagall said, is that so? Interesting statement. But my brain does seem to be clearer in the morning. Erwin said, this is such a right, Professor. Therefore, time in the morning should never be wasted. After reading in the morning, it is perfect to have breakfast and then start the morning classes. And if you get up 2 hours in advance, there's no such thing as not being able to eat after you wake up. I see a lot of food left over from breakfast. I feel bad. Professor McGonagall nodded. She agreed with Erwin's statement. However, she never had a good way to change it. Now Erwin's words undoubtedly provided her with a new way of thinking. Professor McGonagall said, Erwin, your method is indeed great. But, isn't it a little too early? If at 6 o'clock, you won't be able to keep up with sleep, will it affect the quality of learning? Erwin said, Professor, I have thought about this. In fact, there has been a study in the Muggle community. Normally, 8 hours of sleep a day is enough. It can eliminate the fatigue of the day. If sleeping for too long can actually make you feel tired. Professor McGonagall nodded. 8 hours, that means the little wizards have to go to bed around 9 or 10 o'clock? It should be difficult for them to sleep. You should know this very well. Erwin said, of course, Professor McGonagall. After all, I am also a student of this age, so I know that I lack self-control at this age. I need some small means to help. So, I also thought of a way. Professor McGonagall's face showed anticipation. Look, what a good student. Can help professors solve problems. Erwin said, we can increase evening self-study. The time between dinner and bedtime is actually a large blank space. Most of the little wizards use this time to play and go on night walks. It is against school rules, and it is also very dangerous. But it would be different if we added evening self-study. They would not have time to play. Moreover, students can communicate with each other when they get together. It is definitely good for improving their grades. After dinner to 9 o'clock, they can completely study in the evening. And after studying in the evening, the students must be very tired. I will go to bed as soon as possible when I get back. Professor McGonagall's eyes became brighter and brighter. I have to say, Erwin, these ideas of yours are simply great. You must have put a lot of thought into it. It's hard for you. In order to help other little wizards, I thought of so much. Professor McGonagall is liking Erwin more and more now. Erwin said, Professor, you have given me an award. This is what I should do. We are all classmates, and this is what I suddenly thought of after coming to Hogwarts these days. You know, I am very keen on serving others. If you think about it, some people may think that I am being nosy. But, I actually have a good intention. Professor McGonagall's eyes turned red when she heard this. Kid, no one will think you are nosy. What you said is really useful. I think all Hogwarts students should thank you. You have helped them find a more efficient learning method. Erwin lowered his head slightly. He was afraid that Professor McGonagall would see the smile on his lips. Is this thing difficult? Isn't it just a matter of bringing over Daxia's teaching methods? Learn about exam-oriented education and involution. It was Erwin who took all the first-year students by himself. I need to recommend books. If you have time, please recommend books. The bookstore doesn't give me enough credit. It's a bit sad. As for the rating, it has just been opened, and it should be able to go up slowly. Well, I think so. But so what? Erwin can stand between heaven and earth, patting his chest and saying that he is doing it for the good of the little wizards. Of course, his own strength is only a little reason. He mainly wants to make some contributions to the little wizards of Hogwarts. Yes, he is so great. So selfless. Erwin feels that his image has become taller. Touched, tears. Erwin bowed slightly. Professor, these are what I should do. I am a student of Hogwarts, and I am also a student of Slytherin. I have the obligation to help my classmates become better. I hope that the little wizards who walk out of Hogwarts will become the best. Professor McGonagall's eyes were red when she heard it. Touched, really very touched. Look, what a good student is. This is called a good student. What is a worry-free little wizard? This is a worry-free little wizard. Professor McGonagall said, Elvin, I have seen your consideration for Hogwarts. Believe me, you are the best student I have ever seen. No one. If other little wizards are like you, I will be very relieved. I will tell other professors about your suggestions. Then, we will discuss it. Elvin said, okay, then I will trouble Professor McGonagall. I think other professors will be happy to agree. Professor McGonagall said, of course. I have the same idea as you. Well, it's almost time. You should also prepare for your next class. Those little wizards are waiting for you. If I remember correctly, your next class should be potions. Elvin turned his head and looked. He found that there were many little wizards in the classroom. Not only Slytherin, but also Gryffindor students. However, now these little wizards are looking at Elvin with horror. They all heard what Elvin said just now. Just hearing it, they felt horrified. What a horrible schedule. They have never had such a hellish schedule since they were born. At this time, in their eyes, Erwin, who made this suggestion, seemed to have his facial features gradually blurred. His hair began to disappear, his nose began to disappear. His skin turned pale. Oh, this is Voldemort. Erwin didn't bother to pay attention to these little wizards. At the beginning, there must be some discomfort. This is normal. After all, Daxia's schedule and effort level. Of course, they don't understand, but this is only temporary. Erwin is sure that they can adapt soon. Erwin is a good teacher, he can teach these little wizards. Of course, if these little wizards don't want to listen to reason, he will also use some fists and feet. Erwin said something to Professor McGonagall, and then took the Slytherin little wizards out of the Transfiguration classroom. When going to the potions classroom, these little wizards were very silent. Looking at Erwin's back, they felt more and more gloomy and horrible. What kind of evil person can think of morning and evening self-study? This led to the unprecedented silence of the potion class today. Although the air pressure in the potion class classroom was already very low due to Snape's presence, but today it was particularly low. Our perceptive Professor Snape noticed the abnormality at the first time. He frowned. He didn't say much. The little wizards of Gryffindor might have been frightened by Erwin's proposal. So, it was very quiet. This saved Snape a lot of things. Of course, it is not enough to be quiet in the potion class. For example, Mr. Neville Longbottom still made a powerful potion. Even Harry and Ron around him suffered. Erwin can't counter the curse, and he can't do any spells like the end of all curses. So he didn't make a move to show his presence. Of course, even if he could, he probably wouldn't do it. The stupid little lion needs to endure hardships to grow up. The great man Erwin paid too much, even at the cost of being labeled as someone who doesn't help his classmates. There's nothing worth saying about a potion class. Gryffindor's performance was expected by everyone. There was no surprise at all. And Elvin, who earned 30 points like crazy, seemed to have gradually made everyone accustomed to it. It would be a surprise if Elvin didn't earn points for the school one day. Elvin himself felt embarrassed. Snape was really biased too obviously. Even if Flitwick was biased, he would only give 5 points. Look at Snape. He gave 10 points. The most terrifying thing is that Snape didn't even try to pretend. For example, after Elvin brewed the potion, he wiped the table. Snape gave 10 points directly. Elvin himself felt embarrassed. But don't say it, the score brushing efficiency is really high. Seeing that his reputation value returned to 2,700 again, Elvin can say it proudly. He has achieved what he has today thanks to his own efforts. As for the system, it is just an auxiliary. After class, Erwin packed up and was about to leave. Suddenly a shadow blocked the sunlight in front of him. Erwin's mouth twitched slightly. This familiar way of appearance. This area blocking the sunlight was occupied by no one except Snape. Erwin pulled out a charming smile. Dear Professor, what's wrong? Snape did not speak. Instead, he looked at the other little wizards. These little wizards were full of curiosity and were about to listen to any gossip. Snape's cold voice came out. Are you so slow to pack up? Why? Your giant monster brain has made you not know how to clean up the crucible? Or do you not want to leave my classroom? All the little wizards trembled all over. The movements of his hands began to speed up. Snape turned his head and looked at Harry Potter. Mr. Potter, is there something wrong with your hand? What were you listening to in class? I told you that the one who cleans the cauldron needs to clean it. You didn't listen to a word. Gryffindor will deduct 5 points. Harry Potter's face turned green. This is a damn disaster. The other little wizards didn't clean it either. Malfoy's face was full of gloating. But with previous experience, Harry Potter didn't dare to refute a word. Soon, all the little wizards in the classroom left. Afterwards, Snape looked at Erwin. Did anything happen in your last class? Erwin was stunned. Professor, you are wrong to say that. I am doing this for our study. What ideas can I have? Snape looked at Erwin meaningfully. You are the most authentic Slytherin. Slytherin has never had a selfless person, no matter what you have in mind. But remember one thing. Hogwarts is Dumbledore's Hogwarts. Don't go too far. After saying that, Snape turned and floated away. That's right, it was floating again. Erwin was shocked. Is there no professor in Hogwarts who appeared normally? Drilling through the wall, floating around, turning into a cat, and rolling wheels. Oh, it's a sin, sorry Professor Sprout, I didn't mean to laugh at you. After Snape floated away, Erwin also breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, even when he faced Snape, he felt that the air pressure was obviously lowered. Erwin whistled and packed his things, washed the crucible clean. After all, this was bought with money, as a representative of thrift. The remaining potion will corrode the crucible. What a waste. After packing up everything, Alvin left the classroom. He also closed the door of the classroom. Such a responsible student is really rare. After this delay, half an hour has passed. Alvin estimated that the little wizards have almost finished eating. I don't know if McGee has left him any food. However, Alvin was shocked as soon as he walked into the hall. I saw that all the little wizards looked at him, including those senior students. There was confusion and fear in their eyes. Some even had some hatred. Alvin was a little confused. Came to the long table of Slytherin. Charlotte moved towards Alvin, looked Alvin up and down. Alvin knocked on the table. Several dishes appeared. Alvin picked up the paper towel beside him and wiped the chopsticks. Asked casually, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Charlotte said, "Nothing. I just want to see what the son of the devil looks like." Alvin was stunned. "My father has a hidden identity?" Charlotte laughed. "Now the whole Hogwarts is spreading it. You are the son of the devil. Ordinary people really can't bring up the morning and evening self-study. So, how did you think of such a terrifying thing?" Alvin understood. So that's what happened. These little wizards are really fast at passing on messages. Alvin said, "Don't you think that morning and evening self-study is good?" Charlotte spread her hands. "Maybe only you think so. However, it seems that Ravenclaw heard about the morning and evening self-study, and they are very happy. You know, they really love to study." Alvin looked at the long table of Ravenclaw. Sure enough, Hermione's face was full of excitement, and the other Ravenclaw students also had excited expressions on their faces. Alvin said, "Isn't this good?" Charlotte shook her head and was speechless for a while. Erwin picked up a piece of fried meat and asked casually, "Did Malfoy and the others finish eating and leave? Why are there so few freshmen this year?" Charlotte was stunned for a moment. "They didn't come to the hall. Aren't you in charge of the first-year wizards? Didn't I ask you to arrange them to do something else?" Erwin was also stunned. "I didn't." Erwin looked at the Gryffindor table. He found that there were also fewer first-year wizards on the Gryffindor table. Erwin suddenly felt that something bad was going to happen. Just then, Professor McGonagall walked into the hall. Her face was ashen. Her anger was about to break through the roof of the hall. And behind her, there were 2 rows of freshmen, 1 row of Slytherin students. The leader was Malfoy. However, Malfoy was not in a good condition at this time. His face was bruised and swollen. The other row was Gryffindor students. The leader was our savior. The lenses of his glasses were broken, but he didn't look as miserable as Malfoy. But Ron behind Harry Potter was different. His face was swollen like a shrunk giant figurine. If it weren't for the red hair, Erwin wouldn't have recognized him. And the other little wizards all had some injuries. The hall was instantly quiet. Professor McGonagall's face was full of anger. Dumbledore quickly took a piece of sweet and sour pork. Then he reluctantly put down his chopsticks. "Minerva, what's wrong?" The other professors also looked over curiously. Professor McGonagall said coldly, They dared to get together and fight. With their fists, my God. I have never seen such students. Hogwarts has never had such a thing since the day it was founded." Erwin was also shocked. Damn, they actually fought in a group. And they didn't call him? Such a fun thing, he actually missed it? Just missed it? Erwin slurped his rice to express his dissatisfaction. Dumbledore's expression also changed slightly. This kind of thing has never happened in Hogwarts. This is indeed the first time. Dumbledore didn't know how to deal with it. He turned to look at Snape. "Severus, what do you think?" Snape's face was also cold. Erwin, who was watching the show, was stunned for a moment. Did someone call him just now? Or was it Snape who called him? Erwin stood up quickly. "Professor, I'm here." Snape said, "This is the first grade you manage." Erwin was stunned. This shit, can he be blamed? Didn't Snape drive them away? Didn't Snape keep him? How can he still be blamed? But seeing Snape's cold eyes, Erwin didn't dare to say a word. "Sorry, Professor. I'll take care of it." Snape snorted coldly. Didn't say anything else. Professor McGonagall glanced at Erwin, then turned to look at the little wizards. "Because of your behavior, Slytherin and Gryffindor will lose 100 points each." After Professor McGonagall finished speaking, the young wizards were shocked. Malfoy hurriedly said, "No, Professor McGonagall. You can't do this, they started it first. Shut up, Malfoy. Aren't you ashamed enough? Where is your noble upbringing? Erwin said angrily. Malfoy shut up and dared not speak. Professor McGonagall waved her wand. The hourglass representing the points of Slytherin and Gryffindor instantly dropped sharply. Slytherin was okay. There was still some left. But Gryffindor's hourglass was directly emptied. Not a single hair was left. Professor McGonagall waved her hand. Let these young wizards leave. Harry Potter and the others returned to the Gryffindor table in dejection. As for the young wizards of Slytherin, they came behind Erwin. They stood quietly, not even daring to raise their heads. By the way, let me explain something. It's the problem when the protagonist's first and last name are called by others. Most readers should know that. Let's do some popular science here. The names there are usually given name, surname, and surname. It's in this format, and this suffix is something some people don't have enough brain capacity to think of adding a word to distinguish from the same name. Generally, people who are familiar with it will call it by their first name, while people who are not familiar with it or they are very serious will call it by their first name. Surname. For example, when Dumbledore first met Erwin, he directly called Erwin by his first name. This is a small detail. In fact, those who knew this rule at that time should have guessed that Dumbledore knew him. The protagonist. The same goes for Snape. As for the other professors, they called Erwin because of admiration or a feeling of intimacy. This is the design. I saw that some readers took this seriously, turning around to look at the few little wizards headed by Malfoy. You guys, I'm impressed. You actually know how to fight. Or use your fists. Oh my god, you know when Professor McGonagall said you fight with your fists? How surprised am I? The students of Hogwarts actually fight with their fists. All the little snakes lowered their heads, not daring to refute a word. Erwin said, then Master Malfoy, tell me, use your fists to fight like a barbarian. Is this the training of your Malfoy family? Is this the pride of pure blood? This is your tutor. Malfoy was speechless. Erwin said, Slytherin, because you deducted 100 points. Before the House Cup is settled. I want to see you fight for 200 points for Slytherin, no matter what method. If you can't do it, I will personally teach you what a real fist is. The little snakes dared not make a sound. But I felt in my heart that this was an impossible task. But Erwin wasn't about to give them the chance to say anything else. He said in a cold voice, go and eat. What are you doing standing here? Are you showing your eyes? A group of little snakes quickly started looking for a place, sat down and lowered their heads to show off, not daring to say a word. Charlotte moved closer to Erwin. He smiled and said, you scared those little guys quite a bit. Erwin snorted coldly. If they knew they were afraid, they shouldn't get into trouble. It's simply embarrassing. Professor Snape might have drugged them to death. Charlotte laughed. On the Gryffindor table, Percy looked at Erwin's prestige in Slytherin with envy on his face. As a poor man, Percy was obsessed with power. Although he became a Gryffindor prefect, Gryffindor was hard to describe. He also wanted to be like Erwin. No one dared to sit down and eat before he opened his mouth. Charlotte said, by the way, do you want to continue the prefect challenge today? But there are many people waiting for it. Erwin said, of course. I said it yesterday, and I'm in a bad mood right now. I need a place to vent. Charlotte smiled and said, it seems that someone is going to be unlucky. But you are really a pure Slytherin. Of course Charlotte wouldn't know that Erwin was in a bad mood not because Slytherin was embarrassed, but because these guys didn't call him out when they were fighting, so he didn't enjoy the fun. This was what made Erwin the most angry. Erwin stood up immediately. Look at Marcus Flint, who has a gloomy face at the end of the long table. Bullshit. Go wait for me by the Black Lake. Marcus' face turned even darker. Stand up. Do you really think you will win? Cavendish, you will pay the price for your arrogance. After saying that, he turned around and left. The 5th grade students behind him quickly followed. Erwin pouted. He said it quite forcefully, but he didn't just go there obediently. The other little wizards who were waiting to see the duel also took notice. Soon the number of people in the auditorium decreased by 70%. Malfoy and others also accelerated the pace of showing off their food. Erwin stood up. He straightened his robe, which was wrinkled from sitting down. Then he walked out of the auditorium. Behind him, Charlotte quickly followed. Erwin looked at Charlotte in confusion. Why do you always follow me? Charlotte said, I lost to you. You are also my prefect now. Of course I will follow you. Isn't this normal? Erwin frowned. I don't feel like this girl is a good person. It seemed like she was trying to get close to him on purpose. Could it be that she covets his beauty? Sure enough, this face would indeed bring him some trouble. Erwin was often impressed by his handsomeness. Apart from hearing about a mysterious group called Readers before traveling through time, Erwin had never seen him before. More handsome than myself. Lanyon can also be a disaster. Erwin sighed. Walking towards the Black Lake, he was going to beat someone up. On the edge of the Black Lake, the best viewing spots have been occupied by the little wizard. Seeing Erwin coming, the crowd made way for them. Erwin walked directly into the crowd. Central location. Marcus and Glodia are already waiting. Marcus' face was cold. The eyes looking at Erwin were full of malice. Glodia smiled at Erwin. Erwin stood on Glodia's right side. Glodia said, "Okay. The protagonists are here, so the 5th stage of the Prefect Challenge officially begins." Both parties bow. Marcus said coldly, "I won't bow to him. Start directly." A cold light flashed in Erwin's eyes. Damn, this guy is really looking for death. He really has to thank the Harmonious Society and Azkaban. Otherwise, a green light would have reached this bastard's face. Glodia also frowned. "Marcus, this is the rule." Marcus ignored it and didn't mean to bow. Glodia's face also turned cold. Erwin said, "Okay, class leader. I'll handle it." Glodia looked at Erwin and nodded. Then he lowered his voice and said, "Erwin, teach him a lesson." Erwin smiled. "Don't worry, class leader. He will never forget it." Glodia withdrew from the center. Marcus took out his wand. "Cavendi, I told you that you will pay for your arrogance." Erwin nodded. "Yes, I know." "Then, now, bow to me." Marcus said coldly, "You are dreaming." Erwin sighed. There are always people who are not obedient. The next moment. Now it seems that this thing is quite useful. The little wizards around were also shocked. How terrifying. Is this Erwin's true strength? Is this really magic that students can have? And Charlotte on the side had a glint in her eyes. "I don't know what I'm thinking." Glodia's expression also changed slightly. This magic power is so terrifying. However, he didn't think there was no possibility of a fight with Erwin. After all, a wizard's strength is not always determined by magic power. Marcus's face was also full of fear, and he now really recognized the difference in strength between the two. In this case, it was a luxury for him to even move his fingers. Erwin also had a flash of surprise in his eyes. "Are Marcus' bones so hard? Don't you even bow?" Erwin didn't know. The first time he used this move, he didn't control the strength well. Therefore, it's not that Marcus doesn't want to bow, it's that he can't bow at all. He can't move. Finally, there was a crisp click. Marcus' leg was actually broken by Erwin's momentum. This soft clicking sound was heard by almost everyone. Marcus had a look of pain and fear on his face, but was oppressed by momentum. Not a single word could come out. Erwin was shocked. Marcus's bones are actually so hard? It doesn't seem to be shown in the original work. Sure enough, Slytherins are all good. Even this kind of supporting actor in the original work has such backbone. Erwin suddenly admired Marcus. He is a pure man. Not bad, very good. Erwin recognized Marcus. Erwin lost his momentum. The next moment, there were screams one after another. My legs, I give up, I give up. Send me to the school doctor. Please, I don't dare to be your enemy anymore. I give up." The sudden flip nearly hit Erwin's waist. Erwin was stunned. It took me 3 or 4 minutes to think about it before I figured out what was going on. Co-author, was this guy so oppressed by his own momentum just now that he couldn't speak at all? Erwin suddenly felt a little disappointed. It seems that he paid by mistake after all. Marcus saw that Erwin was silent. I was even more panicked in my heart. Especially seeing the look in Erwin's eyes. No matter what, it seemed that he didn't intend to let him go. This scared Marcus half to death. "Please, Prefect Erwin, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Spare me, I am willing to surrender. Please, let me go." The little wizards who were watching looked at Erwin with a hint of fear in their eyes. A few little wizards who play well with Marcus want to send Marcus to the school doctor, but he didn't dare to come. I could only look at Erwin anxiously. Erwin sighed, "You disappoint me. I thought you had some ability. However, you can't even withstand the pressure of my magic power. What qualifications do you have to be loyal to me? Slytherin needs elites, the same goes for my subordinates. Marcus, you are so weak that I have no idea of taking action again. If one day you can see my back, then I'll give you the chance to follow me." After saying that, Erwin turned around. The figure is a bit lonely. It's like a respected elder who feels sad when he sees his younger generation failing. In the eyes of all the young wizards, Erwin has become so tall at this time. Marcus was also stunned. Looking at Erwin's back, he suddenly felt that he was really a little too bad. Erwin was disappointed, and he didn't even have the chance to become Erwin's follower. Erwin had obviously given him a chance to fight, but his strength was so low. He is so low that he can't even withstand Erwin's pressure. How does he have the right to be called a pure-blood family? Erwin waved his hand. "Go take him to the school doctor." Those friends of Marcus, who were already anxious, ran over quickly. "Lift Marcus up. I was going to go to the school doctor. But Marcus shouted, "Wait a minute." Then, Marcus looked at Erwin's back and said, "Sorry, my strength is too poor. But I remember what you said today. One day, I will see your back. Thank you, show mercy. I apologize for my arrogance and provocation." Erwin didn't even turn his head. He raised his hand and waved it casually. A weak sigh reached the ears of everyone present. In the Ravenclaw camp, Hermione looked at Erwin's somewhat lonely back. Suddenly I felt a little distressed. Has he been this tired all these years? For the sake of family, for survival. Now after coming to Hogwarts, it's time to find a suitable opponent, to enable others to improve. For the glory of Slytherin, he's endured too much. An idea suddenly came to Hermione's mind. She wants to become excellent, especially excellent. That would help Erwin. For no other reason than that, she just hoped that when Erwin felt tired, help Erwin. Even if it's just some insignificant help. But it would be nice if it could make Erwin less tired. Erwin stood by the Black Lake. His eyes fell on the Black Lake. He felt a little anxious. It's not him, is he pretending well? Why is there no movement? Should he turn his head now? If he turns his head, his character will collapse. So what's going on behind him now? Just when Erwin was thinking about it, there were footsteps behind him. Erwin secretly glanced at it with his peripheral vision. He found that it was a group of Slytherin snakes. There were snakes from the 1st to 5th grades. They came behind Erwin, bowed deeply. Charlotte took 2 steps forward, came behind Erwin and said, "Prefect, go back and rest." Erwin's mouth curled up. It seems to be quite effective. Sure enough, Voldemort's way was wrong. Grindelwald was also wrong. Blindly high pressure will only cause resistance. Only by establishing authority appropriately, occasionally appeasing, shaping his own image, and building his own personality is the way the Dark Lord should go. Bah, what Dark Lord? He is not the Dark Lord. Erwin cursed directly in his heart. You Shabai? Ha! Twice, you slapped me in the face twice. Do you have to give out this competition reward now? You did it on purpose, Shabai. Bite. The host's defense has been broken. The host can choose not to receive the reward, and the system can take back the title. Ha ha, wear the title, immediately. Bite. The title was successfully worn. It smells so good. Erwin turned around slowly. Charlotte, who was standing at the top, suddenly felt her heart tremble. He quickly lowered his head. He didn't dare to look directly at Erwin. She felt that Erwin's majesty seemed to be even stronger. All the little snakes also lowered their proud heads. Erwin nodded with satisfaction. Very good, this is the taste. Erwin glanced around. They are all little snakes in grades 1 to 5. As for the 6th and 7th graders, they stood aside. After all, Erwin hasn't taken action against the 6th and 7th graders yet. They have not yet been conquered. In fact, Erwin felt like it was a game. He needs to fight his way up step by step, defeating every boss. The boss's younger brother will join him. Moreover, this was not just because Erwin defeated their hidden prefect, but because Erwin's strength was truly recognized by them. At this time, Erwin finally understood why Slytherin had this prefect challenge that was impossible to complete. Rely on strength to defeat everyone. Then you are a well-deserved prefect of Slytherin. The weak eat the strong, and the strong occupies the throne. Erwin really loves Slytherin. Erwin said, "Let's go." Then, the little snakes made way for a passage. Erwin passed through the middle, and Charlotte and other original hidden prefects followed Erwin. Behind them were all the little snakes from Slytherin. The other little wizards who were watching also quickly moved out of the way. Let the little snakes pass through. At this moment, Slytherin's cohesion was unprecedentedly high. The little wizards in Slytherin's 6th and 7th years looked at each other. For some reason, they seemed to see themselves in the crowd. The little lions, who had been fighting fiercely with the little snakes, were now far away. He didn't dare to stand in front of the little snakes at all. They even doubted that if they stood in front, they would be crushed directly by the small snakes that swarmed to attack. In the shadows, Snape looked at Erwin, who was walking at the front. His eyes were dazed for a moment. Just then, a voice behind Snape said, "It's really amazing. Even I have never seen such a Slytherin." Snape didn't even turn his head. Just know who is coming. There was a mocking expression on the corner of his mouth. What, Principal Dumbledore, are you being ridiculously suspicious again? Don't forget, he is Cavendish. Dumbledore said, "I know, Severus, you don't have to be on guard against me like this. You know, I won't have the slightest malice towards this child. I will protect him. This is what we owe him." Snape mocked, "Really? You promised me that you would protect Lily. But in fact, Lily is dead. Because you trusted someone you shouldn't trust. So he died." Dumbledore was speechless for a moment. "Sorry, Severus. I didn't want to either. I didn't expect it. Snape interrupted, "That's enough, Dumbledore, I don't want to listen to you anymore. I didn't expect it. You always say you didn't expect it. The same goes for Cavendish's parents. We all know that he has what's right. It's a more terrifying existence than Voldemort. I said that they should not be allowed to leave Hogwarts, but what did you answer me? You said that you would protect them and nothing would happen to them. Just like Lily, they all trust you, however, you betrayed their trust." Dumbledore stopped talking. Snape said coldly, "And now, you still want to use their son, Dumbledore. I will not allow you to have the slightest idea about him. I will protect him. This is what I owe them and their wife, even if it is you. If you want to take advantage of him, I will pull out the wand on you. Trust me, Dumbledore, don't doubt my determination." Dumbledore said, "I didn't, Severus. The idea never occurred to me." Snape sneered, "Really? Then you might as well explain why you interrupted me to tell Erwin the truth that day? Aren't you afraid that Erwin will hate you after knowing the truth? Or be on guard? Dumbledore, you can't hide it from me." Dumbledore sighed, "I know you don't trust me, time will tell, Severus." After finishing speaking, Dumbledore snapped his fingers. The figure disappeared directly on the spot. Snape looked in the direction where Dumbledore disappeared. His face was full of mockery. Trust Dumbledore? Snape would never trust Dumbledore when it came to Erwin. How can someone trust someone who has a criminal record? Snape's clothes flew away with a wave of his clothes. "Bah, that's not right. It's not right to float away. It's just gone anyway." Erwin before entering the castle. "I saw the movement here from the corner of my eye." Snape is also seen talking to Dumbledore. A gleam of light flashed in Erwin's eyes. It seems that some things are more complicated than he thought. This wave of testing Dumbledore seems to have failed. Erwin, who has read the original book, is certainly not a rash person. If he really doesn't consider the consequences, how could he develop the Cavendish family to this extent? He knows the character of the old bee very well. If he stands from a decent perspective, the old bee is indeed a great man. He used his life to lay out, just to completely eliminate Voldemort, to give the wizarding world a clear and bright world. How touching. Thinking of this, Erwin felt that he was going to cry again. So touching. But the old bee is also a very sinister person. He taught people like Voldemort and defeated Grindelwald himself. So, he is very sensitive to the Dark Lord. And Slytherin, as the cradle of dark wizards. There is a person like Erwin who is even more outrageous than Voldemort. In Erwin's view, this is something the old bee cannot accept. So, Alvin did so many things. It was to test the bottom line of the old bee. Based on Erwin's experience of reading novels and watching movies, Dumbledore should have called him over, either to win over or to test. Erwin had already thought of a way to deal with it. But old bee ignored him? This made Erwin couldn't help but think more. People are so weird. After being on guard for a long time, you will feel very frustrated when you find that you were lonely after guarding against something. Erwin is in this situation now. There is still a bit of jade that was given to Erwin. In the lounge, Erwin leaned back on the couch. Look up at the ceiling. The fireplace was roaring. That's all good about Slytherin's common room. Because when you're sitting in the common room, you never know whether it's day or night outside. If you want to get some sun, you have only two options. The first one is to leave the lounge, and the second one is to go to the dormitory upstairs. Of course, only the top floor is built above the water and can see the sun. The top floor is the dormitory for the prefects. Fortunately, Slytherin at least had the ability to see light above the water. Otherwise, Erwin wouldn't even have a place to bask in the quilt if he wanted to. Westerners will never understand the noble Daxia's obsession with drying the quilt. Just when Erwin was about to close his eyes and rest his mind while waiting to go to class, a figure sneaked towards Erwin. Erwin maintained his posture. "Not even a glance," said Malfoy. "Are you planning to assassinate me or something?" Malfoy paused. "Somewhat embarrassing." Erwin said, "If you have anything to say, tell me immediately." Malfoy said, "I'm here to apologize." Erwin became interested. Sitting up straight, "Oh? Apologize?" Malfoy said, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have fought with Ron and the others. I brought shame to Slytherin." Erwin nodded, "Yeah, it's a profound reflection. However, there is one thing you said wrong. Do you think I'm angry because you guys were fighting?" Malfoy was stunned for a moment. "Isn't it?" Erwin looked around. In the common room, there were also many young wizards, including those who fought with Malfoy and the others. Erwin said, "Now that you are here, let me tell you where I am angry. Fighting is not a very important thing. What really makes me angry is that there are more of you than those stupid lions, and there are still people you were injured. And the most outrageous thing is that you will be caught by Professor McGonagall." Malfoy scratched his head. Explained, "Those Gryffindors, they are too strong." Erwin said, "Because they are poor. Therefore, they have to do many things by themselves. Invisibly, their bodies have been tempered. And you have been pampered since childhood. Naturally, your physical fitness is not as good as theirs, but you are not see through this. use your own shortcomings to exploit other people's strengths. Malfoy, are you thinking about Splendens? Malfoy lowered his head. When Erwin said this, he also realized that he seemed to have done something very stupid. Erwin continued, remember, we are Slytherin. We are noble and elegant. Outsiders say that we do whatever it takes. But, we are just looking for a way to success. There is only one goal, but there are many ways. We are not evil, we just don't need to be like those idiots and choose the rough and muddy road to overcome obstacles. Our starting point is a broad road. So when things happen, your brains will become rusty if you don't use them. The stupid lion takes action. This is the stupidest thing about you. All the young wizards were so scolded that they did not dare to raise their heads. Malfoy said, but, we don't know magic. We have too few magic. Erwin was secretly happy. Okay. I didn't realize that this kid would still praise me. Look, this guy is so sensible. Erwin's spit was not wasted. Erwin said everyone has a copy of the Basic Charms Encyclopedia. Don't you know how to read it yourself? Isn't this because you don't practice it yourself? Am I born with these spells? I don't need to practice. The reason why we are strong, the reason why we are noble is because we want to defend the glory of Slytherin. Then you need to make yourself stronger. Glory is for defending, and if you don't have the strength to match it, you will eventually be surpassed. How many of the 8 tribes are left now, don't you know? Isn't this a lesson learned from the past? All the little wizards were silent, not just the first-year ones. Some senior students also lowered their heads. Erwin saw that the time was almost here. Standing up and saying, I am not denying you by saying this. I came to Slytherin, for me. This is an honor. I am willing to use my life to defend the glory of Slytherin. I also hope you have the same idea as me. Use your strength to prove to everyone that Slytherin's glory is a throne made of strength. All the little wizards suddenly felt their blood boiling. It was as if there was an unknown force injected into their bodies. Each of them clenched their fists. Don't know who it is. The first one shouted, for Slytherin. The next moment, all the little wizards in the entire lounge raised their fists. For Slytherin. Erwin didn't expect the effect to be so good. He now somewhat understands the failed art student. This is simply the art of language. Erwin raised his fist and placed it on his chest. Everyone, for Slytherin, we must become stronger. It is our duty to defend the honor of Slytherin. All the little wizards punched their chests with their fists. Some little snakes who were resting in the dormitory also came out. I heard Erwin's words. Infected by the atmosphere. Everyone put their fists to their chests. Shouted Slytherin. Fortunately, the entire Slytherin lounge is under the Black Lake. Otherwise, Erwin would have felt that Dumbledore would have to come and see what was going on. It ignited instantly. Excited, every little wizard's emotions are extremely intense. Erwin looked at the eyes of these little wizards with satisfaction. Look how simple it is. He really loved the little wizard at this age. They have no brains, not even Slytherins. They are easily incited. Likewise, because of the simplicity in their hearts. It's easy to spend your life fighting for some unfounded goals. This is the charm that comes from failed art students. Erwin realized. He seems to have found the track that suits him best. Erwin said, I think many young wizards already know this. I brought up the matter of morning and evening self-study with Professor McGonagall. I know that many people don't understand, and many people are dissatisfied, because you feel that I wasted you. It's okay to waste your playtime during your break. I don't blame you. I don't expect everyone to understand me. However, I am willing to bear all the infamy, and all this is because of a lot of learning, so that we can make Slytherin stronger. One day, the glory of Slytherin will shine on every inch of the wizarding world. Erwin raised his head and looked at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. His eyes were slightly moist. There is excitement on the face, but also sadness and frustration that are not understood. The eyes of all the little wizards were red. Their superior has actually done so much, and they were still complaining about the prefect in their hearts. And now they understand. Everything Erwin did was for their own good. I am willing to bear all the confusion and all the eyes, just to make Slytherin stronger. A tear dropped uncontrollably from the corner of the father-calling master's eyes. Prefect Erwin, I understand, I'm sorry. I swear in the name of the Malfoy family, I will work hard and become stronger. For Slytherin, for the prefects, for everything I protect. The other little wizards also quickly expressed their opinions. Among them, there are many descendants of pure-blood families who swear an oath in the name of the family. Every little wizard's eyes were filled with gratitude and excitement. Erwin nodded. Arriving in front of Malfoy, he placed his palm on Malfoy's shoulder. Malfoy lowered his head slightly. If this were the case before, our proud brother Drag would never have done this. However, at this time, his heart was filled with conviction and gratitude to Erwin. He is willing to lower his proud head. Erwin said, I think highly of you. Everyone, you are the pride of Slytherin. A few years later, I will think of you. At that time, I will still be proud to be your prefect. You are all the best. So, I believe that as long as you are here, Slytherin's glory will be immortal." Malfoy felt his body instantly filled with power. The other little wizards also had similar symptoms. Erwin is so outstanding and dazzling. And Erwin actually said that he would be proud to be their prefect. This is more energetic than Red Moo with gin liquor. Erwin said, "Okay, it's time to go to class. The great Slytherin will never be late." All the little wizards nodded vigorously, then consciously get out of the way. Let Erwin leave first. On the stairs, two people were watching what was going on in the lounge. I also heard what Erwin said. The corners of Charlotte's mouth rose. He murmured, "Interesting. So interesting. Should I say you are worthy of being the inheritor? It's so interesting. No wonder they say you will be a natural leader. It seems that my 4 years at Hogwarts were not in vain. You really made me wait for you." Charlotte watched Erwin leave the common room surrounded by the snakes. Then he also took the 4th grade students to prepare for class. Except Charlotte. There is another person watching the movement in the lounge. That is Grodia, the hidden prefect of 7th grade and the apparent prefect of Slytherin. Next to Grodia stood a 7th grade student. Said, "Prefect, are you looking at it like this? Erwin's prestige in Slytherin is stronger than yours now." Grodia smiled and said, "Isn't that normal?" He started the prefect challenge. Step by step. If anyone in Slytherin can complete the rules of the prefect, then this person must be Erwin. You are really generous. Aren't you afraid that Erwin will defeat you? Grodia said, "It is inevitable that he will defeat me. His magic power is too terrifying. Now I can fight with him just because I have more magic control than him. I am more flexible in fighting than him. But if it's easy for him to learn more magic spells." Prefect, are you really willing to do this? If I had given you an extra year, it would have been possible for you as a 2nd grader to complete the prefect challenge. Grodia shook his head. You said it too. I am useless as a 2nd-year student. Erwin, he is a natural leader. I have been in Hogwarts for 7 years, and I have never seen such a united Slytherin. Although the little snakes in Slytherin are ambitious, they are too proud. Proud to the point of being a little lazy. No one will submit to anyone. Therefore, compared with other colleges, we should be the strongest, just because we are not united enough. And now, with Erwin here, I have seen that in the next 7 years, at the end of the school year, only our green school flag will be hung in the auditorium. Okay, then according to what you said, there will be another boss before I graduate? But fortunately, it won't be too long. I really can't accept calling a junior a class leader. Grodia smiled. You are wrong. You may call him a class leader for a year. Well, we should go to class. After speaking, Grodia turned and walked downstairs. Behind him, the 7th-year student was stunned for a moment. Then, he reacted. His eyes suddenly widened. Does this mean that Erwin will not challenge Grodia at the end of the semester? And from what Grodia said, he still can't win. Doesn't that mean that their 7th grade will soon have a 1st-year prefect? No, prefect. You have to stand up, he shouted while chasing Grodia. On the other side, Erwin led a group of Slytherin wizards towards the classroom of the spells class. Erwin walked in the front. The group of wizards behind him consciously lined up in 2 rows. No one whispered to each other on the road. On the way, other little wizards saw this group of little snakes and hurriedly stepped aside. Make way for the little snakes to pass first. Not to mention, the little snakes felt very proud. Arrived at the charms classroom. This class is with the little badgers of Hufflepuff. If it wasn't with Ravenclaw, Elwyn could still get some points. Old Flitwick can't just target Slytherin, right? Dare, try my sword skills? Arrived at the charms classroom. Elwyn took a seat with a group of little snakes. Then the little badgers came to the classroom one after another. The class bell rang. Flitwick came to the classroom, still casting spells without a stick and silently, directly on the table. With that skillful action, Elwyn felt that Flitwick was the first to teach the levitation charm. Was it because it was the first basic spell, or was it because Flitwick was the best at it? As usual, the second class. It still wouldn't let the little wizards cast spells directly. This thing is not that simple. The young wizards need to remember the spells and the movements of releasing the spells firmly before they can officially cast the spells. So, Elwyn was pulled out as a teaching material to demonstrate the spells and the casting movements. Flitwick let the young wizards practice by themselves. He just watched from the side, looking at the young wizards who have already started to practice spells with their hands instead of wands. Flitwick said, "Elwyn, come here." Elwyn's eyes lit up. He went directly to the side of the podium. Flitwick said, "Your last question. I went back to find some books and found a spell for you. It's better to say it's a spell than a ritual like the Fighty-Liu's charm. You can see the details yourself." As he said that, Flitwick pointed a book next to him with his sharp fingers. The book was directly opened and then floated into Elvin's hands. Elvin quickly caught it. What an amazing spell-using ability, Professor. Flitwick showed some smugness on his face. After all, his spell-using skills are indeed very strong, and he is well known in the entire magic world. Of course, we are only talking about the use of spells here. Erwin looked down at the book in his hand. The book is very thick and feels heavy in his hand. And the paper has turned yellow. It looks a bit old. It is full of spells. Next to the spells, there are some notes, which are obviously notes made by Flitwick. Erwin is a little envious. This thing, like Professor McGonagall's notes and Snape's diary, is at least an SSR level prop. Flitwick pointed his sharp nails at a spell. That's it, the sound transmission spell. This spell is very niche. There are only a few people in the entire magic world who know it. Just as you asked, it is used for communication. But no one uses this spell. Because this spell has many restrictions. First of all, the magic power must be of the same origin to be connected together. This one is almost impossible to accomplish. Elvin frowned. What about the person who invented this spell? Flitwick said, I checked. The person who invented this spell was a pair of conjoined twins, and then separated by some means. But their magic power is exactly the same. Because, before they were separated, they were one person. Even twins can't do this. So, even if this spell appears, no one can use it. Elvin nodded. Professor, can I borrow this book? Flitwick said, I'm sorry, Elvin. This book cannot be used. There are too many spells in it. There are many spells that you cannot master at your age. Of course, I have no doubt about your ability. It's just that some spells are too dangerous. But if you want, you can come to my office. You can read it in your free time. You can also ask me if you don't understand. Elvin understood and was not surprised. You can tell from the volume of this book that there are almost a huge number of spells in it. There may even be a lot of black magic in it. This kind of thing belongs to the kind of book that cannot be placed in the restricted area. But it was a pleasant surprise to let Flitwick give in and go to the office to read it. And it can be regarded as finding a tutor in disguise. Elwin said, thank you so much, Professor. Flitwick waved his hand. It's okay. Your idea of morning and evening self-study is great. Ravenclaw students like it very much. I can see that you are a student who truly loves knowledge. It's a pity that you went to Slytherin. In fact, I think the Sorting Hat may have been watered and there are some problems. You should come to Ravenclaw. I think I should take some time to tell Dumbledore to let you transfer to another house. Elwin's mouth twitched slightly. What a little old man. I'm just looking for a tutor. You are planning to dig me over directly. The divine sharp shadowless, which almost became the fourth unforgivable curse, is ready to move on Snape's wand. Elwin said, thank you for your kindness. Flitwick waved his hand. Did you write down this spell? I don't think it's any use to you, because no one can use this spell. Elwin nodded. I wrote it down. Professor Flitwick. Thank you again. Flitwick said, it's okay. Then you go back to your place to practice. If you can, help me teach those little wizards. You know, it's still very troublesome to get on and off the table. Elvin smiled. Of course, it's an honor. After Elvin returned to his place, some little snakes heard what Flitwick said and took the initiative to ask for advice. Elvin also accepted everyone who came. Teach carefully. After all, he, Elvin, is a qualified prefect. As for the little wizards performing well and getting extra points later, this is just a side job. He is definitely not just for the points. Some Hufflepuff little wizards are also a little tempted and want to ask Elvin, but because of Elvin's reputation and Slytherin's reputation, some hesitation. Elvin took a look and thought, how can this be possible? Isn't this purely destroying unity? Hogwarts is my home, and we are all a big family. Everyone in the family is a good leak. Bah, no. We are all family. How could Elvin neglect one thing while focusing on the other? Elvin looked at the Badgers. On the podium, Flitwick paid no attention to the class, which had become a bit noisy as students ran to Erwin for advice. Instead, he looked at Erwin with relief. Look, what a good student. What a worry-free student. He is strong in his own abilities and yet doesn't forget to help his classmates. Such a person should come to Ravenclaw. Although now Ravenclaw has Hermione, who is already very good, but who thinks there are too many good students? Once again, Flitwick was sure that the Sorting Hat must be short-circuit. That's why Ravenclaw was assigned to Slytherin. Wouldn't such a simple student suffer in an environment like Slytherin? Flitwick once again had the idea of looking for Dumbledore. Erwin taught these young wizards, while thinking about the sound transmission spell in his mind. This thing cannot be used by others, mainly because of the magic power from the same source. Even twins have different magic powers. No matter how insignificant the difference is, it is still a difference. However, this limitation is for Erwin. It doesn't seem to be a restriction. I said it before. Irwin's purple lotus mark is produced by the system, so it has a somewhat special function. Take the dark mark as an example. The dark mark has three functions. The first one is to allow the Death Eaters to turn into that black ball and fly around. This is the customized version of the function of the leader of the Force. The second function is that Voldemort can sense the location of Death Eaters through the dark mark. The third function is that Death Eaters can contact Voldemort through the dark mark. Of course, this contact is not through voice or video, but when they activate the dark mark, Voldemort can sense it. To put it simply, cough, 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 your friend is online. Yes, just online. Irwin's purple lotus mark has these three functions. However, compared to the dark mark, Irwin's purple lotus mark has one more great function. That is, Irwin can inject magic power into the purple lotus mark. This function was added to the system to allow Irwin to directly control the life and death of the person marked by the purple lotus through this magic power. If anyone has any bad intentions, Irwin can directly detonate this magic power. Just like old Tom, he was able to enter Diagon Alley because of the magic power of Irwin on his arm, which allowed him to break away from the ranks of Muggles and join the ranks of Squibs. Although he cannot use magic, he is immune to the Muggle expelling curse because of the magic left by Irwin, and it is precisely because of the existence of this function. Let Irwin discover that he can really use this sound transmission spell. They have the same origin, and the magic comes from him. Isn't that the same origin? The most important thing is that this ability cannot be copied by others. The magic will dissipate. But Irwin's system-modified version of the purple lotus mark can lock the magic power inside the purple lotus mark. Even if Voldemort knew the principle, he couldn't do it. It can be said that this sound transmission spell is completely customized for Irwin. However, the theory is established. Specifically whether it can be successful. Irwin felt that he still needed to find a suitable test subject. Irwin is a steady man. As the saying goes, true knowledge comes from experiment. The launch of every new product requires hard work. But who should I look for this test subject? Irwin was a little confused. Slytherin student? Irwin had just established a selfless prefect image and made a purple lotus mark. No matter how you put it, it doesn't seem like a decent person. Especially this thing, it is very famous in the magic world. It would be strange not to know the name of the dark mark. This can easily affect Irwin's character. The little snakes are small, but they are not stupid. His only follower, Barton? It also seems a bit inappropriate. Barton is related to Irwin's plan for pure blood. What if you die playing it? That's not worth the loss. In other words, Barton still has value. You can die, but you can't die now. The most important thing is that the experiment is risky, so Irwin cannot choose the little wizard. If this really kills him, he will really go to Azkaban. Who else? Without being able to leave Hogwarts. Hagrid? No, the big fool is a supplier, so he can't die. Just then, Irwin's eyes suddenly lit up. No one seems to have said that the test subject must be a human being, right? Irwin suddenly felt his thoughts clear. It seems that a trip to the Forbidden Forest is necessary. Big spiders and centaurs, aren't these the best experimental materials? It doesn't hurt to play to death, and it has no use value. Irwin has determined the goal of his experiment. It seems he has to take a walk in the Forbidden Forest. Those things in the Forbidden Forest must welcome Irwin. After all, Irwin still has the ability to bond with magical animals. He hasn't tried it yet. Charms class was followed by herbology class. Nothing extra happened. The herbology class with the Ravenclaws was not the least bit lively to watch. The afternoon class was a bit boring. Don't tell me, Irwin really misses Gryffindor. Without Gryffindor, there seems to be a lot less fun. In the auditorium at night. After eating, Irwin was called to the office by Professor McGonagall. Sit down, Irwin. Irwin nodded. Without being polite, he sat down on the chair. Professor McGonagall, are you looking for me for morning and evening self-study? Professor McGonagall nodded, yes. Yes, the professors are still very supportive. But there is a problem. If you take self-study classes, the professors will be a little busy. Irwin was happy. What he was waiting for was for Professor McGonagall to ask him. Irwin said, Professor McGonagall, that's what I think. Professors have been in class for a day and are very tired. And they also need to prepare lessons, self-study. To put it bluntly, it is self-study. I think we can let the prefects responsible for guidance, students in lower grades can ask senior students seniors, or communicate with classmates to promote learning. In fact, to put it bluntly, the purpose of self-study is to organize what you have learned that day. After all, you can't ask the professor to teach new content, right? Students can't absorb that much knowledge. Irwin went to Snape's office as usual. Not to mention, helping Snape these days has been really helpful to Irwin. There are many herbs that Irwin has no access to at this stage. But here with Snape, he can operate it one by one, and you don't have to worry about waste. Erwin carefully cut off the root of the medicinal material in his hand, and then gently set it aside. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but be careful. The thing he was dealing with now was going to explode. Erwin never understood why potions in the magical world were so hellish. They use all kinds of strange herbs. It bites, it barks, it explodes. Compared with these horrific effects, all poisonous herbs are simply mild varieties. Snape nodded with satisfaction. Erwin is getting more and more skilled now. And in the past few days, even when dealing with dangerous herbs, I have never made any mistakes. Although his skills were young, Erwin's learning ability really amazed Snape. Once you get started, it doesn't take long for Erwin to become familiar with it. This made Snape think that Erwin was born for potions. Erwin took off his dragonhide gloves. Okay, Professor Snape, if there is nothing else, I plan to go back first. Snape frowned. Glancing at Erwin, you seem to be in a hurry today. Snape was confused. You know, usually Erwin would not leave his office before 11 or 12 o'clock. Even after finishing the work at hand, Erwin would observe Snape's potion refining process. Especially some details. This is the experience that only a potion master has. Of course Erwin wouldn't miss it. Here's Snape's words. Erwin quickly said, "No, I just feel a little tired today." Snape glanced at Erwin suspiciously. I always feel like Erwin has some weird idea. Snape waved his hand. Go back and rest when you are tired. Read more of the diary I gave you, especially the part about the brain awakening potion. Come here tomorrow and you have to start refining it. Erwin's eyes lit up. Is Snape planning to guide him in refining the potion? This is a good thing. Although the brain awakening potion is just a basic potion, Snape can teach him this now. Will the elixir be far behind? Sooner or later Snape would have to pay for it. Erwin nodded. Okay, Professor, I understand. With that, Erwin turned and left Snape's office. Snape looked at Erwin's back. After thinking about it, he continued working on the potion in his hand. However, the movements were slightly sped up. After Erwin left Snape's office, there was no rush to get to the Forbidden Forest. Instead, he returned to the Slytherin Lounge first. For night tours, you have to wait until it's late at night. It's only after 10 o'clock. Too early. The little wizards haven't slept yet. After all, young people are more energetic. However, they can only enjoy it for a few days. Starting next Monday, they will feel the pain of not getting enough sleep that all students in Daxia have experienced. Tisk tisk tisk, it's really heartbreaking to think about it. The reason is that Erwin wants to come back early. That's because he also needs to take a break. That's the Forbidden Forest. Even he couldn't rush in carelessly. There are too many strange things there. There are too many dangers. Erwin had to keep himself full of energy. After shouting the command, the door to the lounge opened. Erwin walked into the common room. Some young wizards who were chatting in the hall saw Erwin. Stand up quickly. He saluted respectfully. Prefect. Erwin pressed his hand. Talk about you. I'm going to rest first. Don't be too late. All the little wizards nodded. Late at night. Erwin opened his eyes from the bed. Yawned. Listened carefully. There was silence. Erwin stretched. It's time to get down to business. As a clan leader, Erwin is really busy and has endured too much at his young age. Arriving at the window, Erwin opened it. Then his body swayed and turned into a streak of purple smoke, flying towards the Forbidden Forest. Pass by Hagrid's hut. The lights were still on in Hagrid's hut. Erwin flew at a low altitude without alerting the Forbidden Forest guard. Erwin, who was running fast, didn't see it. Shyhong, Hogwarts headmaster's office. Dumbledore stood by the window, looking at him. In the dark, a ray of light reflected from the moonlight on Dumbledore's glasses. Just like his father, he chose to go to the Forbidden Forest for his first night outing. What a brave little guy. On the wall, a portrait said, "You saw him go to the Forbidden Forest, and you are still here? Why didn't you stop him? Is the Forbidden Forest a place where little wizards can go?" Dumbledore picked up a candied date from the side and put it into his mouth. His eyes narrowed, his face full of satisfaction. What a magical summer food. There are such elves in Hogwarts. I never knew. I feel like I missed so much. I never have to worry about Erwin's safety. There will naturally be people sitting there can't live. Dumbledore looked at the black smoke flying out of the castle. He shook his head and yawned. He snapped his fingers lightly. She put on a set of pajamas that looked a little funny. I'm old, go to sleep. I hope our Slytherin guy won't make too much noise. As an old man, I really don't want to be disturbed in my sleep. Purple smoke fell directly on the ground of the Forbidden Forest. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Erwin reveals his true face. Erwin touched his chin. Where are those big spiders? Erwin realized something very bad, that is, the Forbidden Forest was too big. He didn't know where to find those spiders. Think for a moment. According to the original records, those spiders were deep in the Forbidden Forest. After all, this thing can't be kept outside the forbidden forest. But the depths of the forbidden forest are also a very large area. Just when Erwin was thinking about what to do, suddenly, Erwin heard a series of small sounds coming from the grass. Erwin turned his head and looked curiously. All I saw was the grass. A green thing stumbled out. He jumped up to Erwin's feet, started to circle around Erwin's feet. Erwin's eyes lit up. Crouched down. They have a very interesting ability, which is that they can change into the shape of any leaf. They are also very cute on the outside. However, if you underestimate it because of its appearance, you are wrong. As the name suggests, their duty is to protect the trees that can be used as wand materials. Therefore, their combat effectiveness is not weak. And if someone wants to mine wand materials, they need the consent of the botruckle. Of course, as long as you don't want to cut off the roots of the tree directly, the botruckle can agree. In short, this little guy has a good temper. It is also one of the few magical animals that can communicate with wizards. However, it is impossible to get them to approach people actively. Especially the botruckle will never leave the trees it protects. And now it can run to Elvin, obviously because of Elvin's affinity with magical animals. The botruckle waved its branches, gently waving it in Elvin's hand. Elvin couldn't help but smile. Little guy, I'm looking for eight-eyed spiders. Have you seen them? The botruckle heard this and waved its branches. There was some anxiety on its face. It made a series of whimpering sounds. Elvin was surprised to find that he could understand what the little guy said. Elvin said, I know they are dangerous, but I'm not weak either. Take me to find them, okay? The botruckle hesitated. Then he nodded gently. Then he jumped directly from Elvin's palm. He fell to the ground and fell, but he stood up quickly and shook off the dirt on his body. He moved his legs made of roots and trotted forward. Elvin laughed dumbly. This little thing is so cute. Elvin raised his feet and followed the botruckle into the depths of the forbidden forest. The little guy jumped in front, stopped from time to time, then pointed to some herbs on the ground. The meaning was obvious, let Erwin pick them. Erwin was not polite. Picked them all directly, and even Erwin found a large piece of moonlight grass. It must be said that this forbidden forest is indeed a treasure land. This little botruckle is also a treasure. This little guy is a bit like a treasure-hunting mouse. As the botruckle took Erwin deeper, the light around was getting darker and darker. The big trees blocked the moonlight. Only some scattered moonlight fell. According to the settings of general novels, and the settings of the original book, Erwin should use the lighting technique at this time. Erwin turned his wrist. The next moment, a flashlight appeared in Erwin's hand. Do you want to eat oil cakes? The lighting technique does not require magic. Moreover, Erwin did not learn it at all. Since he started cheating, Erwin has become lazy and has not read a book by himself for a long time. It must be said that cheating really corrodes a person's ambition. The botruckle jumped onto Erwin's hand curiously. He studied the flashlight up and down for a while. He made two meowing sounds. Oh, this is a flashlight. Do you like it? But this one is too big. I have a small one for you. Erwin took out a small ornament-like thing from his space ring. It's called a flashlight, but it's actually a small toy with lights. Erwin hung it on the botruckle. There's a button here. Press it and it will light up. The botruckle lifted the note and pressed it. A faint light came on. The botruckle jumped twice on Erwin's hand. He was very excited. Erwin looked around. Some spider silk could be seen in some places. As expected, the group of acromantulas was not far away. Erwin said, Little guy, go back. I'll come back to see you when I have time. Take it easy. I'll bring you replacement batteries next time. The botruckle was reluctant to leave. He rubbed Erwin's fingers. Erwin smiled and said, Good boy. I'll come to see you as soon as possible. You can sense my breath, and when I come again, just come to me directly. After hearing this, the botruckle nodded. Then he left reluctantly, looking back every few steps. Erwin stood there and watched the botruckle leave. Then he continued to go deeper inside. After all, the botruckle is so small, and the scene of his experiment will definitely not be so harmonious. What if he scares this little guy? Erwin is a decent person. Erwin walked inside with a flashlight. Something is wrong. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't these eight-eyed giant spiders take the initiative to attack him? Looking around, there are more and more spider webs. It is obvious that he has reached the habitat of the eight-eyed giant spiders. At this moment, Erwin swept the flashlight forward. Then he was almost scared to death. Fuck! Behind a big tree, a dog's big head appeared secretly. The 2 rows of eyes on it were shining green. Several furry spider legs were digging into the ground, looking at Erwin curiously. What the hell? Why does this thing make no sound when walking? Where did it come from? But this acromantula didn't attack him immediately? It seems to be the effect of the affinity with this magical animal. Erwin suddenly felt that the ability of this magical animal to be friendly was even more outrageous than he imagined. Erwin waved his hand at the acromantula. "Come here, big guy." The acromantula hesitated for a moment. Then he walked on his furry spider legs to a place not far from Erwin. He looked at Erwin warily. Erwin didn't expect that this guy would actually come over. So, his ability can make magical animals understand his words? This is a bit interesting. Isn't this the Super Plus version of Parselton? Erwin said, "Big guy, you can understand what I say, right?" The acromantula nodded. Erwin said, "I need to test a magic. This magic will not harm you. Can you cooperate with me?" "No harm? Maybe." Erwin thought it wouldn't be a big problem anyway. "It's just a sound transmission spell." Acromantula heard this. Startled, his feet kept moving backwards. "Obviously, it's very resistant." Erwin said quickly, "Don't be afraid. You help me, and I will give you meat." As he spoke, Erwin threw a huge ham directly from the space ring. Of course, this was what Erwin prepared before coming to Hogwarts. The acromantula smelled the scent of ham. Somewhat restless. "It's greedy." Erwin struck while the iron was hot. "Want to eat it? Come over here. Let me test it. This ham is yours, believe me. This is a delicacy you will never be able to eat in your life. Excellent ham. It's very expensive." The spider legs of the acromantula have begun to trample restlessly on the ground. Obviously, he is already very greedy. Finally, the acromantula couldn't bear it anymore. He walked slowly towards ham. The distance to Erwin is getting closer and closer. Erwin's eyes lit up. A flick of the wrist. The next moment, the ham simply disappears. The acromantula has not yet reacted. The ham just disappeared. The next moment, a burst of magic power hit the acromantula directly. The acromantula was directly pushed down by this tyrannical magic power. "Eat, eat, eat, you know how to eat. You can't bear to eat such an expensive ham." The acromantula's small head was full of doubts. "I don't know why I was fine just now, but why did the human being in front of me suddenly change his face?" But the acromantula will not sit back and wait for death. As soon as he opened his mouth, a ball of spider silk was sprayed towards Erwin. Erwin's feet jumped. "Directly avoid the direction where the spider silk is coming." "Oh, how dare you fight back, little thing!" Erwin immediately pulled out his wand. The divine edge is shadowless. The next moment, several invisible rays of energy struck at the legs of the acromantula. A few chi-chi-chi-kais. The acromantula screamed. The spider legs had already moved away from it. Erwin picked his ears. The wand was pressed against the acromantula. "Quiet. You've disturbed me. If you make any noise again, the next curse will be directed at your head." The acromantula was frightened. The look in Erwin's eyes was filled with horror. "Devil, this is a real devil. Who are the 5x level magical creatures? This human being is so cruel." Acromantula regretted in his heart. It shouldn't be out of curiosity to check because it feels the aura that makes it unable to resist getting close to it. Sure enough, humans are the most cunning creatures, and they actually trap 5x level magical creatures. Erwin took out 2 aluminum barrels from the magic ring. "Place it in front of the acromantula. Now, I'm testing the magic spell. Don't be idle, spit out venom for me. Spit out as much venom as you can. Don't be lazy. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Acromantula almost cried. "I really shouldn't go out today. This human being is so terrifying." But it doesn't dare to be disobedient. All he could do was spit venom into the bucket, and Erwin nodded with satisfaction. The venom of the 8-eyed spider is quite valuable. Later, Erwin came behind the acromantula. The wand touched acromantula's body, and the next moment, the purple lotus mark began to slowly form. It didn't take long for it to take shape. Erwin felt it. "Oh, it really works. This thing can actually be depicted on the bodies of magical animals. I don't know if it's an ability exclusive to my purple lotus mark, or if the dark mark can also do it. However, this is not important. Now it's time to get down to business." Erwin recalled the teleportation spell recorded in Flitwick's book in his mind. Said to be a sound transmission spell, it is more like the magic circle scene in cartoons before Erwin traveled through time. The function is to connect the same magic power. Achieve the purpose of communication. Erwin waved his wand slowly. Then, streams of magic flowed out of the wand. Lines of patterns are outlined on the purple lotus mark. After a while, Erwin stopped. Aiming the flashlight at the purple lotus mark, with the outline of the pattern, the purple lotus mark becomes more three-dimensional. It looks pretty good. Erwin couldn't wait to try the effect. Then Erwin closed his eyes. Channel your own magic. In an instant, Erwin felt that he had some strange connection with the acromantula. A hoarse voice sounded in Erwin's ears. "It hurts so much. It hurts so much. I'm so tired." Evil humans. Erwin looked surprised. Is this the voice of the acromantula? Erwin's face was full of surprise. It's really doable. However, this thing seems to be unable to achieve the effect Erwin wants. Erwin didn't just use this thing to communicate with others. He really planned to open a connection in the magic world. Erwin groped his chin. First of all, he has confirmed that he can indeed use this sound transmission spell. Then, if he wants to make money, he needs two conditions. The first one is the phone bill, the second one is the mobile phone number. When it comes to phone bills, Erwin is a qualified capitalist. Bah, that's not right. Is a smart person. He has already thought of a way. First of all, the purple lotus mark can lock Erwin's magic power. But when using the sound transmission spell, Erwin felt that some of the magic power stored in the purple lotus mark on the acromantula was being consumed. Although the purple lotus mark soon absorbed the magic power from the acromantula, used to supplement the purple lotus mark, which is one of the characteristics of the purple lotus mark. But if the purple lotus mark is imprinted on a dead object, it won't be like this. As for other people's supplements, this is also impossible. Only those who are branded with the purple lotus mark can convert their magic power through the purple lotus mark and then charge the purple lotus mark. This is also one of the special features of the purple lotus mark produced by the system. Now all we need is a mobile phone number. The mobile phone number is used to distinguish the different places of each purple lotus mark. At least you know who to call when you call. What should we do about this? Erwin thought for a moment. If you want to come up with something like a mobile phone number, you need to distinguish each purple lotus mark. What is the easiest way? Erwin's eyes lit up. Magic power. Yes, it is magic power. Everyone's magic power is different. Even twins have slight differences in magic power. Only the conjoined twins who created the sound transmission spell have exactly the same magic power. Therefore, recording the difference in magic power is the best way. So how to do it? Erwin has some general ideas in his mind. If you outline the sound transmission spell, you can integrate different magic powers into it. Will it work? Erwin thought he could give it a try. Erwin turned his head to look at the big spider. He was going to start a new round of experiments. However, after Erwin turned his head, he was surprised to find that the big spider was dead. Erwin was angry. How did you die? You are a 5x level magical creature. You are nothing. So fragile. Erwin waved his wand and used the floating spell. He threw the spider's body directly away, seducing the acromantula with the old actor ham. After all, these things are the most gluttonous. Erwin felt that he could easily get a test subject without any problem. However, the next moment, something unexpected happened to Erwin. I saw this acromantula actually turned around and started running away. That's fast. Erwin was stunned for a moment. There was no response for several seconds. What the hell? You ran away? Erwin understood. The acromantula must have seen its companion being deceived by him. That's why he runs so fast. Sure enough, when you do bad things, you can't have an audience. This is very unfavorable for Erwin to do bad things a second time. Erwin put the ham away with a wave of his hand. Weirdly expensive. It can't be wasted. How can I run away from you, a sliced cake seller? You bastard, how can you escape? Then, Erwin's figure swayed. A cloud of purple smoke rose into the sky and chased in the direction where the acromantula was fleeing. It took just 2 lines to say, "The acromantula has run away." Erwin chased the acromantula deeper and deeper into the forbidden forest, came to an open space. Erwin fell to the ground. The purple smoke slowly dispersed. Erwin looked around. There is a noticeable increase in spider webs on the trees. There are many big trees with big holes. Erwin thought this place looked familiar. Oh, I remembered it. This is the lair of the acromantula in the original work. That's what it's called. Oh yes, where Aragog is. At this moment, from inside a tree hole, an acromantula that looked larger than the average acromantula crawled out of the tree hole. Erwin knew that this was Aragog. With Aragog appearing, acromantulas also emerged from the surrounding tree holes. Soon, Erwin was surrounded by acromantulas. Aragog said, "Little wizard, this is not the place you should come. Why do you appear here?" Erwin raised his hand, intending to point to the acromantula he had just chased and explain. However, Erwin was helpless. What the hell, why do these spiders all look the same? Have no choice. Erwin lowered his hand. I'm testing a new spell. I've reached the key points of the experiment, but what? The acromantula just ran away. So, can you provide me with an acromantula for me to test? Aragog fell silent. It is true that it is wise, but what it hears is so strange. In front of a group of people, saying that you want to find an experimental target? This little wizard really didn't take them seriously. They are spiders, acromantulas, level 5x magical creatures. So disrespectful? Is the outside world changing so much now? Are acromantulas no longer taken seriously? Before Aragog could react, Erwin said, "Oh yes. One more thing. Give me some venom." As he spoke, Erwin turned his palms. The next moment, aluminum barrels fell to the ground. This was all prepared by Erwin in advance. He knew that there was an acromantula in the Forbidden Forest, and he also knew that the acromantula's venom was quite easy to sell. How could Erwin miss this opportunity? As a successful capitalist, plucking Yan Guo's hair is what he should do. Aragog's voice was a little angry. "Little wizard, you are too presumptuous. I promised Hagrid not to attack humans. If you leave now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, I can guarantee that even if you are Huo's student of Glaaz, you won't leave here alive either." Erwin waved his hand. "Don't be so angry. Didn't I discuss this with you? You honestly let me do the experiment. Give me some more venom, and I'll leave after I'm done. In fact, I don't like your place very much. It's too smelly." Aragog began to pace on the ground with his spider legs. "You are too presumptuous. You asked for this. My sons and daughters haven't eaten meat for a long time. Since you don't want to leave, just stay and let my sons eat. Although they are not full, they can still eat it. Have a taste." Aragog finished. The acromantulas around him began to move restlessly towards Erwin. The huge mouthparts shone with a cold light. Erwin sighed. "You tell me, I'll tell you. Why are you so ignorant?" As he spoke, Erwin flipped his wrist. The next moment, 2 grenades appeared in Erwin's hands. With so many spiders, of course Erwin couldn't use magic spells. How much magic power is wasted? And Erwin doesn't know how to use group attack spells. Aragog looked at the grenade in Erwin's hand. He sneered and said, "Why, are you going to use these 2 things against your enemy? Doesn't the little wizard now even have a wand?" Erwin shook his head. What an ignorant spider. Still ugly. In comparison, the spider spirit in Journey to the West is still more beautiful. Why are there such big differences between Eastern and Western mythology? Erwin directly unplugged the grenade. Then he threw the grenade directly. The grenade bounced in the air. There was a crisp sound, and then fell to the ground. An 8-eyed giant spider came over curiously. The next moment, there was a loud bang. The fragments of the grenade exploded and shot out in all directions. As for Erwin, he had already cast the iron armor spell on himself. It is more important to be safe in everything. In case of accidental injury, the gain will outweigh the loss. Steady, very steady. The nearest 8-eyed giant spider was directly blown to pieces. Erwin was shocked. What a pity. A good venom donor is gone just like that. Aragog was startled. His body involuntarily stepped back. The explosion produced flames. And fire, for all creatures, is in awe of the heart. What is this? Is it a new magic item? Erwin taunted. "Country bumpkin, where is your second father of magic? I'll give you 2 more. As Erwin said that, he flipped his hands and threw 2 more grenades. There were 2 loud bangs. Several more 8-eyed giant spiders were directly blown away. Erwin touched his chin. It's a bit slow, and it's not satisfying. Aragog was already scared, hiding behind a group of giant spiders, just about to speak. But suddenly he saw a very strange thing in front of Erwin. The next moment, the bullets turned into red lights and flew out, flying towards the 8-eyed giant spiders. The bullets swept out directly. They penetrated the bodies of the 8-eyed giant spiders. Even the surrounding trees were directly penetrated. On the ground, the shells fell to the ground with a jingling sound. Elvin had a smile on his face. His eyes were full of evil. This is a man's toy. This is art. A large number of 8-eyed giant spiders were penetrated by bullets. A charred round bullet hole was left on their bodies. The sound of the 8-eyed giant spider became more and more miserable. The arc of Elvin's mouth corners became larger and larger. Too tired, really too tired. After coming to Hogwarts, this can't be done, and I'm afraid of being too cruel when I take action. He really needs to indulge himself once. These spiders are really good people. Under Elvin's control, the minigun did not reach the maximum firing rate. That is about 200 rounds per minute. Otherwise, Erwin couldn't control it at all. This thing, even for an adult Special Forces soldier, can only keep him at 2,000 rounds per minute at most. He can only last about 2 minutes. You know, this thing is used to shoot flying things in the sky. Even so, Erwin indulged for more than a minute. Still couldn't help but let go of his hand. His hand hurt from the shock. Erwin walked out from behind the shield. The ground in front of him was already washed by bullets. The tree trunks were covered with wounds. A large number of 8-eyed giant spiders were broken into pieces everywhere. Erwin frowned in disgust. The remaining 8-eyed giant spiders huddled on the ground, trembling. Erwin shouted, "The big spider, is it still alive? Come out and show yourself." Aragog raised his head from the ground. "Several spider legs were shaking you are simply a devil." Elvin spread his hands. "Maybe. but this is not important. Now, can you cooperate with me? Aragog said, what are you going to do? Elven said, didn't I say that I am just testing a spell? And collecting some venom by the way. Aragog wanted to curse. 30% of its children have died. Died on Elven's strange weapon. Elven saw that Aragog didn't speak. Frowning, you are still unwilling? You are really looking for death. Elven was ready to sacrifice his compassionate Gatling Bodhisattva again. Aragog said quickly, I am willing. I am willing. You can do whatever you want. Don't use that weapon anymore. Elven nodded with satisfaction. That's right. I came to talk to you with sincerity, but you forced me to use force. So now, pick up the aluminum barrel and produce venom for me. Aragog sighed. It didn't dare to resist, it just wanted to send Elven away quickly. This is simply a devil. Several eight-eyed spiders ran to the aluminum barrel, used spider silk to pull the aluminum barrel in front of itself, started to spit venom into it. Elven frowned, can you spit it out cleanly like this? Hang yourself on the tree, and then spit. Spit it out cleanly. Aragog was shocked. Is this really a person? Elven said coldly, didn't you hear me? Aragog was startled. He shouted angrily, do as he said. Hurry up. Those eight-eyed giant spiders quickly spit out spider silk to hang themselves on the tree. Then the venom flowed down backwards. From a distance, I thought it was some weird production line. Elven was very satisfied. Is this a clean release? Then, Elven set his eyes on Aragog. What are you waiting for? Aragog was stunned for a moment. Do I have to release venom too? Elven was shocked. Aren't you an acromantula? Aragog was powerless to refute. He could only hang himself on the tree. Elven looked at the acromantula hanging all over the tree and starting to produce venom. He was so satisfied. Then Elven picked a lucky person. You, come here. The acromantula named by Elven moved its spider legs tremblingly and came in front of Elven. Put its body on the ground. Spread its body. Elven was very satisfied with the acromantula's understanding. See, in fact, magical creatures are easier to communicate with than people. Elven drew out his wand and started his own experiment. The previous process is the same. It's just that when carving the sound transmission spell, Elven extracted a wisp of magic power from the acromantula, combining his own magic power with the magic power of the acromantula into a new pigment. Elven began to carve the sound transmission spell. Soon, the lines were drawn by Erwin. Erwin patted the head of the eight-eyed giant spider. Hey, big guy, are you still alive? The poor eight-eyed giant spider raised its head, nodding vigorously. Erwin was happy. Sure enough, he was a genius. Isn't this a successful experiment? Erwin touched the head of the eight-eyed giant spider. Good boy, you helped me a lot. The eight-eyed giant spider was a little excited. It survived. But the next moment, Erwin's magic wand touched the head of the eight-eyed giant spider. God of strikes. The next moment, the eight-eyed giant spider was killed directly by Shenfeng Wuiying. Aragog was immediately anxious. Why? Why did you kill it? I have asked them to cooperate with you. Why did you still slaughter my children? Erwin put his finger to his mouth. SHH. Don't make a noise. You have so many children, this is just a small problem. Aragog was so angry that he trembled all over. Erwin frowned. Don't tremble. If you spill my venom on the ground, believe me, your tribe will disappear. Aragog looked at Erwin, without any doubt about the truth of Erwin's words. Elven said with satisfaction, that's right. Then, it's getting late. Keep spitting venom and fill my aluminum bucket. I should go back to sleep. Aragog said, impossible. This aluminum bucket is too big. The venom reserves in my children's bodies can't be filled at all. Elven asked in confusion, is that so? Aragog said, I can help you fill it up. But they really can't. But I have a lot of children, and they can help you fill these buckets together. Elven thought for a moment, I think you are lying to me. I have to verify it. How are you going to verify it? Elven raised his mouth. It's very simple. Elven waved the magic wand in his hand. God's edge without shadow. The next moment, the chest of an eight-eyed giant spider on the side was directly torn apart. The eight-eyed giant spider screamed in pain. It twitched a few times and there was no movement. Aragog said, if you take away all the venom in the venom sac, you will die. You can't do this. Erwin smiled. In this dark forest, Erwin's smile was particularly sunny. But, what does your death have to do with me? However, seeing that you cooperated so well today, I can't do too much. Forget it, no matter what, just help me fill these aluminum barrels. Who makes me a generous person? Aragog breathed a sigh of relief. I don't want to care about Erwin just killing another of its children. Anyway, it can give birth and make. Let it die. Not long after, 3 waves of eight-eyed giant spiders took turns. The aluminum barrels were filled. The venom of a living eight-eyed giant spider is quite valuable. Aragog said, now, you can leave. Aragog's voice was a little weak. After all, it also spit out a lot of venom. It also consumes a lot of it. Elvin asked in confusion. Leave? But you haven't filled the aluminum barrels yet. Aragog was stunned for a moment. We have already filled them up. Elvin waved his hand and put away the aluminum barrels. Oh, it's my fault that I didn't make it clear. I still have aluminum barrels. Elvin waved his hand again. The next moment, more aluminum barrels than before appeared on the ground. Aragog was furious. You. The smile on Elvin's face instantly withered. Me? What's wrong? Aragog could only grit his teeth and swallow. Nothing. Is this the last wave? Elvin nodded. Of course. Don't worry. I have a good reputation. Everyone knows it. Aragog was no longer able to complain. Half an hour later, Elvin was satisfied and put away the aluminum barrels. On the ground, the 8-eyed giant spiders were breathing in more than breathing out. Too weak. Erwin said, okay. Thank you for your generosity. Aragog, I will come again next week. I hope you can eat more during this period. Take good care of your body. Erwin turned and left. Aragog looked at Erwin's back. His eyes were full of hatred, but it couldn't do anything to Erwin. It wanted to move, and move immediately. Erwin whistled and left the habitat of the 8-eyed spider. This wave of profit today is very profitable. So much venom can be sold for a lot of money. If all of it is taken out, maybe it can cause inflation of the venom of the 8-eyed spider. And just after Erwin left, a black shadow appeared where Erwin had just stood. Aragog was startled. He looked up. He was shocked. Snape ignored Aragog. Instead, he looked at the shell that Erwin had left on the ground. With a wave of his hand, the shell disappeared directly. Looking at the direction where Erwin left, Snape's expression was a little complicated. After a moment, Snape sighed, turning to look at Aragog. Watch your mouth. Know what to say and what not to say. Otherwise, I will personally destroy your tribe. Do you understand? Aragog nodded quickly. Snape's figure flashed and disappeared in a ball of black mist. Aragog was about to cry. This is fucking. What did they, the 8-eyed spiders, provoke? Move. Even if the King of Heaven comes, it has to move away. On the other side, Erwin didn't know that Snape had threatened Aragog. At this time, Erwin was thinking about how to operate his own Unicom company. If this thing is done well, it will be of extraordinary significance. At least the owl can be laid off. To be honest, Erwin missed the soup made by the owl. It tastes really good. If the owl could be laid off, this thing could have a few more meals. Of course, this is secondary. The benefits brought by the Unicom company are huge. If the family wants to gain a foothold, it must have a business that can almost achieve a monopoly. If the Unicom company can really be established, this business will become the foundation of the Cavendish family in the magic world. After returning to his dormitory, Elvin took out the pet egg, then dripped the blood of the 8-eyed spider that he collected. Another 5% increase. Elvin was still very satisfied with this progress. Elvin had asked Hagrid to help him collect the blood of magical animals. There are so many animals in the Forbidden Forest. Elvin thought that the progress bar should be full soon. This pet. Elvin was still very curious. After working all night, Elvin was also very tired. After changing the bed sheets, Elvin lay on the bed and fell asleep. At this time, Snape had just returned to his office. Throw the bullet shells taken from the Forbidden Forest into the drawer. Then sit on the chair. Staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes, Erwin's almost crazy expression in the Forbidden Forest can't help but think of it in his mind. Muttered, is this your true side? Snape closed his eyes. Just fell asleep sitting on the chair. Friday is a very happy day for all the little wizards, because tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, they will have a holiday. And, most importantly, Saturday will also usher in the first Quidditch match of this semester in Hogwarts. For Alvin, today is not a special day. Oh, if you really want to say, Alvin is a little busy today. He is rushing to finish his paper. He has to hand it in to Professor McGonagall before the dinner, and he has to be busy brushing grades in class. He is the busiest in the whole Hogwarts. The end of the day's class. Before the end of the last class of the history of magic, Alvin finally finished the paper in his hand. It's really a waste of brains to do two things at the same time. Fortunately, Alvin is a good student. So our dear ghost professor didn't have any opinion on Alvin writing a paper on transfiguration in the history of magic class. If it were Snape, well, if it was Snape, Alvin would not dare to write it. Before the dinner, Erwin came to Professor McGonagall's office. He handed the paper in his hand to Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall took the paper. He glanced at it and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, but some places are still not detailed enough, and there are some problems with the argument. But it doesn't matter, I can help you revise it. Erwin said, thank you so much, Professor McGonagall. Fortunately, I have a professor like you, otherwise, I would really feel very difficult. Professor McGonagall was very pleased with Erwin's words. Okay, Erwin, let's go to dinner. Friday night dinner is often the most sumptuous in the week. I think it will suit your taste. Erwin went straight to Snape's office. Enter the password with ease. Bah, after shouting the password, the office door opens. Erwin walked in. As soon as I entered, I smelled a pungent smell. Erwin subconsciously waved his hand in front of him. Get rid of that bad smell. Professor Snape, what are you brewing? Why is it so choked? Snape ignored Erwin. Instead, he focused on the crucible in front of him. In the crucible, a pitch-black mass was bubbling. Erwin shuddered subconsciously. So evil, so scary. Isn't Snape brewing some poison? Looking at Snape, who was focused, Erwin didn't bother him. He walked aside, opened the Half-Blood Prince's diary and started reading. After about half an hour, Snape's potion is finished. Erwin saw visibly relieved Snape. There was also an expression of relief on his face. Poured the dark liquid from the crucible into the bottle, then handed it to Erwin. Erwin took it curiously. Are you going to put it somewhere, Professor? Snape said, drink it. Erwin was stunned. Look at the dark potion in the bottle. Drink? Is this thing for drinking? Don't let the person die after drinking it. Is this really for drinking? Snape frowned. Drink it, and you will know its effect. Hurry up, we will have to brew a brain-refreshing potion later. Erwin's face turned dark. It seemed that he had no chance to choose. Erwin shook the bottle gently. Judging from Snape's attitude towards him, Snape probably didn't intend to kill him. The main thing is, if Snape really wants to kill him, there is no need to use this thing to harm him. Erwin raised his neck and looked at death with a look on his face. Drink the potion directly into your stomach. The moment the medicine enters the mouth, a bitter taste spread through Erwin's taste buds. Erwin couldn't help but frown. Snape said, drink up. Don't leave any of it behind. Erwin drank the potion from the bottle. Chirp, chirp. To be honest, it tastes really bad. Just when Erwin was curious about the effect of the potion, the next moment, Erwin only felt a force bursting out of his body. The next moment, Erwin only felt an inexplicable throbbing in his body being forcibly suppressed. Erwin's expression changed instantly. This is? Erwin was filled with horror. In fact, he has always had a secret in his heart. That is, he may be a pervert. No, that's not quite accurate. It should be said that Erwin's desire for killing is almost pathological. Only old Tom knows this secret. Although Erwin considers himself a good person, he does have a different hobby of taking the lives of others. He has been hiding this secret in his heart. After coming to Hogwarts, I also deliberately suppressed my desire. It was also because of this that he was so cruel to the Acromantula yesterday. He couldn't hold it back anymore. Erwin always believed that this was because he had been walking in the dark since he was a child, and his body had developed some unknown protective mechanism. After all, in this industry, if you are not ruthless, you will not survive at all. However, now it seems that this is not the case. Snape's potion can suppress his impulse. The most important thing is that Snape knows his impulse. Erwin looked at Snape in confusion. He didn't know why Snape knew about his situation and was able to brew a potion to suppress his impulses. He couldn't help but be wary in his eyes, and an acacia wood wand quietly appeared in his hand under his robe. Snape glanced at Erwin's hands under his robes. There was a flash of loneliness in his eyes, but he quickly hid it. Don't be so nervous. If I want to do anything to you, I'll rely on your current magic level. You won't be my opponent at all, even with your weapons. I've told you this. As for, your desire to kill is because of your blood. Erwin asked in confusion, bloodline? Snape nodded. There are some things that I can't tell you now. Otherwise it will not be a good thing for you. You just need to know that the potion you just drank can suppress the side effects of your blood. You will need it every week in the future. Come and have a drink with me. Erwin said, I don't understand. Professor Snape, since you know my situation, then you should know that I can suppress it on my own. Snape said, the reason why you are able to suppress it is because of your age. If you don't use potions to help, you won't be able to suppress it next year. Erwin frowned. My father, was this the case back then? Snape shook his head. No, you are different from your father. Your father's bloodline is not pure enough, but you, the bloodline of your father and your mother are merged. You will understand later. Now you know too much will not have any effect on you. Elvin was silent for a moment. Professor, why did you help me? Someone like me should be very dangerous. Why did you help me and leave me in Hogwarts? Snape said, Dumbledore knows your situation. You don't really think that no one knows that you went to the Forbidden Forest. Elvin, you are arrogant in your bones. You used Muggle weapons, but did not remove the traces, because you are confident that even if someone knows, they will not find out about you. But you overlooked a problem. The only person who can use Muggle weapons and avoid everyone to enter the Forbidden Forest is you. You look very cautious. In fact, you are used to controlling everything, so you don't take many things to heart. Put away your arrogance. Otherwise, you will pay a painful lesson for this." Elvin was silent. Arrogant? It is true. Especially after Elvin gets excited, Elvin will have a feeling that all living beings should crawl at his feet. Nothing will cause Elvin to have the slightest fluctuation. Grindelwald pursues high pressure, while Dumbledore pursues gentleness. Both are idealists. But in the end, Dumbledore's ideas were more acceptable, and Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald. So Dumbledore became the White Wizard, and Grindelwald became the Dark Wizard. But do you think Grindelwald really did anything wrong? He's right. Isn't he also trying to give all wizards a brighter future? So in this world, the winner is king after all. Erwin had already seen this clearly. He was surprised that Snape would actually say such things to him. This made Erwin once again think about his weight in Snape's heart. It seems that his parents, who went to meet the God of Death early, have a deep bond with Snape. Sassy give? Which road to trust? Erwin shook his head quickly. It's a conspiracy, it's a conspiracy. Snape said, "Okay, come and make the potion. I hope you have memorized the method of brewing the brain-refreshing potion." Erwin nodded. "I will try my best to be a good professor." Erwin was gearing up and finally started private lessons from the potions master. Erwin just sat there and started operating. Snape was watching Erwin's movements closely. Both of them were very cautious. The brain-refreshing potion is not too difficult, but it is a potion that tests one's potion skills. Because the Zingneo potion contains a particularly strict potion, the proportion of herbs and the heat, all have strict requirements. You can say that the brain-refreshing potion is very basic, but you can never say that the difficulty of the brain-refreshing potion is very low. It's so contradictory. Brain-refreshing potions are generally used as a test item during the 5th-year exams at Hogwarts. An ordinary little wizard can get very high scores if he can brew a brain-refreshing potion. Erwin was operating and Snape was guiding him. Snape was also very satisfied with Erwin's performance. Although the action is very green, very slow, but I couldn't find any faults in every step. Snape was very happy and felt that there was someone to succeed him, and under Snape's guidance, Erwin's hand gradually became faster. Soon, Erwin successfully brewed a brain-refreshing potion. Snape nodded. "It's okay. Make 2 more batches and get familiar with what I just taught you." Erwin nodded. For potion masters, their most precious treasures are the little tricks they use when brewing potions. For example, Erwin would never have thought on his own that adding mugwort when purifying the awakening herb solution would make it more pure. This is a little trick that every potions master has. It's something you can never learn in a classroom. Time passes bit by bit. In a blink of an eye, it was past 12 o'clock in the evening. Erwin dragged his exhausted body out of Snape's office. Brewing potions is really a time-consuming task. You need to keep an eye on the bubbles in the crucible to control the heat. A little more won't do, and a little less won't do. No wonder every potions master is lonely. Damn it, staring at a pot every day would make a normal person withdrawn. No wonder they are. And after brewing the magic potion, Erwin would be really tired. Don't want to say a word. After returning to the Slytherin common room, in front of the fireplace, there were still many little wizards gathering together and chatting. See Erwin coming back. He stood up quickly. "Prefect, you are back." Erwin nodded and forced a smile. "Why aren't you sleeping yet? Tomorrow is the weekend. There's a Quidditch match and we're talking about tomorrow's game." Erwin nodded. "Which 2 colleges will it be tomorrow?" Draco said quickly. "It's a Slytherin and Gryffindor. We Slytherin will definitely win. That boy Potter used some means to become Gryffindor's seeker. But, tomorrow he will be beaten to pieces." Erwin rolled his eyes. Sure enough, when it came to Harry Potter, Draco was more excited than ever before. After Draco finished speaking, he asked expectantly, "Prefect, will you go to the game tomorrow?" Erwin hesitated. "I should go." All the little wizards suddenly became excited. Although Erwin is not interested in Quidditch. But after all, it was the first Quidditch show of the school year at Hogwarts, and it was Gryffindor and Slytherin, the 2 old enemies, who opened the show. It wouldn't be appropriate for Erwin not to be there. Erwin yawned. "Okay, go to bed early. It's getting late. Since you are going to watch the game, you should have a good rest. Otherwise, if you can't get up tomorrow, you will miss the game." All the little wizards nodded quickly. Erwin waved and turned to go upstairs to his room. After changing the sheets, Erwin fell asleep quickly. In a daze, Erwin came to the place where he dreamed last time. Erwin was shocked. Can this dream continue? Erwin looked at the dark passage ahead. He thought for a moment. As we all know, you won't die in a dream. That shouldn't be the case. Erwin was really curious. What exactly is this dream about? He thought for a while. Erwin clapped his hands. He did it. When a person dies, the bird flies up to the sky. If he doesn't die for thousands of years, he will die. How can a Thunder King scare me in my dream? How shameful. Erwin walked directly into the depths of the passage. It was still a familiar scene. As Erwin went deeper, torches on the walls on both sides of the passage lit up automatically. It was really amazing. Erwin ignored these things and continued to go deeper. He soon came to the corner of the wall that he had discovered last time. Erwin secretly poked his head out a little and looked around. Hey, it's very quiet. It seems that there is no one. Erwin listened for a while. He found that there was really no one. This time, Erwin was much bolder. He walked out of the darkness. He walked towards the cage over there. As Erwin approached the cage, the situation in the cage also came into Erwin's eyes. He saw that each of these cages held a person. There was a sudden silence in the cage. Subsequently, Erwin only heard the sound of chains. The sound of chains came from many places. Erwin was startled. Turn around and look. It was found that every person in the cage was moving. Come closer to the cage fence. A child? It's not them. You don't have that smell. It seems to be from the same origin. Is it him? He should be the only one. He should be the only one in the magic world now. Is it Cavendy? Erwin was stunned for a moment. You know me? The man in the cage in front of Erwin instantly became excited. He trotted to the cage door. Are you Cavendy? Erwin nodded. Yeah. Do you recognize me? What's your name? Let me think about it. Erwin? Is it Erwin? Erwin was even more confused. It's me. Why do you know me? Who are you and what is this place? The man in the cage lifted his messy hair. He glanced at Erwin. It turns out you are in a roaming state. You are dreaming. No wonder you are here. Erwin was full of doubts. Why does it feel like a person in prison is so mysterious? Is this world really Harry Potter? Isn't he wearing the wrong clothes? I remember reading a novel before, Harry Potter, a colorful text, and the setting in it was mysterious. There's also the demon world and stuff like that. I won't be able to cross over into this world. Erwin said, can you please stop talking about those useless things? Tell me, where is this place? Who are you and why do you know me? I don't know where this is. We were all captured here. I only know that this is somewhere in Germany. I had a dream and it was really for him to come from abroad. Is it so outrageous? Erwin asked, then who are you? We are the protectors. We are the protectors of the inheritors. Erwin curled his lips. Protector? Do you have any misconceptions about protectors? Are you like this, still protecting the road? The national highway? The man in the cage was silent. If we are facing the enemy head-on, we will not be caught. We are your protectors, the protectors of Cavendy. Erwin was shocked. Cavendy's guardian? The truth is, with these competition tools to protect the Tau, no wonder his parents died. At this level, it is not unjust for his parents to die. Erwin said, what is an heir? The man in the cage was silent for a moment. About to speak, Erwin's body began to flicker. The man said, you don't have much time. You can't stay here anymore. If you want to know the truth, you have to become stronger. Come find us. Erwin was anxious. Are you drafting it? You have the time to say these words. You have told me the truth. But Erwin had just finished speaking. It felt like my consciousness was trapped in a vortex. The next second, Erwin opened his eyes from the bed. His face was ashen. Shaviva, that person is Shaviva. Why are you talking nonsense? Why are you silent? If you have the time, you should tell the truth quickly. What the hell is this thing written by the author, so it has to have a big main plot? Are you giving up your face just to make money? Erwin punched the bed twice. Very angry. And at this time, in that dungeon, old Holden, the young master is right. You should talk about business. What are you talking about in Moji? Old Holden was the one who just talked to Erwin. Said, blame me. I'm just used to it. Really, I will never understand why the old master asked you to become the guardian of Cavendy. You should obviously be the guardian of the Houston family. They like ink as much as you do. Old Holden stopped talking. Autistic. At this moment, there was a rush of footsteps in the passage. Then two men in black robes appeared here. One of them looked around. Do you feel it? Inheritor, he is here again. We can't delay. We must kill him. At his current age, his soul can roam in the form of dreams. He will be the master's biggest threat. Old Holden said coldly, despicable things. Are you really not afraid that the old master will come back to liquidate you? The man in black robes sneered, let's wait until he comes back. Our master is the only future. Soon, you will see your little master being imprisoned next to you. We will take away things that do not belong to him. After saying that, the man in black robe turned and left. Old Holden watched the two people leaving. Sighed. Old Holden, do you think something will happen to the little master? Old Holden shook his head, I don't know. However, the young master's father chose to take root in Renton, presumably because of the existence of Hogwarts. Dumbledore is very powerful. With him here, the young master must have nothing will happen. Counting the time, the little master should be attending Hogwarts now. As long as the little master is in Hogwarts, they can't do anything to the little master. Several people in the cell returned to their seats in the corner and sat down. In the dungeon, silence fell once again. Other side. Erwin ruffled his slightly messy hair. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. This kind of idiot is still a protector. Even those who sent him to the expressway for road maintenance thought he was too old and too slow to protect the road. What idiot would come up with the idea of letting such a guy become a protector? The most important thing is, who is he protecting? At this time, somewhere unknown, a figure couldn't help but sneeze. Is someone talking about me again? And it should be someone who is related to me by blood. Which one is it? Forget it. Never mind. You bitch, get back here. If you peek at me and sneeze again, I will give you a big blow with my backhand Wei Tianlong. Bah, that's not right. I took you astray during my trip to Daxia. I'm going to kill you with a thunderbolt. As this person's words fell, around him, a group of doggy black mist swayed, then quietly shrank back. The man sighed. The power is getting stronger and stronger. Don't these new generation wizards know how to control themselves? Why can't I limit them? Erwin was about to take a shower. At this time, there was a knock on his door. Erwin opened the door. Charlotte stood at the door. Erwin asked curiously, "Is something wrong?" Erwin said quickly, "Don't dare to say such nonsense. People who don't know think I am some kind of villain." Charlotte rolled her eyes secretly, thinking that this person still thinks he is a decent person. After Erwin cleaned up, he straightened his hair. "Looking at myself in the mirror, I am very satisfied." Sure enough, he is still so handsome. As expected of him, Erwin Cavendish. Erwin said, "Let's go. You can't miss the first Quidditch game." Charlotte nodded. "Follow Erwin." The two of them walked towards the common room downstairs. In the common room, many young wizards have gathered together. Erwin was seen coming down the stairs. "Stand up quickly. Prefect." "Good morning." Erwin nodded. "Okay. Let's go and cheer for the warriors who help us Slytherin win glory." All the little wizards were very excited. In fact, Erwin could understand it. After all, these poor wizards really have no entertainment other than watching Quidditch. Erwin suddenly felt that there might be a market for selling TVs in the wizarding world. After all, their spare time life is really lacking. Erwin walked out of the Slytherin common room first. Then a group of little wizards followed closely behind, consciously arranged in two lines. Erwin didn't know why. Slytherin now looks more and more like a regular army. You won't really let him change it to a military academy, right? Just thinking about Erwin made me look forward to it. If possible, could they shave their heads? Only hidden prefects can grow hair. Sorry, I got involved. At the same time, on the Hogwarts Quidditch field, in the auditorium, a group of young wizards have arrived. Even the professors are here. It was the first Quidditch match at Hogwarts after all. All professors were present. Even Olby came to the Quidditch match. It's just that he came to watch the game because Harry Potter was participating in the game for the first time, that's all. The young wizards on the stage were talking a lot. "Why haven't you seen any Slytherin students?" "Yes. Today is Slytherin's game. Why are they all absent?" "There are only a few here and there. It seems like they are only in 6th grade and 7th grade. In the Ravenclaw auditorium." Hermione craned her neck, looking for that figure. John Chu looked at Hermione and smiled. "Okay, Hermione, don't worry. Erwin will definitely come." The Slytherin students said that their prefect promised to come to watch the game today. Hermione's face turned red instantly. I'm not waiting for him. I'm just looking at the scenery." "Yes, I'm just looking at the scenery." John Chu looked at the Quidditch field with nothing but stands around it. Shaking his head, he didn't expose Hermione. Everyone has a girl's worries. Even she is the same. Mrs. Huo Chi came to the center of the field. Wave. Players from both sides enter. The two colleges have had a long-standing feud. Therefore, when you appear, you glare at each other. Harry Potter followed the Gryffindor crowd. Scanning the surrounding audience, I felt a little nervous. At this moment, Harry Potter saw Dumbledore. Dumbledore responded with a smile. Harry Potter's heart instantly settled down. It's also Erwin's absence. If Erwin were here, he would be very disappointed. You might even be moved to tears. This is the bond. Encouragement from a guardian. Think again about your guardians. Forget it, stop talking, don't mention that idiot guardian, he's such a fool. Mrs. Huo Chi came between the two teams. "I don't know if I am afraid that they will fight." Mrs. Huo Chi announced the rules as usual. Just when the whistle is blown to start the game, Marcus spoke. "Wait a minute. Professor Huo Chi, can you wait a moment and start? Mrs. Huo-chi frowned. Why? Marcus said, the prefect promised to come to our game today. We want to wait for the prefect. Mrs. Huo-chi looked at the time. He frowned. But the time has come. Marcus said seriously, I insist, Professor. Marcus's current attitude, talking about it, is inseparable from one person. That's Charlotte. While at the school nurse's office, Charlotte paid a visit. It's a visit in name only. In fact, she just said a few words. First sentence, congratulations to Marcus for becoming the person who suffered the most under Erwin. In the second sentence, Erwin can crush Marcus' legs just by relying on the burst of magic power. If he really does it, he should know what the consequences will be for Marcus. Slytherin is ambitious, but equally, they also have strength first. Erwin's strength has convinced Marcus, who is not stingy. Coupled with Charlotte's words, Marcus feels that Erwin is really a generous person. He asked himself, if he were Erwin, he would definitely give himself a magic weapon. As everyone knows, if Snape hadn't said it in advance, Erwin really meant to do this. Erwin also knew what Charlotte did, although he didn't know Charlotte's purpose. But Erwin thought that it was better to use a tool than to waste it. No matter what her purpose was, she just had to do the job. Madame Hooch was a little embarrassed for a while, turned to look at the audience. Dumbledore nodded gently. Madame Hooch said, okay. Wait 5 minutes. Marcus nodded. The first Quidditch game of the new semester was paused in such a strange way. The players of both teams stood in the middle of the field with brooms, waiting quietly. The little wizards in the audience also heard what Marcus said. They looked at each other. But no one said anything. Dumbledore looked at the reactions of these little wizards. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, a little surprised. Erwin's prestige in Slytherin was enough, and he could understand this. But when did Erwin start to influence other colleges? It's actually very simple. After Erwin came to school. It seems that there is no big fanfare to win people's hearts. But in fact, many details are the factors that determine victory or defeat. Ravenclaw, they like knowledge and like to learn, so they have a natural liking for academic masters like Erwin. As for Hufflepuff, Erwin's help to the little badger in the spells class has long been spread. Now Erwin's reputation in Hufflepuff is simply too good. In particular, Spratro, the professor who can take care of the Whomping Willow, is also full of good feelings for Erwin. In the viewing channel, a figure walked out. It was Erwin. Behind him followed a large army of little snakes. Instantly, on the spectator stand, a group of little wizards hurriedly stood up. Erwin was shocked. What's going on? What are these guys going to do? Several professors were also shocked. Several deans looked at their little wizards strangely. In fact, the little wizards didn't know why they stood up. Anyway, seeing the neat little snakes, they stood up subconsciously. Erwin went up to the spectator stand. After choosing a position, waving his hand, a group of little wizards neatly surrounded Erwin in 2 rows. Several students in grades 6 and 7 who were watching the game were directly squeezed to the back. Several people looked at each other. A 6th grade student said, when will Erwin challenge George? I can't wait. The other 2 6th grade students nodded quickly. As for the 6th year Slytherin hidden prefect George Greengrass, his face turned black. Yes, he is no match for Erwin. But when these guys spoke, did they not consider his thoughts at all? They thought the same thing. As for the 7th year students, they smiled bitterly. Who could have thought that they would have more immediate superiors just before graduation? Grodia had never shown his full strength, so they were not sure whether Grodia and Erwin could fight. After Erwin sat down, Marcus and other members of the Slytherin Quidditch team turned around and bowed slightly to the stands. Prefect. Erwin stood up. Come on everyone. For the glory of Slytherin. You are real warriors. The players suddenly felt an invisible force injected into their bodies. They want to defend the glory of Slytherin. The players shouted, for Slytherin. The little snakes were also affected by this atmosphere, shouting, for Slytherin. Students from other colleges were shocked. Is this the correct way to cheer for Quidditch? We are all students of Hogwarts. Why do you know so many things beyond the scope? Ron couldn't bear to see Alvin take the limelight. He also wanted to show his presence, shouting, for Gryffindor. However, no one paid attention to him. Even the little lions of Gryffindor looked at him as if he were a fool. Ron blushed instantly. Gryffindor Quidditch Captain Oliver Wood's face darkened. He is on the same level as Slytherin, but now the morale has declined before it even started. What the hell? A group of professors also looked at the little snakes of Slytherin. There was some amazement in their eyes. Even our dear Big Bat. No, it's our dear Professor Snape. A hint of pride flashed in their eyes, although it was quickly hidden. Erwin sat back in his seat. Maintaining the persona is so tiring. Madame Hooch returned to the center of the field again. Then, with a wave of her hand, the players of both teams took off. Madam Hooch put her foot on the box on the ground. Commentator Lee Jordan shouted, "Now the players of both teams are ready. The game is about to begin." Madam Hooch looked up at the players of both teams. "I hope both teams can show their level and style." After that, Madam Hooch kicked the box. Lee Jordan shouted, "Now, the bludger takes off. Next is the golden snitch." Harry Potter looked at the golden snitch flying in front of him. He fixed his eyes on the golden snitch. The golden snitch flapped its wings, flying away directly. Madam Hooch picked up the quaffle, throwing it directly into the air. Lee Jordan shouted excitedly, "The quaffle is thrown. The game officially begins." The players of both teams started to act directly. Just like the original, the first ball was taken by Angelina of Gryffindor, and she successfully got 10 points. Erwin crossed his arms across his chest. He didn't take it seriously. He never came here to watch Quidditch. What's the point of this thing? What Erwin was really interested in was, now there is no Hermione's intervention. Will Harry Potter die when Professor Quirrell fights Snape? Oh no, Dumbledore is here. Harry will definitely not die. What Erwin was interested in was, will there be other fun things happening? The game gradually became tense. Erwin looked at the players of both sides who were shuttling back and forth around the stands. Once again, he didn't like this activity from the bottom of his heart. It was too barbaric. You know, they were all watching the game on the high stands. What if some idiot broke the support of the stands? Wouldn't it be the end of the game? It's really unscientific. Sure enough, there is a reason why there are so few wizards. Because they always have all kinds of strange and suicidal experiences. As Marcus's 2 attacks were blocked by wood, and for example, after Gryffindor 20 and Slytherin 0, all the little snakes were a little restless. Erwin rolled his eyes. If nothing else, Marcus will soon think of a way to break the situation. As the saying goes, if you can't solve the problem, that simply solves the problem. Just like now, Wood's defense is top-notch. With Wood around, Slytherin's offense was hampered. Then just deal with Wood and be done with it. Relaxed and happy. And this is allowed by the rules, isn't it? From this point of view, Erwin quite admires Marcus. This kid's brain is quite active at certain times. Erwin loved it. Sure enough, the next moment, Marcus hit the bludger directly onto Wood. Wood was knocked down without even reacting. With Wood around, Slytherin quickly scored 20 points. The score is even. Erwin raised the corners of his mouth. The excitement is about to begin. Erwin turned his attention to Harry Potter. Sure enough, Harry Potter had discovered the golden snitch. He directly rode on the broom given by Professor McGonagall and rushed towards the golden snitch. However, the next moment, Harry Potter's wand suddenly went out of control, started to swing wildly in the air. Erwin glanced at the professor's stand. Sure enough, Professor Quirrell and Snape were both chanting spells. Erwin looked forward to it, this time without Hermione's help. What should Harry Potter do? Erwin looked at Dumbledore, just in time to see Dumbledore glance in the direction of Quirrell. He seemed to be aware of Erwin's gaze. Dumbledore turned to look, show a smile. Disclaimer: in addition to the big plot timeline in this article, some interspersed timelines will be changed. For example, the original Quidditch game was after Halloween, but now it is earlier, because the author who is too detailed can't remember it. The original work is very sophisticated. Show mercy. Then how could Dumbledore not know Quirrell's true situation? Therefore, Voldemort is the tool used by Dumbledore to help Harry Potter grow and gain reputation. To be more precise, Harry Potter is a weapon used to deal with Horcruxes. Lao Yinbai, you really didn't call him wrong. As Harry Potter's broom shook more and more, Erwin was filled with anticipation. Will Dumbledore take action? Quirrell was not as good as Snape when it came to magic, but with this type of remote spelling and remote interference, Snape was temporarily unable to deal with Quirrell. Shake it for a while, and Harry Potter will fall off the broom. However, at this moment, Erwin suddenly heard a commotion in the professor's chair. Erwin turned to look, just in time to see a bludger hit Professor Quirrell. Quirrell's expression changed greatly. He staggered and almost fell down. Erwin was shocked. Damn it, is it such a coincidence? But soon, Erwin frowned. No, there's something 12 out of 10 wrong. This bludger would never happen to appear at Professor Quirrell's place like this. But she still has a clear goal. Erwin looked at Snape. Sure enough, he saw Snape's sleeve shaking, although the action is very subtle. But Erwin still saw a few things exposed. It was a wand. Erwin was shocked. Okay, as expected of Snape. While he is competing for magic power, you can still find time to cast a spell? Is this the value of the first professor? That's outrageous. The next game is the same as the original plot. Harry Potter relied on his insane courage to swoop down and eat the golden snitch. watching Harry Potter spit out the golden snitch from his mouth. Erwin curled his lips in disgust. It's really a bit disgusting. How many bacteria must there be up there? To be honest, the misophobic Erwin really couldn't accept it. So disgusting. Mrs. Hooch blew her whistle and the bell rang. Game over. Harry Potter catches the golden snitch. Gryffindor wins. There were bursts of cheers from the Gryffindor seats. Ron looked at the Slytherin snakes proudly. He cast his gaze on Erwin. He even raised his eyebrows provocatively. However, Erwin didn't look at him at all. This made Ron's good mood disappear instantly. Erwin didn't know this. He didn't care about Quidditch. As for Ron, Erwin doesn't care anymore. There are never ants in an elephant's eye. Marcus looked ugly. The Slytherin players floated in front of the Slytherin stands. I'm sorry, Prefect. I disappoint you. Slytherin seeker Terence Higgs lowered his head. I'm sorry, Prefect. I'm scared. Marcus glared at Terence. His face was very gloomy. Erwin stood up. Okay, it's just a temporary gain and loss. Moreover, the golden snitch itself is uncontrollable. Terence, you did the right thing. Slytherin, you must always remember to take care of your own safety in order to pursue greater ambitions. Everything is based on the premise that you are still alive. All the little snakes thought about Erwin's words. Erwin said, the same goes for you. Remember, no matter what you face, only by protecting yourself can you plan for a better future. I hope you keep this in mind. Don't risk your own life. Unless, this benefit it's worth taking the risk. Obviously, the outcome of a game is not worth fighting for with your own life. Terence's eyes were full of emotion. His eyes were red. Thank you, Prefect. Erwin smiled and said, no matter what, you are all heroes. Real warriors. So now, little snakes, applaud our heroes. All the little snakes burst into applause. It's like Slytherin won the game. Harry Potter looked at the thunderous applause of Slytherin. For the first time, he envied Slytherin, and he even regretted it. Maybe he should have listened to the Sorting Hat and gone to Slytherin. The students in other houses also looked at Slytherin. I couldn't help but clap along. This moment. As the winner, Gryffindor was ignored. Erwin said, okay, go change clothes. It's almost lunchtime. I think you guys don't want to miss Saturday's sumptuous lunch. Marcus nodded. Leave with all the team members. Erwin casually picked up the newspaper that had been spread on the stool, prepared to leave with all the little snakes in the stands. But at this moment, the sky suddenly became gloomy. Bursts of thunder shuttled through the clouds. Erwin stopped and looked up. Dumbledore's expression changed slightly. Subsequently, the figure immediately jumped into the air. All Hogwarts students, leave the grounds. Now, immediately, Snape turned to look at Erwin. Erwin, take them away. Erwin nodded. Slytherin students, leave the stands as soon as possible. Erwin also hurried down the stands. Under the stands, Snape was waiting. Erwin asked, Professor? Why are you here? Snape said, come on, I'll take you away. Erwin nodded. At this moment, a bolt of lightning fell directly from the sky. Dumbledore waved his wand. The next moment, a sky full of flames rose into the sky. The lightning was swallowed directly. Dumbledore's face was a little cold. This is Hogwarts. You are so brave. Erwin keenly felt that Dumbledore's magic power surged out. Erwin's face changed slightly. Dumbledore, he was angry. The next moment, in the air, several black-robed people suddenly appeared, without any tools. They just floated in the air like that, surrounded Dumbledore in the middle. Dumbledore, hand him over. Dumbledore's face was gloomy. This is Hogwarts. It's not your place. Leave now. I can pretend that nothing happened. The man in black robe said, Dumbledore, we have no intention of being your enemy, but he must be handed over. Elvin listened to these words, thinking for a moment. These people are here to seek revenge. Dare to come to Hogwarts to seek revenge. It's a bit awesome. I don't know who is so unlucky. Elvin glanced at the black-robed men. Suddenly, Elvin's pupils shrank. The black-robed man held a metal staff with a crystal ball on it. Just kidding, we all know that the other party is here to seek revenge, or to find him. Erwin is not crazy, he is still wandering outside. As for going to fight the enemy, stop it, damn, these guys can control lightning. Who knows if it still belongs to the magic system. Anyway, count the spells in Harry Potter. Erwin has never seen such a spell. This kind of person is not someone he can mess with. Besides, even if Erwin can win, Erwin will not fight. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, dare to come to Hogwarts to cause trouble. Or Hogwarts where Dumbledore is. It is conceivable that these guys have some real level. Don't you see that even Voldemort, our dear Mr. No-Nose, had to wait until Dumbledore died before he dared to attack Hogwarts? At the peak of Voldemort, all places in the magic world fell. Only Hogwarts Voldemort dared not come. Why? Isn't it because of this outrageous old Dumbledore? Erwin didn't know how much stronger Dumbledore was than Voldemort, but Erwin was sure of this. If we only talk about the magic rating of the system, in Erwin's cognition, regardless of the existence of those myths, Dumbledore is already the strongest. Every day, they say Dumbledore is getting old. His strength has weakened. But Erwin turned his head and looked at Dumbledore in the air. That old wand is like a flamethrower. It was emitting fire. It was like dusk in the middle of the day. You call this old? Weakened? Stop it. Erwin felt that if this old Dumbledore threw away his wand, covered half of his mouth, and reduced his magic power by half, he could beat himself. You said his strength was weakened? As for Dumbledore's death at the hands of Malfoy in the original book, that's obviously a setup. Old Dumbledore is so bold. He set up a setup with his own life. The key is that his setup is too comprehensive. The characteristics of the Elder Wand are that it will obey the strong, so whoever defeats Dumbledore will be the master of the Elder Wand. The Elder Wand was buried with old Dumbledore, but no one knew at the time that the master of the Elder Wand had become Malfoy. Later, Malfoy was defeated by Harry Potter again, so without the Elder Wand appearing, it changed its master twice. After Voldemort killed Gregorovitch, he dug out the Elder Wand from the grave, but the Elder Wand did not obey him. Voldemort thought Snape was the master of the Elder Wand, so he killed Snape. This was old Dumbledore's first plan, using Snape's life to make the Death Eaters feel insecure. Later, the Malfoys knew that their son was the one who killed Dumbledore, so they guessed that the owner of the Elder Wand was actually their son. At this time, the couple began to set a trap for Voldemort in order to save their son's life. This was the second calculation of the old man Dumbledore. In the end, Voldemort, the unlucky guy, used the old wand that did not submit to him to fight against Harry Potter, the real owner of the old wand. He was ravaged. Originally, this plot was unreasonable no matter how you looked at it. After all, a Dark Lord could not be to waste Harry Potter. This is a very outrageous thing in itself. But if you take the old wand into consideration, it is really too reasonable. You use someone's exclusive weapon to attack the owner of the weapon. If you don't die, who will die? This is Dumbledore's final calculation. Without anyone knowing, the old wand has surrendered to Harry Potter. In the end, Voldemort was defeated. It has to be said that even Alvin, who has read the original book, thinks Dumbledore is terrible. This old bee is really calculating. Everything is under his control. He has the strength to defeat Voldemort, but he cannot completely eliminate Voldemort. Because of the existence of Horcruxes, only Harry Potter, who is also a Horcrux, can completely destroy Voldemort. Dumbledore used an old wand to disintegrate the Death Eaters and completely destroy Voldemort. From this point of view, Erwin admires him. Let's not talk about anything else, just say that the courage of old Dumbledore is not something that ordinary people can have. In fact, apart from personal qualities, Dumbledore is really a great man. After Erwin and Snape sent all the Slytherin students into the castle, the negotiations in the air have also ended. Obviously, Dumbledore's negotiations failed. I saw the scepters in the hands of several men in black fell heavily. The next moment, blue barriers appeared one after another, sealing Dumbledore firmly in the center. Erwin was shocked. He was so powerful, he must be so powerful. Why is this thing so similar to the four purple flame formation in Naruto? Did he go to the wrong set? Dumbledore looked at the barrier that sealed himself, said, "Do you intend to fight me with this? Not even close. Leave now, I won't attack you. You can't touch him as long as I'm in Hogwarts." One of the men in black said, "We certainly don't think we can defeat the famous Dumbledore with this alone, but our goal has never been to fight you." The black-robed man finished speaking. Dumbledore's face changed drastically. Looking down at Erwin and Snape who were about to enter the castle, I saw a black-robed man who appeared out of nowhere and attacked Erwin directly. Erwin also felt a sense of crisis. The next moment, before he could react, he was pushed away by Snape. Snape flicked his sleeves. The wand appeared in his hand. Then the wand was waved continuously. Silent spells were cast. In front of the black-robed man, vines blocked the black-robed man's way forward. Then, 3 spells were connected and rushed towards the black-robed man. God of War. Hanging Golden Bell. Eliminate your weapons. Erwin was shocked. Damn, my charming professor. What kind of casting speed is this? Too fast. This wand seems to have turned into a Gatling gun. Colorful lights were shot out. Blast towards the black-robed man. Snape turned around and shouted, "Go into the castle." Erwin was stunned. Wasn't the situation under control? Why did Snape look a little anxious? But Erwin's main point was to listen to advice, especially when it was about his own life. Erwin didn't even bother to nod in response. He just turned around and ran. He just ran into the castle. But just think about it. This kind of battle is not something he can get involved in. If nothing else, just before entering the castle, Erwin saw the glass ball on the scepter in the black-robed man's hand light up for a moment. Then a magic shield formed in front of him. All of Snape's magic hit it. It was eliminated immediately. Erwin felt that this move was a bit outrageous. Anyway, Erwin believed that his iron armor curse could not achieve this effect. It's really like beating up a cat or a dog. That's Snape. Just then, Erwin suddenly felt a powerful magic bursting out between heaven and earth. Then a voice sounded, "You are too presumptuous." Erwin knew the sound as soon as he heard it. This is Dumbledore. For the first time, Erwin had an intuitive feeling about Dumbledore's tyranny. This magic is so terrifying. If Erwin's magic power is like a pool of water now, then Dumbledore's magic power is like an ocean. Just 2 words, outrageous. Through the glass in the hallway, Erwin saw that the entire sky had turned red. A cry. The next moment, a phoenix wrapped in flames galloped from high in the sky. Fox. Erwin was very interested in this phoenix. In the original work, this thing looks like a turkey. He doesn't appear many times, and his combat prowess is not described. Fox flapped his wings and rushed towards the barrier. But the next moment, a man in black robes appeared, blocked Fox. The scepter in his hand lit up, and a jet-black beam of light rushed towards Fox. Fox cried. The next moment, wings flap. Waves of monstrous flames erupted from his body. Stand in front of you and block the black beam. Erwin swallowed. Is this the true strength of Phoenix? What the hell? He said there was no water in the original work. Just this one Phoenix could kill half of the Death Eaters. It's too exaggerated. Erwin walked towards the auditorium and watched the battle through the glass. At this time, the battle between Snape and several other professors had also become intense. There was originally 1 man in black robes, but at some point he became 4. Fight fiercely with the 4 deans. The swishing and flying magic spells are something that ordinary movie special effects cannot achieve. But why are there so many people in black robes? 6 formed formations to block Dumbledore, 1 to block Fawkes, and 4 to block the 4 professors. That's 11. Where do these people come from? Fortunately, they don't have another accomplice, otherwise, I really don't know who can stop them. However, Erwin's thoughts just stopped. The next moment, in mind, a rapid siren sounded. Ding ding ding. Host flash. When Erwin heard the system's words, his body subconsciously moved to the side. The next moment, a bolt of lightning struck directly where Erwin was standing. Then a soft sound came. It's interesting. You actually escaped. It seems that you are indeed different. Erwin's back was wet. What the hell? His crow's mouth really got it right. There really is another one. Erwin looked at a man in black robes walking out of the shadows in the corridor. His face was very ugly. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? The man in black robe said pitifully. How pitiful. You don't even know your own identity, so you probably don't know how your parents died, right? What a coincidence, your parents died in my hands. And you are going to die in my hands now. Erwin heard this. His expression remained unchanged. The man in black robe smiled. It's interesting. Is it so plain? It surprises me. Of course Erwin would not be so bland and without any ripples. But he knew very well that when facing the enemy, his emotions would be affected by the enemy's words. Then the only thing waiting for you is death. Erwin said, I'm curious. How did you enter Hogwarts? Hogwarts is under Dumbledore's surveillance. If you enter Hogwarts, Dumbledore will not know. The man in black robe spread his hands. For the sake of your dying, I will tell you. While I am in a good mood. It's simple, because there is no magic power in my body. Therefore, what Dumbledore laid down at Hogwarts you can't detect me. Oh, that's why your parents died in my hands. I have to admit, Dumbledore was actually very protective of them. Erwin's heart moved slightly. No magic? How is that possible? So where did the thunder and lightning come from just now? The man in black robe said, okay, it's time to hit the road. Erwin stretched out his hand. Wait a minute. Are you going to kill me like this? I think you are putting so much effort into it, not just to kill me. Otherwise, there is no need to attack Hogwarts. You should. Is there some plot against me? Is it in your interest to kill me like this? The black-robed man said, you are very smart. You are different from others. Yes, you are right. We do need you, but we can accept you dead or alive. Although it is good to be alive, I think you will not surrender obediently. As he said that, the crystal ball on the scepter in the black-robed man's hand lit up. Erwin raised his hand again. Wait a minute. How do you know that I will not surrender without asking me? The black-robed man was silent. He suddenly felt that what Erwin said seemed to make sense. The black-robed man put down the scepter in his hand. So you mean you are willing to surrender and leave with us? Erwin's mouth corners rose. A bright smile appeared. Do I want you to? The next moment, Erwin threw his hands out. There were several crisp sounds. 2 round things rolled directly to the feet of the black-robed man. The black-robed man had not yet reacted to Erwin's words, seeing two round things rolling under his feet. Disdainfully said, "Is this your trump card?" Two iron balls. However, the next moment, two loud bangs. Two balls of fire directly submerged the black-robed man. Erwin was not idle. He turned his wrist. The wand appeared in his hand. Expelliarmus. Shadowless. Ah, forget it. Use the killing curse in Hogwarts. Unless there is really no other way. Erwin was still worried. He waved his wand and cast the iron armor charm on himself. Then there was a flash of light, and Erwin's big baby, minigun, fell to the floor. Erwin got directly behind the shield, both hands on the trigger. Subsequently, just press. Erwin didn't care whether the other party was killed by a grenade. For insurance reasons, Erwin needs to clear the ground with bullets first. Prudence is the main thing. The bullets formed a line of fire and fired forward. Hogwarts, this 1,000-year-old castle, has never been dreamed of. It will one day be baptized by hot weapons. The bullet casings clattered to the ground. Makes a crisp sound. Erwin's eyes gradually glowed with a blood-red halo. I don't know when the corners of my mouth will open. A head of silver-white hair, fluttering in the wind. The whole person is in a state of excitement. The faces of the four professors who were fighting with the men in black robes changed drastically. Professor McGonagall exclaimed, "What is the sound? Why is there an explosion in the castle?" Only Snape. His expression changed instantly. The wand in his hand waved continuously. "Defeat the man in black robe. You guys stop me and I'll go take a look." After speaking, Snape had no time to wait for a response. Rushed directly towards the castle. In a hurry, he turned into a black mist. You know, he almost never used this trick in front of others, because this is the representative of Death Eaters. Professor McGonagall frowned, looking at Snape leaving. To make Snape so nervous, Professor McGonagall's heart skipped a beat. Erwin. It must be Erwin. Professor McGonagall didn't know much about Erwin, but she knew the last name Cavendish. She had no idea what the last name Cavendish stood for. All she knew was that Snape had a very good relationship with Cavendish, Erwin's father. Therefore, there are only two people who can make Snape so nervous, Harry Potter and Erwin. And now the only one who can make such a big noise is Erwin. Thinking of this, Professor McGonagall also became anxious. The wand in his hand waved faster. The wand was a little above the gravel on the ground. The next moment, a giant made of stone began to reorganize directly in front of Professor McGonagall, instantly turned into a huge stone man. Flitwick and Professor Sprout looked at each other. Flitwick exclaimed, "Minerva, she's getting serious." Professor Sprout nodded, "Then let's solve it as soon as possible." Flitwick nodded. The next moment, these two people seemed to be unparalleled. Spells flew out from the wand in his hand. The most outrageous thing was that Flitwick was waving his wand at the same time. Sometimes two magic spells can be cast. It was obvious that the silent and silent spells were being used at the same time. This time, the four men in black robes were almost beaten to death. How scary the headmaster of Hogwarts is when he gets serious. They didn't know it before, but they know now. They finally realized that the dean-level professors and general-level professors at Hogwarts were two completely different creatures. And at this time, Erwin was already immersed in a very strange state. He pulled the trigger. Bullet casings were already layered under the feet. The passage in front of me felt like it had been swept through by a tornado. Trash everywhere. There was so much dust that I couldn't see the passage ahead clearly. As soon as Snape came in, he saw Erwin going crazy. Snape quickly came to Erwin's side. Erwin turned his head sharply. Blood-red eyes looked at Snape. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Professor Snape, do you want to play? It's very fun." Snape frowned. He took out a porcelain bottle. He directly held Erwin's mouth and poured it into Erwin. As the medicine enters the mouth, the red light gradually dissipated in Erwin's eyes. Only then did Erwin feel the soreness in his arm. "Fee-fa-fa-I, it hurts." Snape said, "How many people have you killed in the Muggle world? How could you escape from the suppression of the potion so quickly?" Erwin said nothing. How many people were killed? He doesn't know. All he knew was that in order to survive, he had to cleanse the entire Renton gang. He did a lot of it himself. No one really thinks that he can take down Renton just because of his brains, right? This is a gang, and Erwin is a kid. If it weren't for his ruthless tactics, who would be afraid of him and who would obey him? So Erwin doesn't know how many people were killed. What I can remember is that when Erwin was 8 years old, he experienced an assassination. In addition to Rivers, there were two other confidants beside him at that time. They all died that time. Erwin almost died too. Later, he personally took action to clean up the other party. At that time, the other party's family, from the oldest to the lowest, including 3- and 4-year-old children, died in Erwin's hands. Therefore, how could he remember clearly how many people he had killed over the years? Seeing that Erwin didn't speak, Snape sighed. Forget it. I won't ask you anymore. Don't even think about it. Subsequently, Snape looked towards the passage where the smoke and dust gradually dispersed. What looked like a corpse was lying on the ground. Why is it said to be suspicious? Because you really can't tell what the prototype is from this thing. The whole thing was shattered by bullets. Snape waved his wand. The next moment, a ball of flame appeared from above Snape's wand. The corpse on the ground was directly burned, and then Snape waved his wand. Recover quickly, as Snape chanted the incantation. In the corridor, the mess that had been swept away by bullets began to recover automatically. Soon, a new passage appeared. There was no trace of bullet polishing at all. Snape said, "No matter who asks you, don't tell what happened today. Don't say that you killed him. Do you understand?" Erwin nodded. "I know, Professor. He said he killed my parents. Is it true?" Snape was stunned for a moment. What else did he say? Erwin said he had no magic power, so he was able to avoid Dumbledore's arrangements and enter Hogwarts. Just like when he killed my parents. Snape suddenly felt a murderous aura on his body. So that's how it is. No wonder I made so many arrangements in the first place. But they succeeded. So that's how it is. Damn it, show your hands. In fact, he was getting used to it. Every day is mysterious. Of course, Erwin could understand Snape too. Look at this scene today. The enemies he has to face may actually be some amazing people. As the saying goes, the more you know, the faster you die. Therefore, Snape did not tell Erwin now because he was afraid that Erwin could not help but take the initiative to take revenge. But what a steady person Erwin is. Erwin would never do anything unless he was 100% sure. Even if he was only 99% sure, Erwin would not take any risk, especially risking your own life. At this time, Professor McGonagall and others also walked into the castle. It was obvious that the men in black robes outside had been dealt with. After seeing Erwin, Professor McGonagall quickly asked Erwin, "Are you okay? Did you encounter an enemy?" Erwin nodded. "I'm fine, Professor. A man in black robes sneaked into the castle and attacked me. Fortunately, Professor Snape arrived and solved him." Professor McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. "In that case, let's go to the auditorium. The students should be scared." Erwin wondered, "Professor, don't you need to help Professor Dumbledore?" Professor McGonagall said, "Don't worry, Professor Dumbledore will be fine. Let's go to the auditorium." Erwin nodded. Looking at Professor McGonagall's expression, Erwin thought for a moment. It seems that Professor McGonagall did not take this attack seriously. Is it because your strength is displayed here that you feel confident? In the auditorium, all the students of Hogwarts are staying here. We all know the traditions of Hogwarts. Whenever there is danger at Hogwarts, the professors gather all the students together. On the one hand, it is for the convenience of protection, and on the other hand, it is also to prevent crises from taking advantage of, such as the Chamber of Secrets incident, such as the Death Eaters attacking Hogwarts. Erwin went directly to where the Slytherin students were gathering. All the little wizards stood up quickly. "Prefect." Erwin nodded. "Yes. Everyone, sit back in your seats and wait for the meal. It's almost time for dinner." All the little snakes nodded. It didn't take long. Dumbledore entered the Great Hall. All the little wizards turned to look. Dumbledore smiled and said, "It seems I can still make it in time for dinner." Dumbledore walked onto the stage. Then he tapped his fingers lightly on the table. The next moment, dishes appeared on the table one after another. Ever since Erwin started eating Chinese food at Hogwarts, the Hogwarts recipes began to change. Chinese food became the main theme. Even with so many meals, I don't know if the poor McGee house elf will be very tired. Erwin ate deliciously. As for the men in black robes, Erwin had long forgotten about them. Is there anything more important in this world than eating? No. If so, it must be that the food is not tasty enough. But it's obvious that McGee's craftsmanship is still as good as ever. After eating, Erwin comes to Dumbledore's office. Sweet and sour pork. The next moment, the door to Dumbledore's office opened. Of course, this password was also told by Dumbledore to Erwin. It was also Dumbledore who asked Erwin to come to the office. For this password, Erwin really couldn't complain. Does Oldby really like sweets that much? Erwin, who used to have cockroaches piling up candies, couldn't bear it anymore. It's better now. The emergence of Daxia recipes has given Oldby some new ideas for setting passwords. Entering the office, Erwin looked at everything around him curiously. Speaking of which, this was Erwin's first time coming to Oldby's office. Erwin looked at everything around him. Don't mention it, Dumbledore's office is really big. It doesn't look too messy. Sure enough, the room was clean and smellless, and she was either a transvestite or a gay. This sentence is really applicable to Dumbledore. In the office, Dumbledore has not returned yet. "Hey, a little wizard. Silver white hair, are you Cavendish? Irwin looked around. I saw several murals on the wall looking at him curiously. Irwin bowed slightly. I have met all the principals. I am Cavendish. Irwin Cavendish. One of the portraits said, it's so similar. You are almost the same as your father. No, you are even prettier than him. Irwin looked at the portrait. There is a name tag on the lower left side of the portrait. Phineas Nigellus Black. Irwin knew that this was the headmaster known as the most unpopular at Hogwarts. Phineas said, when your father came to the principal's office, I looked at him the same way. Irwin said, salute to you, respected principal. Phineas nodded slightly. Well, polite little guy. You are really a born Slytherin. I heard that you were attacked today. Irwin nodded, yes. It's very thrilling. If it weren't for Professor Snape, I think I would be in danger today. Phineas laughed and said, little guy. Very polite, but dishonest. Don't you know that all the portraits in the castle are communicating with each other? There are also portraits in the corridor where you were sitting. Elvin was stunned for a moment. He had forgotten about this matter. Phineas said, it doesn't matter. I like your caution. I also know something about Cavendish. I'm sorry about your parents. You know, in that generation of Slytherin, I only liked 4 people the most, your parents, Snape and… Forget it, let's not talk about this. What do you want to do in the headmaster's office? Although Phineas didn't continue, but Elvin knew who he was talking about. Voldemort. Only Voldemort. A person who is so excellent that he can't be written in a book. Yes, excellent. This is Elvin's evaluation of Voldemort. Don't talk about Voldemort's personality. Just talking about the things he did, can't he be called excellent? Amazing talent, full of ambition. Unfortunately, he is not smart. If they had a better brain, it would not be certain who would win or lose. In Elvin's opinion, Voldemort did only one wrong thing. That is, he believed in the so-called language. If Elvin were placed in any position, then Elvin would really not take the so-called prophecy seriously. Aren't the other principals here? Phineas said, well, you know, staying in the portrait is quite boring, so they will go out for a walk from time to time. You will know when you die, being in a frame every day is really boring. Mean. Irwin's face darkened. What's going on with Lao Deng? What do you mean by waiting for him to die? Can you wish him well? Just come up and wait for him to die. Is it polite? Phineas smiled when he saw Irwin's darkened face. It seems you don't like hearing about your own death. Irwin said, I think so. After all, I think I am only 11 years old, and death is still a bit far away for me. If possible, I still want to live. Phineas nodded. I thought the same thing as you before. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Did I hear that you are going to do some morning and evening self-study? Irwin nodded. Yeah, that's right. You should be happy when you go to school. I have heard a saying that learning makes people happy. I think that by adding self-study in the morning and evening, the little wizards will definitely be happier. Phineas rolled his eyes and said, if you were in the same period as me, I don't think I would be able to resist giving you a hex. Irwin smiled. Then my luck is really good. Phineas looked at Irwin and said, it's possible. Win the prefect's challenge. Believe me, you will get benefits you didn't expect. Slytherin, after all, still belongs to you young people. Yes. I want to witness a piece of history, even in the form of a portrait. Irwin solemnly said, I will. Principal, if Slytherin needs a prefect, then the prefect will definitely be me. Phineas smiled and said, very good. I like your confidence. I believe you can do it. When the day you become a prefect, I will leave this picture frame and express my congratulations to you in person. Irwin bowed slightly. You will see this day. For this so-called most unpopular principal, Irwin actually quite liked it. The reason why the Black family is disliked. It's because no one in the history of principals, except the one in front of me, graduated from Slytherin. As for Slytherin, everyone knows it. Slytherin was really not liked before Irwin came to Hogwarts. If all the little wizards were asked to choose a favorite college, they might not be able to choose an answer. Because everyone will choose their own college. But if you have to choose the college you hate the most, then Slytherin will definitely reach the top with full votes. This is Slytherin's current situation. Not to mention that everyone screams for beating, but people also hate dogs. Fortunately, Irwin showed up. Irwin unknowingly influenced a lot and changed a lot. At least those second-generation ancestors who liked to provoke others when they had nothing to do. Now under Irwin's control, they have become polite gentlemen, even if they don't want to. But in order not to embarrass Slytherin, they had to pretend. Even though Irwin has only been here for a short time, his impact on Hogwarts is already considerable. Just when Irwin was chatting with our Principal Black, there was a sound of flapping wings. The next moment, Fox flew in through the window. Subsequently, flames spurted out from its wings. The flames fell to the ground, and Dumbledore's figure emerged. Irwin exclaimed, Professor, This hand is so cool. Phineas rolled his eyes to the sky. You always like to show off so much. Dumbledore. Dumbledore's expression remained unchanged. A gentle wave of the palm. A grey cloth was draped over Phineas's portrait. The next moment, Phineas's curse came, soul egg. Dumbledore, you are so presumptuous. How dare you, if it weren't for my useless descendants. How dare you do this to me? Damn it. Dumbledore's expression remained unchanged. He smiled at Erwin and said, You're old. They just like to be surprised. What do you think? Do you want to try signing a contract with Phoenix? You can do it in the future too. Erwin waved his hand quickly. Forget it. Principal, I'll say goodbye. Erwin knew very well what the Phoenix contract represented. It was passed down from Dumbledore's family. Let's not say whether I can successfully sign the contract. As long as you try it yourself, you owe Dumbledore a favor. Although the combat power of this Phoenix is quite impressive to Erwin, but it obviously doesn't match Erwin's style. Dumbledore didn't say much when he saw this. Come to the table. He took out 2 candies from the drawer and ate each one by himself. The other one was handed to Erwin. Would you like to taste it? Erwin shook his head. No, Professor. I'm afraid of getting cavities. Dumbledore squinted his eyes. Sweetness is really the happiest taste in the world. Unfortunately, you don't seem to like sweets. Erwin said, in the Muggle world, scientific research shows that sugar can stimulate dopamine in the human body. Therefore, it will make people feel happy, and when consuming sugar, the body's functions will be replenished and the brain will be stimulated. Stay awake. It is also known as people who eat sugar will be smart. Dumbledore was surprised and said, Is that so? The Muggle world is developing very fast. The power of technology. It's amazing. Then Mr. Erwin, are the weapons you used in the corridor and the Forbidden Forest also products of the Muggle world? Erwin was not surprised that Dumbledore knew that he used the Gatling Bodhisattva of equality of all beings. If Dumbledore didn't know, that would be a surprise. This man's control over Hogwarts is the best in history. It's even more outrageous than the Big Four. When the Big Four were there, the 4 people were in charge of their own affairs and were equal, and no one could really fully control the Hogwarts castle that the 4 of them built together. The subsequent headmasters couldn't do it completely either. Only Dumbledore, this guy is simply weird. He can study all the secret rooms of Hogwarts, and the tunnels are messy. And he has complete control over Hogwarts. The little wizards thought they were wandering at night and avoiding everyone. Little did they know that Dumbledore knew everything. So, what does the professor mean? Dumbledore said, I will keep your weapons for you. You will not encounter any danger in Hogwarts. Erwin sneered, Really? Professor? If there weren't these weapons that you called dangerous in the corridor today, I would be dead. You told me that I won't encounter the slightest danger in Hogwarts. Dumbledore was silent for a moment and said, That was an accident. Erwin spread his hands, Maybe. But who can guarantee that this accident will not happen again, so asking me to hand over those weapons is impossible. Dumbledore said, In Hogwarts, they will never come again. This is the condition for me to let them go. Erwin shook his head, Professor. I have taken over the family business since I was 6 years old. I will not leave my safety in the hands of others. Dumbledore thought for a moment. If you insist, forget it. But you must promise me that you cannot use your weapons unless necessary. Erwin spread his hands, Okay. But if my safety is threatened, I will still use it. Dumbledore nodded. You can no longer use your weapons to find the Acromantula in the Forbidden Forest. Erwin said, So, is the Acromantula coming to complain to you? Dumbledore shook his head, No. The Acromantula migrated on a large scale to the territories of other magical animals, and the centaurs found me. Erwin understood. Damn it, Acromantula. How dare you run away? The little hot chick can't afford it. Erwin said, Is this what the principal came to see me today just to tell me? Dumbledore shook his head, No. I have something to ask you. Erwin chuckled, Oh? The professor actually has something to ask me for? Dumbledore said, I will be away for a while, probably about a week. I hope you can help me look after Potter. Erwin wondered, Potter? Harry Potter? Look after him? Dumbledore nodded, Yes. They are curious about something, and this matter is very dangerous. I hope you can help me take care of them while I am away. Erwin smiled, I refuse. Professor, I have no idea about being a nanny. And, with all due respect, Professor, if this matter is dangerous according to what you said, then you can completely prevent them from pursuing it. It's not difficult for you. Dumbledore shook his head, He needs to grow up. Erwin said, So, you let me be a nanny? To be honest, Professor, this is not a good idea. Of course, if you condition it on you sheltering me in Hogwarts, I will reluctantly accept it. Dumbledore choked. In fact, he really has this plan. But now let Erwin speak out. It was hard for him to say it directly. Dumbledore said, Potter is also your classmate, isn't he? Erwin shook his head, Professor Dumbledore. I think you made a mistake. I am Slytherin, the prefect of Slytherin, and Harry Potter and his little friends are Gryffindors, many. Looking at Erwin, who is not getting enough of oil and salt, Dumbledore also felt a little headache. Erwin, I left Hogwarts because of your affairs. Do you understand? I, an old man, want to help you run around, but you are not even willing to do some small help? Erwin was shocked. Damn it, this guy is starting to engage in moral kidnapping. What a good hand. Not to mention, if it were anyone else, Dumbledore would really be holding him hostage. But, it's obvious. Erwin is not such a person. If you have no morals, no one can morally kidnap you. Obviously, Erwin belongs to that small group of people who are very immoral. Erwin stood up. Bow 90 degrees. For your help, I will remember it in my heart. Professor, I am grateful to you. I will always remember your kindness to me. After Erwin finished speaking, a sneer came from the portrait that was covered just now. Dumbledore, I didn't expect you to be here today. Well done, boy. This is how you should treat this kind of person. Erwin bowed slightly. Thank you for your compliment, Principal Black. Dumbledore's face darkened visibly. This was the first time he met someone like Erwin, very different from his father. Erwin's father is very easygoing and likes to help others. Even though he is in Slytherin, he has excellent popularity. It's not like Erwin is so annoying. After a while, Dumbledore sighed. Say your terms, Erwin. Erwin raised the corners of his mouth. That's right. If only you had been nagging like this. Isn't it already settled? You want him to work without giving any benefits. How is this possible? Erwin said, I want permission to apparate at Hogwarts. Dumbledore frowned. Hogwarts apparition license? Why do you want this? Erwin said, run for your life. If I encounter today's situation again, I can just apparate away. After all, I now know that someone wants my life, so why shouldn't I be more careful? Dumbledore thought for a moment. I just asked you to look after Harry for a week, and you asked for the permission to disapparate. Isn't it a bit insufficient? Erwin said, Professor, do you want to talk about the price? Dumbledore nodded. Yeah, I think we can talk about it. If you just rely on a week of care, it's not worth the price. Erwin said, this is easy to handle. Professor Dumbledore, your original intention is to let Harry grow up, or in other words, no matter what you are planning, your ultimate goal is to serve as Harry's whetstone, but I'm sorry. Let me put it bluntly, being in Gryffindor and the people around him are not helpful to his growth at all. Harry can't learn anything from them, can he? Dumbledore said, Gryffindor is also an excellent college in Hogwarts. Gryffindor has also produced many great people. What you say is a bit arbitrary. Erwin waved his hand. I admit that, Professor, you are right, but one thing you have to admit is that Harry Potter's taste in choosing friends is really not very good. Let's just say that Ron next to him is really worthless. It's not worth it. There is an old saying in Daxia that learning requires an environment. Harry can't learn much from following Ron. Give me the permission to apparate. I will go after the self-study starts next week. Invite Harry to Slytherin's study room and I will teach him personally. This is my bargaining chip. Dumbledore was silent. Harry won't agree. Erwin stood up. This has nothing to do with me. Harry Potter doesn't want to make progress. That's his business. I've already told you the price. Professor, you think about it yourself. I remember I have something to do in the afternoon. Then Professor, I'll leave first. But if being a babysitter can make him have some fun, then Erwin can accept it. The most important thing is, our dear Savior, if used properly, can be regarded as a good defensive equipment. If the Savior is dragged to do something, Dumbledore will definitely protect him. Then holding the Savior hostage is equivalent to holding Dumbledore hostage. Erwin snapped his fingers. From this point of view, the Savior does not seem to be so annoying. If used properly, the Savior is such a useful tool. Thinking of this, Erwin suddenly felt that he was a little hasty. He should have agreed to Dumbledore's request directly. I don't know if old Dumbledore dares to give him the permission to use apparition, although it seems that this is a permission to use magic, but in fact, it is really not that simple. In addition to the headmasters of all generations, only the 4 giants can use apparition in Hogwarts. Even professors like Snape did not have permission to use apparition in Hogwarts. Once someone was granted permission to use apparition in Hogwarts, it meant that Hogwarts was already defenseless against this person. Erwin regretted it a little. His request was indeed somewhat unreasonable. Erwin did not think Dumbledore could trust him to this extent. Wouldn't this reject the Savior's shield he had in hand? Erwin had already started thinking about what seemingly reasonable reason he should use to get the shield back. At this moment, Erwin suddenly felt that some kind of restriction in his body was suddenly broken. Erwin was stunned. What is this? Erwin snapped his fingers, and the next moment, Erwin's body turned into a vortex. The next moment, Erwin appeared in his bedroom. Erwin was stunned. Damn! Old Dumbledore, did you really give him the permission to apparate? Is it because you trust me? That doesn't make sense. there is only one person Dumbledore can really trust. That is Professor McGonagall. No, to be precise, it is not certain whether Dumbledore can completely trust Professor McGonagall. A person like Dumbledore will only trust himself completely. The same is true for Alvin. As a result, Alvin began to think about what to do next. Dumbledore just gave him the permission to apparate? Alvin's mouth corners rose. It seems that some things, I don't think in the right way at the beginning. Shaking his head, Alvin was too lazy to think about it. It is a good thing to be able to use apparate in Hogwarts. At least, Alvin can leave Hogwarts now. It is boring to stay in school all the time. The most important thing is that the things in Diagon Alley are all handed over to Old Tom, and Alvin always feels a little uneasy. Although Hagrid has become a supplier, the business of magical animal materials will affect the interests of pureblood families. Although Irwin asked Old Tom to bring a lot of people and the equality device. But after all, it is his first business in the magic world. I am always a little worried. But I can't be impatient. I have to wait until Dumbledore leaves Hogwarts. Otherwise, what if old Dumbledore takes away his permission? Irwin looked at the time. It was still early and he had time to take a nap. Anyway, there was nothing else to do. While Irwin was catching up on his sleep, Harry Potter came to Dumbledore's office. Before Harry Potter knocked on the door opened automatically. Dumbledore sat on the platform. Wearing a funny hat, he looked at Harry from above his glasses. With a smile on his face, "Harry, you are here. Come in." Harry Potter walked into the office. He looked around curiously. Dumbledore waved his hand. "Sit down, Harry. Wait until I finish writing this." Harry Potter nodded and sat down obediently. In the portrait, Principal Black looked at Harry Potter's cowardly appearance. He couldn't help shaking his head. Compared to Irwin, it's too bad. Is this really the so-called savior? Did Dumbledore encounter a fraudster? Oh, and that unlucky Voldemort. He had met one of the best Slytherin students before Irwin. Dumbledore wrote and drew for a long time. Then he put down the pen. "Harry, how is life at Hogwarts?" Harry Potter himself was wandering in his mind. He was startled when he heard Dumbledore's words. He stood up quickly. Oh, very good. Professor, I have never felt so good." Dumbledore pressed his hand. "Don't be so nervous, Harry. I just want to chat with you, you know. When I get older, I like to talk to people. Want a piece of candy?" Harry Potter took it quickly. "Thank you, Professor." Dumbledore smiled. Sure enough, Harry Potter is much cuter than Irwin. It would be very uncomfortable if he couldn't share the candy with others. Luckily, Harry Potter satisfied his desire to share. This made the old bee feel very happy. Dumbledore watched Harry Potter put the candy into his mouth. He smiled and asked, "How is it? Do you feel that your mood has calmed down a lot?" Harry Potter nodded. Dumbledore said, "Harry, what do you think of Irwin?" Harry Potter was stunned for a moment. I don't know why Dumbledore suddenly asked him this question, but Harry Potter still said honestly, "Irwin, he is very good. It seems that everyone likes him, professors, or other classmates, seniors and seniors, they all praise him when they mention Irwin. In class, he can always answer all the questions, and it seems that nothing can be difficult for him." Dumbledore nodded. "Yes, Irwin is really good. I agree with you on this point. To be honest, even I have never seen a student better than him, especially a freshman in the first year." Harry Potter scratched his head. "So, did he call him here just to make him realize the gap between the two?" "Thank you, he has seen it." Dumbledore said, "Child, your savior is not because of what others say, but because of what you have actually done. You defeated Voldemort, you ended the darkness in the wizarding world. To everyone, you are savior." Harry Potter said, "Really? But why can't I know anything? But there is nothing that Irwin can't do. Professor, I will really feel frustrated." Dumbledore said, "If I were the same age as you, I would also feel frustrated when facing Irwin. Harry, I hope you can understand the truth. No one is born excellent, including Irwin. Inside." Harry Potter said, "Then Professor, how can you become as knowledgeable and as powerful as Irwin?" Dumbledore raised the corners of his mouth. Look, isn't this a trap? He really likes children this age." On this point, Dumbledore and Irwin have the same view. Of course, there are differences between them. For example, at this time, in comparison, Dumbledore felt that Irwin was so annoying. Dumbledore said, "How do you become like Irwin? Then you need to work hard and teach others. When you don't know, Irwin will go to his friends to study together, and he will also find professors to seek help. So, if you want to get better, you need to work harder. Of course, it is useless to work hard alone. You also need to communicate with other people. It is best to find a peer and talk to him. Study together. This is the most efficient way to learn." Harry Potter was lost in thought. Dumbledore saw that the time was almost here. He said, "Harry, do you know about self-study?" Harry Potter nodded, yes. It was Irwin who suggested it. Many seniors and classmates were very dissatisfied at that time, but these days, Ravenclaw and Slytherin are looking forward to the arrival of self-study. Dumbledore said, then do you know why they expect it? Harry Potter shook his head. Dumbledore said, that's because they can have more time to study. Especially during self-study, they can communicate with each other. Their grades will improve very quickly. Harry Potter's eyes lit up, then I can also study with Ron. Dumbledore shook his head, although it is possible, Harry, I suggest you study with Erwin in Slytherin's study room, because you and I both know that Erwin is the best in your class. Moreover, Erwin is very good at helping his classmates. I heard that Draco Malfoy successfully learned the basic transfiguration technique with Erwin's help. Harry Potter thought of when he was in the transfiguration classroom, Malfoy's mocking eyes and proud expression. I couldn't help but clench my fists. But, Erwin, will he let me study with him? And Slytherin and Gryffindor. Harry Potter's next words remained unspoken, but Oldby knew what Harry Potter meant. Oldby was silent for a while and said, let me help you talk to Erwin. If it can be beneficial to your study, I don't think Erwin will refuse me. Harry Potter was immediately moved. Is it really okay, Professor? Dumbledore smiled and said, don't worry. In fact, I have a pretty good relationship with Erwin. You don't know that I took him to Diagon Alley when he enrolled in school. Harry Potter said, thank you very much, Professor. Dumbledore said, but, Harry, I'll help you tell Erwin that you can't back down. You have to work hard to become better. I have a hunch that you will be the glory of Gryffindor. Harry Potter heard this. Suddenly I felt a fire burning in my heart. If only Erwin were here. I will definitely take out my notebook and write it all down. Colorful, so colorful. This Dumbledore is truly a master of brainwashing. Take a look at these words. Simply art. First, Harry Potter was guided to bring the topic to Erwin. Let Harry Potter think of Erwin's excellence, arousing envy in Harry Potter's heart. Then tell Harry Potter the importance of hard work. Inspire Harry Potter to work hard. After that, he proposed to go to Erwin and let Harry Potter study with Erwin. Gain the gratitude of Harry Potter. Finally, consider Harry Potter's soft-eared, indecisive character, blocking Harry Potter's escape route if he backed down due to Ron's words. Another bowl of chicken blood. What the hell, step by step. Simply art. If nothing else, Erwin would be impressed if he heard this. Harry Potter left Dumbledore's office in a state of excitement. When walking out of the office, Harry Potter's face was red. Excited. Don't think wrongly. If you want to be crooked, quickly face the wall. On the wall. Phineas said, Dumbledore. After all these years, you are still relying on this old trick to win people's hearts, even if he is a little wizard. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. I don't deny this. However, compared to Erwin, I think I'm still a little worse. You should also go out for a walk when you find time. Go to the Slytherin Lounge and see what Slytherin is like now. I think you will be pleasantly surprised. Phineas snorted coldly, is this the person you chose? To be honest, he is really not as good as Erwin. The difference is too great. I don't know what you value about him. Dumbledore did not speak. What did he value? He valued that Harry Potter was one of the Horcruxes. What else could he value? Did he value Harry Potter's indecisiveness, Harry Potter's poor academic performance, and his lack of effort? Seeing that Dumbledore did not speak, Phineas was bored too. He moved, disappeared in the picture frame. Not long after, Phineas came to the picture frame above the fireplace in the Slytherin common room. As for the original owner of the picture frame, at this time, he was shivering and shrinking to the side. Phineas snorted coldly, I'm telling you nicely, but you have to fight with me. If I don't beat you, you won't know why I became the headmaster of Hogwarts. The original owner of the picture frame did not dare to speak at all. He was about to cry out loud. Phineas glanced at the little wizards in the common room. At this time, they were gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to discuss learning. Phineas was a little surprised. If it weren't for the gloomy and dim environment, he thought he had come to the Ravenclaw common room. This weird atmosphere. It was completely different from when he was in school. That Malfoy kid over there. So he didn't take others seriously. Just ask where Erwin is and that's it. If Erwin was in the bedroom, he planned to ask the Malfoy boy to take him there. However, something happened that Phineas didn't expect. The wand suddenly appeared in Malfoy's hand, pointing to the portrait on the wall. Who are you and why are you looking for our prefect? The next moment, the other little wizards also noticed the movement. They all took out their wands and pointed them at Phineas on the wall. Phineas almost laughed angrily. He was actually pointed at by a Slytherin student with a wand one day? Or pointing to his portrait? What is this? You know, when he was alive, he was called the glory of Slytherin. After all, he was the first head of Slytherin ever to graduate. This aspect of the card was indeed carefully controlled. However, at this moment, the card was being pointed at by a Slytherin student. It's simply outrageous. He said at the beginning that more portraits should be hung in the Slytherin common room. At least let the Slytherin students remember him. It's okay now, it took too long. None of the Slytherin students recognized him. Although he was angry, Phineas felt more relieved. He also understood why Dumbledore asked him to come to Slytherin to visit. Slytherin is really different now. And this change was all brought about by Erwin. At this moment of tension, a lazy voice came. Erwin yawned and came down the stairs. What are you making a fuss about? All the little wizards turned to look over. Erwin looked in the direction where their wands were pointing. He was stunned for a moment. Hey, Principal Phineas? Why are you here? Why don't you put your wands away quickly and let you read more books? You have to go and herd pigs. Haven't you read the history of Hogwarts? Haven't you seen the image of Principal Phineas on the tree? A group of young wizards heard this. Some people who have read the book vaguely remember it. It seems that this is really their principal, the original Slytherin Glory, the only Slytherin-educated Hogwarts headmaster. All the little wizards quickly put away their wands. Erwin came down the stairs, bowing slightly. Sorry, Principal Phineas. They are ignorant and offended you. Phineas waved his hand. Forget it. After all, my era is too long ago. It's normal for them not to remember me. However, you should teach them more basic knowledge. You are their prefect. Erwin said, Okay, headmaster. You still haven't apologized to the headmaster. Who taught you to point your wand at our glorious headmaster of Slytherin, and, with your level, how could you still want to rely on it? Did your wand hurt the portrait? You don't have any brains. Phineas' face darkened. Co-author, this Erwin taught the little snake a lesson because they used the wrong method to deal with him? Is this still a person? A small snake quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Principal Phineas. Phineas waved his hand. Forget it. Erwin, find a photo frame and let's go to your dormitory to talk. Erwin nodded and glanced around. The photo frames touched by Erwin's gaze were filled with nervousness. Erwin thought for a while. Principal, wait a minute. I'll go out and find one for you. After all, the people in Slytherin are all our former seniors. Moving is really troublesome. With that, Erwin left the common room. Came to a picture frame. Look at the small corner marked below. Very good, a former Gryffindor student. Erwin said, Senior, can you move? The man in the portrait was shocked. What words are these? Just ask him to move when he comes up? Erwin doesn't talk nonsense either. He took out a knife directly. Senior, are you going to move on your own, or should I destroy your home and then find a new home? The face of the former Gryffindor senior in the portrait changed instantly. Evil Slytherin. Sure enough, you are evil to your core. After saying that, he didn't wait for Erwin to have an attack. Turn around and run. In a blink of an eye, he jumped into the photo frame next door. Then he ran towards another photo frame without stopping. The speed is so fast. Erwin returned to the common room carrying the empty picture frame. Okay, Principal. This one is a bit small, please make use of it first. Phineas nodded. He glanced at the name under the photo frame, more satisfied. You did great. Subsequently, a direct step. The next moment, it appeared in the photo frame in front of Erwin. Erwin watched this scene with interest. What is the principle of this? Phineas saw Erwin's confusion. Explained, don't think it's useless. Portraits are different from photos. Photos use developing potions. And some portraits that can move freely have extracted part of the power of the soul. Don't use useless brains. Living people extracting the power of the soul will affect your own reason and wisdom. Erwin was stunned. Isn't this just another kind of Horcrux? It doesn't have the effect of a Horcrux, but the principle is somewhat similar. As for what Phineas said, it will affect one's rationality and wisdom. Erwin has a deep understanding of this. Just look at Voldemort. In the original work, Voldemort was such a brilliant and smart person when he was a middle school student. But after the Horcrux was extracted, his IQ was not online, and he was also irritable and angry, like a fool. However, this portrait is quite interesting. Erwin thinks that he can study it if he has the opportunity, and maybe he can get some unexpected gains. This is Erwin's sixth sense, and he still believes in his sixth sense. I always feel that this thing may be useful one day in the future. Erwin picked up the picture frame. You guys keep busy with your work. Read more books and play less. I've said it so many times. After teaching the little snakes a lesson, Erwin went upstairs with the picture frame. The little snakes looked at each other, looking at the books on the table. Each of them smiled bitterly. They really tried hard. Erwin carried the picture frame back to his room. He placed the picture frame on the table in front of the window. Phineas looked out the window at the scenery outside. He sighed. I haven't been here for many years. I also lived on this floor, the only place in the Slytherin lounge where I could see the sun. I really miss it. Phineas was silent for a moment. Actually, I don't know either. Erwin was shocked. What did he hear? What did this guy just say? He doesn't know either? Phineas said, actually, this should be regarded as an ancient legend of Slytherin. I wonder if you have heard of it. There is a legend in Hogwarts and the inheritance left by the four giants? Erwin nodded. I read it in a book. It is said that after the establishment of Hogwarts, the four giants each left their own real inheritance. The book seems to have written the inheritance that is now exposed. It's Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. It was called Taboo. Phineas nodded. I have heard other portraits say this, but what if I tell you that the Chamber of Secrets is not the true heritage of Slytherin? Erwin was surprised. Isn't it the inheritance of Slytherin? Phineas said, according to legend, the strength of the four giants in their time was actually average at the beginning, but later, they got something from nowhere. No one knows what it was, and that's it. Things that made them the strongest people of that era. Founded Hogwarts. And there are rumors that they left this true inheritance in Hogwarts. The rules of hidden prefects were created by Slytherin himself, and every Slytherin headmaster will follow them. Word of mouth says that as long as you can get through the Hidden Prefects Challenge, you will gain the true inheritance of Slytherin. Erwin wondered, if that's the case, what about the inheritance of other colleges? They don't have the challenge of Hidden Prefects. Phineas shook his head. Then I don't know. How can the inheritance left by the four giants be obtained so easily? However, I have heard someone say a very interesting thing, that is, Dumbledore Leto actually received a complete Gryffindor inheritance, but I don't know if it's true or not. After all, Dumbledore himself didn't reveal it. Erwin nodded. That's it. Thank you, Principal. Phineas waved his hand. Don't thank me, it's not a big deal in itself. Besides, I heard other portraits say that you have already beaten the fifth-year Hidden Prefect, and there are only two people left in front of you. You are the one who has the most hope of truly knowing the truth about the Hidden Prefects Challenge. If you find out everything one day, tell me. I'm actually very curious too. Erwin smiled and said, don't worry, Principal. I can do it. Phineas said, okay, I just came to see you. While I still have time, why not let me see your spell level? Although the Muggle weapon you used is very lethal big, but you are a wizard after all. Erwin's eyes lit up. Judging from the meaning of these words, this person seems to want to guide him? This is the Principal of Hogwarts. He can become the Principal of Hogwarts as a Slytherin graduate. And if you think about it, when Phineas was in office, it seemed that Hogwarts was in a turbulent era. One can only imagine how much dark magic our most disliked principal in history has to master. No, why did you subconsciously think of black magic? How could a white wizard like him learn this kind of thing? Sure enough, he had been hanging out with the evil Slytherin for a long time, and he had become tainted with evil. Who would remember that Erwin was an honest man at heart? Sin. Erwin said, Principal Phineas, can you teach me some spells? Phineas said, magic spells? Can't the magic spells you are learning now satisfy you? Erwin said, you also know that the enemies I face are very strong, and they really want my life, so I need some ability to protect myself, preferably one with some lethality. Spell. Phineas understood. You want to learn dark magic? Erwin touched his nose. Principal, I think spells should not be divided into black and white, they are just a means to fight against the enemy. Just like weapons in the Muggle world, a long sword, can you say it is black or white? It can if you take away a person's life. Is he evil? So, in my opinion, the curse is a kind of weapon. It doesn't distinguish between good and evil, it just depends on the person who uses it. Phineas heard this. A smile appeared on his face. Very good, I saw you right. You are really the most qualified Slytherin. It's a pity that when I was in office, there was no little wizard like you. Otherwise, I think if you said such a thing at that time, if I say a few words, my proposal will definitely be agreed to by others. Erwin wondered, proposal? What proposal? Phineas waved his hand. It's nothing, it's all trivial. It's just that I wanted to change the defense against the dark arts class to a dark arts class, but the defensive one fell behind after all. Erwin was shocked. I'm asking the principal, he really has great ideas. This guy really shouldn't be headmaster at Hogwarts, he should be headmaster at Durmstrang. Phineas said, at that time, I felt that the teaching at Hogwarts was too gentle. It only taught the defense of dark magic. How could anyone think about defense before facing the enemy? Unfortunately, my proposal later it's such a shame that it wasn't approved. The corners of Erwin's mouth twitched slightly. Sure enough, this headmaster who everyone calls the most extreme is not without reason. Durmstrang is the most suitable school for this person. That place advocates black magic. However, a school that advocates black magic actually thinks that the black magic experiments done by our great Grindelwald are too dangerous. It is conceivable how outrageous our great Grindelwald is. Phineas's face was full of sighs, as if he regretted those who didn't know the goods at the time. Okay, let's not talk about this. Since you want to learn black magic, then let me see how well you have mastered black magic. Do you know any black magic? Erwin nodded. I really know some of this. Wait for me. Then Erwin snapped his fingers. The next moment he appeared on the shore of the Black Lake. He didn't dare to delay time and directly fished a big fish out of the black lake. Then he returned to his bedroom again, put the big fish on the ground beside him, draw the curtains mysteriously, pull out the magic wand, eat the big melon. In his room, Erwin was not afraid of being discovered. Erwin came up with a death curse. Yes, he is already a portrait, but he is also the headmaster of Hogwarts. Can you please respect him? Are you really not going to carry anyone behind your back? Erwin scratched his head. What a shame, Principal. I don't master the spell well. Phineas waved his hand. No, you have mastered it very well. Believe me, many dark wizards are not as skilled as you in using the death curse. Erwin was embarrassed. Look, how can this be exaggerated? His life-killing curse is only level 3. There is still 2 levels of room for improvement. Phineas looked at Erwin and sighed. Really, if he didn't really admire Erwin so much, and what Erwin just said really touched him, he should consider now how best to send Erwin to Azkaban. Phineas said, have you ever used the death curse on anyone else? Erwin said, very few. You also know that this unforgivable curse is a prison penetration curse and cannot be used easily. Phineas was shocked. He actually knew it? What a surprise. Phineas said, you are very proficient in using spells, and your techniques are also very good, but your usage skills are still a bit poor. In fact, you use too much magic. Erwin wondered, using too much magic? Phineas nodded. Take the death curse you used as an example. You should be very clear about the characteristics of the death curse. If you use it, you will die. Most of the time, you can't defend it. Since you have this characteristic, you don't have it at all. It is necessary to use so much magic power. You must know that when fighting between wizards, every bit of magic power is precious. Maybe your failure will be due to the lack of such a bit of magic power. Erwin nodded. For the next hour, Phineas also told Erwin a lot of tips on how to use magic spells. Erwin was very happy with these little tricks. This is the experience of a good dark wizard over many years. This is a teacher that no amount of money can find. Phineas said, okay, you need to digest what I said today. I will come over when I have time. You can ask me if you have any questions then. Erwin stood up. Bend down. Thank you, Principal. Phineas smiled. I like you very much. You are a real Slytherin. I have heard everything you are doing now. Slytherin has changed, so a leader is needed to restore Slytherin to its original state. He is the most suitable candidate. I look forward to seeing Slytherin become what I was back then. Above the portrait, return to blankness. Phineas has left. Like he said, he is different. He is different from other portraits. He can come and leave whenever he wants. And Erwin also gained another personal trainer of his. Bite. Congratulations to the host for receiving Phineas's teachings and now opening a temporary card pool, an exclusive card pool for attack spells. 30 times of free lottery draw. This lottery card pool is a limited time bonus card pool, and golden items are guaranteed to be released in the end. The card pool lasts for 1 hour. The host please use it as soon as possible. Erwin's eyes instantly lit up. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. It comes with a spell. Sure enough, what is missing is what is coming, and it's a guaranteed withdrawal. This system is simply hemorrhaging money. Erwin directly opened the lottery interface. A big wave of his hand. Come on, pump it for me. With a golden guarantee, what should Erwin be afraid of? That's it. No matter what happens, there is still a golden guarantee. Bite. The 10 consecutive draws are over. Congratulations on winning the prize. Thunderbolt Explosion X2. The ground is frozen and the weather is cold X1. The upside down golden bell X4. Magic proficiency X300. Erwin looked at the reward. It seems good. Thunderbolt Explosion can cause the cursed object to explode violently. It's quite powerful. However, this thing has a drawback, that is, after it hits an object, it will bounce back aimlessly. You may end up hurting yourself, just like in the original book. Miss Know-It-All made a thunderbolt explosion and broke Harry's wand. As for the freezing ground and the cold weather, this thing only appeared once in the original work, also from Miss Know-It-All. They were used to deal with the group of Cornish elves created by that idiot Lockhart. As for the golden clock at the end, it's a coincidence. This thing was also created by Snape. Erwin continues to draw. Bite. The 10 consecutive draws are over and rewards are distributed. Erwin's eyes lit up, and he seemed to see a purple light. Erwin quickly looked through the records. Broken to pieces X2. Quick confinement X1. Thousands of bullets fired simultaneously X3. Magic proficiency X300. Congratulations on receiving the purple reward Luo gift pack. Contains fire shield to protect the body, Vulcan to clear the way. Work hard young man, you will be the next Grindelwald. Erwin was shocked and stood up from the stool. His eyes were fixed on the purple reward on the virtual light screen, a big fire gift package, a fire shield to protect your body, and the god of fire clears the way. Erwin will never forget the blue flame in Grindelwald's hand in the movie, and the scene of the blue flame bone fighting the red flame phoenix. In 2 words, shocking. Compared with the Fiendfire gift pack, the other spells. That's called a spell? It's obviously just a toy for children to play with. In Erwin's heart, Erwin likes Fiendfire more than the unforgivable curse. No other reason, just because it's cool. Compared with a thing like Fiendfire, other spells really don't come. He's afraid that Fiendfire will misunderstand. After Erwin drew Fiendfire, the whole person was excited. I like it too much, really too much. He really wants to burn something. Shaking his head, Erwin quickly got rid of this idea from his mind. Don't mess around. If Hogwarts sets a fire, he will have to stay in Azkaban that night. Maybe he will have to live next door to Sirius. Be calm, don't waste time. This is Hogwarts, and Dumbledore is in charge. You must grow up in a sloppy way, and you must not waste time. But this is Fiendfire. Erwin couldn't stop laughing. To be honest, even if the last 10 draws were not given anything, just relying on this Fiendfire and the guaranteed golden reward, Erwin felt that it was already worth the money. Erwin was shocked. Damn it? I'm kidding, you really don't give me anything. You come up with a magic proficiency of 900. In addition to the guaranteed golden reward for co-authoring, is he just a bald guy? Bite. The golden guaranteed reward has been drawn. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Directional Skills. Directional Skills, all your single target attacks will become directional skills. Comes with tracking guidance. Erwin frowned. Directional skills? Tracking guidance? What use does this have for magic? But suddenly, Erwin was stunned. No, this thing seems to be more useful than he imagined. As everyone knows, gnawing a giant melon cannot be defended with magic spells. There are only a few known ways to stop chewing the big melon. The first one is the magic spell Lily used. The life-killing curse can be directly reflected, one life is exchanged for another. That is the passive resistance spell. This thing is a little unreasonable. In the original work, there were only 2 people who used this thing. One is Lily Potter. She used this spell to protect Harry Potter. Later, when Harry Potter was in the Forbidden Forest, he made up his mind to devote his life to getting rid of the Horcrux. He wanted to protect all the teachers and students at Hogwarts. At this moment, the passive resistance spell was transferred. Afterwards, Voldemort's spell failed on these teachers and students. Erwin calls this thing plot killing, because it is so unreasonable. The second method is to use twin wands. Refer to the Triwizard Tournament, when Harry Potter used Expelliarmus to attack waves. 2 wands with twin cores have a characteristic that they will not kill each other. If one party casts the death curse, the other party can use other spells to resist it. A very special flashback spell will be formed. The third way is to turn yourself into a Horcrux. This will make you immune to the life-killing curse. If one dies, the other one will be there, filled out with life. Similar to the Horcrux, the Phoenix can forcefully take the life-killing curse and then directly pass into Nirvana. This is outrageous. According to this idea, Phoenix may be a good shield. There is also a way to fix the bug in the original work. That's the Elder Wand. When someone uses the Elder Wand to release the death curse to attack the identified owner of the Elder Wand, the killing curse won't kill you. By coincidence, it's Harry Potter who is stuck with this bug. As for the unlucky guy, it is undoubtedly our noseless Mr. Riddle. Last resort. It is also the life-saving method used by most people in the wizarding world when facing the death curse. Although the death curse will not be blocked by magic spells, it will be blocked by solid objects. Things like walls, pillars, shields. God knows, our Harry Potter used this method to avoid Voldemort's death curse many times. Poor Voldemort. However, Erwin obtained this golden talent. But you can avoid this method cleverly. As long as the target is locked, it can be guided accurately. In other words, be good, Mom, my bullets will bend. This is simply a magical skill. If this thing were placed in Voldemort's hands, Voldemort can't point his finger at the sky. Does he want the sky to be unable to cover his eyes anymore? Of course, it seems to be similar to Erwin. At this moment, Erwin's eyes lit up. He thought of a bright point. System. Does this directional skill only deal with magic spells? Bite. Please let the host figure it out for himself. Erwin's eyes brightened. The system is not determined, that is to say, his idea is really possible to come true. What the system says is that all single targets are attacked. That's what it says. Erwin turned his palms. A pistol appeared in Erwin's hand. Then Erwin pulled the trigger directly. The next moment, the bullet hit the wall directly to Erwin's right. Erwin was shocked. It works, it actually works. He actually learned the long-lost art of turning bullets. This is a real bullet turn. Erwin's cock began to tremble with excitement. This is simply a magical skill. This time, he really can stop being a human being. Bite. The lottery is over and the limited time card pool is closed. Card pool notice: there will be a limited time holiday card pool on Christmas. Please host accumulate reputation points. Holiday card pool, great value for money. Erwin was stunned for a moment. Holiday card pool? Come to think of it, it seems like it's really almost Christmas. Next Wednesday is Halloween, and in a little over a month it's Christmas. Looking at his remaining 5,000 reputation points, Erwin himself was planning to smoke them all. But if there is a holiday card pool, Erwin felt as if he could accumulate more money. Save more when the time comes and have fun smoking. Erwin called up the system panel. Magic spells: flying spell, level 3, levitation spell, level 3, armor spell, level 3, expendable weapon, level 3, shadowless sharpness, level 3, occlumency, level 3, calling the gods, level 3, thunderbolt explosion, level 1, freezing the earth and cold the sky, level 1, hanging the golden bell, level 1, shattered to pieces, level 1, rapid imprisonment, level 1, all bullets, level 1, fire shield, level 1, fire god clearing the way, level 1, apparition purple lotus custom edition, level 3, killing curse, level 3, Imperious Curse, level 4, Cruciatus Curse, level 4, Magic Proficiency, 2900. He learned several more spells, and they were all level 1, but his current proficiency was only enough to upgrade 2 spells to level 3. The Hidden Prefect Challenge was the most important thing that Erwin was facing now, the true inheritance of Slytherin. Erwin was also very curious. Therefore, Erwin had to think about where to use this spell proficiency. In addition to adding points, Erwin could also practice on his own. However, spells at level 1 might fail to be released. Erwin thought it would be better to raise them all to level 2 first. At least it would be 100% successful, and the proficiency would increase faster if he practiced again. Then, Erwin started to add points. He used 800 magic proficiency. Erwin raised the 2 skills he had just mastered, including Fire Shield and Fire God Clearing, to level 2. Erwin nodded with satisfaction. There were still 2,100 spell proficiency left. Let's find a place to practice spells first, and then decide which one to add. Suppressing his urgency to directly raise Fire Shield and Fire God Clearing to level 3, Erwin began to think about where to go to practice spells. The most suitable place, the Room of Requirement. Where is this place? Erwin directly apparat to the corridor on the 8th floor. Not to mention, having the permission to apparate is so comfortable. It feels so comfortable to go anywhere without having to walk. Erwin finally realized Dumbledore's happiness. Come as soon as you say, leave as soon as you say. Erwin searched the corridor for the tapestry of the troll beating Barnabas silly. Such a unique tapestry. Still easy to find. At least even if it's as outrageous as Hogwarts, there are rarely things so abstract. It didn't take long for Erwin to find the tapestry. Stand in front of the tapestry. Erwin pouted. So ugly. I don't know where someone found such an ugly thing. In short, Erwin really doesn't know where to complain about Hogwarts. No, the aesthetics of everyone in the wizarding world. So peculiar. Erwin thought about his needs. Think silently in your heart. I need a room to practice black magic, the kind that can withstand the fire god's way. Erwin then walked back and forth in front of that wall 3 times. Keep your own needs in mind. After 3 times, Erwin stopped. Looking at the unruffled wall, Erwin scratched his head. No? Why? Did you look in the wrong place? Or is it that what you did was wrong? Erwin tried hard to recall the records in the original book. There seems to be nothing wrong. Although it has been a long time since I saw the original work, Erwin had forgotten many details, but for a place like the Room of Requirement, Erwin will never forget. Erwin groped his chin. Is it possible that my requirements are a bit too high? Can't get enough of the Room of Requirement? By the way, that must be the case. The magic spell of Vulcan Kaideo uses strong fire. Fierce fire can burn Horcruxes, and everything is incombustible. No matter how magical the Room of Requirement is, it should not be able to stop fierce fire. Also, he seemed to be going a little too far. As a young wizard, how could he want a room for practicing black magic? This itself is wrong. This is Hogwarts. Erwin summarized his experience. Ahem, I want a room to practice magic spells. Then, the same process is repeated. After Erwin wandered around for 3 times, on the wall, a smooth door suddenly appeared. Erwin's eyes lit up. It was done. Subsequently, Erwin opened the door and walked in. The moment Erwin entered the room, wall restoration. No one can tell what happened here. End of corridor. Our dear Professor Bat emerges from the shadows. There was some confusion on his face. How did he know about the existence of the Room of Requirement? Did Dumbledore tell him? Snape shook his head. Didn't think much about it. Continue patrolling the corridors. After Erwin enters the room of requirement, start looking at everything around you. Don't tell me, it's pretty good. There were 2 tin men standing on the ground. There are benches nearby for resting. Erwin didn't know what the room of requirement was about. Anyway, it's quite amazing. There are windows on both sides. This overturned Erwin's speculation that the room of requirement was inside the walls of Hogwarts in his previous life. Now it seems that this seems more like Platform 9 3/4, space folding, or the other world? Erwin felt that he should study it when he had time. This is not the same as a Muggle banishing spell. Just give an example. Take our lovely Platinum family for example. They are nobles in the magical world, but their castle and manor are in the Muggle world. It's just that the Muggle expelling curse has been released, so it will be subconsciously ignored. However, he himself exists there. If it rains in the Muggle world, and even if they have a Muggle expelling curse, it will still rain on the manor. This is because they are in the same space. But Platform 9 3/4 and the Room of Requirement are different. For example, when Erwin entered school, before he entered the platform where the Hogwarts Express was located, the Muggle platform was sunny and sunny. However, it was raining lightly inside Platform 9 3/4. This means that they are no longer in the same space. This technology interested Erwin very much. At least as far as Erwin knows, only Hogwarts currently controls this technology. Those 28 pure-blood tribes that have been passed down for a long time do not know this, and Erwin does not know about it from other countries. Anyway, German Shepherd Strong won't, but Daxia should. After all, every legend can find some basis for reality. A country like Daxia, which has a long history and has many myths, is destined to have unknown abilities. If only Erwin could master this ability. Wouldn't that create a truly safe place? This is worth doing. But these are still too far away now. Erwin just thinks about it. It's always good to have a dream. Without dreams, what is the difference between a person and a salted fish? Erwin stretched. Next, it's time to have a big fight. With so many spells, Alvin is going to start to improve his proficiency. Alvin aimed at the Tin Man and threw a thunderbolt explosion. With a bang, the Tin Man was blown away directly. But the next moment he returned to his original position. Alvin began his own leveling project. At the same time, in Professor Quirrell's office, Professor Quirrell was talking to our parasite with a panicked face. Master, it really can't work. Voldemort's weak voice came, how dare you refute me? Quirrell, don't forget, your life is in my hands. Professor Quirrell said, I know, Master, but Alvin really can't work. Please, Master, don't look for him, okay? I feel respect for Alvin again. Please, Master. Voldemort was also a little confused at this time. In fact, he just mentioned to Professor Quirrell that he wanted to meet Alvin, but he was opposed by Quirrell. Since meeting Quirrell, this is the first time that Quirrell will oppose him. Voldemort said angrily, Quirrell, do you want to die? Voldemort was annoyed, I just met him once. You don't need to worry about the rest. I won't hurt him, I can even teach him in person. You don't understand the meaning of the surname Cavendish. You don't know what's behind it. Professor Quirrell said, then Master, I can help you call him over, but please, don't hurt him. I feel the long-lost respect from him. Even if he is just because of his cultivation and his family education, I am still very grateful to him. Voldemort was helpless. What the hell is going on? Erwin didn't have much contact with Quirrell. Why did he instigate a rebellion for his loyal servant? Dare to refute his words? But Voldemort was too lazy to care about these. Cavendish, he was finally going to see Cavendish again. It's a pity that he knew Cavendish's secret too late. When he knew Cavendish's secret, he wanted to find someone from the Cavendish family. Erwin's parents have left the magic world and are under protection. Even he has no chance to do it. However, he did not expect that he would see the Cavendish family again. He also saw it when Hogwarts was attacked. In addition to sighing at Dumbledore's power, he also knew that this generation of Cavendish was in Hogwarts. No wonder he felt that the name Cavendish sounded familiar at the beginning, but he did not think in this direction at the time. It was not until the day when Hogwarts was attacked that he remembered this thing that had been deeply hidden in his memory. Professor Quirrell left the office, came to the Slytherin common room, came to the door of the common room, just met Malfoy who had just returned from the library to borrow books. Don't say it, our little Malfoy is really hardworking now. Born from a pure-blood family, under the guidance of old Malfoy, Draco attaches great importance to Malfoy's glory. Erwin's words have an inspiring effect on ordinary little wizards. It will also slowly produce a brainwashing effect. But the ones who were really affected the most by those words were people like Malfoy who were born in pure-blood families. The decline of the 28 pure-blood families has even cut off the inheritance of many families. These little guys value honor more, so they are naturally more easily affected by Erwin's words. After seeing Professor Quirrell, Malfoy frowned. He was about to avoid it, but suddenly thought of Erwin's words. True nobles never show superiority or bully the weak. True nobles have cultivation far beyond ordinary people, and cultivation is the foundation of their nobility. Malfoy came to Professor Quirrell. "Hello, Professor Quirrell, what can I do for you?" Quirrell was stunned. How many years have he not heard such polite words for how many years? In addition to Erwin, Malfoy is another person who can speak to him in this tone. Professor Quirrell's eyes were slightly moist. He once again had the idea of regret in his heart. He should not have been in cahoots with Voldemort. Malfoy did not get a response from Professor Quirrell. He looked at Professor Quirrell in confusion. "Professor, are you okay?" Professor Quirrell quickly came back to his senses. "I'm fine, I want to find Erwin. Is he there?" Malfoy said, "I don't know. The prefect may be resting. I'll go and call him for you? Why don't you come in and wait for a while?" Professor Quirrell waved his hand. "No, just tell him that I have something to do with him. I'll wait for him in the office. If he's not here, you can tell him when he comes back." Malfoy nodded. "Then Professor, take care." Professor Quirrell turned and left. Then Malfoy walked into the common room with two followers. "Did you notice? Professor Quirrell didn't stutter just now," Crabbe said. Malfoy was stunned for a moment. "Don't say it, it's true." "Okay, I'll go find the prefect, you guys read books first." The two followers nodded. The two were also poor students themselves. But these days, under Erwin's high-pressure policy, all the little snakes turned into Scroll Kings. They also started reading books. As a result, they really found fun in the book. Their grades also improved by leaps and bounds. In fact, Crabbe and Goyle's qualifications are not bad. It's just that their appearance gives people a very silly feeling. But in fact, these two guys are really capable. Let's not talk about anything else, just say it's the final battle of Hogwarts. Harry's trio went to the room of requirement to deal with the last Horcrux, Ravenclaw's diadem. Then they met the Malfoy trio. Then, the three of them basically fought back and forth. Harry Potter, Dumbledore forced to cheat. Hermione, a pure academic master. Ron, forget it, let's talk about the next one. However, in this case, the two trios almost fought to a draw. In the end, Crabbe directly used the Fiendfire. He lit up the room of requirement. Can the Fiendfire thing be learned casually? So, from this point of view, these two followers seem silly, but they are actually capable. Under such circumstances, the Malfoy trio actually became the leaders of the first-year class of Slytherin except for Alvin. Not to mention others, Alvin was shocked. Not long after, Malfoy came down. Goyle asked, "How is it, Master Malfoy? Have you told the prefect?" Malfoy shook his head. "The prefect is not here. Maybe he went out when we went to the library. I'll tell him when he comes back." Crabbe and Goyle nodded. They didn't ask any more questions. On the other side, Alvin, who didn't know that Voldemort was thinking about him. At this time, the wand was whizzing out spells. For efficiency, Alvin added 2 more Tin Men, practicing 4 spells at the same time. It can save the process of recovering a Tin Man. The only problem is that Alvin's arm is sore. Waving the wand is also very physically demanding. Moreover, the magic power in Alvin's body has been exhausted. Directly activated the backup energy. Time passed bit by bit. Erwin didn't know how long he had been practicing, until he heard a clear reminder sound. Ding! Congratulations, your 10,000 bullets has been upgraded to level 3. Erwin forced himself to sit on the chair. There were still 2,100 points of magic proficiency left. Erwin did not hesitate at all. He added Fire Shield and Fire God to the top. Finally, there were 100 points left. When Erwin was about to close his personal information, he suddenly saw the proficiency behind the disarming spell, 9,900/10,000. Isn't this a coincidence? Erwin directly added the remaining 100 points of proficiency. After the Imperious and Cruciatus Curse, the third 4th level spell appeared. This disarming spell was purely practiced by Erwin himself. After coming to Hogwarts, this spell was used too many times. Although Erwin's talent for ordinary spells is only 6, hard work can make up for one's shortcomings. After using it so many times, Erwin has accumulated a lot of proficiency. However, the talent is still a bit low. Looking at the talents that are not full of 10 on the personal panel, Erwin is getting more and more annoying. Wait until the Christmas holiday draw, and add a lot of points. Otherwise, with the efforts of these little snakes now, Erwin was afraid that he could not roll them. Erwin closed his personal panel. The magic power in his body recovered a little. Erwin stood up. He planned to go back and rest. When he walked to the door, Erwin stopped. He had an idea. It is known that the Fiendfire needs ignition to keep burning. Then the iron sheet should not be considered as ignition. It should be okay if I try it a little bit myself? Really, I am too curious. His magic power has not recovered much now. Either he can apparate back to the dormitory, or release a small fiend fire to experience it. Erwin thought that it should be okay for young people to walk a few steps. Life lies in movement. Erwin quickly found a reason for himself. He decided to use the god of fire to open the way and experience it. Although his current magic power is definitely not as good as Grindelwald, it should be okay to have a little fun. Thinking of this, Erwin strolled back to a place not far from the Tin Man. He coughed lightly. Then he waved the wand gently. Vulcan opens the way. Let's make a change here. The normal Vulcan opens the way should be a spell to control fire. In the original book, when Dumbledore used Vulcan to open the way in the Half-Blood Prince, he first used a spell to summon fire, and then the famous scene of Vulcan opening the way. This is changed to a system product, with Fiendfire released. As long as Vulcan opens the way, it is Fiendfire who takes action. The main point is to get it done in one step. Of course, the ability to control fire is also there. The next moment, from Erwin's wand, a bird condensed with purple flames flew out from the wand, flying towards the Tin Man in front of him. The moment the purple bird hit the Tin Man, the iron skin was quickly dissolved. Erwin had not had time to get excited about the joy of using Vulcan to open the way for the first time. Only the next moment, after the iron skin was burned, the inside was exposed. Erwin's face changed instantly. Damn! Cutting corners, how come there is wood inside? The moment the purple flame touched the wood, it was nourished by the fuel. Instantly, the purple flame burned. In just a moment, the Tin Man was burned to ashes. Then, the flame fell on the floor. The wooden floor also burned instantly. Erwin muttered to himself, I seem to have caused trouble. Erwin figured this out and hurriedly prepared to remedy it. Extinguish the fiend fire. How to do it? The spell stops immediately. No, the spell stops immediately and cannot extinguish the fiend fire. And even if it can be extinguished, Erwin has not learned it. 10,000 spells end. Yes, there is nothing wrong with it, that is, 10,000 spells end. Damn, I can't do it either. Seeing the flames getting bigger and bigger, Erwin was a little anxious. What should I do? If I don't take care of it, this fiendfire might burn all over Hogwarts today. Thinking for a moment, Erwin snapped his fingers. Got it. Erwin turned and ran, and the door of the room of requirement opened. Erwin came to the corridor. Shouted, Professor Snape, save me. The next moment, Erwin's voice had just fallen. A black shadow came in front of Erwin. Erwin saw this familiar black-robed figure. He breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, our dear Professor Snape must be within 3 steps. The moment Snape landed, he drew out his wand and looked around vigilantly. What's going on? Erwin pointed to the room of requirement behind him, which had not yet closed. Snape turned his head and looked. His eyes widened instantly. At this time, in the room of requirement, the purple flames had already heated up under the nourishment of the wooden floor. At first glance, it looked like a purple ocean. Snape pointed his wand directly. A stream of water gushed out from the wand. However, the next moment, the water was directly evaporated and turned into steam. Snape's expression changed instantly. Fierce fire? Erwin scratched his head awkwardly. Isn't it pretty? Snape really wanted to hang Erwin up and beat him up. Snape flashed into the room of requirement. The next moment, the wand touched the ground directly. All curses end. Say the incantation. A golden light curtain suddenly appeared, heading towards the fierce fire cover. Where the light curtain swept away, the flames on the ground gradually subsided. Not long after, the purple flame completely dissipated. Erwin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was extinguished, otherwise, he would have been in big trouble today. Erwin tiptoed and prepared to leave. Mr. Cavendish, where do you want to go? Erwin's body stiffened suddenly. It's broken, it's over, and the breath of death is coming. Snape had called him by his last name. One can imagine how angry Snape was. Erwin turned his head away with a grimace. What? I think it's getting late. I'm going to go back to bed, dear Professor Snape. Snape's face showed no emotion or anger, but there seemed to be burning flames in his eyes. Cavendish, do you really want to die? Can you master the magic spell of Li Huo? How dare you use Li Huo? If I am not here today, do you know what the consequences will be? Li Huo will set the whole Hogwarts on fire. Not only you, but also the other little wizards will die. Even if you escape from the fire, Azkaban will be waiting for you. How dare you use fire in Hogwarts? Snape's voice became a little shrill. It was also the first time for Erwin to see Snape like this. He knew Snape was really angry this time. Erwin lowered his head. Sorry, Professor. Snape took a deep breath to suppress the anger in his heart. I don't want a next time. Erwin, you are too reckless. You are a Slytherin, not a Gryffindor. Erwin nodded quickly. No, don't worry, Professor. Snape snorted. At least I'm not that curious anymore. But don't tell me, the purple flame is really cool. Erwin feels that his current spell training is a bit off. Everything is purple. The big melon is purple when chewed, and the fire is also purple. As we all know, in the formula of all novels, those who can play the same attack with different colors are the best. Sure enough, he, Elvin Cavendish, is the protagonist. The real protagonist. A cool batch. Whistling, Erwin strolled back to the Slytherin common room. Now the magic power in Erwin's body can be said to be completely empty. Nothing left. Erwin needs to take a nap and quickly regain his magic power. There seems to be no way to restore magic power in the wizarding world. Take medicine and sleep, those are the two ways. How about saying that wizards are lagging behind? Can't even meditate. Look at other people's novels, the mage can meditate back to blue. After returning to the Slytherin common room, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. The magic power in Erwin's body has only recovered about 1/10. Such empty magic made Erwin feel very insecure. Enter the code and the door to the common room opens. Erwin walked in. Beside the fireplace, there were several little wizards sitting. They were gathering together, holding books, discussing and studying with each other. Erwin was very satisfied. Look, this is Slytherin's hope. What a great group of kids. If one day Slytherin can be like Ravenclaw, all academic masters, plus Slytherin's own blood attributes, Erwin feels that the day will come when Slytherin becomes the strongest house. A group of young wizards also saw Erwin coming back. Stand up quickly. Prefect. Erwin nodded, that's right. Keep up this momentum, Slytherin's future will be brilliant because of you. The little wizards felt more motivated after hearing this. I wish I could just stuff the book in my hand into my head. Malfoy came to Erwin, Prefect. Professor Quirrell is here to see you, but you won't be here at that time. He asked you to go to the office to find him. The expression on Erwin's face stiffened. Quirrell? Mr. Socket, what the fuck? Why did you catch this guy? Erwin would not think that it was Quirrell who wanted to see him. He could ask Quirrell to come to him, designated by the Socket Master. Malfoy saw Erwin's expression. What's wrong, Prefect? Is there something wrong? Erwin shook his head, it's okay. You can continue studying. I'll go back and clean up. Malfoy nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Erwin came to his dormitory. Sit in a chair. Erwin frowned. What does the Socket guy want when he comes to find him? Erwin kept his distance from this Socket guy. After all, this guy is really not that easy to deal with. Even though he lost at the hands of Dumbledore, the performance in the original work was also a bit awkward, but that was all calculated by Dumbledore and added to the plot. If Voldemort is really worthless, why did Dumbledore plot against Voldemort when he was so powerful? On the one hand, because of the existence of Horcruxes, Dumbledore could not kill Voldemort without solving all the Horcruxes. On the other hand, this is not a fear of the Socket and a recognition of the strength of the Socket, especially after witnessing Dumbledore's strength. Erwin's heart was already full of vigilance towards these old men. The battle between Dumbledore and those men in black robes that day really shocked Erwin. The flames that almost dyed the entire sky red. It's simply outrageous. And how strong was Voldemort, who fought back and forth with Dumbledore at his peak? Erwin shuddered subconsciously. Horrible Socket sperm. Erwin's mental communication system. What level is the Socket's magic power? Bite. Peak Voldemort, the magic power is from level 6 up to level 7 down. Erwin scratched his head. Do you want to listen to what you were saying, between 6 and 7? It's 6.5. Bite. It's okay for the host to say so. Voldemort's magic power at his peak was indeed higher than level 6, but he could not reach level 7. Erwin said, then if the true combat power can be visualized, what level is Voldemort at? Bite. According to the system data, if all factors are considered in terms of actual combat power, Voldemort's combat power should reach level 8. Dumbledore and Pete Grindelwald are also at this level. Erwin frowned, that's not right. Is Voldemort so powerful? Bite. The system only simulates Voldemort's peak state. This state is Voldemort's best age, best strength, and no split Horcruxes. Erwin understood. The lovely Mr. Socket, splitting the Horcrux weakened himself. Tisk tisk tisk, I'm afraid he's a fool. Erwin asked, what about me? Bite. Simulate the current age of the host and control the curse. Without considering thermal weapons, the host's combat power is about level 5. Note, what we are talking about here is when the host is at full firepower. Elvin thought for a moment. According to this, Voldemort, who only has a face left, should not be much stronger than me. Can you study it yourself? I've told you everything. What fun do you have? A little trick doesn't count. If you trick too much, it will be boring. Elvin pouted. A stingy system. Sure enough, this system is not very good. The system is no longer able to complain. This is not very good? What is good? How about making you a god directly? Elvin considered whether to meet the socket spirit. He didn't know what the socket spirit wanted to find him, especially now that Dumbledore was not around. Who knew if Voldemort would have any bad intentions? But, to be honest, Elvin was really curious about Voldemort. After thinking for a long time, Elvin felt that he should go to see Voldemort. If Elvin didn't even dare to meet a Voldemort who was extremely weak, how could he face those unknown enemies? Erwin snapped his fingers. It was a happy decision. With the apparition, Erwin was safer in both advance and retreat, so it was not impossible to meet the socket spirit, but some preparations had to be made. Erwin flipped his wrist. The next moment, killer weapons appeared on the table. Erwin checked the safety of all weapons. Then he filled the magazines. With these toys in apparition, Erwin felt much more reliable. He felt the magic power in his body, and 30% of the magic power was restored. It was enough for Erwin to use apparition 4 or 5 times. Erwin felt that it was enough. In this case, let's go meet our Mr. Socket. Erwin adjusted his changing clothes. The power of the attack spell was reduced by 30% before meeting. This wave, the advantage is mine. Erwin did not apparition directly. The time on the road can also allow Erwin to recover some magic power. As for why he didn't wait until the magic power was fully restored before meeting the socket spirit, there was no time. Before knowing Voldemort's purpose, Erwin didn't want to show abnormality. After all, under normal circumstances, when the professor called the students should go there as soon as possible. Not long after, Erwin arrived at the door of Professor Quirrell's office. Erwin turned his wrist, and the wand appeared in Erwin's hand. Then, Erwin used his robe to hide his wand under his sleeves. Then he knocked on the door. Professor Quirrell, I'm Erwin. Soon, the door of the office opened. Professor Quirrell ran over to open the door himself. After seeing Erwin, Professor Quirrell's eyes were filled with unconcealed happiness. Erwin, you're here. Erwin nodded. But he quickly reacted. Why didn't Quirrell stutter anymore? Professor Quirrell? You're talking. Professor Quirrell said, I don't know what happened, I suddenly stopped stuttering. Erwin smiled and said, then congratulations, Professor Quirrell. Professor Quirrell nodded, thank you, Erwin. Come in and sit down. Erwin nodded and walked into the office. Professor Quirrell closed the door. Erwin asked, Professor Quirrell, what do you want to talk to me about? Professor Quirrell hesitated and was about to speak. Behind his head, Voldemort suddenly spoke. Okay, let me do it. I think our Mr. Cavendish already knows about my existence. Professor Quirrell nodded. Then he looked at Erwin. Erwin, don't be afraid. Someone wants to see you. Don't worry, they have no ill will towards you. Erwin nodded, without showing any fake surprise on his face. I can already hear it from what Voldemort said just now. Voldemort saw through him. This is why Erwin doesn't like dealing with such people. His brain is really not as good as these guys who have lived for so many years. Professor Quirrell took off the scarf wrapped around his head. Then he turned around. A face that looked a little disgusting slowly emerged. Erwin couldn't help but frown. Voldemort said, is it ugly? Alas, I don't want to. Erwin said, to be honest, it's a bit offensive, but it's really ugly. Voldemort smiled and said, you are honest, I'm curious, how do you know about my existence? Erwin tightened the wand in his hand. Everyone has their own secrets, right? Voldemort said, yes. It's true. You look a lot like Pearson. Elvin was stunned for a moment. Pearson Cavendish is the name of his grandfather. Elvin asked, sir, do you know my grandfather? Voldemort said, yes. Or rather, we are very familiar with each other. I also started the prefect challenge. And at that time, the hidden prefect of the 4th grade was your grandfather, and I was defeated by him. That was my first failure. I can't forget now, the terrible spell that your grandfather was so skilled in. Elvin heard this. He was even more alert. This damn, the socket is not planning to take revenge across generations. That's really a bit unethical. Voldemort said, don't be nervous. If you use more strength, the wand under your robe may be broken by you. Elvin was shocked. This guy, perspective eyes? Is it so awesome? Don't be surprised. Just like you said, everyone has their own secrets, and I certainly have them too. I have no ill will towards you. After hearing this, Erwin did not let down his guard. Instead, he became more alert. As we all know, there is a rule in this world. When a person says he has no ill will towards you, this person's ill will is often the greatest. Just like in the previous life, many people on the internet taught others how to make money, but in fact, they just wanted to make money from you. It's the same principle. Erwin asked, so, sir, what do you want to talk to me about today? Voldemort said, nothing, just to meet an old friend. Your grandfather and I actually had a very good relationship at the beginning. Unfortunately, he left the magic world later, which is really a pity. Your grandfather is really a genius. Unfortunately, he left the magic world later. Otherwise, he would be a big figure in the magic world. Erwin nodded slightly. Thank you for your praise, sir. If my grandfather heard it, he would be very happy too. Erwin didn't know what Voldemort's purpose was, but since this guy wanted to argue here, then Erwin would argue with him. Anyway, Alvin wasn't sleepy, so who doesn't know how to chat? If you like to chat, then chat. Voldemort is not in a hurry, and he is even less anxious. Given Voldemort's current state, how much power does he have to chatter here? Sooner or later, he will tell you his purpose. Voldemort sighed. Erwin, you are in danger now. Pearson is my best friend, and I really want to protect you, but you also saw it. I can't do it, so you should be more careful in the future. Erwin was stunned. Voldemort? Is this caring about him? Something is wrong, it is very wrong. How can Voldemort, who has extracted the Horcrux, care about others? His mind is not normal. Erwin thought about it and felt that he should continue to talk in accordance with Voldemort's thoughts. That's a pity. Sir, you know, I have always admired you. However, I think Hogwarts should be safe for the time being. Voldemort said. No, Erwin, you don't understand. You don't know how terrifying the enemy you are going to face is. Hogwarts can't protect you for too long. Erwin said. Then sir, what should I do? Voldemort sneered inwardly. Sure enough, I still took the bait. Voldemort thought for a moment. You need to find a more powerful wizard to learn from. Erwin nodded. You are right. Do you mean to ask me to find Professor Dumbledore? Voldemort was stunned for a moment. No, that's not how the script was written. Shouldn't I seek his apprenticeship? Then he can rely on this relationship and Erwin's desire for power to control Erwin. Why did he just go to Dumbledore's apprenticeship? Did he mean it? Are all the little wizards today so poor at understanding? But having said all that, Voldemort certainly wouldn't let Dumbledore pick the peach. Voldemort said, although it is a good choice. But Erwin, you have to know. Dumbledore has a good impression of Gryffindor. But even if he doesn't admit it, he does have a prejudice against Slytherin. So, I don't think you'll learn any good spells if you go to Dumbledore. Erwin said with some distress. Then what should I do? By the way, I can also find Professor Snape. Professor Snape is very powerful, or Professor McGonagall, who is also very powerful. Flitwick, the same goes for professors. I can go to them for advice. Voldemort was numb. What's going on? Such a good teacher is right in front of you. Are you blind? Voldemort's soul power was already somewhat weak. He was too lazy to continue arguing with Erwin. If you are willing, I can teach you. I think I am higher than their level. You need some powerful magic now, and I can help you with this. Erwin pretended to be surprised. Is it really possible? But your current condition doesn't seem to be very good. Voldemort said. It doesn't matter. For the descendants of my best friend, I think I can persist. This can be regarded as the last thing I do for my best friend. Erwin said. Thank you so much for your generosity, sir. Voldemort said. You should call me teacher now. Erwin nodded. Yes, teacher. Voldemort said. It's getting late. You go back and rest. Come over tomorrow night and I will teach you some real skills. Erwin stood up and bowed slightly. Thank you, teacher. Teacher, please have a good rest. I will be here on time tomorrow night. Voldemort's face gradually faded away. Professor Quirrell turned his head and wrapped the scarf around his head again. There was some hesitation on his face. Want to say something? Erwin raised his finger to his mouth. Professor Quirrell's pupils contracted slightly. Erwin said, Professor Quirrell, I will go back and rest first. Quirrell nodded. Okay, Erwin, go back. I'll wait for you in the office tomorrow. Erwin nodded. Then he turned and left Quirrell's office. Go a long way. Erwin was relieved. Putting the wand away. It's kind of interesting that Voldemort actually wanted to take him as his disciple. Of course, Erwin wouldn't think that Voldemort really wanted to teach him. The so-called best friends are all nonsense. Voldemort's ultimate goal was to use him. The reason why Erwin agreed was simply that Voldemort wanted to use him. Why didn't he want to use Voldemort? Apart from anything else, Voldemort's knowledge and level were there. There are only a few wizards who can be called legendary. Voldemort is among them. With such a good personal trainer, Erwin would certainly not give up. As for what Voldemort wanted to use him for, then we don't know who is taking advantage of whom. Erwin is familiar with the plot, and many plots are laid out in advance. If he couldn't defeat Voldemort, he would be really embarrassed. Erwin's biggest advantage over them is that he knows all the plot developments, and on top of the plot development, do some little tricks. Erwin felt that this was not difficult. Getting more benefits from Voldemort is the way to maximize profits. Don't tell me, Voldemort's apprentice, I'm a little excited just thinking about this status. The next day, it was already past 9 o'clock when Erwin woke up. Washed up a bit, Erwin thought about it and decided to go to Diagon Alley. It is also time to start some layout of the magical world. Erwin directly apparat. Appears at the door of the leaky cauldron. Erwin felt the magic in his body. Good guy. This is too far. The magic power in Erwin's body is not enough. A backup magic source was also used. But this is also thanks to the rewards given by the system. If it were any other wizard, unless it was Dumbledore. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a phantom to come over. If I remember correctly, there is a vanishing cabinet in the room of requirement that is connected to the Borgen box door. That thing is quite convenient. You should study it when you get back. If the research is clear, it will be more convenient for Erwin to come to Diagon Alley. Although you have to go through Nocturne Alley. But for other wizards, Nocturne Alley was very dangerous, but Erwin had nothing to fear from flying upside down. Erwin pushed open the door and entered the leaky cauldron. Tom was dozing off at the counter. There were very few people in the bar. The wind chime at the door woke old Tom. Tom glanced up. A flash of silver caught the eye. "Ha, little wizard? I remember you, Erwin. Erwin Cavendish, right?" Erwin nodded, "Yes. Hello, I haven't seen you for a while." Tom said, "Shouldn't you be studying at Hogwarts? How did you end up at the leaky cauldron?" Erwin said, "I want to go to Diagon Alley." Tom didn't ask any more questions, and he didn't even think that Erwin left the academy on his own. Just think of it as asking for leave from the school professor. After all, a young wizard left Hogwarts and came to Diagon Alley on his own. He had never encountered such an outrageous thing in the leaky cauldron for so many years. Tom said, "Then go there by yourself." Erwin nodded. "Come to the brick wall." Erwin tapped his wand, and the entrance to Diagon Alley opened. Erwin walked right in, walking towards his own shop. Erwin's luck was good when he chose the store. There happened to be a store with a good location for rent. On the left is Ollivander's wand shop, on the right is the bookstore, and opposite is the dessert shop. It can be said that the flow of people in this store is extremely huge. After arriving at the store, old Tom nodded, "Yes. Master, why are you here suddenly?" Erwin said, "Come and take a look, and prepare some things by the way. Some plans can also be started." Old Tom's eyes lit up. "Is it the plan about the communications company that you mentioned, Master?" Erwin nodded, Yes. How are you paying attention to the things I asked you to pay attention to?" Old Tom said, as the young master thought, "Just some time ago, the mobile phone company you asked me to pay attention to launched a flip phone. The price is quite high, but it is still very convenient." Erwin raised the corners of his mouth. "That's right. Do you have it in your hand?" Old Tom nodded and took out a mobile phone he had prepared in advance. Erwin took it. "It's so ugly, but as the first mobile phone in the history of mobile phones to reduce its weight to this extent, this can almost be regarded as a milestone product." Erwin said, "I'll take this mobile phone with me, and I'll do some research, do some experiments, and when I finish the research, we can also have a monopoly industry." Old Tom hesitated and said, "Isn't it a little premature, young master? Now that we have intervened in the magic material business, some pureblood families are already dissatisfied. If we really have a monopoly industry, those pureblood families it won't be bad for us." Erwin was surprised. Has it attracted the attention of the pureblood family? Which family knows about it? Old Tom said, "It's Yaxley." The corner of Erwin's mouth rose. "It is indeed them. It seems that my luck is still as good as ever." Old Tom wondered, "Master, what should we do? Do you want to bring our people over?" Erwin shook his head. "Don't worry, it's not time yet. When Yaxley comes for trouble again, let them do it. But let more people know. Yaxley is targeting us. And we are just poor first-year Hogwarts wizards who have some money to open a shop and want to make some money. We are just the unlucky ones. We are the disadvantaged group." Old Tom nodded. "I understand, Master." A cold light flashed in Erwin's eyes. "No matter which world or era we are in, the weak side will always make people feel bad, right? The rabbit will bite when it is anxious, and by the time the rabbit bites, it has already occupied the commanding heights, because it is the weak side. Old Tom said, "Okay, young master, I will arrange it." Erwin leaned back on his chair. "Is there anything going on with the family?" Old Tom shook his head. "No, it's the same as before." Erwin nodded. "That's okay. Stretch out your arms." Without any hesitation, Old Tom directly handed his arm to Erwin. Erwin's wand touched the purple lotus mark on Old Tom's arm. Subsequently, activate the magic power and create the sound transmission spell. After a while, Erwin removed his wand. "Okay. From now on, you can contact me directly through the purple lotus mark, and you can talk to me directly. Now it is more convenient for me to come to Diagon Alley. If there is any problem, just call me and I will rush over. You have no magic power, so I have made some changes for you. You can contact me directly by pressing your finger on the top of the purple lotus mark." Old Tom curiously looked at the purple lotus mark on his hand that seemed unchanged. Erwin said, "After this semester is over, I will think of a way to see if I can give you magic power. Old Tom was instantly excited. Me, can I also have magic power? After coming to the magical world, Old Tom saw too many magical things, so I have longed for magic. But without magic power, he has no chance to use magic in his life. But now, Erwin told him that it would allow him to have magic and enter the world of magic. Erwin nodded. Yeah, there are some ways, but it should be quite difficult. Let's try it after the holidays. Although Erwin already knew from Snape's mouth, it is said that Grindelwald had the means to allow ordinary people to obtain magic. But let's not talk about the issue of authenticity for now. Just saying that his Grindelwald is not that easy to deal with. Trading this thing is generally based on mutual needs, which is the prerequisite for trading. But is Grindelwald missing something? He lacks nothing. Grindelwald is bound to Nurmengard. If he really wanted to, it would be too easy to get out. It was just because of a promise that he was bound to the tower. Therefore, it is impossible for Grindelwald to need anything. If he really wants something, there will be saints who will get it for him. Erwin really couldn't think of any way to make a deal with a character like Grindelwald. However, if there was any hope, Erwin had to give it a try. What if, right? Moreover, Erwin was very curious about Grindelwald. In other words, a bit of worship? After all, Grindelwald's concepts and ideals are very advanced. It is precisely because he is too advanced that he is not accepted by those in the magic world. Grindelwald's only mistake was that he was too anxious. If you use the saints slowly penetrate. With Aaron Carr, who will win in the end is really unknown. As the saying goes, the masses are the foundation. It's a pity that Grindelwald and Voldemort don't know this truth. But Erwin knew this truth. Erwin, who was educated by sickle and hammer in his previous life, knew what grassroots meant. He really understood it too well. Therefore, Erwin was destined to take a completely different path from the previous two. Erwin stayed in the store for more than an hour. After a rough calculation, the business in the store was still okay, but making money was really not that much. Erwin didn't care much, although he originally planned to use this store as an industry. But now it seems that he has a better industry to do. Of course, Erwin will not let go of the business of magic materials. But now there is the Yaxley family. There is no monopoly at all. How can you make money without monopoly? This kind of small money is meaningless for Erwin. However, the day of monopoly will not be far away. For the Yaxley family, Erwin has made a lot of preparations, just waiting for the Yaxley family to come in. Erwin now only hopes that the Yaxley family can understand things better. Make more trouble, so that when Erwin takes action later, he can better occupy the moral high ground. It was almost noon. Armor protection. Then he flicked the wand in his hand. The wand in the attacker's hand was shot away. Charlotte? What are you doing? Charlotte was also startled. Prefect? You scared me to death. Erwin looked around. This seems to be my room. Why are you here? Charlotte ran to the side and picked up the wand on the ground. Put it back into the wand storage bag on your waist. I came to see you, and when you weren't there, I told you to wait for you. Erwin said, then why did you attack me? Charlotte said, you can't blame me. Someone suddenly appeared and I took action subconsciously. Erwin rolled his eyes. If I hadn't had some tricks, I would have let you succeed. You were attacked as soon as you appeared, so you're not afraid of me giving you a curse. Charlotte smiled and said, then I am more lucky. Erwin said, okay, tell me why you came to me. I'm looking for you to eat. It's dinner time. I've been waiting for you, but you didn't show up for a long time, so I came to see if you had slept. Erwin said, you can just eat by yourself. Why did you come to me? It's not like I can't find the auditorium. Charlotte spread her hands. There is no way. They are all waiting for you downstairs, and they want you to come together. Maybe they think it is more ritualistic to be with you. Erwin was helpless. This was where unified management was not good. Erwin said, okay, let's go down. Charlotte nodded. He came to the door, opened it, and bent slightly. Prefect, please. Erwin glanced at Charlotte and walked downstairs. When passing by Charlotte, I glanced at Charlotte from the corner of my eye. The moment Charlotte took action just now, it seemed to be a bit powerful. Erwin could feel that Charlotte's spell was almost breaking his armor spell. This is not the same as the strength Charlotte showed that day when she did it with herself. Therefore, this mysterious female prefect, the only one who is not from the 28 pure blood clans, still has something to hide. Who is she? Erwin felt a little interested. This woman deliberately approached him and also deliberately concealed her strength. All this is unreasonable. However, Erwin always felt that this woman meant no harm. It was a very special feeling, and Erwin couldn't explain it clearly. He even felt that this woman gave him a vague feeling of intimacy. If he hadn't known that his parents didn't have any illegitimate children, Erwin even wondered if he had a relative. Erwin was too lazy to think about it. Since there is a purpose, one day it will be exposed. Erwin never doubted this. He led a group of little snakes to the auditorium. The originally noisy auditorium was filled with excitement after the Slytherin snakes arrived. Eerily quiet. The little snakes held their heads high, their faces full of pride. Erwin came to Slytherin's long table and sat down. Then he pressed his hand. A group of little snakes sat down in an orderly manner. Erwin looked at the professor's seat on the table. Dumbledore's seat was vacant. To Erwin's surprise, Snape's seat was also vacant. Our Bat Professor didn't come to dinner? Erwin didn't think much about it. It is different from other little wizards on the long table who are making trouble while eating. The Slytherin table was very quiet. Of course, this was what Erwin taught him. Eat without talking and sleep without talking. Self-cultivation is reflected in all details. The little snakes have also developed a habit. When eating, he takes his time and doesn't talk nonsense. After eating, leave in an orderly manner. After Erwin had eaten and drank enough, wiped his mouth, he stood up and was about to leave. A figure approached Erwin. "Senior? Is something wrong?" Erwin looked at the person blocking his path. George Greengrass. That is, the hidden prefect of Slytherin's 6th grade. George scratched his head. He was a shy person. "Well, Prefect Erwin, when are you going to challenge me?" Erwin was shocked. "Are there any who are rushing to get beaten?" Noticed Erwin's weird look. George blushed. "Well, don't get me wrong. It's the other students in the 6th grade. They asked me to ask. You also know that now from the 1st to the 5th grade, they walk outside every day, which makes them a little envious. They also want to join in. But because the 6th grade you didn't beat them down in grade, so they have no good reason to join," George said with a wry smile on his face. Erwin understood. Co-author, this is before the prefects start the war. The students have already rebelled. These 6th grade little snakes must be eager to lose. Erwin said, "Then why not do it now?" George's eyes lit up. "Okay, I understand the rules. I'll wait by the Black Lake." After saying that, George turned around and ran away. All the 6th grade wizards were also full of excitement. He hurriedly left with his superior. Erwin even saw 2 6th graders running away without finishing their chicken legs. Erwin held his forehead. What's going on? Why does it seem like he can't wait to be conquered? Grodia came to Erwin Jr. "You must challenge me as soon as possible. I also really want to feel what it is like to be a truly unified Slytherin. After today, the only ones left outside are we are in 7th grade." Erwin smiled and said, "Is the prefect so sure that I can beat Prefect George?" Grodia said, "George is no match for you. Charlotte's fighting power that day was even stronger than George's, let alone fight with you. I know George, after all, he has challenged me not once or twice. I look forward to witnessing the appearance of the Slytherin prefect in person on the day you challenge me. To be honest, I am excited just thinking about it." Erwin said, "Don't worry, Prefect, this day won't be too far away. I'm also looking forward to playing against you." Grodia nodded. "Then I will go to the Black Lake and wait for you. My last time as a host is very memorable." After saying that, Grodia turned around and left. Erwin picked up the tissue beside him and wiped his mouth. A group of young wizards focused their attention on Erwin. Erwin stood up. "Let's go." Afterwards, Erwin walked towards the outside of the auditorium. A group of small snakes followed closely behind. The little wizards from other colleges quickly followed after the little snakes left. Get ready to watch the fun. By the Black Lake, a large number of little wizards gathered. George was already waiting by the Black Lake. Erwin came to the opposite side of George. The 6th and 7th grades seem to be outside of Slytherin. The 1st to 5th grades are surprisingly united. They are so envious. Now it's good. The 6th grade can also join in. The wizards of the 7th grade who are about to graduate looked at each other. Now it's good. Only the 7th grade is left as marginal people. The wizards of the 7th grade feel a little bitter in their hearts for some reason. This feeling of being abandoned by Slytherin, what on earth is going on? Erwin pulled George up from the ground. "Thank you, George, Prefect." George waved his hand. "I have lost. I am not a prefect anymore." Erwin said, "I don't have time to manage so many grades. It's just right that while everyone is here, if my final prefect challenge is successful, the hidden prefects of each grade will not change. The rule of hidden prefects will always exist." Erwin understands one thing very well. If you do everything yourself, you will tire yourself to death sooner or later. So, these top-notch workers. No, I accidentally told the truth. These former hidden prefects, as the people who know their grade best, are the most suitable people to manage the grade. Erwin manages these prefects, and these prefects manage those little wizards. This is the correct way of management. If every little wizard is responsible for Erwin, that would really tire Erwin to death. Just then, a dark shadow came to Erwin. It was Snape. 1 week later, the final battle of the Prefect Challenge will begin. The location is at the Quidditch competition venue. Erwin frowned. Grodia also looked at his professor in confusion. Snape waved his hand. "Others, go away. Grodia and Erwin, follow me." The two looked at each other and followed Snape. Soon they came to Snape's office. Snape said, Professor Dumbledore said that your final battle will begin in a week. At that time, in addition to the students of this school, many wizards who originally graduated from Slytherin will also come. This is the inheritance of Slytherin. After all, Erwin, you are the first person who is closest to becoming a real prefect of Slytherin in so many years. Someone needs to witness it. The Daily Prophet will also report this battle. Erwin was shocked. Grodia was also a little confused. The two really didn't expect that this Slytherin Prefect Challenge would be so valued. Snape said, Do you think the Slytherin Prefect Challenge is a simple matter? This is not only about you, but also about every generation of Slytherin students. So, you have to go all out in this battle. Grodia, don't have any idea of letting up. In front of everyone, if you let up, it's not for Erwin. Grodia nodded solemnly, Don't worry, Professor, I won't. Besides, I don't have any confidence that I can beat Erwin, so there is no such thing as letting up. Snape nodded, You go first. After Grodia left, Erwin said, Professor, I don't understand, is this prefect challenge worth such a big fuss? Snape said, It's worth it. Not only Hogwarts, but even the magic world of other countries has heard about Slytherin's prefect challenge. Although they don't know what the real prefect of Slytherin means, they can see the meaning behind it. Erwin, do you know what Slytherin really means? Erwin thought for a moment, connections. Snape looked at Erwin with appreciation, That's right. It's connections. Pure-blood wizards, 80% of them appear in Slytherin. This is not only because they have seen a lot since childhood, it is easier to nourish ambition. On the other hand, it may be intentional. In this kind of academy, once someone appears who gets the position of prefect by his own strength, do you know what it means? King, the real king of Slytherin. The connections behind this are terrifying. Starting from the first grade, for a full 7 years, everyone can be considered your people. Once you leave Hogwarts, what this power means, you should be able to think of it. Erwin nodded. Of course he knew. Wasn't this why he wanted to come to Slytherin in the first place? Slytherin is a place that nourishes ambitions, and it is also a place to develop strength and expand connections. This can be seen from the fact that Voldemort used Slytherin as a foundation to raise a group of Death Eaters. This is simply a training base for the regular army. Snape said, and the reason why Dumbledore made this decision is that your story has been spread. Many of the original Slytherin graduates sent letters back to ask about your progress. They all want to see if you can really make it to that step. So, Dumbledore simply lets you fight this last battle next week in front of everyone's witnesses. Erwin understood. No wonder he felt that his reputation value had risen a little strangely fast recently. It turned out to be because of this. This matter did not do any harm to Erwin. Erwin needed reputation value. This is such a good opportunity to brush up his reputation. Such a big thing, Erwin does not believe that the Daily Prophet will miss it. Then by then, won't the reputation come in continuously? Thinking of this, Erwin's eyes became brighter. Get rich. This old man Dumbledore has done a good thing. If this is the case, Erwin's reputation will rise quickly. Can't we draw a lot of money during Christmas? Timely rain song John, my friend. Snape said, Be prepared, don't underestimate the enemy. Grodia is not that simple. Erwin nodded, Don't worry. Professor, I will win. Walk out of Snape's office. Erwin saw Hagrid waiting on the side at a glance. That body is really too big. It's impossible to ignore it. Erwin asked in confusion, Hagrid, are you here to see Professor Snape? Hagrid waved his hand quickly, No, I'm here to see you, Erwin. I think I need some help from you. They said you came to Professor Snape's office, so I'll be waiting for you here. I don't know what Hagrid is going to do. Hagrid came to the cabinet nearby. Then he took out an oval-shaped object wrapped in cloth. Erwin's pupils shrank slightly. This thing looks a bit familiar. IMCAO. Is it that dragon? That dragon called Norbert? Hagrid placed the dragon egg on the table. Then pull off the cloth. The egg of the Norwegian Spinosaurus? Hagrid, where did you find this thing? Hagrid scratched his head and was very happy. Sure enough, Erwin, you know this. As for the origin of this thing, I won it from a bet with someone in the tavern some time ago. Am I very powerful? Erwin was numb. Sure enough, even if the giant is only half blood, it will still affect the brain. You can't even see something so obvious. However, now that the dragon egg has appeared, it means that our Mr. Socket has already started to take action. It seems to be earlier than in the original work. Is it because Dumbledore is not at Hogwarts? Hagrid said, I have got this little guy for a while, but I can't find a way to hatch it. You said last time that you also have some research on magical animals. I was wondering if I could ask you for help. Erwin nodded, of course. All dragons have the same habits. After they lay dragon eggs, they will bake them with dragon fire. Creatures like dragons have very high requirements for temperature, and through the egg skin of heat, the little dragon inside will also be replenished with energy. Hagrid was surprised, is that so? No wonder. But won't the flames hurt the dragon eggs? Erwin said, of course not. The dragon is the creature with the highest resistance to flames except the phoenix. Hagrid nodded, then I understand. Thank you so much, Erwin. Erwin waved his hand, it doesn't matter, it's all a trivial matter. However, Hagrid, I have to remind you one thing. That is, raising dragons privately is not allowed in the magic world, and you will bring a big problem to yourself. Trouble, Hagrid said, I know. But, do you know how tempting it is for me to raise a dragon? I really can't bear to hand it over. Erwin sighed, forget it. Hagrid, I understand your mood. In this case, just take it one step at a time. However, the growth cycle of the Norwegian Spinosaurus is very short, and it only takes 1 month to be born. There will be no place for it in your room. I will find a way to help you deal with it by then. This is the maximum help I can give you. Don't think that you can put this fire dragon in the Forbidden Forest like you're a Chromantula. It's impossible for a creature like the giant dragon, even if it's Huo. Even Gvaz can't accommodate it. The amount of food an adult dragon eats every day is enough to wipe out a group of unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid looked a little depressed. It can be seen that he is really reluctant to let go. Erwin patted Hagrid on the shoulder. Okay Hagrid, think about it from another perspective, at least you can still witness its birth now, right? Ordinary people really don't have this opportunity. Hear this. Hagrid's eyes lit up. Erwin, you are right. Thank you, I want to witness its birth, that is enough. I will not cause trouble for myself and Hogwarts. Erwin smiled, that's okay. Then I'll leave first, Hagrid, and take good care of your dragon. Trust me, I will find a suitable place to settle him when the time comes, and you will still have a chance to visit him. I have this ability. Hagrid nodded, of course, I never doubted you. Erwin waved and left Hagrid's hut. When he walked out of the hut, the corners of Erwin's mouth raised. It's a bit interesting that Hagrid would actually take the initiative to seek help from him. This is really interesting. What does this mean? It shows that Hagrid really trusts him, although it may not be comparable to Harry Potter's position in Hagrid's heart. But that's enough. Trust is the basis of everything, especially for such illegal things. This is also a handle, isn't it? Don't underestimate the bond between a dragon and Hagrid. What a nice chain. Hagrid handed it to Erwin with his own hands. Erwin wiped his eyes. What an exciting day. Hagrid, although he is a hybrid giant, he is very valuable, isn't he? Erwin has never been a person who values so-called friendship. In his eyes, there are only two kinds of people. The first type is people who can be used. The second type is people who should not be alive. What do you do with the people you say you can't take advantage of? Isn't that the second type of person? Good people will not live long after all. Living and achieving your own interests is more important than anything else. After leaving Hagrid's hut, Erwin returned to his dormitory. Take out the flip phone from the space ring. He was going to get down to business. Of course Erwin is very concerned about this kind of thing that benefits all wizards in the wizarding world. There is no way, who makes him a great man at heart. I like to do things that serve the public. What a noble quality. Erwin looked at the phone in his hand. So, the first step is to get a purple lotus mark. Erwin pulled out his wand and tapped the back of the phone. Then, a purple lotus mark slowly appeared. However, the next moment, the magic power began to vibrate on the surface of the phone. Erwin frowned. As soon as the magic wand was raised, the magic power was directly drawn away. The phone returned to calm. Erwin thought for a moment. Is it because the phone can't bear the magic power? Thinking of this, Erwin reduced the output of some magic power. This time, it was very smooth, and the purple lotus mark was directly imprinted on it. The next step was to depict the sound transmission spell. It didn't cause any waves. The first magic phone in the magic world appeared just like this. Looking at the magic phone in his hand, Erwin nodded with satisfaction. Everything is difficult at the beginning, and he has now started. However, there are still some problems that he needs to deal with. The first is the problem of mobile phone number. Erwin has some ideas about this matter. The sound transmission spell can record the magic power of different people. This is something that Erwin has studied himself. Communicating different magic powers can form a connection with this magic power through the sound transmission spell. This is just like a mobile phone number. That is the mobile phone, which cannot withstand too much magic power. Today's mobile phones are like when you pay the phone bill, the upper limit can only be 100 yuan, that's what it means. If it costs more than $100, it will explode. The walking demolition wizard belongs to the category. This is also a problem. And then there's the third question. That means Erwin has to take action to replenish the magic power of this thing, because only Erwin's magic power combined with the purple lotus mark can achieve this effect. Erwin can't just sit there and charge his phone bill every day. If these two problems cannot be solved, this mobile phone will remain empty talk. Unfortunately, the mobile phone is related to Erwin's layout of the magical world. In other words, this is a life-saving charm, a real lifesaver. Erwin knew only too well how convenient this kind of mobile communication was. Wizards will not accept Muggle items. In the eyes of wizards, Muggles are backward and inferior. Apart from Mr. Weasley, Erwin did not find a wizard who was close to Muggles after searching through the original books. This is a subconscious disdain for backward creatures after improving personal strength. It's inevitable. Even McGonagall once said that wizards don't need anything from Muggles, and magic always trumps everything from Muggles. Moreover, many spells in the wizarding world, such as Muggle expulsion spells, have great interference with technological products. In other words, you are in the building where the Muggle expelling curse is located, and there is no signal on your mobile phone. Maybe this is why satellites can't discover the magical world? And now Erwin's magic phone is out. No need to think about it, future designation occupies the wizard communication market. Although today's wizards also have remote conversation methods. For example, the patron saint's message is not as fast as a mobile phone, and it cannot communicate in real time. Real-time communication is possible, such as fireplace calls. But how is it different from a landline phone? Is it possible that any living father can run around the world with a fireplace on his back? If there really is such a person, Erwin said that it's okay not to do this trivial business. Think about it, when everyone in the wizarding world becomes accustomed to the existence of mobile phones. So who can touch the Cavendish family that monopolizes the magic phone business? If you move Cavendish, you won't be able to use your mobile phone. If you are used to using mobile phones, who would use the slow owl and the patroness charm? Who wants to talk on an inconvenient fireplace? Therefore, in the mobile phone business, Erwin is not only doing it to make money, it's more for layout. Moreover, the existence of mobile phones is not just that simple. Of course, this is all Erwin's idea. If Erwin can't think of a solution, no amount of ideas are empty talk. The second problem is easier to solve. In fact, the reason why mobile phones cannot withstand too much magic infusion, in the final analysis, it is still a matter of materials. Then just change the material. A material that can hold magic power. There is a lot of this in the wizarding world. Mithril, gold, etc. are all a good choice. The really difficult thing is the third way. Erwin fiddled with the phone in his hand, thinking quickly in my mind. Just then, Erwin's hand stopped abruptly. Look at the phone in your hand. Battery. Erwin's eyes lit up. If so, replace the battery with magic material. Then directly replace the battery with magic materials for daily use of mobile phones. Then it can hold more magic power. Then the daily operation of the mobile phone, including making phone calls, requires the function of the magic battery. The most important thing is that by doing this, Erwin can not only earn money from phone bills, but also electricity bills? Erwin suddenly felt like a genius. The second difficulty is solved so simply. Erwin suddenly felt relaxed and happy. Not only did he come up with a solution, but he also killed two birds with one stone. But if you want to do this, you still need to replace the phone inside and out. For example, the materials used to conduct electricity must be replaced with materials that conduct magic power. As luck would have it, the trees used to make wands are good materials. Now there's just one last problem left. How to mass produce. Erwin tapped his fingers lightly on the table. The combination of your own magic power and the purple lotus mark cannot be copied. This is a good thing, but it is also a troublesome thing. Erwin ruffled his hair. Is there any way to draw out my own magic power from the purple lotus mark? After thinking for a long time, Erwin still couldn't think of a good way. In the end, I had to give up. Take it one step at a time. To open up the market, Erwin could just make a large number of magic batteries. To become popular in the wizarding world is not something that can be done in a day or two. But now Erwin has all his ideas figured out. The top priority is to make a finished product. This way you can see if what you think is correct. Think of this. Erwin's wand was slightly above the phone in his hand. The purple lotus mark and the sound transmission spell were directly removed. Then, Erwin took out a piece of gold. Directly used the transformation technique to turn it into the shape of a battery, replicating it one-to-one with the battery in your hand. Although the transformation spell has a duration, it is enough for Erwin to experiment. As for forging a piece directly, forget it, it takes too much time. Wait until I really get the design done. Then we can talk about other things. Then Elvin snapped his fingers, came directly to the Forbidden Forest. Stand at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Elvin waited there. As for what he was waiting for, of course it was the cute Bowtruckle. Sure enough, not long after, a little emerald green guy came running over, jumped directly onto Elvin's pants, climbed onto Elvin's shoulders by Elvin's legs, meowed a few times. Elvin smiled and said, "I have to go to class, so I didn't come to see you. How are you doing recently?" The Bowtruckle raised the small lamp on his neck. His face was a little unhappy. Elvin said, "It's out of power. "It doesn't matter, I brought you a new one." As he said that, Elvin took out another one from the space ring, and then took the original one off the neck of the Bowtruckle. Then he hung the new small flashlight on the neck of the Bowtruckle. The Bowtruckle happily played with the small flashlight. Erwin smiled and said, "Little guy, can you take me to the tree you are guarding? I want to get a piece of paper." The Bowtruckle nodded. Then he was about to jump off Erwin. Erwin pinched him. "Don't bother. Point me in a direction." The Bowtruckle nodded. The Bowtruckle jumped from Erwin's shoulder. In 2 or 3 strokes he climbed up the trunk of the tree. He whispered twice to Erwin. Erwin smiled and said, "So you little guy is guarding a holly tree." This holly wood is arguably the most famous wand material among Harry Potter. Not one. Because Harry Potter's wand and Voldemort's wand are both made of holly wood, with phoenix tail feather cores inside. Erwin said, "Get me a branch. It doesn't take too much, and I can't use it either." Bowtruckle nodded. Then the green vine arm in his hand stretched out, twitched lightly next to a branch. The next moment, the branch was shot down directly and landed at Erwin's feet. Erwin was speechless. Sure enough, the cuteness and combat effectiveness of creatures in the magical world are inversely proportional. The cuter something is, the stronger its combat effectiveness is. Just like the Bowtruckle, just like the unicorn. Don't look at the fact that Voldemort can kill a unicorn in the original work. I thought that stuff was pretty cool. In fact, quite the opposite. Voldemort had to control Quirrell's body to kill the unicorn himself. What does this mean? Quirrell is strong enough to defeat a unicorn. Of course, this is Erwin's guess, but Erwin thinks it should be reliable. But having never seen it with his own eyes, Erwin didn't know what the facts were. After all, the thing is not close to male wizards, so he just doesn't know if his affinity with magical animals will affect unicorns. To be fair, Erwin really wanted to touch that thing. It must be very supple. Erwin thought he could give it a try if he had a chance. But that's a thing for later, it's urgent. Erwin still needs to make a magic phone first. Erwin took out a sharp knife from the space ring. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground. Bowtruckle looked at Erwin curiously. After watching it for a while, I didn't know what Erwin was doing. Simply twist your body and get next to Erwin. Lying on Erwin's lap. Started to fall asleep deeply. Erwin smiled and ignored him. Keep busy with what you are doing. Thanks to Erwin's unremitting efforts, Erwin shaped small wooden parts one by one. Then Erwin took out the screwdriver from the space ring. Don't ask him why he has a screwdriver. Asking is setting needs. Doraemon treasure bag. Replacing these messy parts is really not a simple matter. Erwin worked for more than an hour. The sky was gradually getting dark. Bowtruckle didn't know when he would wake up. He used his own small flashlight to shine light on Erwin. Erwin touched the Bowtruckle's head. Bowtruckles are very useful. It's very enjoyable to squint your eyes. Erwin continued working. Another hour passed. Erwin straightened up. He slapped his sore back, looking at the phone in his hand. The corners of his mouth turned up. It's done. Erwin carved the purple lotus mark, and then branded the sound transmission spell. Erwin nervously pressed the power button. Whether it succeeds or not depends on this. The next moment, the phone is turned on. Erwin almost jumped up from the ground. It's done, it's really done. So, can magic really replace electricity? Erwin suddenly felt that he had discovered something amazing. I actually researched a magic item. Erwin was happy. Is this an epic-making invention? The reason Erwin was so excited was because he really didn't expect it to be possible. He also didn't expect that magic power could really be used instead of electricity. If that's the case, wouldn't it save a lot of money by catching a few wizards and using them to generate electricity? The most important thing is, since magic power can be used to replace electricity, does that mean that magic power can also be used to replace more? A lot of things suddenly came to Erwin's mind. He felt that the Order of Merlin, first class, was beckoning to him. The last person to get this thing was Dumbledore, who discovered 12 uses of dragon's blood. Then Erwin can totally think of 12 uses for wizards. God, he's a genius. Erwin held the phone in his hand. His face was full of joy. The Bowtruckle beside him scratched his head with a piece of paper. His face was full of doubts. I don't know what makes Erwin happy. Climb onto Erwin's arm. He poked the phone in Erwin's hand with his arm. Erwin smiled and said, "What? Are you curious?" Bowtruckle nodded. Erwin said, "Then let me demonstrate it to you." Then Erwin lit his wand on Bowtruckle's body. The next moment, a ray of magic was drawn from the Bowtruckle's body by Erwin. Bowtruckle showed no signs of panic. It also doesn't think that Erwin will harm him. He just watched Erwin's movements curiously. Erwin lit this ray of magic on the battery of his mobile phone. The next moment, the last stroke of the magic circle of the sound transmission spell was connected. This was of course left by Erwin in advance. It is used to record the mobile phone number when others use it later. With the connection of the magic circle, The purple lotus mark on the battery unfolds. It looks really good. Erwin said, "Lucky little guy, your magic power will become the #1 number of Cavendish Unicom, but it will have to wait until it is completely produced." Erwin then pressed the button on his phone. "Look, press 3 zeros and you can talk to me." Botruckle curiously pressed the button. The next moment, the purple lotus mark on Erwin's arm flashed a purple light. Erwin pointed his finger. "Little guy." Erwin's voice rang from his mouth and the phone at the same time. Botruckle was startled. "I almost threw the phone in my hand." Erwin smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. This is what I am researching. When I finish it, I will give you one, but not now. This is called a magic battery. I used the transformation technique to change it. According to my transformation technique, the ability will only last for a few hours at most, and then it will return to its original form. At that time, it will no longer be usable. When I have someone make it, I will give it to you if you have any trouble. I call." Erwin removed the battery and showed it to Botruckle. Botruckle thought for a moment. Then he made 2 sounds. Erwin smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will do it as soon as possible. It's getting late, I should go." Botruckle became anxious when he heard this. Grabbing Erwin's sleeve, Erwin said, "Okay, I'll stay with you for a while. I'll go back later during dinner." Botruckle nodded hastily. Erwin lay down. The Botruckle lay on Erwin's chest. One person and one Botruckle enjoyed a rare and comfortable time. Of course, this is only for Erwin. Erwin rarely has such a time to completely relax. From the day he came into contact with the Cavendish family business, this so-called comfort seems to have left him far away. After coming to Hogwarts, he has been away from those businesses. But unexpectedly, a more dangerous situation is waiting for him. So, sometimes, Erwin does things, it really can't be blamed for his cruelty. But if he is not cruel, he will really die. Erwin closed his eyes. Blowing the breeze, it was very comfortable. Just then, a rustling sound came. It was the sound of stepping on the grass. Erwin sat up directly from the ground, put the Botruckle on his shoulder. Then he took out the wand and pointed it in the direction of the sound. The sound was getting closer and closer. Erwin's vigilance was directly raised. The next moment, a long silver-white horn emerged from the bushes. Then, a small figure showed its head. Erwin was stunned for a moment. Unicorn? Or a little unicorn? The little unicorn was also startled when he saw the wand in Erwin's hand. He quickly took 2 steps back. He was tripped by the vines on the ground. Erwin was amused. This little guy doesn't look very smart. The little unicorn stood up from the ground with a roll. Then he hid behind a bush. He carefully showed his head. He looked at Erwin curiously. Seeing this, Erwin put away the wand in his hand. He waved to the unicorn. "Little guy, do you want to come over?" The little unicorn hesitated. Then he took 2 steps forward. Erwin was still a little surprised. Unicorns are holy creatures. They are close to witches and people with pure hearts. Although he didn't want to admit it, Erwin didn't think he was a pure-hearted person. So it was no surprise that he could get the unicorn to come close because of his golden talent. This talent seemed to be stronger than he thought. He could attract creatures like unicorns. Erwin sat on the ground. He tried his best to make himself look non-threatening. Sure enough, the little unicorn took 2 steps forward. This time, the little unicorn was only 3 or 4 steps away from Erwin. Erwin said, "Come over if you want. I won't hurt you." The little unicorn snorted. He walked forward again. He came close to Erwin, but his pair of black eyes still looked at Erwin warily. Erwin lay down on the ground directly. He closed his eyes. The little unicorn thought for a moment and lay down beside Erwin. He rubbed his head against Erwin's body. It seemed to be breathing in the smell of Erwin. Erwin felt the furry touch on his arm. The corners of his mouth could not stop rising. "Is this the unicorn? Mom, I have made it." I touched the unicorn. The little unicorn seemed to be sure that Erwin was really not a threat. He simply put his head on Erwin's arm. Erwin opened his eyes and took a look. He was sweating coldly. The unicorn's horn was now on Erwin's belly. As long as the little guy turned his head, he would definitely be poked by the horn. Looking at the sharpness of the horn, if he was poked, it must not be pleasant. Erwin said, "Little guy, do you have a name?" The little unicorn called softly. Erwin smiled and said, "Beth? A nice name. How did you suddenly appear here? Where are your family?" The little unicorn stood up directly from the ground. Then he raised his head to Erwin. "Are you asking me to follow you?" The little unicorn nodded. Erwin was also curious about where the little guy wanted to take him. He simply put the Botruckle on his shoulders. Then he followed Beth into the depths of the forbidden forest. Soon, they came to a lake. There were several unicorns resting by the lake. After seeing Erwin, the unicorns stood up. There was a vigilant look in their eyes, but they did not leave immediately. Beth called twice. a large unicorn came out of the woods. It looked much larger than ordinary unicorns. This huge unicorn came to the shore. He called twice to Beth. Beth trotted over directly, came to the side of the big unicorn, rubbed the big unicorn's neck. The big unicorn's eyes were full of pampering. Then he looked up at Erwin. "Little wizard." Beth said, "You can understand us." Erwin nodded, "Yes, I can understand." As soon as Erwin finished speaking, several unicorns became agitated. The big unicorn shouted. The unicorns fell silent. Then, the big unicorn said, "Why are you here? You have a very special smell." Elvin said, "It should be because of my talent. I have a natural attraction to magical creatures." The big unicorn nodded. "So that's the case, then little wizard, are you here to get those things?" Elvin was stunned for a moment. "Get something? What?" "I just came to the Forbidden Forest to stroll. Just looking for some materials by the way." The big unicorn said, "Don't you know?" Elvin shook his head. "What is it? Can you tell me?" Elvin became interested. As we all know, in this case, most novels are about adventures. The protagonist must have it. The big unicorn said, "Since you don't know, it means that this thing is not yours. Leave, little wizard. Thank you for sending Beth back." Elvin pouted. "The script is not like this. It should be given to him directly. Why let him go?" But, forget it. Elvin was too lazy to think about it. Anyway, he has a cheat, although he is very curious about what the big unicorn is talking about. But if he doesn't give it, what can he do? As for robbing, don't make a fuss. Let's not talk about whether you can catch the unicorn. Even if you catch it, you have to be able to beat it. Unicorn, you really think it's a vase? Elvin said, "Then I'll leave. By the way, the Forbidden Forest may be a little uneasy. You should be careful." The big unicorn nodded. "I know. We will be careful, thank you, little wizard. We will see each other again if there is a chance." After that, the big unicorn cried out. The unicorns turned around and left. But I remembered it in my heart, just waiting for the chance to explore it in the future. After all, this kind of thing sounds like the standard equipment for the protagonist. Erwin won't miss it either. In the familiar auditorium, a group of young wizards enjoyed dinner on the last night of the weekend. Starting tomorrow, they will have classes again. But despite this, these little wizards are still very happy. Everyone was talking and laughing except the long slide-run table. Erwin was thinking maliciously while instigating the oily noodles in the bowl to splash. I hope they can be so happy soon. After a while, all the little wizards had almost eaten. Professor McGonagall walked out of the professor's chair and stood on the stage. Then he knocked on the ornaments on the side. 2 dings. The little wizards present turned their attention to Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall said, "Okay, everyone, be quiet. Starting from tomorrow, the class time at Hogwarts will be changed. The specific time, Mr. Filch has posted it on the wall opposite the auditorium. You can make it yourself. Take a look." All the little wizards looked at each other. Some smart little wizards have already thought about Erwin's self-study. The Slytherin and Ravenclaw students did not react at all. For the Eaglets, they love to learn, so it doesn't matter to them that the courses are a little heavier. They also study in their free time every day. The Hogwarts library is like the Ravenclaw common room. As for the little snakes, although they were wailing in their hearts, but because this is something Erwin brought up, so no one will talk too much. Just be patient and it will eventually pass. Although I may have to endure this for 7 years, the little badgers didn't react much. The only ones who really have an opinion are the little lions. All the little lions were talking about it. Ron moved closer to Harry Potter. "I can't believe that Hogwarts will actually take that evil Slytherin's advice. Deprive us of sleep time and rest time. Oh my god, I don't even want to. I dare to imagine how difficult life will be after that." Harry Potter said, "Actually, it's quite good. Compared to Erwin, we are far behind. We also have to work harder. Now that we have self-study classes, it will not hurt us." Ron's eyes widened. "Oh my god, Harry, I didn't expect you to say that. This is the evil Slytherin's proposal. Who knows if he has any bad ideas? Maybe he wants to we all go to self-study and are exhausted every day to achieve our own evil goals." "Harry, you shouldn't have such thoughts." Harry Potter glanced at Ron. He frowned slightly. In fact, if it weren't for what Dumbledore said to him, he might really feel that what Ron said was right. But now, after he finished talking with Dumbledore, he only felt that this self-study class was of great benefit and no harm. He didn't understand why Ron was so disgusted with the study room. Didn't Ron have the idea of improving? He is really disappointed with his friend now. Thinking about what Ron said and did after coming to Hogwarts, it seemed that they were all purely aimed at Slytherin. However, he didn't find anything bad about Slytherin. On the contrary, they were all aimed at Slytherin. Ron was provoking, and Malfoy would have quarreled with Ron at first, but now because of Erwin's education, Malfoy also ignored Ron. Slytherin as a whole is just like the kind of gentleman Harry Potter has seen in the Muggle world, elegant, powerful, and polite. Harry Potter really couldn't think of anything bad to do with Slytherin. I don't understand why Ron has such deep malice towards Slytherin, but because this is my friend. Harry Potter still said, "Okay, Ron, you are right, but what's the use? Professor McGonagall has asked Filch to hang the charter on the wall, we can only accept it, can't we?" After hearing this, Ron also felt a little frustrated. He lowered his head and stopped talking. Professor McGonagall looked at the different reactions of students from the 4 major colleges. His face turned dark. Sure enough, only Gryffindor talked the most. "I'm tired, really tired." Professor McGonagall was really envious of Snape now. Why can Snape have a student like Erwin? Why doesn't Erwin belong to Gryffindor? If that doesn't work, what if she goes to Slytherin and becomes the dean? Professor McGonagall began to think about how to get Snape to agree to this almost impossible suggestion. A group of little wizards left one after another and came outside the auditorium to look at the new class schedule. Erwin also came with a group of little snakes. The most conspicuous thing I saw when I looked up was the new Hogwarts class schedule. Morning self-study starts at 6 o'clock, ends at 7 o'clock, and has breakfast at 7:30. The first class starts at 8:30 and ends at 10 o'clock, with a 20-minute break. The second class starts at 10:20. At 11:50, the second class ends. Then it's lunch and lunch break. The 2 classes in the morning are usually small classes, similar to courses like History of Magic. In the afternoon, classes start at 2:30. Until 6:30, 4 hours. Most of the afternoon courses are practical courses, such as herbology, transfiguration, and flying. Of course, Erwin and his friends have started to make potions by themselves, so now their potion classes, like those of seniors, also need to take 1 class in the afternoon. Then it is dinner time. Evening self-study will start on time at 7:30 in the evening and last until 9 o'clock in the evening. Then at 10 o'clock, all the little wizards must go to bed. Of course, in addition to courses, there are some new rules. For example, the teacher of the self-study class. All professors of the college will not appear in the self-study room, and will not teach in the self-study class. It is the time for the little wizards to learn and recite some knowledge by themselves. The dean of each college will be in charge of the self-study room to answer the questions of the little wizards and maintain discipline. If the little wizards have any questions, they can directly ask their own dean or senior students. Each college will be assigned a self-study room, and all students will gather together at that time. Erwin turned his attention to the red special mark on the side. In order to allow the little wizards to consciously ensure their rest time, bed check is hereby arranged. It is the responsibility of the prefects of each college, after lights out at 10 o'clock. Slytherin's prefects need to go to Gryffindor for bedtime, and Gryffindor's prefects come to Slytherin for bedtime. As for Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, prefects also exchange bedtime checks. The prefect has the right to deduct points for those found to have failed to turn off the lights and go to bed on time. Erwin was shocked when he saw this. This is really not what Erwin said to Professor McGonagall. He has never had such a damaging idea. This simply adds another avenue of struggle for the Academy Cup. But don't tell me, it's really fun. Little eagles and little badgers don't have to think about it. As for the fight between the lion and the snake, Erwin could guess how violent it would be if he thought about it. The little lion who likes to swim at night is really in trouble this time. I have to say that Professor McGonagall is really suitable to be a teacher. Professor McGonagall actually learned this method without any teacher. You can still think so perfectly. This is really so fun. However, Erwin was curious about how Professor McGonagall persuaded Snape to agree to become the person in charge of the study room. Logically speaking, Snape would not agree. After all, this kind of thing should bother our dear Professor Bet the most. Shaking his head, Erwin didn't bother to think about that. I told Charlotte and asked her to take the little snakes back to the common room. As for himself, he still has 2 private lessons to attend tonight. Erwin went straight to Snape's office. After entering the password, walk into the office. To Erwin's surprise, he saw Grodia in the office. Grodia smiled. "Erwin, you're here." Erwin nodded and looked around. "Senior, why are you here too? Where is Professor Snape?" Grodia said, "Professor Snape asked me to come here. As for the professor, he said he needs some materials. I'll go out and get them and I'll be back in a while." Erwin nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Not long after, the office door opened. A dark figure floated in directly. Subsequently, set a glass bottle aside. Erwin sniffed. The smell of blood? This professor of mine really went to get materials. And it's still fresh. Grodia and Erwin stood up. "Professor," Snape nodded, then looked at Erwin. "I have a potion that needs to be brewed and it will take a long time, so I don't have time to look at the study room. Grodia, you and Erwin are in charge of the study room. If you have any questions, come to me." Erwin and Grodia looked at each other. "Got it, Professor." Erwin understood. No wonder Snape agreed. It turns out that this guy didn't even think about going to the study room by himself. From the beginning, he thought about letting Erwin and Glodia work part-time. Sure enough, the black-hearted bat professor. Snape waved to Glodia. Okay, go back first. Glodia nodded. He gave Erwin a wishing look, then turned and left. Erwin scratched his head. Sure enough, even Slytherin prefects like Glodia didn't think it was a good idea to let Snape stay. Our bat professor is really popular among people. Snape said, "Why are you still standing there? Do you need me to teach you how to handle the materials?" Erwin shook his head quickly. Jog over to the workbench. Bring over the fresh ingredients that Snape brought just now. Shake the bottle. Hey, is this the venom of the acromantula? Snape said, "Don't you have a lot of these things? Do you still need to ask?" Erwin said, "No, I just want to say, Professor, if you need it, you can just ask me. You don't have to go get it yourself." Snape's eyes softened a little. Erwin could say this. To be honest, the old bat was very touched in his heart. Erwin muttered, "I told you earlier that you wanted to use it, and I would have saved you more money in finding customers if I sold it to you." Snape didn't hear Erwin's words clearly. "What?" Erwin shook his head quickly. "Nothing, Professor. What kind of potion are you going to brew? It takes time for you, so it must be a great potion. Is it a felixer?" Erwin's eyes lit up. If Snape really wanted to brew the elixir, his fully automatic potion production line would be available. "I'll ask you if you're afraid of a bottle of elixir in 3 hours. When the time comes, the blessing elixir is like water, who can stop him? Thinking about it makes me inexplicably excited." Snape shook his head. "No, spider poison potion." Erwin was shocked. "Spider poison potion? Is the spider poison potion you are talking about the same thing as the one I learned?" Snape nodded. "Yep." Erwin scratched his head. "Professor, it only takes me an hour to boil that thing. If you say it, it should be faster. Do you need a lot of it?" Snape shook his head. "No, I just need a bottle. I just don't want to sit in the study room." Erwin's eyes widened. He just said it out loud? He couldn't do it to Erwin. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. So direct? Erwin asked, "Then Professor, how long do you plan to make this spider poison potion?" Snape was dealing with the potion in his hand. He said, "It may take 7 years." Erwin lost his mind and almost spilled the venom of the 8-eyed giant spider in his hand. Good guy, it turns out that he is going to let me work for him for 7 years. Sure enough, the Snape is still the Snape, he will never let people down. Seeing Erwin's speechless expression, Snape's mouth twitched. It seems that he hasn't laughed for too long. It looks a bit weird. Erwin was shocked. "Professor, were you laughing just now?" The expression on Snape's face froze. "Hurry up and deal with the potion, and then leave. You still have to sit in the study room tomorrow. If you are late, believe me, the consequences are not what you want to see." Elvin's body was shocked, and he lowered his head and carefully dealt with the 8-eyed giant spider venom in his hand. Soon, Elvin finished his work. "Professor, I've done it." Snape nodded. "Well, go back." Elvin nodded, then turned and left. When he walked to the door of the office, Snape's hand movements paused, watching Erwin's leaving figure. Wei Wei was a little distracted. With a wave of his hand, a dusty mirror buried somewhere flew to him from a corner. Snape looked at himself in the mirror. He murmured, "Under the sun." Snape had forgotten how long it had been since he smiled. It seemed that ever since Lily died, ever since Erwin's parents died, he had never smiled again. The last time he laughed was in front of Erwin's father. They talked a lot that day. Even in such a turbulent situation, Snape could still laugh. That was the happiest time for him. Unfortunately, now that he is gone, never return. Snape snapped his fingers. The mirror in front of him shattered. "I have no chance under the sun. However, your children will stand under the sun and accept everyone's attention. I promise. Even if you pay for it with your life." Snape's face turned grim again. "Continue to work on the potion in your hand." Erwin leaned against the door of Snape's office. Listen to the sound of the mirror breaking inside. Sighed. Under the sun? Is he really worthy of standing in the sun? If one day his true nature is revealed to everyone, there will probably be no place for him even in the shadows. With an uncontrollable desire to kill in his body, how could he be qualified to stand in the sun? Looking at his hands, they were already dripping with blood. Let's talk about being under the sun. However, Erwin will not regret. He never knows what regret is. Everything he did was to stay alive and to keep the Cavendish family ahead of everyone. As long as he can do this, even if one day he is disgusted by the light and abandoned by the shadow, he is still worth it. As for Snape's desire to let him stand under the sun, if such a day comes, then he will be bathed in the sun with Snape standing beside him. This is Erwin's promise. It had nothing to do with anything else, just because of Erwin's gratitude towards Professor Snape. Erwin knew how kind Snape was to him after he came to Hogwarts. Erwin straightened his clothes. The corners of his mouth curled up in that ever-present smile. Unlike Snape, Erwin was born to laugh. Although, this smile does not come from the heart, but he will always have a smile on his face. Only in this way will others get close to him and not put him on guard. Smile is really a good thing. It can bring two people closer without knowing it. Even if an executioner has blood on his hands, when his smile becomes natural, others will think that he is a good person. Erwin has always been committed to this. Next, it was time for him to meet his other personal trainer. Mr. Socket, here I come. After the dark corridor, a touch of silver stood out in the darkness. Under the dim light, the silver hair complemented the moonlight. The door to Professor Quirrell's office. Erwin raised his hand and knocked on the door of Quirrell's office. Soon, there was a rush of footsteps inside. Professor Quirrell opened the door. Erwin, you're here. Erwin bowed slightly. Good evening, Professor Quirrell. Professor Quirrell smiled and said, come in quickly. Erwin nodded. Walked directly into the office. The loose robe blocked the pistol in Erwin's waist and the wand in his hand. Professor Quirrell said, sit down for a while first. What would you like to drink? Is black tea okay? Erwin said, forget it, drink some water. If you drink tea, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep at night. Professor Quirrell nodded, you're right, I didn't think about it. Professor Quirrell said and turned around to pour water for Erwin. Professor Quirrell is very enthusiastic about Erwin. He couldn't wait to bring out the best tea to serve Erwin. Too bad Erwin wasn't going to drink tea. At this moment, an old and weak voice came, okay, let me do it. Professor Quirrell paused suddenly. Master, let me pour water for Erwin first. Voldemort said coldly, I said, let me do it. Erwin came to Professor Quirrell and took the water glass from Professor Quirrell's hand. Professor Quirrell, I can do it myself. You need to take a rest first. Let my teacher come out. Professor Quirrell nodded. Then he took off the scarf on his head. Voldemort's disgusting-looking face was revealed. My student, are you okay? Erwin bowed, of course, teacher. I haven't seen you for a day, and you seem to be more energetic. This is really good news. Voldemort said, I know my situation myself, and you should know that at my level, these flatteries are no longer useful. Erwin felt disdainful. What level? Is it the level of humans and ghosts? Of course, Erwin wouldn't say that. Sorry, teacher. I was offended. In fact, I didn't mean to be flattery. That's what I meant. In fact, Voldemort still took advantage of Erwin's words. Voldemort said, okay. Stop talking nonsense and tell me, what do you want to learn from me? Dark magic? Or, I can teach you to defend against dark magic. In fact, if it weren't for that blind old man Dumbledore thing, I should be the greatest defense against the dark arts professor ever at Hogwarts. Erwin understood. It seems that Voldemort's obsession with the defense against the dark arts professor is indeed true. This guy really wants to be a teacher and educate people. Think of Voldemort becoming the defense against the dark arts teacher. From now on, the little wizards will discuss each other every day. Start chewing a big melon? Hey guys, it seems like there are no death indicators in Hogwarts. It seems that Dumbledore is still wise. Didn't make this lunatic the defense against the dark arts professor. Otherwise, the word defense can be removed. Erwin said, teacher, your erudition, I think everything you teach me will be enough for me throughout my life. However, if possible, I want to learn attack methods. After all, the best attack is defense, right? Voldemort said, that's very good. In that case, I also know your qualifications. I will directly teach you my best spell, the Death Curse. Do you dare to learn it? Erwin's pupils shrank slightly. Voldemort said, only cowards will hesitate in the face of strength. What I want to teach you are skills that can save your life. If you want to live, you need to be more ruthless than others. Erwin, you have to understand this truth. The so-called the unforgivable curse, just because many people you're just afraid of its power. Tell me Erwin, do you want to be a coward? Or do you not even have the courage to gain power? Or are you like others, looking around at the door of power? But I dare not open the door to the strong. Erwin heard this. He quickly said, no, teacher. I am not a coward, I want to become stronger. In order to become stronger, I am not afraid of anything. Teacher, teach me, I want to learn. Voldemort secretly rejoiced in his heart, very good, my disciple. You have made the most correct choice. Then, next, I will show you what true power is. Erwin bowed slightly, thank you teacher. I will study hard. Both of them have their own agendas. Voldemort wanted to control our poor Erwin through Erwin's thirst for power. However, our Erwin was happy to find a true expert in the unforgivable curse. Voldemort said, then Erwin, tell me how much you know about the Death Curse. Erwin said, the Death Curse is an unforgivable curse. The reason why it is defined as an unforgivable curse is because when using the Death Curse, you need to think about killing the opponent. If you use it too many times, you will being affected by such negative emotions, you become a killing machine, so you will be called the unforgivable curse. Voldemort said, that's right. It seems that your study is indeed very good. The so-called black magic is ultimately a kind of curse. However, releasing black magic requires filling the heart with negative emotions. For example, if you want the life-killing curse that wants to kill the opponent, the fire curse that wants to burn everything, the cruciatus curse that wants to torture others, etc. It is precisely because of this limitation that black magic is the most powerful magic. Before you learn the death curse, Erwin, let me ask you, have you ever killed anyone? Erwin said, in the corridor, it was my first time to kill someone. To be honest, it felt really bad. I was very scared. Erwin was like a white lotus at this time, with a somewhat panicked look on his face. His eyes couldn't help but lose focus, as if he was really immersed in the fear of killing. Voldemort saw Erwin's behavior. Said, it's normal to have fear, my child. It was the same when I killed someone for the first time. However, my child, you have to think about it from another perspective. If you don't kill him, then you will die in his hands, so, you kill just to protect yourself. I can see that you are an ambitious person. You will soon become the true prefect of Slytherin, which is an achievement that I have not achieved. So, in order to become stronger and gain more, killing is just a means. There is no need for you to feel guilty. This is the eternal law. A glint flashed in Erwin's eyes. Voldemort was actually brainwashing him? Good guy. If you want to talk about other aspects, Erwin may not be as good as Voldemort. But if you are just talking about brainwashing, sorry, none of the 10 Voldemorts would be his opponent. In a corner of the world, how could the poor man in the magic world know the greatness of the students who failed to pass the exam? Not to mention, Erwin met too many such people in his previous life. Anyone who lived to be in his 20s in his previous life must have experienced all kinds of brainwashing and torture. Erwin said, Teacher, you are right. Your erudition really amazes me. I think becoming your disciple is the most correct choice I have made in my life. Voldemort nodded with satisfaction. He liked Erwin's performance so much, he felt very satisfied. Cavendish was finally in his hands. Voldemort said, very good, you have a new understanding, then we will start today's teaching, for the next hour. Voldemort was really serious about telling Erwin all the details and knowledge of this big melon. To be honest, if Voldemort was not talking about chewing big melons, he would be a really good teacher. I don't know if Voldemort is too obsessed with the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. When teaching Erwin, Voldemort had terrible intentions. After Voldemort finished his lecture, he said, okay, the time is almost up. You go back and digest it. Come back next weekend. Then, I will take you to practice. Erwin stood up. He said with concerned teacher, you should also pay attention to your health. Erwin really cared about Voldemort at this time. He was really too afraid of Voldemort directly. It all starts with the system prompt tone just now. Bite. Congratulations on being taught the death curse by the Dark Lord Voldemort. Your proficiency in the death curse has improved. Current proficiency 4360/10,000. Erwin was really afraid that Voldemort was gone. You know, before he came to Professor Quirrell's office, his proficiency progress bar was 0. It's only been an hour, and I've reached a proficiency level of 4,300. This is simply a large experience, baby. Erwin really likes Voldemort. The death curse will result in death, which means that if Erwin practices it, it will be different from other spells. This thing is a disposable consumable no matter who practices it. So Elvin's level of the killing curse has never been high. He originally thought that he would brush up his proficiency when he found those pureblood families after the holiday, but he didn't expect Voldemort to give him such a big surprise. The most important thing is that Voldemort really has too much experience in the killing curse. The things he said can really be regarded as a great benefit to Elvin. Elvin's spells are given by the system. Elvin asked the system, although the level given by the system has been fixed. However, the power of the specific spell still requires Elvin to practice it himself or add some small tricks, which can also improve the power of the spell. For example, under the same magic power and the same proficiency, Elvin's spell is definitely not as powerful as Dumbledore's. This is because Dumbledore's understanding of the spell, as well as the control of the strength of the shot and the small tricks when using the spell, will increase the spell. This is what Elvin lacks. Now our dear Mr. Socket is just a timely help. Irving must be so moved that he almost cries.